Our MC is suddenly thrust into a world where women are incredibly strong, ruling everything while men are weak and completely passive. Here, girls simply take whatever they desire, openly chase guys, and absolutely refuse to take no for an answer. Jang Hao tries his absolute best to stand his ground, but it's pretty tricky when your stepsister is hot as hell and clearly has a massive crush on you. And it only gets worse when he heads to school, and his classmates are all completely obsessed with him. It seems like they all want only one thing from him, but he's determined to save it. You might guess work would be different, but nope, his lady boss is just like everyone else. They all want him because he's unlike any other man. He's the most masculine man in this female-dominated world. The goddess who dragged our MC into this whole mess tells him one thing if he wants to return to Earth. He has to become a truly masculine man in this hardcore feminist world. Sounds simple, except masculinity here is almost extinct. So, his mission is to change this messed up world and show everyone how a real man truly behaves. As for our MC, he used to be just an office worm everyone stepped on. One night after work, he looks up and sees a blood moon hanging ominously in the sky. And the next thing he knows, everything goes black. When he wakes up, he's in a completely different place. And worse, he's now a pretty boy wearing pink pajamas, while he's still trying to figure out who he is. And what the hell just happened? The door suddenly bursts open. A man who seems to be his father storms in and tells him to hurry up. They're going shopping with a friend named Yahello. The name hits him instantly. Yahello used to be a massive, tattooed muscle monster. Panicking, the MC immediately throws off the pajamas and rushes out because the last thing he wants is to keep that guy waiting. But when he gets close to Yahello, he is shocked. The man standing in front of him isn't even a complete man anymore. He is even girlier than Hao himself. When his dad sees them together, he instantly starts complimenting Yahello, saying that he's exactly how a proper man should be. That's when Jang Ho dives into the internet, and what he finds reveals a shocking truth. Throughout history, the world's leaders have been overwhelmingly women, conquering all before them, while men are relegated to mere housekeepers. In this topsy-turvy world, a man's physique simply can't compare to a woman's strength, and their endurance is notoriously poor. Men are exclusively expected to raise the children, while women handle all the demanding physical labor. For some inexplicable reason, this preference for women over men has caused a massive demographic imbalance between the sexes. Men are practically treated like overgrown babies. As they mature, they pick up hobbies traditionally associated with women, like applying makeup, all while simultaneously having to fend off persistent thugs with ill intentions. Jang Hao, having only been in this new world for mere hours, has already reached his breaking point. Literally after just a few hours of landing in this strange new reality, Jang Hao has absolutely had it. He drags his friend Yahello along, declaring that they're going to reclaim their lost manliness. Yahello naturally thinks his best friend has completely lost his marbles, but he grudgingly tags along anyway. When they finally arrive at a tattoo parlor, they discover it's exclusively staffed by women, and all of them are openly judging the duo for daring to ink their delicate, manly bodies. Jang Hao simply cannot take it anymore. He decides to take a picture to prove he's a true man. And the moment he flashes a strip of his body, all the girls around them instantly go absolutely wild, practically losing their minds with excitement. When he finally gets back home, he realizes that even his own house hasn't been spared from this new, baffling torture. His sister Jiang Qianqian is a complete bombshell, and even he feels utterly confused, because he can't possibly fathom how such a stunning woman could be living under his roof. That's when it dawns on him. His dad's new wife has an older daughter. He quickly tries to reset his thoughts, telling himself he must have simply forgotten. And Jiang Hao, Ji nonchalantly explains her brother's a bit shy, but she watches him with a strangely intense gaze, making him incredibly uneasy. Back in his room, Jiang Hao finally feels the sheer exhaustion of the day catch up. He'd been dressed in fancy clothes, forced into makeup, and even harassed by thugs. And to top it all off, his dad and Yelong have both become total softies. He throws an epic temper tantrum, but before he can even calm down, his stepsister suddenly barges in. She shoves him onto his back to make him behave, then pulls him into a tight embrace. Pressed firmly against her chest, Jiang Hao realizes that even if this world is topsy-turvy, it might still have its own undeniable perks. Later that night, Jiang Hao is sleeping like a sleeping beauty, when he hears something softly call his name. When he finally stirs awake, he sees a mysterious girl standing in his room, and he instantly starts screeching bloody murder. The girl calmly tells him to remember her, because she's the one who brought him here. Jiang Hao suddenly remembers. She's the Blood Moon, the one who called his name that fateful night. He instantly gets right up in her face, demanding to know why she dragged him to this world. The girl introduces herself as the goddess of the Blood Moon and explains to him that she was only following his own words. He once wished to stop being a virgin, but couldn't, so she brought him here, where his problem is now definitely solved. She points out that many girls in this world already seem to really like him. Jiang Hao completely freaks out, but the Blood Moon goddess continues to explain. She says he can return to his original world, but only after he completes a crucial task. In his old life, he always bragged about being a real man, only ever looking at outer beauty, but incapable of evolving himself. A real man should be able to work for it. It's not like a man can't even open a water tap with his bare hands. So, in this world filled with strong females, he'll need to genuinely become a true man. Only then will he find a way to return. Should he fail to do that, he'll be forced to adapt and belong in this world. That thought is absolutely unacceptable to Django. But before he can protest, the moon goddess vanishes, leaving him alone, riddled with even more questions. He wonders what it truly means to become a real man, and precisely what he needs to do. The very next day, as he wakes up, his first thought is this, that it was all just a bizarre dream. But when he spots her scarf lying in his room, he realizes the mission is terrifyingly real, and he absolutely must complete it. He starts agonizing over what being a real man even means, in a world fiercely ruled by women. But he knows absolutely nothing about such a thing. He's certain of only one thing, and that is that he himself is, frankly, a bit of a sissy. So, whatever this mission ultimately turns out to be, he needs to start learning more about this new world if he's to properly tackle its challenges. Later on, he cracks open a biology book to study how the Nodi process works in this world. He quickly realizes that in this world, women are overwhelmingly strong and dominant, leaving men with no choice but to be submissive, under their absolute command. Django absolutely detests that dynamic. He desperately wants to return to his own world, where everything feels blessedly normal. At the same time, he also wants to begin his own investigation into the strange, astronomical event that occurred that night. There's a slim chance it was just some kind of magnetic anomaly. But for that, he knows he can only trust himself. He'll need to research deeply, and maybe he could even hire a freelancer to help him. The problem is he's just a high school student, without a penny to his name, and there's absolutely no way he has the money to hire any kind of expert. His only real option for now is to find some money first. When he leaves his room, he finds his undeniably hot stepsister standing in the kitchen. For a few fleeting seconds, he simply luxuriates in the view before him. While Zhang Hao finishes getting ready, he realizes he actually possesses quite a handsome face. It's just that his features lean a bit feminine. But even so, he feels pretty good about his appearance. This is his first time attending school since arriving in this strange, new world. When he steps outside, he sees his dad literally being groped by his stepmother. Meanwhile, his stepsister, Chin Chin, waits for him at the door. Any shred of respect Jiang Hao had left for his dad instantly vanishes, and he quickly bolts from the house, not wanting to stay there for even another second. His grand idea of leaving the sissy life behind doesn't quite work out the way he hoped, because the moment he meets his best friend, Yelong, he sees Yelong is as feminine as they come. Yelong is busy gushing about the new lipstick he got, which happens to be the hottest new trend of the year. Jiang Hao tells him to show a little decorum, and that's when he notices that he's actually hurt Yelong's feelings. Jiang Hao quickly says not to mind his rude language, because what he really wants is to be a real man. Yelong can't even comprehend what Jiang Hao means by that. But before he can press him for an answer, he notices something unsettling and warns Jiang Hao that they should leave quickly, because some perverts are definitely watching them. And just like that, a heavy-set girl is peeking from behind the pillars, ogling all the boys with wide, hungry eyes. The whole thing seems hilarious to Jiang Hao, who thinks Yelong is just exaggerating. He insists there's nothing to be scared of, because the two of them are grown men. They shouldn't be afraid of a mere girl hiding behind pillars, but Yelong doesn't agree. He says they shouldn't take any chances. He pulls at Jiang Hao's arm, trying to drag him away. But before Jiang Hao can even argue, the pervert takes another step toward them, and Yelong bolts. He runs so fast that Jiang Hao has no time to even catch his breath, and the two of them are already miles away, trying to calm themselves down. Yelong is absolutely freaking out. He's terrified his flawless makeup will be ruined. But Jiang Hao's mind is miles away, fixated on something else entirely. He's currently enrolled in business school at Elliston, and the girls surrounding him, they're all the type who excel at physical labor. Like sports, he muses for a moment. His family must be incredibly wealthy. This school clearly costs a fortune, and it's packed with students born into serious cash. Jiang Hao starts keenly observing the class dynamics, and he quickly realizes just how bizarre this world truly is. The men here are unbelievably weak. They can't even open their own water bottles. They actually rely on the girls to do it, and the girls do it effortlessly without breaking a sweat. Jiang Hao absolutely refuses to accept this absurdity. So he confidently steps in, declaring he can open that water bottle, no problem. He grabs it, fully determined to prove his strength. But no matter how much he twists, grunts, and struggles, the stubborn bottle just won't budge. His pride already severely bruised. He hands the bottle back to the girl, utterly defeated. The humiliation stings, but the torment doesn't end there. The second the girls see him struggling, even more of them swarm around him. They start pestering him, begging him to try opening their bottles too, and in return, they just want a chance to chat him up. Jiang Hao feels utterly suffocated. He collapses to the ground, annoyed and totally overwhelmed, as the relentless crowd of girls keeps pressing in Yelong swiftly rushes to his aid. He frantically waves his hands at the mob, demanding they leave Zhang Hao alone, claiming he's sick and desperately needs some space. The crowd finally starts to retreat, but Zhang Hao barely registers any of it. His mind is a million miles away, lost in thought. He's fixated on the progress he's supposedly made, in becoming a real man. And right now, the answer feels agonizingly clear. It's a big fat 0. Zhang Hao definitely needs a moment to himself. So he heads to the bathroom, wanting to be alone. However, Yelong calls out, asking if he can join him. Zhang Hao quickly marches off, annoyed because he thinks he absolutely does not need a chaperone. Not just to go to the bathroom, but as fate would have it. Yelong's prediction comes true the moment Zhang Hao steps into the bathroom. A group of girls tails him right inside and immediately starts to harass him. They quickly close in on him and loudly gush about his perky features. Zhang Hao feels trapped, and every word they utter only pushes him further into discomfort. He realizes he can't take this a second longer. If things keep going this way, he'll never be able to complete his mission. He knows he's adorable, but he's also painfully aware he's far too weak to truly forge his own path in this world. Yongo decides he desperately needs a new training ground. So, he looks up some kung fu classes. He figures it'll be good for him to build up some muscle for now, and he feels a burst of motivation. He moves with unwavering focus and concentration, until suddenly he realizes a girl has crept up right behind him. It's Yuan, his classmate who always sits right beside him, and Zhang Hao immediately freaks out. He tells her not to sneak up on people that way, but she just laughs and replies he was so engrossed in his lesson. He didn't see or hear her coming at all. Yuan then tilts her head innocently and asks if he's texting a girl he likes. Before he can even respond, she leans impossibly close to his face, and Zhang Hao begins to blush furiously in embarrassment. He quickly asks her to back off a little, but Yuan grabs his hand instead. She comments that he has incredibly soft, silky white hands. Zhang Hao freaks out even more. Everyone knows that in this world, women are always incredibly bold and can touch a man's hand as if it's nothing. Zhang Hao yanks his hand back and demands she show some manners. His sharp words clearly hurt Yuan's feelings, and she looks at him with incredibly sad eyes. She says that he used to be a little different than he is now, but in his own mind, Zhang Hao knows he's always been the exact same. When Yuan tries to lighten the mood and offers him a massage, if he is tired, Zhang Hao panics and tries to push her away. But in that moment, he realizes just how incredibly strong she really is. He completely lacks the physical strength to fight her, and that only makes him feel weaker. He struggles until suddenly, by sheer luck, the classroom door opens. Their English teacher, Mrs. Ma Wolxin, and tells the class to settle in their seats. Zhang Hao feels a rush of relief as he sits down and opens the book. The words on the page completely surprise him. He realizes that he can understand everything clearly. He hasn't been to school in ages, and before coming to this world, he was always the worst at English. But here, the contents of the book are simple for him to understand. For the first time since arriving, Zhang Hao feels like he has finally found a real perk of living in this feminist world. He is intelligent here, filled with sudden confidence. Zhang Hao raises his hand high and asks the professor to pick him. He wants everyone to see his knowledge, and he wants to prove that he is not useless. But when it is finally his turn to speak, his face turns white as a sheet. The words refuse to come out. Even the professor pauses and says that he looks sick and might need to visit the nurse. Jiang Hao looks around and realizes that the whole class is staring at him. Every pair of eyes is locked on him, and his chest feels tight. The girls begin whispering to each other, talking about how he is acting quite differently. The more they talk, the more embarrassed he feels. He lowers his head and wishes that the earth would swallow him whole, or that he could simply wake up. Later that day, back at home, Zhang Hao and Yi Long are walking together. When Yi Long notices how tired Zhang Hao looks, Zhang Hao admits that he just did not sleep well. But the truth is, he is drained from everything, especially from all the women who surround him. Every single day, they pester him, asking if he's done something to them. And sometimes, he even gets groped right in the hallway. To make matters worse, the outcast boys, who aren't exactly lookers themselves, try to frame Zhang Hao for bullying, even when he's done absolutely nothing wrong. For Zhang Hao, school feels more stressful than anything else. He secretly wishes he could just stay home. As he's walking, a girl suddenly steps in front of him and says she has something to confess. She hands him a gift and tells him she's liked him for a while, and now she wants to date him. Zhang Hao cannot believe how incredibly bold the women are in this world, acting like boys and confessing first. He politely refuses her, though. Even Yelong cannot understand how Zhang Hao can resist such a tempting offer. Later, while they're thinking about food, Zhang Hao notices something odd. Every other boy eats so little. Yelong tells him that boys have always been like this, and he even orders cucumbers without rice, saying he's on a diet. Zhang Hao cannot understand how men can eat like birds, since he wants to build muscles and grow stronger. He decides to ask for a large portion, when he confidently tells the cafeteria auntie to serve him the biggest plate of pork and rice. Yilong panics, warning him that he will gain weight. But Zhang Hao sees it as one more step toward becoming stronger. All the boys nearby whisper that Zhang Hao is going to get fat and ugly soon, while a few bullies watch from a distance. Ready to tease him, Zhang Hao eats without manners, eating like a regular boy would, while he long stares at him in shock, wondering what happened to his best friend. That is when Lu Feng, a third year from Class 5, walks up to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao does not recognize him at first, but Feng reminds him that they're in the same class. He asks why Zhang Hao looks so thick all of a sudden, and he tries to show that he's in the same popular league as Zhang Hao. Feng brags about himself, calling himself the biggest player. Then, with a smirk, he calls Zhang Hao absolutely greasy. Zhang Hao, utterly fed up, snaps right back, telling Feng to check his own eyes instead, because they look perfectly fine to him. Then he tosses in another cutting insult, which makes Feng immediately burst into crocodile tears. And just like that, all the girls rush to comfort him, calling Zhang Hao a meanie for picking on poor, defenseless Feng. Feng, meanwhile, smirks through his theatrical tears, pleased to see the girls are clearly on his side. But then, a truly fearless girl steps forward. She declares that Feng needs to leave her precious Zhang Hao alone, because Zhang Hao can eat absolutely whatever he wants, and no one has the right to control his eating habits. Zhang Hao thinks to himself that yet another beautiful girl has entered his life, but Feng still stubbornly refuses to leave. So Zhang Hao finally locks eyes with him. Speaking in a firm, commanding tone, he declares the master is eating Feng. You must leave. Those words hit the table like a thunderclap, and Yelong nearly tumbles from his seat, utterly shocked because his best friend is suddenly speaking so fiercely to another boy. But the new purple-haired girl only gazes at Zhang Hao with pure admiration. thinking he's just made himself even more charming. Feng, however, stomps off in a huff, his group of mean girls trailing right behind him. His loyal followers rush to comfort him, telling him not to feel jealous or upset. They remind him that he's still more popular than Zhang Hao, and that everyone else thinks Zhang Hao is going to get fat anyway. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao turns his attention to the purple-haired girl. She seems kind, but he has no idea who she is. So, he asks Yelong about her. Yelong tells him her name is Jiaoling. She's the senior captain of the college basketball team, and she even sits beside him in class. That makes Zhang Hao realize something very strange. Every seat around him seems to be filled by powerful girls. Jiaoling leans toward Yelong and asks if he's tried the Heroes Versus League game she gave him earlier. Yelong admits it's just too hard for him, and he hasn't been able to play well at all. Zhang Hao immediately interjects, stunning everyone around him, declaring it's the 5v5 tower demolition game. Yelong nearly drops his chopsticks in shock. He can't believe his best friend actually played it, because just last time, Zhang Hao had insisted he wasn't interested in any of these so-called girl games. Zhang Hao pauses, lost in thought. In this strange, inverted world, of course there'd be a league game, and naturally, it's incredibly popular among girls. Zhao Ling encourages him to give it a real try, even if no men compete at the top level. Zhang Hao finishes his food, stands up, and casually mentions he already tested it, and thinks it's perfectly fine to play. But now he wants to head back to class. He leaves without even thanking Zhao Ling. To cover his rough manners, Yelong quickly fills the awkward silence, while Zhao Ling secretly wonders when this hot boy will finally accept her feelings. Later in class, Django sits quietly and starts piecing things together in his head. If the Hero X League game has no high-ranking male players, then that must mean the real leaders of his world, men like Dasher and Uzi, aren't playing here. That thought sparks a brand new plan. He decides he must make time to meet them in person. And as that idea grows, an even heavier question weighs on him. What does it mean to be a real man? In this twisted, upside-down world, Zhang Hao's attention drifts, landing on a lonely girl, sitting by the window, quietly playing by herself. When Yelong finally looks up from his phone, he tells Zhang Hao that she's Manhwa, the new transfer student. Zhang Hao immediately asks if Yelong is in love with her, and judging by how quickly Yelong gets defensive, Zhang Hao feels certain he's hit the mark. Yelong stammers that Yahello doesn't like to talk, but then admits he thinks she's pretty cute, and that he already knows plenty about her. To Zhang Hao, that's all the proof he needs. He firmly believes Yelong is head over heels in love. With that thought, Zhang Hao suddenly stands up and declares that Yelong should definitely go talk to her. He commands. He confidently marches right over to Yahello's desk, declaring Yelong absolutely needs to put himself out there. Yelong tries to stop him, but it's already far too late. Zhang Hao stands directly in front of Yahello, introducing himself with a charming smile. Yahello quietly replies that she just transferred in, and Zhang Hao immediately notices something. Something about her feels strikingly different, unlike all the other girls, that who practically throw themselves at him. In this strange new world, Yahello seems so withdrawn, almost lost deep within her own thoughts. Zhang Hao then introduces Yelong, but Yelong nervously squeaks out that Yahello probably doesn't want to talk. He fumbles his words, urging Zhang Hao to just leave. Zhang Hao, however, refuses to give up quite so easily. He leans in closer and asks if Yahello is reading an English book, or if maybe she just doesn't feel like talking to them. Yuehua looks down and answers him honestly. She says she simply doesn't know what to say. Zhang Hao realizes at once that she's not uninterested. She's just painfully, incredibly shy. So Zhang Hao does what comes naturally to him. He confidently extends his hand and tells her we should be friends. He wants her to feel comfortable enough to talk to him, that whenever she wants. The moment feels small, but to Zhang Hao, it's a huge victory. Real men, he thinks, never turn a blind eye when a girl that feels like she has to handle everything alone. Just then, Yuan bursts in with her usual booming voice, demanding to know exactly what Zhang Hao is doing with the new transfer student. Zhang Hao almost sighs. Yuan is always so talkative. But that sparks an idea. He grins and says, you should definitely be friends with Yuehua, using her endless energy and amazing social skills to make Yuehua feel completely welcome. Without hesitation, he nudges them closer together and asks her to do it for him. Yuan beams and enthusiastically agrees. As Zhang Hao heads back toward his seat, Yuehua glances up at him, mouthing a quiet thank you. Soft, but absolutely full of meaning. Zhang Hao walks away, feeling utterly satisfied. And for the first time, he admits something profound to himself. Maybe, just maybe, he's already 50 closer to becoming a real man, and closer to getting the hell out of this world. A while later, Zhang Hao sits in his room, jamming out to heavy metal. He tells himself that a true man should always stick to rock and roll. Suddenly, his sister, Qin, walks in and asks what he's doing. Zhang Hao nearly jumps out of his skin because she's wearing almost nothing, and the sight catches him completely off guard. He quickly replies that he's just listening to music. Qin steps closer, her movements soft and deliberate, and says she wants to listen too. Zhang Hao can't help but think that there are certain advantages to having a goddess for a sister, and he admits to himself that he loves every single one of them. Qin sits down right next to him, so close their bodies are practically touching. She takes one of the earbuds and teases that he must really like rock and roll, that he's different from the other boys. The words please Zhang Hao more than he wants to admit. Then, Qin adds something else. She tells him he's very attractive. Zhang Hao freezes. He doesn't know how to respond, and he wonders if something might be wrong with his new stepsister. At the same time, he convinces himself this must be a test, a challenge to see if he has true masculinity. In his mind, an angel whispers that a real man must resist temptation, or else he will fall into sin. But then a devil answers back. A real man, it argues, has to do what he has to do when the moment comes, especially when a lady is the one asking. That wouldn't even make him a sinner. The inner conflict eats away at him, until Zhang Hao finally pushes Qin back. But in doing so, he stumbles and falls right on top of her. For a moment, they are face to face, close enough for Zhang Hao to wonder if this is what it feels like to become a true man. His sanity starts to crack. The temptation is unbearable, and he feels himself on the verge of giving in. Then, just as he's about to fall, a sudden flash floods his mind. It's a girl from somewhere else entirely. She's telling him he belongs to her completely. He isn't going anywhere at all. Yan Roger s'apprête, utterly confused. He pulls away from Qin, breaking their embrace. His face pales dramatically, and even Qin can't help but notice. She asks if he's feeling sick, wondering if it's anemia. Zhang Hao forces a weak smile, trying to reassure her. He lies, claiming he just wants to rest inside. He knows he barely managed to resist the urge. Without missing a beat, Qin embraces him tightly. She gently presses his head against her chest, and she softly tells him to take good care of himself. all for his sister's sake. Jang Ho admits to himself that Chin Chin truly is kind, though a part of him wonders that if she hides bitter feelings beneath all that kindness. Desperate to change the subject, Yango blurts out that he wants to cut his hair shorter. He then asks what she thinks about it. Chin Chin smiles warmly and answers him truthfully. She tells him she'll love him no matter what he does, and that he should do whatever truly makes him happy. Her words linger with him. Jang Ho realizes once again how strange this intense closeness feels with his sister. But he quickly pushes the thought aside. What matters more is tomorrow, the future. Tomorrow, he will finally cut his hair. Tomorrow, he will change his entire appearance. Because tomorrow marks the beginning of a brand new era. Jang Ho walks into the bustling salon. A woman greets him with an incredibly bright smile. She asks if he's come to find his inner beauty. Jang Ho shakes his head, unimpressed. He states he's not interested in that kind of thing at all. The hairdresser tilts her head, intrigued. She then asks what specific design he's looking for. Jang Ho replies that he simply wants a hairstyle, that feels truly comfortable to wear. His answer genuinely surprises her. She's never heard a request quite like that before. In her mind, she quickly decides that boys these days never truly say what they really mean. If he asks for something simple, he must secretly be craving something fantastic. With that firm thought, she gets right to work. Her scissors dance with quick precision. In no time, she finishes with a triumphant smile. Jang Ho then faces the mirror, and for a moment, he simply can't believe his eyes. The cut is incredibly sharp and clean, and it highlights his features better than he ever imagined. He has to admit to himself, this is the best haircut he has ever received. The hairdresser watches him, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. She says she doesn't even want him to pay. Instead, she suggests he could model for her salon. Jang Ho feels a growing unease with her offer. He doesn't want to accept kindness he hasn't earned. Yet, she continues to flirt with him relentlessly. And before he can leave, she slips him her business card, telling him he's welcome to come back anytime. Jang Ho steps outside, still reeling in disbelief, thinking he must truly look handsome, if he can't even stop women from falling for him. Back at home, he keeps returning to the mirror. He can't deny it. The haircut truly is perfect. He feels like a brand new man, reborn. He then opens his wardrobe to find clothes that truly match his new style. But what he sees inside makes him immediately frown. Everything inside is unbelievably bright and colorful, adorned with bows on nearly every single piece. None of it feels right for the man. Who wants to carry himself with such confidence? Jang Ho shakes his head, resolute. If he's truly going to step into this new era, he knows exactly what must be done. And these clothes absolutely have to go. And it has to be soon. Jang Ho's father soon arrives, groceries in hand. And his stepmother asks Jang how to help him. But the very moment his father sees the new look on his precious son, he absolutely explodes, screaming at Jang Ho, demanding to know why he dared cut his hair so short. He insists that real men do not wear their hair like that. He even threatens to storm off and leave the hairdresser terrible reviews. And he complains that no one will ever want to marry Jang Ho now. Jang Ho simply cannot believe that he needs his father's permission just to get a haircut. But the scolding doesn't end there. His father even takes off his shoe and starts hitting him. Jang Ho runs across the room, yelling that this is domestic violence. His father should never, ever hit his handsome face. Just then, Chin Chin barges right in, demanding to know what's going on. Jang Ho stumbles and crashes right into her chest. She steadies him with a calm smile, then turns to their father, utterly composed. She tells him to just take it easy, reminding him his health will only worsen if he keeps stressing over small things like this. She takes a closer look at Jiang Hao's new haircut and feels a pang of unease because his hair is incredibly short. But to protect her little brother, she lies and says he actually looks good. She adds that he even asked for her permission yesterday, so their father has no reason to be upset at all. Jiang Hao's father still can't shake his anger. He storms off, muttering that he'll go make dinner. But it's clear he's still absolutely seething inside. Jiang Hao thanks his sister for stepping in and saving him from their father's beating. Chin Chin smiles and honestly says that she's his sister, and of course she'll always protect him. Then she tells him to come to her room because she wants to show him something. Jiang Hao feels excited, thinking he's finally going to see a typical teenage girl's room, filled with girly decorations. But when he steps inside, he absolutely freezes. Chin Chin's room is not girly at all. It's cold and impeccably neat, almost like a doctor's operation theater. Chin Chin walks over to her desk and picks up a small box. She explains that when they first moved, she didn't have time to prepare a gift for him, but now she's ready to give it. She opens the box, revealing 2 diamond earrings. Jiang Hao stares in shock and says they must be too expensive. Chin Chin shakes her head and tells him she'll do anything to make him happy. For the first time, Jiang Hao feels what it truly means to have a sister, and he tells himself that he loves this new life. But back in his room, his thoughts begin to turn. He wonders just how much those diamonds truly cost. If she gave him something so valuable, then he needs to return the favor with a gift of his own. But after paying for his haircut, he has no money left. Right then, his phone lights up with a message from Yahello. Yahello tells him he just finished writing a new novel, and Jiang Hao should definitely read it. Jiang Hao suddenly gets an incredible idea. If Yahello can write novels, then he can too. It could be his ticket to making quick money. He decides to write stories about brave male heroes and powerful military queens. With that thought, he sits down to work. Jiang Hao opens a blank page and types the title of his new book. He calls it A Real Woman in a World of Men. He leans back in his chair with a confident smile, convinced it'll be the next big bestseller. The next day at school, Jiang Hao's phone buzzes. He checks it and sees a notification from the website where he uploaded his novel. To his surprise, it says his story has already passed the signature request, and now he needs to take the initiative to contact the editor. He realizes the review process is faster than he expected. From now on, he can earn daily fees for every update. It feels like his plan is finally working, and he's on track to make some real money. Jiang Hao thinks this calls for a celebration. He decides to buy himself some ice cream. The problem is he only has one left. With that, all he can afford is a popsicle. He heads toward the store, but as soon as he sees it, he freezes. The place looks familiar. Suddenly, his memories rush back from his past life. This is the very store where he first met his sister, Amy. Amy had been in her last year of high school. Back then, she was small but strong. She was the daughter of Uncle Kim, who owned a shop right next to Jiang Hao's house. And because of that, their families had always been incredibly close. Amy was kind and cheerful. She often told Jiang how she would buy him lunch. At that time, he thought, that must be what falling in love for the first time feels like. Jiang Hao used to visit Amy often after school. He often found himself gazing at her from afar, utterly captivated. One day, he finally mustered enough courage to confess his feelings, but Amy just laughed nervously, telling him she preferred boys her own age, not someone as young as him. That day, Jiang Hao faced crushing rejection. Still, he refused to give up. He swore he would train relentlessly, grow stronger, and one day become a man capable of protecting Ami. That was his solemn promise in his past life. But now, things are incredibly different. In this new world, he's admired not for his strength, but for his undeniable beauty. With that thought, Jang Ho decides that this time, he will succeed. This time, he's convinced he can win Ami's heart. When Jang Ho finally reaches the store, he hears raised voices. Ami is arguing with her father. She says she simply wants to save enough money to get married, but doesn't want to work hard for it. Her father tells her that life just doesn't work that way. He reminds her that daughters from other families, even older than she is, yet they continue to study and work even harder than she does. Yango hesitates. He thinks maybe it's best to avoid whoever is arguing. But then Ami walks in. The moment he sees her face, his heart skips a beat. To him, she's still as beautiful as ever. For a second, he almost forgets the argument he just overheard. Then, his eyes move to the rest of her. He freezes. Ami is much bigger than he remembers. The shock nearly makes him bolt. Before he can turn away, Ami notices him. She looks straight at him and asks if he's done something strange to his hair. Jang Ho collapses to the ground in pure fear. His body shakes, and tears fall as he begs her not to come closer. Yet even as he cries, her face still draws him in. Her beauty tempts him, and the only words he can force out are a desperate plea for his beautiful Ami to come back, the one he remembers from before. Sister Ami makes Jang Ho sit down on a chair, like he's a hero being held hostage. She offers him sweet slices of watermelon, remarking it's been far too long since he last came to visit her. She urges him not to be shy, but Jang Ho is trembling internally, fearing for his very life. He nervously stammers that he doesn't need to eat and just wants to leave. Amy, however, gets excited and starts pushing him up and down in the chair. She does it with such immense strength that the chair shatters right beneath him. She gasps, asking in feigned shock if he's okay, as if she wasn't the one who just pummeled him. Jang Ho quickly springs out of her reach. He insists he's fine, claiming he just remembered something important he absolutely must do. Without another second's delay, he makes his desperate escape, as Amy calls after him, asking for his number. Jang Ho is already long gone from the shop. Back at home, he sits down and reflects. He thinks it's a real shame that someone as stunningly beautiful as Amy is also built like a literal King Kong. But at the same time, he admits he wants to be just like that too. Only then will he truly be called a real man. That's why he tells himself he must start taking kung fu classes soon. The problem is, the last time he checked, those classes cost a serious fortune. He also still needs to buy a gift for his sister, Chin Chin, and clear the colossal mess in his closet. His to-do list is growing, while his pockets remain utterly empty. He thinks if he could just win the lottery, all of his problems would be instantly solved. As he's deep in thought, someone interrupts him. Jang Ho looks up and sees Chin Chin at home, upside down against the wall, doing yoga. The sight catches him off guard and makes him curious. He realizes that even the girls of this world practice yoga, but Chin Chin explains that she only started because she was bored with the gym. She wanted to try exercises. They're usually done by men. Jang Ho nods, thinking it makes perfect sense. In this upside-down world, why would anything good stay the same? Chin Chin asks Jang Ho to do yoga with her, because in her own words, his thin, weak body puts him at a serious disadvantage. She declares that every single girl will end up harassing him. Jang Ho freezes for a moment, as a sudden, harsh truth dawns on him. He really is weak. Compared to his sister, His pride takes an absolute beating, and his male ego absolutely refuses to stay silent. So he grabs her wrist, challenging her to an arm wrestling match. He's determined to prove her dead wrong. Chin laughs, amused by his bizarre behavior. Still, she agrees to the challenge. They both decide that the loser must grant the winner a favor. The match begins, and Chin barely even tries, while Zhang Hao pours every ounce of his strength into it. He grinds his teeth, declaring that this is far more than just an arm wrestling game. His very dignity is on the line. In his mind, he compares himself to men of another era, those who had to endure far, far worse. They lived quietly, hiding parts of themselves, yet still carried their honor as men until the very end. But here he is, being treated like some fragile girl who can't do anything. His frustration skyrockets when Chin starts to tease him, saying he's not playing badly for a little boy. Django's arm begins to ache, but he absolutely refuses to give up. His pride as a man demands he keep fighting. Yet, to end his suffering, Chin finally uses her full strength and defeats him in an instant. She then smiles kindly, telling him he actually did really well. Zhang Hao sighs, accepting once again that he is, indeed, weak in this world. He asks Chin if there's anything she wants him to do, now that he's lost. Chin presses his hand against her cheek and says she wants to know what it feels like to use someone's thigh as a pillow. Zhang Hao can't even imagine doing that. But when he looks at her strong legs, perfectly shaped from yoga and intense workouts, he decides to play along. He sits down, declaring it's no problem at all. Yet, instead of him resting on her thighs, Chin rests her head on his. Zhang Hao stares, utterly shocked, because in his mind, this was her position to be in, not his. Chin closes her eyes and declares that his legs are just as silky smooth as she'd imagined. She then asks, "Can I stay like this a little longer?" Seeing her innocent face, Zhang Hao nods, telling her she can stay as long as she likes. After all, he's a man who always keeps his word, a man who will fulfill every request asked and expected of him. A few days later, Zhang Hao is in full writing mode, glasses perched, when his phone buzzes, making him look up. He's surprised. Who would text him on weekend? It's Yuan, inviting him to an amusement park. She's going with Yuehua, and has already asked his best friend, Yilong, to pick him up. Since this isn't really an invitation, Zhang Hao knows he has no choice but to get ready. Just then, Zhang Hao hears Yilong's voice. He's already at the door with his little sister. Zhang Hao had wanted a quiet day, alone with his thoughts, but now he has to deal with company. As he goes to greet them, the little girl suddenly pounces on him. Zhang Hao is utterly confused. He's never seen her before. He asks Yilong who she is, and Yilong almost bursts into tears, lamenting that his best friend has forgotten his own sister. She's Yilong's 6-year-old sister, Liling. Yilong pulls her off Zhang Hao like Velcro and explains that she only met Zhang Hao when she was 4. So, of course, Zhang Hao wouldn't remember her now. But what Yilong doesn't know is that Zhang Hao genuinely doesn't remember her, because in his previous life, Yilong never had a sister. Zhang Hao asks him to wait in his room for a moment, but as he turns around, he suddenly feels a pinch. No doubt, it's Li Ling. Zhang Hao has zero interest in the amusement park. He thinks it's boring. Yilong insists that's not true. He reminds him that Yuehua will be there, and she can help him relax. Plus, Zhang Hao's been working nonstop for days. He definitely needs a break. While the boys argue, Li Ling quietly explores the room, her wide eyes taking in everything. It seems she's already got a little crush on Zhang Hao. Finally, Zhang Hao stands up decisively, declaring they're heading to the haunted house. But first, he needs to change his clothes. He remembers the promise he made to Yuhua. He'd help her out like a real man. And a true man never breaks his word. He then dons his manliest Zhang Hao outfit. Meanwhile, Yilong impatiently urges him to hurry. He doesn't want to make you a Hua and Yuan. Wait any longer. Soon enough, they finally arrive at the amusement park. Yuan instantly eyes Liling and immediately asks whose child she is. Yilong, without missing a beat, lies that she came from Zhang Hao's house. Once again, Yilong pulls her back and spills the real truth. She's his sister who absolutely begged to come along, and he only agreed so he could keep an eye on her. Yuan compliments Zhang Hao on his style, saying he looks way better. Like this. She then nudges Yuhua, clearly waiting for her to say something. Zhang Hao laughs nervously, completely unsure of what to expect. Finally, Yuhua speaks up and says, "He does look good and handsome." Zhang Hao smiles, gently pats her head, and tells her she has such a lovely voice, so she should definitely talk more often. With that, Yuhua confidently takes the lead and guides everyone toward the haunted house. The haunted house turns out to be genuinely haunted, and as expected, Yilong immediately clings to Zhang Hao, whining that he's way too scared, and they should just go for some kiddie rides instead. Zhang Hao can't believe that a grown man could be so terrified by a haunted house. He tells him it's no big deal. Even Liling shakes her head in disapproval, clearly thinking her brother is a wuss. Yuan then shrewdly suggests that, since there are too many of them, they should split into two groups. She quickly declares that she and Zhang Hao will be in one group and the others in another. She then turns to Li Ling, telling her to protect the boys well, since it's a woman's duty. Li Ling immediately throws a fit, insisting she wants to stay in a group. When Zhang Hao steps in, he firmly tells her to behave and go with her brother. He adds that she doesn't need to worry about him, because he'll be fine the whole time. When Yuan feels disappointed, as she wanted to stay with Zhang Hao, but Zhang Hao outsmarts her. From the way she acts, it looks like being in her group would only make his life a nightmare. Compared to that, Li Ling is clearly the better option. Zhang Hao then sends Yuan's group ahead to scout the way, telling her that he and Li Ling will follow. A few minutes later, Yuan is upset and also a little scared. But when Zhang Hao asks about it, her pride as a woman takes over. She quickly says that women cannot be afraid, and that she will protect Yahello and his little sister. 10 minutes later, Zhang Hao and Li Ling finally decide. It's their turn to go. Zhang Hao promises her he will protect her, because she is his sunflower, and Li Ling has no choice but to quietly agree. When they enter the haunted house, they are immediately met with the sound of everyone else screaming. Hearing all the screams inside, Zhang Hao realizes that Yuan isn't as brave as she tells everyone. He then turns to Yuhua and asks if she's afraid. The girl shyly nods her head, which feels unusual in this world, where girls are usually more confident. Zhang Hao tells her there's nothing wrong with being scared, and if she feels afraid, she can always hug him. But that much contact is too much for her, so she only reaches out and lightly holds his sleeve. Zhang Hao, like a true hero, ignores every monster that tries to scare them, and keeps moving forward. The haunted house is bigger than expected, and after walking for 10 minutes, Zhang Hao feels something is wrong. As he turns around, he realizes Yuhua isn't there anymore. Realizing she's gotten lost, he immediately heads back to search for her. After searching for a bit, he finally spots her tucked away inside a cupboard. He asks her why she's hiding there, and she admits she got separated, hiding in the dresser to protect herself. Jang Hao can't help but chuckle softly at her little hideaway. He affectionately calls her a little bird and assures her there's no need to be scared, because he's here to rescue her. Yahello feels an immense wave of relief. She realizes she can truly trust Jang Hao, because he's the very first person to ever treat her with such genuine kindness. Once they finally escape the haunted house, Yahello is absolutely quivering with fear, declaring he'll never set foot in another haunted house again. Even his 6-year-old sister shakes her head and bluntly calls him an embarrassment. As Jang Hao and Yahello finally reappear, Yahello instantly bursts into tears of sheer joy, so incredibly grateful everyone is safe. But then Yuan slyly asks why the two of them took so long in there, and if they perhaps have fun inside. Jang Hao playfully flicks her on the head to playfully shut down her teasing. Jang Hao immediately senses that something's off. She's heavily sweating and panting erratically, and before he can even react, she utterly collapses into his arms. It's only then that Jang Hao truly realizes Yahello has fainted. Yahello, predictably as always, begins to utterly panic, insisting they call the police. But he can't even find his phone. Even Yuan gets visibly flustered and quickly starts dialing for an ambulance herself. Jang Hao calmly tells them not to worry and states he will take care of everything. He carefully scoops Yahello into his arms and carries her to a nearby bench, gently laying her down with care. Yahello nervously blurts out, "What should we do?" suggesting she might need CPR. But then he realizes that would make Jang Hao her first kiss, and Yuan does not like that idea one bit, and blurts out that she can just call 911 instead. Django, however, remains completely calm. He tells everyone to grab some lunch and water, while he tries a simple trick to wake her up. He gently rests Yua's head in his lap and lightly pinches her cheek. After a moment, Yahello slowly flutters her eyes open, then asks, "Why are you pulling my ear?" Django chuckles, explaining that she fainted, and he just wanted to see if she'd wake up. With a little trick, Yahello softly admits that she was scared, but says she feels much better now. Django tells her not to push herself into haunted houses again if she doesn't feel comfortable. Yahello nods, but then murmurs that she just wants to sleep. Django worries she might be fainting again, but when he suddenly hears her snore, he realizes she's simply drifted off to sleep. He looks down at her, resting so peacefully, and thinks to himself that she's the calmest and kindest girl he's met in this world, even with her quirky ways. A while later, Yahello finally stirs awake. Everyone gathers around, asking how she feels, and Django, more concerned than the rest, asks if something is bothering her. Yuan, who just wants to enjoy the amusement park, impatiently asks if they're still going to continue. Django shakes his head and says they've had enough excitement for one day. He suggests they head home so Yahello can rest. But when Django stands up, Yahello suddenly takes his hand and quietly says, "We can go together." He pauses, then simply lets her hold on. They start walking hand in hand, and Yahello, still shy, clings to him in her own sweet way. Wen Yuan watches with pure envy, crying on the inside because she, too, wants to know what it feels like to hold a man's silky, smooth hand. It's something she's always dreamed of. On the way to drop Yahello at her house, the walk takes much longer than expected. Yuan and Elong both comment that Yahello seems to live quite far away, maybe even in a rural area, and they just wonder how inconvenient it must be for her to get to school. Every day, Jang Hao frowns, telling them not to be so condescending. When they finally arrive, Yuan's jaw practically hits the floor. Standing before them isn't a simple home at all, but an absolutely massive mansion. As they take in the sight, a butler hurries out, bows deeply, and announces that the lady of the house has returned. He says the Lord had specifically ordered her not to leave the estate, and asks how she could have possibly gone out without permission. The rest of the group can only stand frozen, struggling to believe that their quiet, shy friend has been living in a mansion. All this time, they sit inside the mansion, surrounded by walls and tables that look as if they're plated with gold. The very same butler, who was scolding Manhwa only minutes ago, now serves them tea and coffee. And it's not ordinary at all. Everything looks rich, imported, and meticulously prepared. The butler explains that the tea is infused with Tianshan water, while the cakes have been flown in by a special chef, specifically for their new guests. After serving, he announces in a formal tone that Yuiwa will now go to her room to change, so her friends should excuse her. Huiwa says nothing in reply. She doesn't defend herself or object. She only nods and quietly leaves. Everyone else is left stunned, unable to believe that their quiet, shy friend comes from such an influential family. No one would have ever guessed that Yuehua is a millionaire. Zhang Hao, however, stays as calm as ever and tells them to relax. Even so, he admits to himself that it feels strange to realize that a transfer student he had casually helped turned out to be so important. Meanwhile, the butler continues to scold Yuehua. He says she behaved out of line, left without permission, and didn't even allow her bodyguard to follow her. He adds that her father was very worried and won't allow her to go out again. Yuehua halts, asking if her father had called and how her mother was doing. The butler confirms her father did call, but he didn't answer any of her questions, seemingly still swamped with work. Yuehua grips her skirt tightly and mutters to herself. He's always too busy to take her calls. The butler tries to defend her father, explaining the Lord has countless matters to manage. But he sent her a gift already on its way. It's a model of her favorite tank. Yuehua shows no hint of excitement. What she truly wants isn't gifts or expensive toys, but love and affection from her father. Even the butler, despite his formal tone, looks as if he feels deeply sorry for her. A short while later, Yelong glances up the stairs and sees Yuehua emerging from her room. In a magnificent dress, his eyes light up. His crush looks even prettier at home. Even Zhang Ho notices the striking change. He thinks that while she does look cute, compared to when she was with them, she now seems like a lifeless, hollow doll. Zhang Ho quietly asks if she's okay. Yuehua quietly replies that her father still hasn't called her back. But Zhang Ho doesn't have enough information to truly understand what that means. She then asks him to come to her room because she wants to give him something. Zhang Ho is confused, but follows her anyway. When he steps inside, he's utterly shocked. In a world where women are typically very masculine, her room looks incredibly soft and feminine, even more so than her sister's. Akurios Young all asks if her father said something that upset her, or if she was punished for going out with them. In this world, fathers are like male mothers, but it seems that in this villa, the only people living with Yuehua are the nanny, the workers, and the housekeeper. There's no father or mother here at all. She admits her dad was good to her before, but now he's always busy. Zhang Ho then asks about her mother. Yuehua explains that her mother is even busier, and that she's always been all alone. This realization truly shocks Zhang Hao, who finally understands the depth of her loneliness. Her mother, the mayor, is constantly busy and never home, while her father is always traveling for work, earning money for the family. The housekeeper once told her everyone loved her, but to Yahello, that feels like a long-lost memory. She's grown up entirely, without any affection or attention from her parents. Zhang Hao gently pats her head, telling her she can call him anytime. She feels lonely. He also reminds her she can reach out to Yuan and Yelong because they're all friends now. Yahello smiles at his kind gesture, then grabs his hand, pulling him toward her closet. She insists she needs to show him something special. When she flings open the door, it reveals an incredible collection of guns and tanks. She takes one gun and hands it to Zhang Hao, explaining it's her most precious model. But from now on, it belongs to him. Zhang Hao immediately refuses, saying his father would be absolutely furious if he ever brought a gun home. But Yahello insists, telling him it's the most precious thing she's ever owned. Even the butler chimes in, reminding him that friends give each other gifts. She declares she wants to be his friend for life. Zhang Hao understands the deep meaning behind her words. He tells her they don't need a gun to be true friends, because their bond is real without it. Hearing this, Yahello throws her arms around him, hugging him tightly. She says they'll be together for the rest of their lives, and will never be separated. After spending the whole afternoon at Yahello's house, everyone eventually leaves, and Zhang Hao says they'll meet again at school soon. Yahello eagerly looks forward to it. As Zhang Hao and Yelong walk back home, Yelong just can't stop gushing about Yahello's luxurious house. He keeps saying how good she looked in her new dress, and now he feels like buying something new to wear, maybe something foreign. Zhang Hao replies that Yelong already has plenty of hairstyle and not blow any more cash on it. Then, Zhang Hao suddenly remembers that if his friend really wants to buy new clothes, this is the perfect chance for him too. He's wanted to ditch his pink, bow-covered clothes for ages, and now he can finally replace them. Excited, he declares they'll go shopping first thing tomorrow morning. At the mall, Yelong asks, what's the occasion? Yang Go explains that he just wants to upgrade his wardrobe a little. He has some extra cash from his part-time job and wants to shop without any time limit. Yelong gets into his best shopping mood and helps Zhang Hao pick out the best items he can find. Zhang Hao spends a fortune on his new wardrobe and thinks this must be how girls feel when they go wild on a shopping spree. After a while, Yelong gets hungry and suggests they should eat. They walk to the nearest restaurant, and while ordering, Zhang Hao notices someone whispering about him, calling him handsome. He turns his attention toward them, and even Yelong looks confused. Zhang Hao brushes it off, saying it's nothing bad, and they should focus on their meal. Still, he can't shake the feeling that he's being watched. While he eats, a random girl secretly takes his photo. She gushes to her friend that she found a very handsome man at the restaurant, someone she wants to marry and have kids with. She uploads his picture online. A little later, Zhang Hao's instincts tell him to wear a cap. When Yelong asks why, Zhang Hao replies that he needs to keep a low profile because of his looks. Yelong doesn't feel jealous of his beauty. Instead, he agrees that Zhang Hao should be careful, because the internet celebrity, Zhang always says people need to stay alert, since perverts are everywhere. Zhang Hao is right to be cautious because, unknown to him, he is already trending online as the incomparable beauty of the restaurant. Many girls on the internet are thirsting over him, begging for his number so they can talk to him. Meanwhile, a brunette sees his picture. The moment she notices it was uploaded by Ling Ling, she screams in excitement because she knows the girl. This means she has a chance to get closer to Zhang Hao. After coming back home, Zhang Hao slumps onto the sofa and says he's tired from all the shopping. Still, he thinks it was totally worth it, because now he can finally throw away his horrible old clothes. Suddenly, his phone rings, and it's his best friend calling again. Zhang Hao wonders why he can't leave him alone, since they just met a while ago. When he connects the call, Yahello screams that Zhang Hao is famous and trending online. Zhang Hao has no idea what he means, so Yahello explains that the photo, taken of him at the fast food restaurant, has gone viral. He tells Zhang how to open a vlog app, because he is already in the top 5 searches. Meanwhile, his sister, Ling Ling, is absolutely fuming, because she believes those pictures should have been hers to keep. Zhang Hao finally opens the app and sees that he is no. From the rankings, he scrolls through endless comments, where women call him hot and stunning. Some even say he should join the entertainment industry, because he is that handsome. The restaurant itself has posted a comment, saying they are honored that the most beautiful man in the world came to eat there. Zhang Hao is floored. He cannot believe his eyes. Still, he convinces himself that it is an exaggeration, and that in a few days, the hype will fade. He decides to relax by watching a live game. But dirty ads suddenly pop up on his screen, and he quickly deletes them. Thankfully, the gaming section looks more normal. His favorite game is still there, although now the presenter is a girl. He figures that shouldn't matter, as long as she can play. That's when an idea strikes him. Since he is an adult, maybe he can start his own live broadcast. With his skills, it would be easier than working as a writer. As he ponders this thought, his sister, Chin Chin, strolls right in. She declares she's been at the research institute all day, yet she still heard her little brother has suddenly become an internet sensation. Zhang Hao flushes with embarrassment, realizing she's in on it too. Chin Chin then asks if he went out with Yahello today. He suspects she might be upset, but admits he did go with Yahello, as they both needed new clothes, and decided to shop together. She steps impossibly close, pinning him as her expression turns deadly serious. She asks if anyone bothered him. Zhang Hao hesitates, but finally answers that nothing of the sort happened, and if it ever did, he's confident he could protect himself. Chin Chin thinks Zhang Hao is far too naive. She tells him that the women of this world are far scarier than he could ever imagine. As she speaks, she gently caresses him and reminds him intensely that he is their father's only son. If anything were to happen to him, she could never explain it to their parents. She warns him that if a strange woman ever bothers him again, he must tell her right away. He should also let her know when and where he's going. Out, and Qin leans in, so close that if Zhang Hao looks down, he's certain he'd be pressed against her chest. After a long, tense pause, she finally steps back and turns to leave. But then she stops, adding there's one last thing. Without asking, she snatches his phone, and for some reason, this makes Zhang Hao feel nervous. The very next day, a group of women gathers outside Zhang Hao's school. Hidden in the bushes, he listens, as they chatter about where he suddenly disappeared. They say he must be hiding nearby, and they need to find him, because it's rare to see such a beautiful man. These days, Zhang Hao hears every word, and his nerves start to rise. He has absolutely no idea what's going on. He quickly whips out his phone and dials Yahello, desperate for help. But before Zhang Hao can even utter a word, Yahello instantly tells him to stay put at home. Don't come to school. There are way too many people here. She warns, because of yesterday's news. Now that everyone knows, Zhang Hao attends this school. A massive crowd has gathered here, eager to mob him and get a piece of the action. Zhang Hao can barely believe his luck anymore. All he ever wanted was some quiet time and a chance to escape this world. Instead, it feels like everyone wants a bite out of him. Yelong advises him to take the day off and avoid the ensuing chaos. Besides, there are already plenty of people at school who dislike him, and now he has everyone's attention. Django bolts out of the house as fast as he can and lets his sister, Chin Chin, know. He asks her to get permission from their father to help convince him to skip school. Even she tells him to go home and not worry about anything else. At home, he's so bored he has absolutely nothing to do. He decides to seize the opportunity to study and practice live broadcasting. Since he's 18 years old, he feels he should be able to make money playing games instead of working part-time. Besides, he used to be the undisputed game king in his old life. He enters his beloved game and realizes all the characters have changed, but the rules, they're still the same. That won't be a problem for him. Within a few minutes, he's racking up quadra kills and pentakills against other players, and he thinks, I still got it. The feeling of being strong? Not bad at all. He loves being fast and skilled. When he sees the small icon button in the game, he realizes he hasn't lost his touch. He wants to play again and again. He spent his whole afternoon playing, and when he finally gets tired, he realizes he's almost ready. He decides he'll try to start a live broadcast. That night, after dinner, his mother and father are busy together on the couch. As he excuses himself and mentions he's heading to his room, his sister, Chin Chin, watches him closely. Jiang Hao kicks off his very first live broadcast, admitting he's a little nervous. He dives into the summer beach game and immediately spots something odd about the player he's matched with. This player follows him everywhere, determined to catch him. The player then asks him, "Did you use swordsman lethal to finish me off?" Jiang Hao, fed up with being stalked in-game, quickly takes out the character who was relentlessly pursuing him. Right after that, he gets a message from the very same person, asking, "Did you really use swordsman lethal to defeat me?" On the other side, it's a girl, a total gaming nerd, who tries to excuse her loss by claiming she just had a bad view. She insists that a player of that caliber shouldn't be able to beat her unless they're using hacks. She declares herself the master of games and dramatically claims if she can't win, then she should just sell her computer and quit. Other players start digging into Jiang Hao's character, desperately trying to figure out his true identity. But since esports profiles don't show gender, no one can tell if he's a guy or a girl. Still, the girl he defeated adamantly refuses to accept cheaters. She complains there are too many people these days who use fake documents just to pass themselves off as idols, simply to join the game. The group chat explodes with complaints, and Jiang Hao reads every single one. He wonders why everyone's bad-mouthing him when he hasn't done anything wrong. Despite the drama, players start sending him team invites, but Jiang Hao declines every single one. He states that he only plays solo. The others immediately label him arrogant, declaring he's unbearable as a guy, and they all swear they're going to teach him a lesson. They even claim that next time, he won't dare step into a girl's game, pretending to be a guy, period. The very same player he defeated earlier challenges him again. Jiang Hao accepts the challenge without a moment's hesitation. With blinding speed, he instantly takes her down. This time, a shocking realization hits her. She's up against someone on an entirely different level. She quickly warns her fans not to attack him, suggesting he's probably just some random guy who's totally new to the game and doesn't get how seriously hacking is dealt with. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, admits she might have a point. Perhaps his adversary is just that good. But then something catches his eye, making him freeze. The tiny icon at the top of his screen. shows his live stream has suddenly exploded. Viewers are flooding the chat, demanding he show his face. Some even threaten to report him if he doesn't comply. Many claim they think he's just a kid, so they demand proof. Jang Ho flips on his mic, his true voice ringing out. He clearly states that he is, in fact, a man, and that he's the one actually playing the game. The girls still refuse to believe him. They just laugh it off, claiming no man could possibly play video games like that. Jang Ho then asks them how they even found his live stream to begin with, because he hasn't used any hacks whatsoever. He adds that if they still don't believe him, they can always come face him directly in the game. Suddenly, the chat takes a new turn. Someone requests he show his hands on camera. They all want to see what kind of player he really is. Yango watches his viewer count skyrocket to 3.7 million. He realizes the gaming moderators have already added his stream to the main feed. For the very first time, he feels a surge of excitement. So he turns on his camera and shows his hands, saying there's nothing left to prove. The chat instantly explodes. Viewers begin spamming hearts for his hands, saying they look absolutely beautiful. The girl he just crushed lets out a sigh and admits that if she had known she was playing against someone like him, she would have tried to befriend him instead of fighting him. Comments pour in about his surprisingly veiny hands, and Jang Ho can't believe what people find appealing. The second round is about to begin, so Jongo closes the chat because all the messages are slowing his game down. Meanwhile, inside a massive corporate building, a mysterious girl sits intently before her screen, watching his live stream with laser-sharp interest. She quickly realizes that this fresh new streamer is already drawing a massive amount of attention, and if the company manages to sign him, he'll become an incredibly valuable asset and a steady stream of revenue. After streaming for a little while, Jongo finally bids everyone a fond farewell. He thanks them warmly, explaining that this was his very first live broadcast. He's incredibly grateful for all the support each and every one of them gave him. But the girls in the stream absolutely refuse to let him go. They beg him to stay longer, claiming 2 hours is nowhere near enough. Some even jokingly suggest he should ask his mom to check under his bed, because that's just how much they adore him. Jongo finds it all incredibly strange, so he shuts down his computer right away. He decides that tomorrow he'll stream again at 8 o'clock, probably for another 2 hours. So he needs to rest and wake up early to be ready. Since it's already past 10 p.m., he heads to bed thinking that tomorrow he'll also decide whether it's safe to go back to school. The next day, Jongo meets his best friend Yahello at an ice cream shop. He asks if there are still girls following him around the school grounds. Yahello says there are fewer than yesterday, but that might be because Jongo didn't show up. So, some of them grew frustrated and left. Still, a few are camping outside, hoping to catch a glimpse of him. Jongo hopes they won't be there when he goes back tomorrow. Yahello then asks what Jongo has been up to lately. Jongo says he's written a few novels and even done some broadcasts. This makes Yahello's eyes widen, and he almost screams, demanding to know when Jongo started streaming and why he never heard about it. He even cracks a joke suggesting that, since Zhang Hao seems good at absolutely everything, he must be phenomenal at streaming too. Zhang Hao quickly shushes him, almost frantic, before anyone overhears. He pulls his hat lower, trying to hide his face, and explains he only started super recently and hasn't signed a single contract. But just then, Zhang Hao suddenly receives a message from a major streaming company. They're inviting him to contact their admins and discuss signing a contract. Woo! Ilong quickly notices Zhang Hao's stunned expression and asks what's up. Zhang Hao explains that the platform actually wants him to sign with them because his streams have gotten insanely popular. Ilong gets super excited, exclaiming it's amazing news, and Zhang Hao should sign it right now. He insists that with Zhang Hao's talent and stunning looks, he'll definitely succeed and become one of the most famous men in the entire country. He laughs, picturing it, imagining that once Zhang Hao becomes a massive celebrity and earns a fortune, he'll be able to buy anything he desires. For Ilong, that dream alone feels like living in a total fever dream. Zhang Hao argues that right now he's just a student, and if live streaming ever affects his studies, then he'll quit. No hesitation. He also says that if he becomes an internet celebrity, he seriously doubts he'll have any privacy at all. He knows he'd be harassed, both online and in real life. And those are the absolute last things he wants. Ilong tries to persuade him, suggesting he can always wear a mask. According to him, it's a great way to get attention, and fans would totally follow him, even sending him gifts if he sang or danced. Zhang Hao quickly sets another firm boundary. He says he can go live and entertain people without showing his face, but he refuses to sing and dance just to beg for gifts. For now, Zhang Hao says he has to leave, so the two of them part ways. What they don't realize, however, is that a pair of girls have been stalking Zhang Hao from a distance. As they reach an alleyway, Zhang Hao notices someone following them. Suddenly, he tells Ilong that he needs to swing by the supermarket, suggesting Ilong go on ahead alone. Ilong, unsuspecting, doesn't think twice, leaving Zhang Hao behind. Once Ilong is out of sight, Zhang Hao calmly scans the deserted alley. He coolly announces that there's no need to hide any longer. Whoever's been following him can show their face now. That's when a menacing gangster steps out of the shadows. She flashes a predatory grin and purrs. She's certainly lucky that someone like him just wandered into her territory. Calling him a handsome boy, she offers to take care of him. Zhang Hao stares back with icy disdain, demanding to know who the hell she even is, to speak to him with such audacity. The gang's second-in-command pipes up, asking incredulously how Zhang Hao couldn't possibly know who Sister Luoxin is. He boasts that Luoxin owns every single street in this area. Zhang Hao calmly retorts that he doesn't know anyone named Luoxin who owns these streets, and even if she did, he's not interested in her in the slightest. So she should just stop spouting nonsense. The second-in-command takes an aggressive step closer, snarling, "Does this kid have a death wish?" Because no one talks to Luoxin like that. But before she can continue her tirade, Luoxin herself coolly steps in. Instead of thanking her loyal subordinate, she promptly punches the girl squarely in the face, telling her not to be so rude to her beautiful little pet. Luoxin then turns her gaze to Zhang Hao and remarks that he certainly has a lot of personality, and she likes that very much. She adds that the internet was completely right about him being a handsome man, and she's already decided to make him hers. Luoxin then elaborates that her people weren't trying to offend him, and perhaps he misunderstood. But what really matters is that she wants him to become her boyfriend. In return, she generously offers to give him 10,000 yen every month as a salary. Zhang Hao immediately thinks the amount is absolutely pathetic. Yet he also knows deep down, many men would dream of a life being taken in by a wealthy woman. He admits Lu Xin is stunningly beautiful, strong, with a toned figure and even visible abs. But then he questions himself. Does being a man mean depending on someone else? That thought doesn't sit right with him. So he rejects her offer, telling her to leave. As Jong-ho turns to leave, Lu Xin calls out again. She argues that nowadays, it's normal for boys to be adopted by older women, and she can raise them money if he's not satisfied with the initial price. She warns him to think carefully before refusing, because if he says no again, she'll have to use force. She pulls out a pocket knife, deftly spinning it around her fingers. I'd hate to ruin such a beautiful face, she purrs. She holds a knife close to him, a clear threat. The blade just inches from his skin. Jong-ho doesn't flinch. He knows kung fu. He quickly grabs her wrist, twisting it. The knife slips from her hand and clatters to the ground. Jong-ho tightens his stance, thinking to himself that he's finally found someone he can use to practice his kung fu. Jong-ho slams his elbow into Lu Xin's chest, sending her stumbling backward. As she clutches her heart, she curses under her breath. But before she can recover, a kick comes flying toward his face. Jong-ho ducks away just in time and bolts across the floor. He snatches the knife from the ground and turns back, this time pointing the blade at the gangsters. He warns them to leave him alone. One of Lu Xin's minions steps forward, saying, "Looks like the kid really wants to fight." But Lu Xin raises her hand, ordering them all to stay back. "I want to tame this wild cat myself," she declares. Rolling up her sleeve, she steps toward him with a confident smile. Jong-ho steadies his breathing, thinking that women in this world hold a natural advantage, so if he wants to win, he's got to find another way. Gripping the knife, he swings it again and again, forcing Lu Xin to retreat. With his free hand, he pulls out his phone and dials the police. He warns her that if she doesn't stop, he'll give them her name. Lu Xin freezes, realizing that Jang-ho isn't just skilled, but also incredibly clever. She lowers her guard and steps away, deciding to let it go. Her followers stare in shock, unable to believe their fears. Leader is letting the boy walk free, but Lu Xin smirks and tells them that sometimes patience is key, especially when it comes to handsome ones. She asks Jang-ho for his name. He answers, introducing himself, but quickly reminds her to stay away, because the call is still active. Lu Xin bites her lip and says she'll remember him, her eyes lingering with temptation. While Jong-ho is fighting, one of Lu Xin's minions secretly snaps a picture of him in action and uploads it to the internet. The image begins to spread like wildfire. Far away, inside a powerful corporation, a woman sits at the head of the table. Her name is Miss Wei, and her presence fills the room with palpable tension. The employees below her present their findings, saying they've discovered a strong candidate. The president listens carefully, then orders them to sign him right away, confident that the boy will become a huge success. Miss Wei sits in her office, a cigarette in her hand, wondering why she has to deal with recruiting. She thinks that bringing in new people is more like a job for a headhunter, not for her. But then she asks herself, why should she even worry about this in the first place? Her second-in-command agrees, but reminds her that this is a direct order from the president. The president wanted to introduce the new boy, and even asked to speak with him in person. Miss Wei frowns and asks if her mother ever tires of chasing fresh faces. She mutters that if her mother really wants to find a younger man to play the role of a father, then she asks to see the pictures. The assistant hands them over, and of course, it's Zhang Hao's photo from a fight. Miss Wei studies it carefully. She notes that he still looks like a high school student, but his presence and personality truly stand out. She thinks that if they shape him the right way, he could become a huge success for the company. She orders her assistant to investigate Zhang Hao and bring her a full report. That afternoon, after they leave, Miss Wei walks to the window and gazes at the city below. For a moment, she wonders about the boy, who has managed to capture her attention. That boy, of course, is Zhang Hao. Meanwhile, in the schoolyard, Zhang Hao is playing basketball. Yelong stands nearby, clearly annoyed. When Zhang Hao sneezes, Yelong tells him that if he has a cold, he shouldn't play. He says Zhang Hao should just cheer from stands, since basketball is a sport for girls anyway. Zhang Hao shakes his head and says he doesn't have a cold. It was just a sneeze, and basketball isn't only for girls. He grabs the ball and sinks a straight shot into the basket. As he jumps, part of his shirt lifts and one girl, watching from a distance, catches her breath. She feels like she's just seen something beautiful. Zhang Hao lands and proves his point, showing that boys can also shine at basketball. Yelong sighs because he isn't the only one cheering. A whole crowd of girls are shouting Zhang Hao's name, their voices rising for the best player on the court. Later on, Yelong speaks with Yuehua. He says it's strange how Zhang Hao has become famous almost overnight. Yuehua agrees that it's unusual, but she also says that as long as Zhang Hao is happy, that's what matters. Yelong nods, confessing Zhang Hao's so incredibly cool that even Chin Chin, the shyest girl in school, is totally smitten with him. Not far away, Feng lounges with his minion. He sneers, muttering, "That Zhang Hao only loves attracting attention from girls." He wonders why no one sees his true nature. Feng claims Zhang Hao is nothing but an arrogant boy, pretending to be pure. His minion replies that the girls are blinded by his face and don't understand what kind of person he really is. He warns Feng they must not let their guard down. Meanwhile, a girl lurks behind one of the pillars. She secretly snaps photos of Zhang Hao, whispering to herself, "Sister Lu Xin promised me money, even for blurry pictures." She thinks these shots will definitely work for her plan. Zhang Hao suddenly turns his head, looking in her direction, but when he sees nothing, he just shrugs it off. He thinks he must be imagining things, and returns to the game. The stalker lowers her camera and grins. She's sure she can get 200 for these photos, and in her mind, betraying Zhang Hao's only friends will be worth it. At the school entrance, Zhang Hao and Yuehua say goodbye. Zhang Hao gently pats her head, telling her they'll meet again very soon. Yuehua smiles, and the moment feels gentle and warm. Yelong, not wanting to be left out, clings to Zhang Hao's arm and insists, "Zhang Hao should also give me a proper farewell." Zhang Hao just laughs it off, lightly pushing him away, treating him like a friend in his own casual way. But then, Zhang Hao suddenly stops. His eyes shift toward the bushes, and he notices the faint glint of a camera lens. Someone is taking pictures of him. Yelong doesn't see it, but Zhang Hao's senses are already sharp and alert. He narrows his eyes and mutters that it's probably nothing. Yet he cannot shake the uneasy feeling that he's being watched. For a moment, a thought crosses his mind. Could the one behind the camera actually be his own sister? Zhang Hao finally trusts his gut feeling and heads toward the tree where a girl is hiding. She instantly panics and starts rambling, insisting she wasn't doing anything wrong. Zhang Hao looks furious, his voice sharp, but at the same time, he feels a little relieved that the person hiding there isn't his sister, Chin Chin. He demands her phone, saying he wants to check if she was recording him or not. The girl quickly defends herself, insisting she was only taking a landscape photo. But Zhang Hao isn't fooled. He then shows her the video she had been secretly filming of him, cornered. The girl finally admits that she was inspired by Sister Lu Xin, who convinced them to do this. According to her, they can sell photos for 200 each. as long as the person's face is clear. Zhang Hao cannot believe that Lu Xin is still pulling strings. Behind the scenes, a girl explains nervously that Lu Xin is the real head of the area. Zhang Hao tells her that he understands, but if she deletes the pictures, she's free to go. She quickly does as he says, then runs off, thinking that this is Lu Xin's problem now, and she has to find a way to handle it herself. On Saturday, Zhang Hao goes to the mall with Yahello. Yahello is excited and asks if Zhang Hao has already signed a contract with the streaming company. Zhang Hao nods and says he did. And not only that, he managed to set his own conditions, and surprisingly, the company agreed. The first thing Zhang Hao demanded was to get back the gifts from his earlier streams. Now, he needs Yahello's help to decide which ones to keep and which ones to return. Yahello gets thrilled because, after all, who doesn't like free gifts? He even teases Zhang Hao, asking if a special girl sent him something. At the same time, he feels a bit betrayed that Zhang Hao hadn't told him earlier. But when Zhang Hao explains, Ailong realizes he simply wants to buy a gift for his sister as a way to return the favor for the earring she gave him. Ailong then presses for the nitty-gritty details about the conditions Zhang Hao set with the company. Zhang Hao clearly lays out his terms. He won't show his face if he doesn't want to. He can create content beyond just gameplay, but only if he chooses to. He won't attend offline events unless he explicitly agrees. His live streams will run 2 hours daily, extending to 5 on weekends, but with at least 1 full day off each week. And most importantly, he'll always know beforehand if the company expects him to do anything outside of gaming. Above all else, his face will remain absolutely private. Ailong is utterly impressed and tells Zhang Hao that he's an incredible negotiator. He believes the company caved in only because Zhang Hao is already one of their most famous streamers. Hearing that, Zhang Hao blushes slightly, a bit embarrassed by the praise. But like always, wherever Zhang Hao goes, he shines in the crowd, even at the mall. Even Feng and her pack of mean girls are already watching him. They mock him, calling him the one beauty of the school. At the same time, they label him a prude, who somehow always gets mixed up with perverted girls. To them, it makes him look dumb, like a bimbo. One of Feng's minion sneers. She says if they were as beautiful as Zhang Hao, they'd never waste it on impure things like he does. They complain that they despise people who use their looks to get away with shameless behavior. Another minion, trying to stir the pot, turns to her sister, Feng, and suggests she vent their anger by dragging everyone to the beauty salon next door to check out new lipsticks. Feng smirks, waving the idea away. She explains that her father recently handed her a generous amount of spending money so she could easily buy her minions lipsticks herself. After all, they cost nothing to her. The girls erupt in cheers, celebrating her generosity. They hang on her every single word. Then Feng leans in close. Her voice drops, turning icy cold. It's a test of their loyalty. Excited, she orders them to teach Zhang Hao a lesson. The minions eagerly vow to make him cry. Their brilliant plan? Catch him totally off guard, snap unflattering photos, and plaster them all over social media, so the whole school can see just how ugly he really is. Feng adds a stern warning. Find somewhere private, away from any watchful eyes. Otherwise, they risk getting caught red-handed. She grins, savoring the thought of his humiliation. Her sinister plan is clearly meant to ruin his reputation. The profound irony, of course, is this. No matter how hard they try, it's utterly impossible to make Zhang Hao look ugly. He's simply too effortlessly handsome. Zhang Hao buys something incredibly expensive for his sister in Yahello. Yellow comments that Jong Ho must be an amazing brother, because spending over $1,000 on such a costly belt shows just how much he truly cares. Jong Ho then admits that, ever since he registered on the live stream platform, his daily pay has been more than enough to cover it. He explains that Chin Chin even gave him real diamond earrings. So, it only made perfect sense for him to give her something of equal value in return. Yelong absolutely cannot believe what he's hearing. Real diamond earrings? He insists on seeing them right this instant. The two of them chat as they head toward the bathroom, unaware that Feng and her eager minions are secretly trailing close behind. The girls see this as their perfect chance to bully Jong Ho and capture some truly embarrassing photos. Feng, however, removes herself from the immediate situation and tells her minions to follow the boys inside, while she keeps a careful watch outside. In truth, she's worried that if Jong Ho sees her in the bathroom, he might spread a nasty rumor that she's stalking him. Her clueless minions are too clueless to even grasp her hesitation, so they simply carry on with the plan. Inside, Jong Ho steps out of the stall, while Yelong is busy fixing his appearance. Jong Ho casually tells him to ditch that perfume, since it makes him smell like he's trying to advertise it. Right then and there, suddenly, two of Feng's minions barge into the men's bathroom. One tries to accidentally bump into Jong Ho, but trips and almost faceplants instead. Jong Ho reacts instantly, grabbing him by the collar and demanding to know what he's doing. The other minion immediately screams that Jong Ho pushed him on purpose, ordering him to watch where he's going. Yelong, already annoyed, steps in to defend his friend. He points out it's obvious the guy tripped by himself, and Jong Ho never pushed anyone. But instead of admitting fault, the fallen minion charges straight toward Yellow. In a flash, Jong Ho steps forward at the last second, stopping him dead in his tracks. He warns him to keep his hands to himself. He declares if anyone dares to lay a hand on his friend, then they must have a death wish. The minion tries to defend himself, but his voice is shaky. He insists he didn't hit anyone, and repeats he has no death wish. Yet his words sound utterly weak, because Jong Ho looks completely fearless. Jong Ho tells them to step aside and move out of the way, but instead of backing down, the minion makes one last attempt to provoke him. He spits in Jong Ho's direction and calls him disgusting. Jong Ho dodges the spit. At the very last second, his patience finally snapping, he pulls back his fist and punches the minion square in the face, warning him not to think he'll hold back, just because they're girls. The second minion shrieks that Jong Ho hit her friend. Yelong, already fed up, rolls up his sleeves and steps forward. In seconds, the two minions launch into a messy, hair-pulling brawl that even makes Jong Ho cringe. Watching them scratch and scream is utterly embarrassing. So Jong Ho decides to step in and show them what a real fight looks like. He quickly teaches both of them a lesson. The strikes land fast, sharp, and controlled, like a perfect software update no one could keep up with. Once it's all over, Jong Ho tells them to mind their own business. Next, one of the minions clutches her face and screams that Jong Ho is going to regret hitting her. She threatens to call her partner and have him deal with Jong Ho. But Jong Ho stands tall, completely unfazed, making it clear he's not afraid of empty threats. Outside the shopping center, Jong Ho and Yelong are walking when Suchi returns with her partner. She immediately starts complaining, pointing at Jong Ho and snitching that he was the one who attacked them. Suchi's partner, a tall and muscular girl, stares at Jong Ho with clear disgust. The minion lies as well, saying they were cornered in the bathroom and had no way to escape. Fong, as always, removes herself from the situation. She says she is going to the bathroom first, and tells her minions to proceed with the beating. One of them suggests she should stay and take photos of Zhang Hao. But Fong is not foolish. She decides to keep a safe distance, pulling out her phone and preparing to capture every angle. Her plan is simple. She will upload the photos to the school forum and let everyone see Zhang Hao's face when he becomes the center of attention. In the worst way possible, Suchi continues her act, squeezing out crocodile tears to make herself look like the victim. Zhang Hao, however, does not hesitate, with no fear in his eyes. He asks what these wimps are doing back here. Yahello, more cautious, reminds him that they were the ones who started it, and that he and Zhang Hao only defended themselves. Zhang Hao is not defensive at all. Instead, he looks thrilled, almost excited, and tells them if they have something to say, then they should just say it, instead of wasting everyone's time. But then, something totally unexpected happens. The muscular partner locks eyes with Zhang Hao for the first time, and her entire expression completely transforms. In that very instant, she's completely smitten. Her girlfriend, Suchi, catches on and absolutely erupts in fury, screaming at her for staring so shamelessly. The buff girl, however, remains incredibly calm. She admits it doesn't even matter what happened, because her girlfriend was the one who struck Zhang Hao first, and no matter what, it's undeniably her fault. The buff girl turns back to Zhang Hao, and without a moment's hesitation, asks for an apology on behalf of her girlfriend. She suggests they just forget about the whole incident and simply move on. Her partner cannot believe what she's hearing. To be betrayed like this, and in such a humiliating way, makes her absolutely furious. She asks if her girlfriend is in love with Zhang Hao, but the buff girl completely avoids answering, leaving the question hanging in the air. Zhang Hao finally steps in with his usual bluntness. He tells them that if they're having marital problems, they should take it somewhere else. He demands they get out of the way, so he and Yahello can continue on their way. Before more drama, Suchi cannot believe what she's hearing from her own girlfriend, but her primary girlfriend quickly snaps and threatens her, saying that if she doesn't shut her mouth, she'll put her in a bag and throw her into a river. After that harsh warning, she suddenly changes her tone and turns to Zhang Hao. She says, "There may have been a misunderstanding a moment ago," and smoothly suggests they just exchange numbers. She even offers to give him a gift as an apology. Meanwhile, Bong, who's been watching from the side, is already recording the entire scene. She plans to upload the video online, framing Zhang Hao as a scandalous homewrecker, to utterly destroy his reputation. She zooms in and out, waiting for the perfect angle to make him look bad. At the same time, not far from them, a luxurious car pulls up to the shopping center. Inside, Miss Wei sits, reviewing the second quarter earnings, with her usual sharp focus. But when she lifts her eyes for a moment, she notices someone standing directly in front of her car. It's Zhang Hao. Fong is so busy recording the video that she doesn't notice a mob of gangsters. Walking right behind her, out of nowhere, Liu Xin places her hand on Feng's shoulder and asks, "Who exactly are you filming?" Fong begins to stutter, claiming it's nothing important. But when Liu Xin looks at the phone, she immediately realizes what Fong was really doing. Fong had been taking pictures of her beloved boyfriend. Liu Xin stays calm, but her words are sharp as daggers. She asks Fong if she has a death wish, daring to film her man in the same frame as another woman. Without hesitation, Liu Xin lifts Fong up by the throat. Feng gives a weak, choke reply, saying she was wrong and never intended to cause harm. She knows Liu Xin is the true head of the area, and understands that Zhang Hao could never afford to cross someone like her. Liu Xin then tells Feng that if that's true, she'd better come with her to meet her boyfriend. As Liu Xin steps forward with Feng in her grip, even the buff girl starts to sweat, wondering why Feng would ever be with someone so dangerous. Liu Xin walks straight up to Zhang Hao and speaks directly to him. She says that even though only 2 days have passed, she has missed him more than she can admit. Zhang Hao, however, shows no reaction at all. Even Yilong looks uneasy around Liu Xin. But Zhang Hao only wants the situation to end, because one after another, his female, obsessed admirers keep appearing outside the mall. Zhang Hao turns to leave, but Liu Xin stops him, with what she calls a token of good faith. To win him over, she reveals that Feng was the one filming him, and then pushes Feng to the ground, saying she's a gift for him to deal with however he wants. Zhang Hao doesn't fall for it, and bluntly asks what Liu Xin really wants from him. Lucian flicks her finger at her minions bolt away, making Zhang Hao assume she's about to pick another fight. Instead, they return, carrying a large bouquet of flowers. Lucian extends it to him, and in a surprisingly gentle voice, she asks if he will go out with her, professing her strong feelings for him. Lucian promises she'll give Zhang Hao whatever he wants if he agrees to be her boyfriend. Zhang Hao can't help but think she's just a pervert who relentlessly proposes to him. So he once again politely rejects her, stating he's not interested. He doesn't want to go out with her, and she should just leave, as he's in a rush and needs to depart. Even then, Lucian insists he at least take the flowers. Zhang Hao finds it ironic, because the first time they met, she pulled out a knife, and now she's offering him flowers with a kind smile. He can't help but think this is manipulation at its finest. Zhang Hao tells her again that, since he doesn't want to be her boyfriend, he also doesn't want the flowers. He reminds her that earlier in the alley, she threatened to kill him. So it's better for both of them to forget everything, act like they don't know each other, and leave. If not, he'll have no choice but to call the police. Lucian's minions stare in shock that Zhang Hao dares to speak to her so brazenly. But Lucian tells them to step aside and not interrupt the conversation with her. Man Yidong nervously asks if Lucian's planning to kill anyone, and her attention finally shifts toward him. She looks at him closely and recognizes him as Zhang Hao's best friend. Zhang Hao immediately asks if Lucian has also been investigating his friends. She calmly replies that it's only natural for her to worry about the people close to her boyfriend. She casually adds that some of her own friends seem to like Zhang Hao and his friends, and even she can't stop those girls from becoming obsessed with him. Django realizes her words carry a veiled threat. Beneath her innocent tone, she's clearly threatening him through Yilong. Django's tone suddenly shifts the conversation's direction, as he tells Lu Sun that they can always just forget about everything. He asks what else she even wants from him, truly. But Lu Sun vehemently refuses to forget about her love. She tells him she wants to hear the L word. Then, she asks if he'd like to go out with her for a few drinks at the bar. Django pulls his face away from her hand and asks her for the address. Lu Sun smiles and tells him to meet her at 7 p.m. at the Lights Up restaurant on the west side. She promises she'll be waiting there. She even calls him honey, which makes Django visibly cringe. But he tells her he'll be there on time. Later, Yilong pulls Django aside, saying the woman clearly looked like a gangster. Everyone with her had tattoos. So does Django. Really want to be alone with someone like that? He says Django will be utterly vulnerable. But Ilong repeats that he can always just call the police. Django explains that it's not that simple. None of them have written criminal records, so the police wouldn't be able to do much. And if they provoke her and make her angry, she could make their lives absolutely miserable. Django finally declares that as a sacrifice. He will go see Lu's son tonight. He tells Ilong not to worry, because he's been practicing kung fu lately, so they won't be able to harm him. Instead, Ilong should be the one who stays careful. Hearing these words, Ilong starts crying, as if his best friend is about to sacrifice himself in a burning pit of fire. At that moment, someone else arrives. It's Miss Wei's assistant. She tells Django that the CEO would like to see him, and that he should come along for his own sake. Django realizes once again how utterly inconvenient this reverse harem has become. He feels sick and tired of girls chasing him and harassing him 24/7. He asks who the CEO even is. Right then, bodyguards surround him, and Django has no idea how to respond. He's lost in thought. He never imagined so many people would corner him like this. All at once, he sends Yahello on his way, promising to call him if anything comes up. After that, Zhang Hao follows the assistant to the company headquarters. Upon arrival, a powerful, dominating woman greets him. The air is thick with tension, even for Zhang Hao. She introduces herself as Wei Nan, the CEO of Fenghong Media Group. She marches straight up to him and declares, matter-of-factly, that his first stream was a massive success. According to her, there's no one else in the world streaming quite like him. Wei Nan then hands Zhang Hao a contract, telling him to sign it, and promising she'll make him a star. But it's not that simple, and the demand shocks Zhang Hao. When he looks through the contract, he realizes the one he already has is far better. He apologizes, saying it's all a misunderstanding. He explains he doesn't want to be a star, nor does he want fame. He adds that he's in a hurry to get home for dinner, so he'll be leaving now. Just as he turns to leave, the assistant stops him, scolding him not to be rude. She reminds him that someone like the CEO rarely takes the time to meet someone face to face, and that Wei Nan graciously asked to speak with him. Personally, Zhang Hao does not accept this. He calmly uses his kung fu to remove her hand from his arm, telling her again that he doesn't need a contract. He heads toward the exit, but then he pulls the woman forward, and she falls face first onto the floor. Wei Nan sees this and realizes that Zhang Hao can actually defend himself. With that, she charges straight at him, moving swiftly to land a blow. Zhang Hao blocks her punches and even tries to land one of his own, but she dodges it with lightning speed. She comments that it feels unreal for a high school kid to know kung fu at this level, and she admits it's truly impressive. Zhang Hao replies, saying that while he appreciates her words, he still can't accept Wei Nan's offer. She tells him not to be so quick to refuse, because there's nothing in this world she can't have. She assures him she'll give him more time to think about it. With that, Wei Nan orders her assistant to take him home, and Zhang Hao realizes that she's not someone who will be easy to deal with. Back at home, Zhang Hao texts himself a list, voice recorder, razor, and pepper spray to prepare for his big date. After that, he messages Yahello, telling him that if he doesn't call by 8:30, then Yahello should contact the police. Zhang Hao knows that tonight he has to find a way to clear things up with Lu Xin. Otherwise, his peace will be in danger. He arrives at the bar, and as soon as he walks inside, a girl greets him, saying their boss has been waiting. He asks her to take him over, and soon, He sees Lu Xin sitting on a sofa like a queen, while two attendants stand by her side. The receptionist introduces Jiang Hao, and without wasting time, Jiang Hao says he only came tonight to make things clear. He tells Lu Xin that from now on, they should act like they never met, because it's better for both of them if she doesn't know him and he doesn't know her. Lu Xin does not look amused. She thinks his request is difficult. She stands holding a glass of wine in one hand and makes him an offer. She says that if he satisfies her just once, for one night, she'll stop bothering him. The receptionist even tries to tease him a little, asking how he likes the offer. Jiang Hao only shakes his head. He says that he knew she would say something like this, so he's going to call the police. Lu Xin laughs at him, saying that calling the police is an immature move, and there's nothing wrong with them finding some love in one another. Even her assistant joins in, saying that he shouldn't resist. She warns him that if he does, they'll pin him down right there for Lu Xin. And after that, they'll plaster his photos all over the internet. She smirks, telling him to stop being so bratty. Jiang Hao can't believe her sheer audacity. He keeps talking, thinking Jiang Hao must be terrified, and warns him again to follow sister Lu Xin's orders. Jiang Hao can only think that he's never heard anyone say such twisted things. Luckily, the recorder in his pocket is still rolling. Lu Xin then casually reveals that the assistant is actually her younger sister. She smiles, then asks him that if Jiang Hao would like to spend the night just with her, or if he'd prefer someone else to join in. Suddenly, Lu Xin's sister pulls a knife on Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao glares back at her, demanding how she dares to pull a knife, and if they really plan to kill him for resisting. But Jiang Hao also came prepared. He swiftly pulls the pepper spray from his pocket, and blasts it straight into their eyes. All the girls immediately start crying from the sting, and one of them tries to launch an attack. But as Lu Xin's sister clutches desperately at her eyes, Jiang Hao snatches the knife right from her hand. He presses the blade firmly to her throat, warning her not to move or he'll cut her. Jiang Hao then spins around to face Lu Xin and demands once again that she let him go. Otherwise, she'll be the one in deep trouble. Lu Xin only laughs, calling him a brave boy. Jiang Hao holds Lu Xin's sister as his perfect bait and begins making his escape out of the bar. He menacingly warns that if Lu Xin dares to send another woman after him, she will see blood spill in the streets, and bringing in the police will do her absolutely no good. Lu Xin, however, only looks utterly amused, thinking she has plenty of time to play her games with him. But then, she suddenly gets a text from her sister's phone. Jiang Hao has already demanded the picture be sent to him. He sharply reminds Lu Xin that he recorded every single thing they just said, and warns that if they provoke him or hurt his friend, he will send it all straight to the police. This, finally, truly irritates Lu Xin. Nobody ever thought Jiang Hao could be this cunning. Meanwhile, one of Wainen's workers has been keeping a close eye on Jiang Hao. She reports back to Wainen, assuring her that Jiang Hao is safe. A few days later, Jiang Ho is at school, still dwelling on what happened 2 days ago. He'd threatened Lu Xin and her gang, but he doesn't know if it worked. If she keeps acting like a total psychopath, then he'll have to come up with something else. While he's lost in thought, he overhears a group of girls talking nearby. They whisper about Lu Xin, saying that she seems to have been fixed. The atmosphere in the area feels different, and everyone's saying the new boss is going to be revealed this afternoon. One girl asks how a sudden takeover can happen, without any warning. Another girl replies that she heard. The Feng Hong group stepped in, because there was a serious harassment problem in the area. They decided Lu Xin no longer fit the group's objectives, so they called for her replacement. Zhang Hao listens and frowns. He can't understand what the Feng Hong group has to do with this. The name sounds familiar. Then it hits him. It's Nan's company. But even then, he can't connect the dots. What relationship could it possibly have with Lu Xin? Later that day, after school, Zhonufats Oma. As soon as he enters, he finds his sister, Chin Chin, waiting for him, all dressed up, and she smiles, saying she's cooked for him. Zhang Ho instantly asks about their parents, want to know if they're the only ones at home. Chin Chin replies that both of them had to work late, and won't be back until much later tonight. That means Zhang Ho and Chin Chin will be alone together. For some reason, this excites him. In his old life, in the old world, a man and a woman alone at home always meant trouble waiting to happen. Chin Chin snaps him out of his dirty thoughts, asking what's wrong with him. Zhang Ho gets nervous and quickly says it's nothing. He tries to convince himself they should just eat, but deep down, he knows these feelings are completely out of line. He practically screams at himself to snap out of it. She's his sister, blood relation or not. Chin Chin, on the other hand, already seems to know, with unnerving clarity, precisely what forbidden thoughts are running through his head. Once dinner wraps up, Chin Chin suggests Django retreat to his room to tackle his homework, reminding him of his lengthy stream hours later. She tells him she'll take care of the dishes. Django questions if she's truly fine without his help. That's when her fingers gently brush against his hand. She insists she doesn't want her precious. Django's hands getting irritated by harsh detergent. All this intimate attention makes Django incredibly nervous. But he simply nods, saying he understands. He knows his sister is truly beautiful and virtuous. The very picture of a perfect woman. Back in his old world, he'd have yearned for a wife like her. He never understood that having an older sister like her could prove so challenging. At approximately 7 o'clock, he logs in for his live stream. He offers warm greetings and reviews the streaming rules, emphasizing, yet again, that his face remains off limits. 2 hours tick by before Chin reappears. She instructs him to shut down the computer and catch some rest. But Django has, responsibly, already ended his stream, a testament to his responsibility. Chin smiles, remarking that he must be exhausted. After his long broadcast, she offers him a relaxing massage, but the way she positions herself on his bed hints at an invitation to something far more intimate. Django's nerves begin to fray, and quickly declines, saying it's not necessary. He insists she should rest instead. But Chin gently, yet firmly, pulls him closer, commenting that Django is so sweet for worrying about her, which is precisely why they should share their rest. She leans in close and playfully nips at his head. Django immediately notices her incredible softness and gentleness, but he desperately reminds himself, this is wrong. They're family, and family members should care, and never cross these lines for some reason. This sudden, charged moment makes Chin's mind wander back to her younger self. The very first time she laid eyes on baby Zhang Ho, her eyes welled up with tears. Yung Ho is startled and quickly asks what's wrong and why she's crying. Zhang Ho nervously begins to ramble, desperately trying to explain himself. But deep down, he knows he hasn't done anything wrong. Still, he can't shake the uncertainty. Chin gently consoles him, telling him that she's crying because she's happy. She says it's an honor to be his sister and to be a part of his family. Just saying it out loud makes her feel content with her life. Zhang Ho is touched. His sister loves him so much. that she feels grateful to the point of tears. For him, this is something new, something he didn't have before. At least now he feels like he has a complete family, and his father isn't alone anymore. Jong-ho allows himself to be consoled, and in that moment he silently vows that, as long as he remains in this world, he will protect his family and do whatever it takes to keep them happy. He then reassures Chin-Chin, telling her that they still have a long time to live together and that their family will always be happy. Chin-Chin blushes at his words. She admits that she doesn't cry easily, and that this time was just an accident. She turns her head in embarrassment, but Jong-ho calmly tells her there is nothing to be ashamed of. He thanks her for treating him as if he were her real brother. Meanwhile, Chin-Chin thinks quietly to herself that perhaps they were destined to become a real family all along. Chin-Chin then asks Jong-ho to lie down with her, and soon the two of them are lying so close that Jong-ho nervously asks if she wants them to sleep together. Chin-Chin smiles and explains that she only thought he might be afraid to sleep alone, since their parents are away, so she wants to give him company. Besides, she admits that she has always wanted the chance to sleep right there beside him. She's ecstatic her chance has finally arrived. Jang-ho hesitates, wondering what she could possibly mean, but his own thoughts quickly betray him, as he's struck by how attractive she looks. Lying beside him, Chin-Chin abruptly changes the subject and asks Jang-ho what type of girl he's into. Nervously, he replies he simply likes pretty girls. Chin-Chin, undeterred, presses further, asking if he prefers women feisty or gentle, and whether any students in his class who are like that. Jang-ho starts to ponder, and Yuowa immediately comes to mind. Maybe she's someone he could actually like. She's kind and undeniably pretty, though quiet and not overly talkative. Chin-Chin notices him lost in thought, and she grows visibly frustrated. She reminds him that he's still in high school, so it's best not to fall in love just yet, because it'll only end in heartbreak. She says she worries about him because, with his good looks, women might do all sorts of terrible things to him. Yang-go answers softly, telling her she shouldn't worry too much. Her embrace is so warm and comforting that he feels himself drifting off to sleep. When he wakes up, however, he realizes he isn't lying on Chin-Chin at all. He's just resting on his own pillow, and it all feels like a strange, vivid dream. Confused, Yang-go heads downstairs, calling out and asking if Chin-Chin is there. For a moment, he even mixes up her name with Lu Xin, and then Yuowa, before finally settling back on Chin-Chin. But when he opens her door, he realizes she must have gone to the lab again. He notices her shelf full of novels, and thinks she wouldn't mind if he borrowed one. As he reaches to read, his eyes catch a book about a female empress, titled The Strongest Empress and the Invincible Goddess. But then, another book truly catches his attention. It tells the story of a boy and his sister in a secret, forbidden relationship, filled with scenes far too intimate for him to ignore. Jang-ho blushes, stunned by what kind of book this is, and wonders if Chin-Chin really does harbor such thoughts about him. Almost immediately, he shakes his head, actively pushing the thought away. He tells himself his sister just isn't like that. Suddenly, his head begins to pound fiercely. Another vivid vision flashes before his eyes. He sees the same brunette, still wearing her glasses, standing before him with two boys crying at her side. She's screaming something at Jong-ho, but her voice is muffled, and he can't hear a word. He stares, utterly confused and shaken. He has no idea what these strange visions are supposed to mean. The next day, just like always, Jong-ho is streaming live. But this time, he cuts his live stream short. His mood is completely off, and even he knows the stream is absolutely terrible. He can't focus because his mind keeps circling back to that novel he found, wondering if Chin Chin really does have romantic feelings for him. On top of that, the unsettling visions keep returning, leaving him increasingly confused and uneasy. When a stream finally ends, he notices his follower count has dropped. The audience's energy just isn't the same. Their enthusiasm has completely died down. This frustrates him immensely. Making money this way is already stressful enough, and now the pressure feels even heavier. Soon after, a message pops up on his screen. It says that is recent. Streams are starting to stabilize, but the growth rate has significantly slowed down. The system recommends he contact the administrator, who can give him personalized advice on how to increase his popularity. Jong-ho frowns deeply. He knows that meeting the administrator might not be a good thing for him at all. The very next day, the same message pops up again, and then day after day, it just keeps coming. The notification relentlessly keeps appearing without fail. Jong-ho grows incredibly tired of it, but no matter what he tries to do, the system simply won't leave him alone. Jong-ho then receives an urgent text from his admin, asking why he hasn't logged in yet for his stream. He angrily replies that he just doesn't want to. The admin quickly tells him not to say things like that, because his dedicated fans are eagerly waiting for his return, and they'd be thrilled to see him perform again. When the admin suggests he should dance, or even show his face to please them, Jong-ho firmly reminds her that, when he signed a contract, he made it clear he'd only stream when he felt like it. The admin insists she's not forcing him, merely offering suggestions. She promises to send him more proposals, telling him not to worry and to take his time. Still, she reminds him that in 2 days, they'll be having a meeting. Jong-ho dismisses her, stating he'll do many things, but will never reveal his identity. Meanwhile, the admin is in a good mood, excited she's going out on a date with a handsome guy, while Jong-ho just thinks of the whole thing as a hassle. When he looks at other men on the platform, begging viewers for gifts, he vows to himself that he'd rather lose all his savings than ever do something so demeaning. So he decides to look at the document his admin sent him. The first option suggests he makes short videos, preferably dancing in them. The second option is to cosplay as a Greek god. The third is to record himself while working out. As Jong-ho expected, all the suggestions sound ridiculous, and he has no interest in selling his dignity for the audience. 3 days later, Jong-ho goes to a coffee shop with Yahello. Yahello comments that Jong-ho has become so popular that even the administrator came personally to meet him. Jong-ho shrugs, saying he doesn't care much. The administrator, Song-ching, greets them warmly as Jong-ho introduces Yahello. Then, Jong-ho tells her that he's looked at the 3 options, but the truth is he's not interested in any of them. Song-ching smiles, saying she already guessed he wouldn't like the first 2 options, but she thinks the last one is worth considering. She sets down her coffee mug, crosses the small distance between them, and points out that she's noticed him practicing exercises to build his chest, since he refuses to show his face. She suggests streaming his workouts while he's wearing a mask. That way, he won't reveal his identity, but the audience can still admire his physique. She adds that viewers would absolutely adore it, and it would totally set him apart from other streamers. Exercising while streaming isn't just practical and easy, she explains. It also lets him earn money while staying fit. Even Ilong admits her idea sounds quite reasonable. Jong-ho ponders this, and realizes that if he works out on camera, he won't have to reveal too much skin. Plus, it could inspire other men to exercise and regain their strength, and maybe even change how women perceive them. He nods in agreement, declaring that starting tomorrow, he'll start streaming 2 to 3 days a week, for half an hour each time, exercising with his mask on. Back at home, Zhang Hao's father unleashes his fury on him. He roars that there's absolutely no way he'll ever allow Zhang Hao to stream with his chest or face exposed. His tone is so harsh and commanding that he looks every bit the tyrant. While delivering the warning, Zhang Hao's father, Mr. Zhang, starts wrestling with him, saying he was already kind, enough to let him broadcast his games live. But now there's no way he'll let him wear tight training clothes and show them off. He absolutely refuses to allow it. Father and son are both caught up in their struggle when Qin Qin arrives and interrupts them and says she thinks Zhang Hao is right. They should let him try it first, and she'll supervise him so he doesn't do anything inappropriate. If anything happens, she'll tell him to shut the stream down. Mr. Zhang grumbles that Qin Qin spoils him too much, and his son already keeps him busy enough. Still, he leaves the room. Zhang Hao turns to Qin Qin and thanks her profusely. He admits that if she hadn't stepped in, he would have ended up in a huge argument with their father. Qin Qin waves his thanks away and tells him to save it. She says she'll be keeping a close eye on him, no matter what, because some folks online can be truly obnoxious, and she certainly doesn't want her brother harassed. Later, Django gets all his streaming gear set up in his room. He greets his viewers, announcing that today they've got a super special program lined up. Since he's been begged endlessly to show his face, he finally will, but his main focus remains on the immense importance of exercise. He explains that boosting your cardiovascular capacity with aerobic training is something absolutely everyone should try. He recommends jogging as a great starting point and adds that you should also work your joints super carefully to dodge any injuries. He mentions he's been practicing extensively before launching this program, and now he's totally ready to begin. Django immediately kicks off his run. The chat absolutely explodes with reactions. Viewers are going absolutely wild for him. Many start hailing him as their male deity, gushing over how every single muscle he moves looks like pure, unadulterated art. Django notices the live stream is getting more crowded by the minute. He quickly realizes that people aren't just interested in fitness, but also absolutely captivated by watching him perform. Meanwhile, the girls in the chat are thinking that he might just be the hottest man they've ever laid eyes on. Some women even start passionately lusting over their screens, so intensely that their marriages start to suffer. Watching all this from the sidelines, Aisha can't help but smirk to herself. She'd known all along that one glorious day, Django would utterly conquer the entire platform. Throws on an epic challenge. Django accepts the challenge without a moment's hesitation. He just laughs to himself, thinking this is absolutely nothing, and promises to show them exactly what a real man can do. In his world, 30 minutes later, Django is still going incredibly strong. On the other hand, Qin Qin watches his live stream, her feelings totally mixed. She sees just how many people are watching him train, and can't help but feel a sharp sting of envy. She tries to tell herself that he's no longer just a child. He's growing up so fast, and soon he'll be leaving her side. Moments later, Zhang Hao finishes his training session. He asks everyone to follow him, so he can teach them more about his training methods. He says he's going to take a shower, and then return for another live session. Just then, Qin Qin steps into the room. and asks if he's feeling tired. She reminds him that it must have been incredibly difficult to train, while also streaming live. She suggests that he should make these training streams less frequent in the future. Seeing her concern, Jang Hao looks a bit distressed for a moment, but he quickly reassures her, saying that he usually works out on his own, so this was nothing new for him. At least now he's getting paid for it. Xian hands him a towel, and she suddenly slaps him on the backside and tells him to hurry up and take a shower before he catches a cold. Zhang Hao freezes in shock. He can't believe what she just did and wonders if she's been drinking. He quickly forces those dirty thoughts out of his mind and convinces himself that she must only be trying to be nice to him. At night, Chin Chin pays Zhang Ho another visit. While he sleeps, she quietly sits beside his bed, her thoughts heavy. She tells herself that if they had slipped up earlier, something bad could have happened. Her mind drifts back to when they were children. She remembers the time she would hand him flowers. Small moments that felt innocent then, but now feel so distant. She studies his face as he rests. Chin Chin leans closer, her eyes fixed on his lips. The moment stretches, her heart racing. But then, Zhang Ho stirs in his sleep. He turns his head away, his expression shifting slightly, as if caught in a dream. Shan Shan freezes, watching closely, realizing what she was about to do. A few years ago, when Zhang Ho was just a little baby, someone came up to him and asked if he didn't have anyone to play with. She said they could play together. That girl turned out to be Chun Chun, and ever since that day, these two were absolutely inseparable. Chun Chun would always fight his bullies, always standing firm in his corner. She was incredibly strong, so strong, Zhang Hao sometimes even feared her, even though she only ever fought for him. But Chin Chun was just a kid herself, and she couldn't handle rejection. She'd grab him by the collar tight, reminding him they agreed to be together forever. She'd tell him not to be afraid, then demand he come to her house later. When Zhang Hao wakes, he's suddenly not a kid anymore. He doesn't even remember the dream. He figures it must have been something silly. Since it's a school day, he better get up or he'll be late again. But then, he senses someone nearby. As he turns his head, he realizes his sister is literally sleeping beside him. And he never even noticed? Zhang Hao lets out a full-on scream. Chun Chin's eyes flutter open, and she calmly greets him with good morning. She tells him to get ready for school, or he'll be late. Zhang Hao nervously asks if she really slept in his bed. Chun Chin stretches languidly and says she came to check on him last night. He looked so cute while sleeping. She couldn't help but lie down next to him. Zhang Hao wants to tell her she's being kind of creepy, but instead he swallows it, saying he's going to get ready before he runs late. Chin Chun then tells him not to worry, because soon she'll buy a new car and drive him to school herself. Later, Zhang Hao looks at a kung fu poster from his class. On his phone, Yahello sees it and casually says she knows how to do that too. Zhang Hao asks when she learned something like this. She explains she saw it when she was a child. She adds that she can fight really well. Zhang Hao is utterly impressed. Yahello already handles guns like a pro, and now she reveals she also knows kung fu. Yahello confesses her grandmother was a soldier, and that inspired her to become one in the future, so she can protect her country. Zhang Hao tells her that he believes in her, and he is sure she will achieve it. Then he asks if she can teach him some fighting skills, so he can learn from her too. Since it is still early, they decide to go behind a courtyard. Yuhua smiles and says that if it is just the two of them, she will gladly accept, although Zhang Hao secretly thinks it might feel a little inappropriate. Zhang Hao suggests that they spar first, so he can see her fighting style. Both of them get into position with the speed of lightning. Yuhua strikes first. Before Zhang Hao can even understand what is happening, she grabs him and pushes him straight to the ground. He has no defense against her strength. Yuhua pins him down with ease. And as she sits on top of him, Zhang Hao realizes he is completely lost. Without even fighting back, Zhang Hao says that he surrenders, and Yuehua asks if she can have a reward. Before Zhang Hao can realize what she means, she bends down and starts sucking on his ear, and a strange sensation runs through him. He moans her name, but when he becomes aware of what is happening, his face turns red. He wonders how someone so shy can act this boldly. When Yuehua pulls back, she asks if he liked it. Zhang Hao cannot believe she would even ask something like that. Of course he liked it, because who could resist something like that? But he cannot understand why she would suddenly do it. She is shy, yet what she just did was overwhelming. Zhang Hao hides his face in his palm, while Yuehua shifts nervously, worried that she may have done something wrong. Since she is still sitting on top of him, Zhang Hao asks her to move, not wanting to touch her in such a close, an awkward position once they sit properly. He asks why she did it, and who taught her something like that. Zhang Hao refuses to believe that someone so pure could think of such a thing, but Yuehua explains that no one directly taught her. She only learned from the videos Anastasia had been sending her. Yang Guo immediately suspects these videos are inappropriate, and when he asks to see them, his suspicion is confirmed. Anastasia is a pervert, and if this continues, she'll turn Yuehua into one too. Yuehua says Anastasia told her, "These things are good, because this is how men and women communicate." She then nervously asks if she did something wrong. Zhang Hao doesn't want to discourage or embarrass her, so he gently explains that this isn't how people normally talk. Couples do things like this, but they can't. He makes it clear she shouldn't do it with him, or with anyone else, because they're only friends. He reminds her such things are only for couples, and tells her not to kiss him like that in the future. As they prepare to go to class, Yuehua suddenly stops him, and asks when they could be a couple. Yang Guo asks if she even knows what it means to have a girlfriend. From her clueless look, it's clear she doesn't. Zhang Hao tells her that they'll only talk about becoming a couple when she actually understands what it means. But his answer lingers in her head. Yuehua keeps thinking about what she did, and how much she liked it, so she continues to pop up around Zhang Hao, asking if they can communicate now. Zhang Hao spends the whole day dodging her, and soon even Yilong notices. He asks Zhang Hao what's going on, since Yuehua has been acting strange. Zhang Hao brushes it off, and says she's becoming like the other girls, who keep bothering him just because he's handsome. Meanwhile, Leo watches from the balcony. He wonders why someone like Yuehua, who comes from a wealthy family, would fall for Zhang Hao. But before he can think much further, another corporate-looking girl approaches Zhang Hao and pulls him aside as the camera catches the moment. She smirks in her mind. A new plan is already brewing, and she believes she finally has the proof to paint Zhang Hao as a creep and a womanizer. Zhang Hao and Nan's assistant wait near the spot where couples usually hang out, and Zhang Hao tells her to hurry, because it's embarrassing just standing there. She apologizes and admits she had a bad attitude the last time they met. She says she's here to apologize in person, and also because Nan wants to see him. Zhang Hao shakes his head and says no matter how much Nan pressures him, his answer won't change. He tells her not to waste his time and to move on. The assistant explains she's only following orders, and it'll be very hard for her to return to the office without him. She practically begs him to reconsider and at least take the call on her phone. Zhang Hao feels a little soft-hearted and agrees. He knows the CEO is powerful, and right now, he can't win against her. So he accepts the call, and Nan's voice comes through. And Jiang Hao it doesn't waste a second. He tells her his thoughts are the same as before. He won't work for her, and her time is too valuable to waste on him. But it doesn't waste time either. She tells him she knows exactly what he wants. She says Jiang Hao wants to be as powerful as a woman. Jiang Hao falls silent at her words, then goes on, saying he hates being seen as weak. She's seen many eyes in her life, but when she looked into him during their fight, she saw a fighting spirit. She tells him she likes that spirit and warns him to think carefully, because this could decide his future. Then she ends the call. Jiang Hao stands still for a moment, realizing Nin isn't only powerful, but also cunning. She knows how to hit people at their weak spot and hide her true game. He decides he'll meet her and sets a date and time. On the other side, Nin is satisfied because her guess was right. Her prediction was spot on. Jiang Hao totally caved. The very next day, a sleek luxury car pulls up to the school gate, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. Students immediately crowd around, whispering and openly staring. Then, Jiang Hao coolly steps out of the car. He calmly thinks to himself that it's a bright, sunny day. Chen Chen is actually the one who bought this car, and now she's taken on the job of dropping him off every morning. She even tidies his hair at the gate before finally driving away. She tells him she'll be back later to pick him up. As she drives off, Jiang Hao lets out a deep sigh. He can't help but notice Chen Chen has been growing increasingly worried about him lately. And if things keep going like this, he's not sure how much longer he can truly handle it. After lunch, the entire school is abuzz with activity. Students scroll through their phones, exchanging hushed whispers. As Jiang Hao walks down the hallway, whispers quickly spread like wildfire around him. All the girls are talking about Jiang Hao, saying he breaks hearts left and right, and is a sugar baby to most girls. Ilong starts to notice that something feels incredibly wrong. Ever since yesterday, it seems, people have been constantly whispering about Jiang Hao. Everyone seems to be actively avoiding both of them, but neither Jiang Hao nor Ilong can figure out why. The unsettling feeling follows them straight into class, where a boy walks around, collecting homework from each desk. When he stops at Jiang Hao's desk and sees it empty, he smirks before taunting Jiang Hao, saying, "You must not have had the time to write your homework. Probably too busy with your steamy novels." Huh? He adds that people like Jiang Hao only hustle so beautiful women will feed them. Jiang Hao calmly pulls a notebook out of his bag and sets it on the desk. He glares at the boy and says that if he's just jealous of his pretty face, then he should just admit it. The boy, clearly irritated, furiously denies it. He claims he could never do what Jiang Hao does, and then throws in a sharp, cutting insult. He insinuates that Jiang Hao is nothing more than a whore, arrogantly claiming he's better than him at everything, both in school and with women. The tension rises until Ilong boldly steps forward. He positions himself right by Jiang Hao's side and tells the boy to back off. His best friend isn't to be trifled with. But instead of backing down like a coward, the boy just smirks, an oily grin spreading across his face, and reveals the true, sinister reason for his taunts. He claims that scandalous rumors have been making the rounds, especially juicy rumors, alleging Jiang Hao is secretly involved with a mysterious woman. This woman supposedly visits him frequently at the college entrance. He adds that even photos are circulating online, showing Jiang Hao with various women at different times and places, which, according to him, definitively proves he's a sugar baby. For all these women, Ilong quickly fires back, declaring emphatically, no one in their right mind would ever fall for such obvious nonsense. But then, a flicker of doubt. He pulls out his phone and checks the school's online discussion forum. His eyes immediately widen in shock. Dozens of students are already buzzing about Zhang Hao, with girls openly labeling him a sugar baby. And the damning photos are right there, undeniable for all to see. In one particular shot, Zhang Hao is simply chatting with his sister, Chin Chin, but the picture has been maliciously twisted out of context. Yilong gets fiercely defensive right away. He argues that it's blatantly obvious that people are just trying to tear Zhang Hao down because they simply can't handle his success. He insists, with conviction, that the truth will eventually prevail. But the dire situation takes an even darker turn when suddenly someone from the administration office steps directly into their classroom. They call out Zhang Hao's name and request he accompany them. Zhang Hao, with a heavy heart, complies and is led directly into the administrator's office. The administrator gestures for him to sit and tells him that by now he must already be well aware of what people are saying about him. Across the school forums, he explains that these damaging rumors are spreading like wildfire and have begun to seriously tarnish the school's reputation. He warns Zhang Hao that this is no trivial matter, because the circulating images and scandalous stories also implicate several innocent women, whose reputations are now unjustly being questioned as well. He strongly advises Zhang how to resolve these disputes quickly, because if this scandal continues unchecked, it will be incredibly difficult for the school to protect its pristine image or effectively contain the widespread fallout. Zhang Hao, however, maintains a resolute, no-nonsense attitude, and he demands a full investigation commence immediately to hold those responsible for leaking that info accountable. While the administrators scramble to comply, he decides to patiently await his sister's imminent arrival. Just then, Chin Chin storms in, and she absolutely unleashes chaos on the administration. Her voice is so powerfully resonant that students outside the room gather, captivated listeners. The administrator insists it was all just a big misunderstanding, but Chin Chin is utterly enraged because her brother had to endure relentless bullying, all caused by that so-called mistake. She turns to Zhang Hao, offers a heartfelt apology, and promises to explain everything to his classmates. To clear the air, Zhang Hao shakes his head and tells her to get back to her own work. He says not to worry about him at all, because he will handle this himself. She has already done more than enough. When Zhang Hao returns to the classroom, Mia asks if everything is okay. She explains that as soon as he left, Yilong grew anxious and went out to look for him. After receiving a call from Feng's group, Zhang Hao suddenly feels a surge of unease, realizing that Yahello has been gone for quite a while and still hasn't returned. Meanwhile, poor Yahello is trapped in the bathroom. It's empty, abandoned, and eerie, and even his phone has absolutely no signal. He feels as if he's been kidnapped. Feng and his minions lured him inside, locked him in, and now all he can do is pray for help to arrive. At the same time, Zhang Hao and his friends are frantically searching the entire school, asking everyone if they've seen Yilong anywhere. One of the girls reports back. She says she spoke with a classmate from class 3, and he mentioned seeing Yilong near the toilets, at the back of the courtyard. Feng and some other boys were also there. Zhang Hao instantly understands. Feng's grudge against him is so incredibly strong. He's now resorting to bullying his friends. With that, Zhang Hao quickly makes his way to the toilets. Inside, Yahello is losing all hope. When he suddenly hears the calm, reassuring voice of his best friend, he cries out in pure relief, tears streaming down his face. He truly believed he was trapped with no way out. All he yearns for is to go home. Yahello orders him to step aside. Then, with a single powerful kick, she shatters the door to pieces. Even the boys nearby are stunned by her incredible strength. Jang-ho rushes over, enveloping his best friend in a hug, and demands to know if Feng and his cronies are behind this. Yahello explains they didn't just lock him up. They even doused him in milk. He insists they must report this incident to a teacher. But Jang-ho firmly disagrees. He tells him not to worry because once classes are over, he'll help him get his revenge. True to his word after school, Yahello corners Feng in a desperate attempt to save himself. Feng terns to Yang-ho and demands to know how he could stoop so low as to beat up his own classmates. But even after all of Feng's pleading, Jang-ho doesn't even flinch. He tells him there's no reason. Feng should only care about himself, because his sister already came to the school and cleared up the nasty rumors he spread on the forum. The boy he bullied and locked in the bathroom is here as well. Feng is probably too foolish to realize that security cameras at the back of the yard recorded every single thing he did. Because of that, and only out of mercy, Jang-ho give him two options. The first is to publicly admit to the lies he posted. If he refuses, Jang-ho will show the videos to everyone. The second option is to ignore his offer, in which case, Jang-ho will hand the videos to the administration, and Feng will face expulsion. Feng freezes, torn between the choices. He quickly decides the first option is safer. He apologizes weakly, but Jang-ho cuts him off. Jang-ho warns him, "There's one last thing you must remember. If you ever dare to bother me again, I will kill you." After a while, Yahello asks how certain Jang-ho is that Feng won't betray them and cause more trouble in the future. Jang-ho replies that Feng isn't that stupid. If this senior tries anything again, Jang-ho will take those videos straight to a teacher, leading to some seriously harsh punishment and potentially even expulsion. With that, Jang-ho declares the school day officially over, and it's time to head home. Yahello quickly departs, leaving Jang-ho and Yahello alone. Suddenly, Jang-ho remembers something crucial. He asks Yahello if she's ever heard of a Nan. Yahello replies that Nan leads the powerful Wei family and is an incredibly influential figure. Jang-ho then questions if Nan's family is stronger than hers. Yahello admits she isn't sure, but believes they probably hold similar power. Jang-ho pauses for a moment as he grasps the immense wealth and influence Yahello and her family command. But he also knows Nan isn't one to give up without a fight. If she's set her sights on him, he'll have to confront her sooner or later. That's why he decides to take control of the situation right now and arrange a meeting with her himself. Nan wakes up in her lavish, luxurious home, but she's far from satisfied. It's been 3 whole days since she last spoke with Jean. Howland. She can't believe he still hasn't contacted her. She felt a definite spark the last time they spoke on the phone, and she was certain he'd call her back. Now, she's utterly disappointed and drifts into deep contemplation. Her assistant then enters the home office, informing her a client wants to set up a meeting at the exclusive Sage House. Nan agrees and instructs her to prepare for it immediately. Meanwhile, Chin brings her stepbrother, Jang-ho, to the Sage House as well. The elegant setting makes him visibly nervous, but Chin quickly explains he's had a really rough day at school, so she wants to treat him to something nice and remind him she always has his back. Jang-ho feels deeply touched by her kindness. Chin blushes, bats her eyelashes coyly, and tells him they should head inside. She looks absolutely stunning today, but Zhang Hao is too distracted by the lavish surroundings to even notice. As they move through the opulent room, Zhang Hao suddenly catches sight of a familiar figure. He thinks he spots Nin waiting near the restroom, but before he can be certain, she vanishes, leaving him confused. He then follows Chun Chun back to their table. She encourages him to order anything his heart desires. Zhang Hao immediately pipes up and asks if he can finally have an alcoholic drink. He reminds her that, after all, he's an adult. In truth, he hasn't had a single sip of wine since he arrived in this new world, and now he craves it like a man long deprived. Chun Chun surprisingly agrees. She says since their parents are out of town, he can handle a little bit of wine. She pours it, and Zhang Hao takes a large, eager sip. He immediately bursts into laughter, because it tastes as harmless as plain, cold water. Chun Chun watches him with an amused smile, clearly entertained by his reaction, and allows him to freely enjoy it. But as expected, Zhang Hao suddenly feels the rush of the wine hit him. He remembers he used to be quite the seasoned drinker. Yet now, even with just one cup, he feels incredibly lightheaded. Chun Chun tells him to slow down and eat something first. Otherwise, it'll hurt his stomach. Yang all nods, seemingly disdaining. But the wine takes effect alarmingly quickly, and Chun Chun begins to worry her brother is already completely drunk. Zhang Hao stumbles unsteadily to his feet and declares he'll go to the bathroom to freshen up. He wonders how he could get drunk after only one drink, when he used to hold his liquor so well back in his old world. Lost in thought, he completely fails to notice that he's wandered into the women's restroom. He moves toward the sink, splashes water on his face, and then turns around, only to his shock, Nin is standing right beside him. For a moment, their eyes lock, both utterly confused. Zhang Hao immediately panics, wondering why a girl is inside the men's room. Nin immediately corrects him, stating this is the women's bathroom. Zhang Hao blinks, finally taking in his surroundings, and a realization of his mistake washes over him, as he understands he stumbled into the wrong place. Right now, he feels like a lone sheep trapped among wolves, utterly clueless about what to do next. Zhang Hao then scrambles into a bathroom stall to escape the attention of the women outside. In a moment of pure panic, he makes one fatal mistake. He drags Nin inside with him. He's not thinking clearly at all, and Nan herself is completely baffled why she's hiding with him. Zhang Hao has no choice but to spill the truth. He claims he had a few too many drinks, feeling dizzy with his mind not at its best. Nin suddenly smiles like a hunter circling her prey. She pins Zhang Hao against the door and leans in close. Zhang Hao turns pale, clearly uneasy with how close she stands. But Nan whispers that he should be the one afraid, because he's a helpless man in front of strong, independent, and beautiful woman. Zhang Hao can't answer. He's utterly stunned. Nan presses further still, demanding to know why he hasn't called her. She pushes her chest forward, and Zhang Hao absolutely blushes. He stammers that he planned to meet her tomorrow, but never expected their paths would cross tonight. Nan finds his reaction utterly amusing. She notices he's avoiding her eyes, so she grabs his chin and forces him to meet her gaze. Then she tells him she's changed her mind. She no longer wants him as an employee. She wants him as her man. Zhang Hao replies that they've only met twice, and the last woman who told him that vanished from this world. Nan reacts quickly. She asks if he means Louis Shin, then says Louis Shin was accused of illegal trade and cast out by her own people. Zhang Hao is utterly confused. If Nan knew about Louis Shin's crimes, why didn't she report her to the police? But Nan brushes off his concern, saying that men worry far too much. Chanho insists that she should just let him go, but Nan completely ignores him and demands an answer about becoming her man. Chanho leans in as if to reply, but instead he suddenly tickles her. She loses her grip, and in that instant, he slips free. Chanho bolts through the restroom door, thinking to himself that she was foolish enough to fall for his trick, and now he is safe. However, just as Chanho steps out of the bathroom, he finds his sister, Chun, waiting with a worried expression. She asks why he spent so much time inside, wondering if he's feeling all right. Zhang Hao hides the truth about being in the stall with another woman. He simply says he was a little drunk and lost track of time. Chun suggests they should head home and gently rests her head against his shoulder to comfort him. Back at home, Zhang Hao has no energy left to rise from his bed. Chun brings him a cup of tea, but he only mumbles incoherently in his drunken state. She frowns at him, yet she can't help but think. He looks like a helpless bunny. When he's drunk, seeing that he's not in his senses, Chun leans down and places a small kiss on his lips. She knows that sooner or later, he will belong to her, even after promising just one kiss. Chun cannot stop herself. She grips Zhang Hao's hand, pulls him close, and presses her lips against his neck. Zhang Hao's eyes flicker open in his drunken haze. He thinks he's dreaming when he sees Chun face so close. Filled with desire, he convinces himself that it must be nothing more than a dream. He turns her over and takes control, believing he needs to respond to this mysterious vision. In front of him, Chun freezes for a moment, stunned and flushed by his sudden boldness. Zhang Hao battles inside his own mind. One side urges him to give in, because if this is a dream, then nothing matters. The other side reminds him that Chun is family, that she has always been kind to him, and that taking advantage of her is wrong. The two sides argue until Zhang Hao leans down. Instead of going further, he kisses her on the forehead and whispers that even in dreams, a real man should never take advantage of a vulnerable woman. Exhaustion takes over, and he collapses on her chest. Chun sits in shock for a moment. Then her face softens. A blush blooms on her face as she watches him sleep. She gently tucks him in, still smiling at his innocence. Suddenly, Zhang Hao's phone jolts to life. A girl's name flashes across the screen. Chun answers, seeing it's Zhao calling. Before she can utter a word, a cheerful voice bursts through. It's Zhao, Zhang Hao's classmate. She gushes, thrilled he finally picked up. Then, she complains he's been acting distant, and nervously asks if she somehow upset him. Her words tumble out in a rush, until she finally spills her guts. She likes him, and she wants to be with him. Chun abruptly cuts her off. She coolly informs Zhao that she's Zhang Hao's sister. The other girl stammers, caught off guard, and quickly backtracks, claiming she's just a friend. Chun doesn't buy it. She states, I know. Zhao has been following Zhang Hao for 2 years now, and warns that her obsession must stop. Zhang Hao will never love someone like her, ever. And Chun warns her to stop bothering him. Once and for all with that, Chun ends the call, then looks down at Zhang Hao. Sleeping peacefully, a dark thought creeps in her mind. Why can't he belong only to her? She leans forward, pressing a gentle kiss on his forehead, and whispers softly that she will wait. She is certain her moment with him will come soon. The next day, Zhang Hao wakes up groggy and hungover. He can't recall a single thing from last night, but he knows he deeply embarrassed himself, especially in front of his stepsister. He just came home and completely passed out. A strange tingling sensation stirs in his stomach, But he quickly convinces himself that it must have been nothing more than a bizarre dream. He stumbles into the bathroom, still hazy, and gazes at his reflection in the mirror. The sight makes his heart pound wildly. There are undeniable bite marks on his neck. Panic sets in, and he starts to absolutely freak out. Just then, the door creaks open. Chin steps into the doorway, asking if he's okay. At that moment, everything clicks into place in Zhang Hao's mind. The dream, the strange feeling, and the bite marks on his skin all connect. He realizes there's a very real chance that Chun had something to do with what happened. That last night, before Zhang Hao can throw a tantrum, Chin struts in and falsely claims Jiang Hao's allergic to alcohol. Jiang Hao can't believe it's true, that he could be so fragile. But since Chin's a doctor, she insists on taking a closer look at Jiang Hao's condition to verify it's real. As she steps closer, Jiang Hao grows frustrated. Yet Chin calmly tells him he'll be a little swollen, so he should be careful heading to school. She then dismisses him, telling him to start getting ready. Jiang Hao still feels uneasy until he talks to his stepsister. So for now, he agrees with every word Chin says. Later, at school, Jiang Hao's the only student in a turtleneck, trying to hide his hickeys. Even Yahello asks if he's so warm, that he's already sporting winter clothes. Jiang Hao lies, claiming real men like him can endure any temperature. In truth, Jiang Hao feels like he's burning in an oven. They're talking when someone suddenly grabs Jiang Hao by the collar and threatens him, "Stay away from my leader's girl." The boy's talking about the same girl who called last night while Jiang Hao was asleep. But Jiang Hao has no idea, so he's understandably confused. Still, he doesn't like the tone, or the way that random boy's putting his hands on him. With a sharp look, Jiang Hao clutches his wrist and shoves him away, making him fall and hit his head. In complete humiliation, the thug is now injured. His ears broken, and he trembles in fear, because Jiang Hao's far stronger than he expected. Lin Zhong, the leader, only smiles at the scene, amused by the fight, and thinking that Jiang Hao must be the kind of man his crush actually likes. Yahello quickly fills Jiang Hao in, telling him that Zhong's captain of the basketball team and shares a class with Zhang Ying. But Jiang Hao has no interest in this petty drama. He simply walks away, saying he's not in the mood to mess with them. If they genuinely care about Ying's feelings, then they should talk to her directly instead of dragging others into their mess. Unsurprisingly, the self-proclaimed alpha thinks Zhang Hao's words sound like good advice. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao spots Yihua watching from the sidelines. She suggests giving the boys a beating for disturbing him, but Zhang Hao waves it off. He tells her it's too harsh for students, and instead, she should teach him boxing, because a man has to be strong. Yahello is surprised and asks if they're really taking extra lessons. Zhang Hao says yes to after-school training, and even invites Yahello to join, so he can learn to fight and defend himself, making sure no one ever bullies him again. On the other side of town, in her lavish apartment, Nan swims to cool her mind. But no matter how hard she tries, she cannot stop thinking about what happened in the bathroom with Zhang Ho the other day. The stress only grows heavier, and she knows she needs to put an end to it. So she calls her assistant and orders her to bring Zhang Ho in as soon as he leaves school. After school ends, Zhang Ho, Yahello, and Yu Huan meet in a warehouse for their boxing practice. Zhang Ho says that today they'll work on core strength because his body is still too weak, and he dreams of a day he'll have abs. Yewa hears this and asks, "Are you talking about abs?" She lifts her shirt and shows off her defined stomach. Jong-ho instantly covers his eyes, calling himself indecent, a shy boy trying to protect his innocence. Even with his eyes shut, he still sees her toned stomach in his mind, and admits that this is exactly the kind of physique he wants. He steps closer and touches her stomach, saying that she's very slim, but still has a strong and toned body. Yahello blushes at the touch and says it'll take a while before he can match her fitness. Yahello watches on. He points out the painfully obvious. Jang Hao is touching Yahello, and she isn't moving away. What Jang Hao suddenly realizes is something important. He never even asked for permission. He wonders why Yahello didn't resist at all. But Yahello just shrugs, claiming it's no big deal. If Jang Hao truly wants, she can even show him more of her body, just to make him happy. Jang Hao finds her behavior a little strange, and Yahello warns that this whole situation looks bad. They should definitely avoid trouble. Then, Jang Hao abruptly changes the subject. He asks Yahello how much money she has, and tells her to hand it all over. Yahello is utterly shocked by this request, but Yahello simply hands over all her cash. She even mentions the rest is in her bank account, and starts to share her bank password. Jang Hao immediately stops her, saying she must never reveal such sensitive information, because evil people could use it to harm her. Jang Hao asks why she obeys him so easily. Yahello calmly replies that they are friends, and a friend should never refuse another. At that moment, Jang Hao realizes the harsh truth. Because of her family abandonment, Yahello never developed healthy social bonds. She believes that being a friend means giving up everything just to keep the relationship alive. Jang Hao explains to Yahello that this isn't how friendship works. Friends should be equal, and in the future, she must use her own judgment, instead of blindly doing whatever he asks. After a while, their training session ends, and they agree to meet again the next day. On his way home, Jong-ho feels happy because the practice went well. What he doesn't know, however, is that a few Secret Service agents are hiding just around the corner. His gut tells him something is terribly wrong, so he changes his route. Then a little girl suddenly stops him and asks if he wants some candy. Jang Hao asks why she's out alone at this hour. Because it's dangerously late for a child. She explains she's doing a school activity, where she needs to hand out candy to strangers. Her teacher told her that she had to hand out all the candy in the package, and if she failed, she wouldn't get a reward. Jang Hao finds it quite admirable that even students are working so hard. He takes the candy and offers to take her home, but as soon as he eats it, he notices a strange taste. Slowly, his body weakens, and he starts losing consciousness. He jolts awake, only to see several men in business suits standing over him. He's strapped to a bed like a sacrificial lamb. Django struggles against the restraints, but they hold him tight. Panic rises as he realizes he doesn't even know where he is. When he sees men dressed like CIA agents, his mind races, wondering what he should do. Then a woman turns toward Nan and informs her that her precious boy has woken up. Jang Hao is horrified. He realizes Nan is the one behind all of this. His thoughts spiral as he tries to understand how she could do it. He breaks down further when Nan coldly tells the others to leave because she doesn't like distractions. Django screams his head off as she calmly goes back to her work. After a while, she puts her pen down and fixes her eyes on him. She asks how he managed to escape her last time. And now here he is, in her house and on her bed, daring to insult her. Was he too naive to think she wouldn't punish him for his rebellion? Jungo exhales with relief, realizing this is punishment for running away, and not her taking his organs. He asks what she wants from him, and whether she truly has any romantic interest in him. He explains that he's researched her. She's the CEO of Hong Fong Group and the head of her family. Her family was once involved in dark and illegal dealings, but after building their empire, they shifted into legitimate business and wealth. Today, the group absolutely thrives, and Nan is hailed as a national goddess, even though past crimes can never truly be erased. Django tells her she's powerful and widely admired, surrounded by men who do absolutely anything for her. But he is not one of them. He only wants to live a quiet, ordinary life, so she should just let him go. To him, this is nothing more than a bargain. But Nan isn't pleased. Instead, she smiles, saying he's more than she expected. But that's because he isn't the real Django. Hearing this, Django feels as if his soul is about to leap from his body, because she's absolutely right on track. Finally, after a little while, Nan frees Django from his restraints. The boy, confused and a little shy, asks her what she means when she says he isn't the real Django. Nan calmly walks back to her chair and says that she's smart, and she's done her research on him. She points out that things have changed quite a lot in a very short time. She then asks if he even knows what it was like before. Django looks at her, waiting for her to finish, because he also knows she's absolutely right, and then lays out his whole family history. She explains how he lived in a single-parent home and was raised by his hard-working father, who worked tirelessly to provide for him. His father gave him lessons on how to be a proper man. Django was doing exceptionally well in school, and with his good looks, he became the official crush of nearly everyone. People described him as kind, charming, sweet, and considerate. But not long ago, everything about him completely changed. Now he's fierce, sharp, and unwilling to take anything from anyone. In every way, he's a completely different person than before. Django realizes he's been careless. Ever since the blood moon, he never expected something like this to happen. He was so focused on adapting to this world that he forgot to look into the history of the body he was living in. Still, he still doesn't understand how she reached that conclusion, that he isn't the real Jang Ho. He's more than a little offended and grumbles that he doesn't get why he should be excited, just because she's like mildly famous. But then claps back, that's not true. He should be excited because he's actually a huge fan of hers. That's when Jang Ho's heart drops as he realizes how badly he messed up by completely failing to research his own past. Nan reveals that the original Jang Ho publicly confessed to having a massive, undeniable crush on her, and if he doesn't believe her, he can just check his socials. Jang Ho, mortified, scrolls through his history and discovers cringeworthy posts where his old self raved about how desperately he wanted to be with Nan, how utterly perfect she was, and how he needed to become a worthy man just for her. Jang Ho is utterly mortified. His old self was far more pathetic than he could have ever imagined. He never, ever expected Nan or anyone else to notice such a drastic, sudden change. Nan, getting closer, narrows the distance between them and states flat out, "You don't seem like your old self anymore." She wonders if he has a split personality, amnesia, or even something more bizarre, because any of that would totally explain how he changed his entire identity so completely. But then also points out that having any kind of mental illness doesn't explain how Jang Ho suddenly gained physical abilities he never had before. He'd never been in a fight before, yet he somehow managed to win head-on confrontations with legit gang leaders, something even an average high school girl couldn't pull off. This means he doesn't have some simple mental personality change. No, what happened to him is real. It's something far more powerful. Something like a soul swap. Yang laughs nervously and tries to play it off. You're crazy for even thinking that. But deep down, he knows there's only one reason. Nan would reach such a shocking conclusion. Jiang Hao immediately catches on. She must have experienced the soul swap herself. But Jiang Hao doesn't spill all his secrets just yet. Instead, he poses a hypothetical situation. If he were to exchange his soul, what would you want to do with him? Nan reveals that her ultimate dream is to study a rare, once-in-a-century phenomenon known as the blood moon. Jiang Hao immediately realizes she's definitely onto something big. Nan continues explaining that, based on a previous survey conducted on Jiang Hao, sudden personality changes had appeared. A few days after the blood moon, she firmly believes he has a crucial connection to this phenomenon. Jiang Hao presses her. Why is she so certain? And Nan replies that if he's willing to assist her research, she'll reveal exactly why. Jiang Hao grows nervous, but Nan tells him to calm down, because his life is completely under Pearl's control anyway. She assures him she won't experiment on his brain or his body. She then mentions there's a contract with all the terms and conditions clearly outlined, and if he reads it carefully, he'll definitely be on board with her proposal. Jiang Hao then asks, who else is involved in the blood moon study? But Nan replies that so far it's just her, because the matter is highly confidential and highly interesting. Jiang Hao then picks up the contract and tells her he'll review it. In his mind, he muses. He never imagined anyone else in the entire world knew about the blood moon, yet he's still not entirely sure what the blood moon mission truly entails, and he feels it's far too risky to accept her offer. He knows there's no way to truly uncover her intentions for now, so he decides to accept temporarily and see what happens. Jiang Hao then states that if there's nothing more for her to say, he's going to head out because it's late and his family might start to worry. He assures her he won't keep her waiting too long. But then reveals that James still has one more score to settle. She suddenly grabs his neck, then his hand, pinning him up against the wall. A panicked Jiang Hao demands to know what she's doing. She presses in close to him, making his head fall against her, and says, "This is my response for what you did to me last time." Then she raises her hand and gives him a hard smack on the bottom. Jiang Hao screams in pain, rubbing his sore backside, and mentally thinking she's a complete pervert. He runs home in tears, humiliated, but telling himself that right now, he must focus on getting back to his house. His phone has been ringing nonstop. Back at home, Jiang Hao announces that he's back. He notices his stepsister putting on her shoes and asks if she's planning to go outside. Before she can answer, Qian rushes toward him and throws her arms around him, saying she was extremely worried. That is when Jiang Hao realizes she was about to go looking for him, and he silently thanks God he got home in time. He apologizes for making her worry and asks where their parents are. Qian tells him they've already gone to sleep, but then she asks where he had been at this late hour. Jiang Hao lies, saying he went out for a little shopping and forgot to check the time. He knows it sounds weak, so he quickly adds that he wants to take a shower and tries to slip away before Qian can question him further. But she stops him. Her hand rests softly on his arm, and in a low, innocent voice, she asks if he went shopping with a girl, because he smells faintly of a woman's perfume. Jiang Hao takes a quick whiff of himself to check if he really smells like a woman. He realizes at once that Nan's perfume was too strong, and now he is practically reeking of it. He tries to cover it up, saying that he had been around a lot of people while shopping, so it was nothing unusual. Qian does not look convinced. She grows worried and gently caresses his face, telling him he should be more careful in the future and never let other people take advantage of him. She then tells him to go take a bath and change his clothes. She heads off to grab him something fresh to wear. Meanwhile, Nan summons her assistant, sliding a paper forward. She asks her to investigate the girl even further. That girl is Chin Chin, Jiang Hao's half-sister, and finds it far too coincidental. That Chin Chin just happens to be in Jiang Hao's life. Something about her just feels off. Back at home, Chin Chin takes a deep sniff of Jiang Hao's worn clothes. Her eyes darken with a furious rage. She declares she's going to destroy the shirt because it absolutely reeks of another woman. When Jiang Hao steps out of the bathroom, after his shower, he spots Chin Chin bending down to grab something from the fridge. For a moment, he just stands there, completely captivated by the sight before him. Then, trying to sound casual, he asks if she wants something to drink. But instead, like a nervous little boy, he blurts out that he wants some milk. At the same time, his thoughts completely betray him. He can't help but think about how utterly amazing his stepsister's body looks. Chin Chin hands him the milk and tells him to go to his room so she can help him dry off. A little while later, they both end up in Chin Chin's room. Jiang Hao sits in front of the computer, while Chin Chin gently dries his hair. Suddenly, a notification pops up. Jiang Hao's eyes widen as he sees a message from a very attractive, but also very naked man. The message says he fell in love with her the moment he saw her, and wants to know if she'll give him a chance. Jiang Hao freezes. His first thought is that this man must be some kind of porn artist. He even wonders if he should call the police. Chin Chin notices his expression and quickly explains. She says she saw it by accident and asks him to reply to him, telling the man she's not interested because she already has a boyfriend. Jiang Hao takes the chance to give her advice. He says that anyone posting pictures like that online is not worth her time. She should never waste her attention on people like that. Chin Chin looks genuinely touched, smiling warmly, and pulls him into a hug. She tells him she's overjoyed Young Ho cares for her so deeply, promising never to accept any other man. Afterwards, she heads to the shower, instructing him to turn off the light. Once he's finished up, Young Ho turns back to his computer and immediately spots something odd. His name is saved under Angel in her contacts, kept entirely separate from all her other contacts. It's as if Chin Chin wanted to make him feel utterly special. Then, his gaze drifts to the bookshelf. He recalls the book he noticed there earlier, a steamy romance novel about forbidden love between step-siblings. His heart begins to race. Panic sets in. He insists he's never seen Chin Chin in that way. She's his stepsister, and he wants to be a good person. But deep inside, something is beginning to stir, and it absolutely terrifies him. The next day at school, Young Ho sits casually, enjoying a quiet morning break. He leans back, lost in thought, wondering what his next move should be. His mind drifts, and he admits to himself that romantically, Chin Chin didn't put up much of a fight, even though he'd been surprisingly bold with her. But just as he sinks deeper into his musings, someone suddenly interrupts him. His peaceful moment is cut abruptly short when he turns to see Zhong, and this time he's alone. Zhong gives Young Ho a menacing yet coaxing smile, saying he heard. Young Ho is also streaming on the Demon Fish platform. He challenges him to a popularity battle that very night, daring him to see who can earn the most money. But Young Ho has no interest in competing with noobs. Zhong laughs, thinking Young Ho is just being rude. But Young Ho fires back insult after insult. He calls him a one-eyed, small-brained fool, who can barely remember his own name daily. The words hit hard, and Zhong stutters in pure anger. Young-ho smirks, suggesting if he has a stutter, maybe he should get treatment at the nearby hospital. Furious, Zhong vows that Young-ho will lose tonight, just as Jiang Hao's about to turn down the challenge. Yelong suddenly bursts onto the scene. He's cheering up a storm from behind a bench, and immediately starts hyping Jiang Ho up, claiming he'll easily crush some low-level streamer, like Jiang, because Jiang Ho is way more popular and far more handsome. Jiang storms away, but not before delivering one final, icy threat. Meanwhile, Yelong keeps relentlessly pushing Jiang Ho to join the battle. Jiang Ho, however, still has absolutely no desire to compete, but with everyone dragging him deeper into this mess, he finally screams out in pure frustration. And due to the heat, he isn't even wearing his mask. He dives into the games, and hour after hour, victory keeps landing right his lap. His team absolutely dominates match after match, and the chat explodes with nothing but praise. Viewers gush endlessly over how handsome he looks, without his mask, even calling him a male deity. That's when a sudden notification flashes. Someone has just sent Jiang Ho a luxury yacht, an outrageous gift, clearly flaunting their immense wealth. But Jiang Ho knows this isn't just simple generosity. No, it's a stark reminder, a heavy push for him to finally answer a certain proposal. As he thinks back on the chilling terms of Nan's contract, he realizes they are far too dangerous to ever accept. When Jiang Ho truly remembers the contract's oppressive details, his anger absolutely boils. It states he must discontinue all enrollment activities, move out his home, to live in a designated test center, and cancel every single cooperative contract. Outside of this one, food and lodging are included in the monthly salary. But to Jiang Ho, it feels less like a contract and more like a straight-up prison sentence. He throws it aside in utter frustration. It clearly doesn't seem wise to accept, when the Blood Moon mission itself is still such a mystery. For now, Jiang Ho decides he must first uncover what the mission truly is, before ever siding with Nan. He plans to find the perfect moment to reject her offer. As for that yacht she sent, he knows the money will absolutely have to be returned, though right now, he has no way to afford it. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao just powers through the matches and clinches the coveted first place in the competition. Meanwhile, over at Lin Zhong's place, Zhong waves goodbye to his viewers, signing off for the day. But the moment his stream ends, that his genial expression hardens, and he begins to seethe with uncontrolled rage. He mutters furiously about Zhang Hao, his voice laced with venom. Zhang Hao, the new rival firmly fixed in his sights. He vows to rip his head off, consumed by his fury, because he absolutely cannot tolerate losing to anyone. Lin snatches up his phone and makes a very specific call. He tells the person on the other end he has a new assignment for her, and that she absolutely shouldn't fret about the payment. All she needs to do is ensure that a certain boy is permanently taken off the streets, because he wants Jiang Ho's reputation utterly destroyed. The very next day, Jiang Ho is out innocently shopping for flowers. He remembers Chin Chin specifically mentioned she wanted lilies. At that exact moment, two women walk purposefully towards him, ready to carry out the mission they've been assigned. That's when Amo suddenly realizes the boy looks incredibly familiar. The instant she fully recognizes Jiang Ho, that she urgently tells her friend to immediately call Nan. Back at headquarters, Nan sits regally in her CEO chair when her assistant bursts in, saying there's a critical report regarding Jiang Ho. Nan immediately gives her undivided, sharp attention. The assistant explains that just moments ago, that someone reported a certain man named Lin that had serious issues with Jong-ho and had even paid someone to discreetly take a compromising photo of him. But Mo, the assigned person, outright refused. Once she discovered Jong-ho was under Nan's powerful protection, Nan, with an icy gaze, orders that the man be immediately fired. She states the rest of the matter is entirely up to Mo. Whatever Mo wants to do to personally make amends. And to fully take care of Jong-ho from now on. Meanwhile, Jong-ho returns home, blissfully unaware of the drama, with a fresh bunch of lilies, specifically for Chin-Chin. But his mind keeps circling back to that opulent yacht of Nan's. He can't help but wonder just how much it truly costs, because he knows deep down that he absolutely must pay her back as quickly as humanly possible. Suddenly, his phone buzzes with an incoming call. It's Nan, but before he can even answer properly, Chin-Chin suddenly appears right behind him, asking pointedly, "Who exactly are you talking to?" Jong-ho panics, utterly caught off guard, and quickly lies, saying it's just someone from the insurance company. But in his haste, he completely forgets to mute the call, and now he fears he's landed himself in an even bigger, unholy mess. Meanwhile, Nan listens intently. Her expression darkens significantly. She screams at her assistant to prepare the car, because she needs to teach this bad boy a lesson. Jang Hao hangs up, but later, as he sits in his bedroom, he feels guilty for ending the call so abruptly, thinking it would be better to discuss the yacht. Payment in person, he calls Nan again. However, Nan is already in a foul mood. She orders him to come out, threatening that she will have her men break into his house and drag him out. Jang Hao yells back, asking if she's even allowed to do that. But then, he hears a commotion outside. Looking out the window, he sees lines of cars blocking his driveway, and even the street. He threatens to call the police for harassment, but Nan only laughs and dares him to try, reminding him that parking on the street is illegal, and the police will simply fine him instead. Zhang Hao realizes he has no choice. He agrees to come out, but still insists that the cars be removed first. Only then will he step outside. Jiang Hao lies to Chin Chin, telling her he's going out to buy something from the store. She immediately offers to go with him, but he refuses, saying he'll be back soon. He says he's hanging up and heading out, when Chin Chin's tone suddenly shifts. She looks at him closely and asks who else he has been involved with, besides her, because she feels someone is always watching him. Zhang Hao is on a call with Nan, who tells him to stay on the line. As he keeps walking, she warns him that about 30 meters ahead, on the right-hand side, there's a dark cul-de-sac alleyway, where a woman is standing, and she might be armed. Jiang Hao says he doesn't like this method of confronting her alone, and he asks if Nan is really sure. She wants him to do something so dangerous, because that woman will surely attack him, if she just sees him as a helpless high school student. Henshin then points out that he should be more afraid of his family being in danger, and that he needs to deal with the culprit as soon as possible for their sake. Jang Ho takes that to heart and walks straight toward the danger, but Nan quickly tells him not to go near the threat and to stay put until she gets there. She turns to her assistant and orders her men to surround the area and make sure the culprit doesn't escape. The assistant looks worried for her, but then brushes it off, saying it's no problem to go without backup. Jang Ho tells Nan to hurry, because he started to feel uneasy. He notices the shadowy figure move, stepping out of hiding and walking straight toward him. He realizes he no longer has time. The figure is covered in a hoodie and mask, hiding their identity. Jang Ho nervously asks who they are, because to him, They already look unhinged. Without a word, the figure charges straight at him, not giving him time to run. Jang-ho has no option but to dodge. But even that is hard because the stranger is trained. When the hooded attacker realizes Jang-ho is fast too, he curses, and Jang-ho thinks the attack was strong, but not quick enough to land. The assailant comes at him again with a punch, but Jang-ho dodges at the last second, trips him, and sends him falling face first onto the ground. Jang-ho pins him down, tells him not to move, and demands to know why he attacked without reason. The attacker spits back that everything is Jang-ho's fault, because he's the reason his life ended up this way. Jang-ho is confused, asking how he could possibly have ruined this person's life, and tells him to take off the mask and talk face to face. Suddenly, the hooded figure punches Jang-ho, slips out his grip, and pulls away. That is when Jang-ho realizes it's not a man at all. A woman stands in front of him, her eyes wild, her face twisted with rage, and she screams, declaring she'll end his life. Suddenly, she whips a knife from her sleeve and lunges straight for Jang-ho, who's utterly frozen, paralyzed by shock and fear, just as the attacker is about to plunge the blade into Jang-ho. A lightning-fast punch rockets in from Era. The hit connects, slamming into her and stopping her dead. The knife clatters from her grasp as she tumbles violently backward. Her mask rips off, and Nan instantly recognizes the face beneath. Nan mutters, clearly wounded by the sight, because even she hadn't anticipated this gangster to show up here, causing such a chaotic scene. Jang-ho finally gets a clear look at her attacker. It's none other than Luo Xian, the notorious former street gangster, who once intensely pursued Jang-ho to be her man. Jang-ho protests that he merely rejected her advances, and it's no reason to resort to this, trying to murder him over a simple rejection. But Xian snarls back furiously that if Jang-ho hadn't shamelessly seduced Nan, she would never have faced rejection herself and been thrown back onto the cold streets. Like a rabid dog, she spits curses, claiming every single boy is a manipulative gold digger. And the instant they spot a pretty, charming girl, they instantly chase after her. Jang-ho snaps back, insisting she's the real problem, not him. Nan has clearly had enough of their petty bickering. She steps decisively forward and tells Xian she has well and truly crossed the line. Xian was explicitly forbidden from pursuing Jang-ho, and now she's dragging Nan's company name through the very mud, intimidating the weak and extorting protection money. Nan declares this a direct violation of the rules she laid down from the very start, and that she has absolutely no place for scum like Xian or her staff. She ties her hair back into a tight ponytail and fixes Xian with a steely gaze, as if she's about to beat her senseless for daring to disobey. Xian grits her teeth and sneers that she is a seasoned street fighter, asking what a pampered rich girl, raised in a golden crib, could possibly know about real fighting. She lunges at Nan, but Nan remains impossibly calm, and coolly says Xian shouldn't have underestimated her. With barely any effort, Nan effortlessly blocks the attack. At that very instant, Shin realizes she's made a terrible mistake. Nan unleashes her full power, pummeling Shin relentlessly, pounding her face until she crashes to the ground, blood gushing from her mouth. Django is utterly stunned. He realizes Nan had held back on him before, because the way she just fought leaves him absolutely speechless. Soon, the police arrive and haul the criminal away. Django finally breathes a sigh of relief, believing it's all finally over. He turns to Nan, asking her to send him home. His sister will start to worry. But Nan quickly reminds him that he seems to have forgotten something crucial. Why she came to meet him in the first place. Django guesses it's about their contract, but Nan says that's for later. What truly matters now is that someone tried to take a nude photo of him, and that alone is dangerous enough. Django frowns, asking who on earth would be so bored to even attempt something like that. But Nan avoids the subject instead. In a wounded tone, she says, what truly bothers her is that Django hung up on her earlier, before she could even say what she wanted to. If he's that unwilling to talk to her, then maybe she should just leave him alone. Django realizes his mistake. He bows his head and apologizes, apologizing for hanging up on her at such a moment. Nan accepts his apology, but says she'll still give him a punishment. Before Django can even react, Nan steps close, closing the distance between them, and plants a kiss firmly on his mouth. Django's brain finally starts to process it after the initial shock, but he's still utterly confused and wonders if this might all be a dream. A hot woman like Nan kissing him feels utterly unreal. He thinks about pushing her away, but then realizes her lips are soft and warm. And Nan is beautiful. Most guys would beg for a chance like this. In the end, he's just a normal guy of decent age. So he just lets it happen. But suddenly, Chin Chin's face flashes through his mind. Cheng Hao suddenly realizes something's amiss. He quickly shoves Nan away from him and fiercely demands an answer. If there was some special reason for this so-called gift of hers, why would you deceive a high school student like me? He asks so many times, only to steal my first kiss. Nan calmly wipes her lips clean and asks if he's really still just a high school student. Young-ho can't tell if this was her first kiss too, or if it carried some deeper, hidden meaning. He shakes his head, dismissing the thought. They shouldn't focus on that tonight, he states. She helped him, so for now they're even. She also sent him gifts during his live stream, and he plans to pay her back. He then asks how much they all cost. Nan brushes it off as just a small amount of money, but she takes his words as a direct insult. She then asks if this means he has no intention of signing her contract. Young-ho admits he can't sign. Not yet, but when pressed fiercely for a reason, he gets flustered, saying he can't explain right now. He adds that he's tired, then turns to leave abruptly. They just stands there, stunned, mortified and a little heartbroken that he left her hanging. But she silently vows to herself she won't give up, not until she has him completely for herself. Back at home, Young-ho collapses onto his bed, completely, utterly drained. His mind spins wildly when he thinks about the kiss, and how Chin Chin's face suddenly appeared in his head. It confuses him deeply, and he can't help but wonder if he might actually have feelings for his stepsister. The thought disgusts him so profoundly that he can't help but laugh at himself, saying, she takes such good care of me, while I'm thinking such terrible things. He tells himself he needs to forget it completely and focus on school the very next day. The next day, Young-ho meets Yuhua and happily greets her. Yuhua, who is always a bit shy, acts sweet around Young-ho, and he instantly feels relieved. After spending time with a pushy bully like Nan, it's so refreshing to be around someone his own age. With her, everything just feels easier. That's when Young-ho suddenly notices something different. Yuhua is wearing black silk stockings, and it's the very first time he's ever seen her in them. She usually wears white. Jang Hao finds himself distracted, and even Yue Huan notices. She nudges him out of his thoughts. Smiling softly, Dang Hao tells the instructor that he has a gift for her. He pulls out a keychain shaped like a gun and says it is a thank you present for teaching him how to fight. Earlier when he visited her place, he noticed she liked guns. So when he saw this while shopping, he bought it for her hoping she would like it. Yihua takes a close look at the keychain, then smiles and clutches it to her chest, saying she loves the gift. Django feels a wave of frustration, but his thoughts quickly drift back to her stockings. He keeps wondering why she chose to wear them today, and if there is some special reason for it. Yewa notices his gaze on her legs and asks if something is wrong with them. Django knows nothing is wrong at all. In fact, they look extra alluring today, and he cannot get the thought out of his head. During the lunch break, Yuewa and Zhang Hao eat together in the music room. Yuewa suddenly asks why Zhang Hao keeps staring at her legs. She admits that he has been looking at them a lot today, and it is making her a little frustrated. Then she asks straight out if he likes her legs. Zhang Hao almost chokes on his coffee. He nervously asks if it is that obvious, then finally admits that she does have very pretty legs. Yuewa turns to him with a calm smile and says that he can touch them if he wants. Zhang Hao almost loses his mind at the thought, but Yuewa explains that after spending time with him, she is happy to have someone to share lunch with. As a small gesture, she is willing to let someone she trusts touch her so closely. She then asks if Zhang Ho wants to do it. In his mind, Zhang Ho wrestles with himself. There is no reason to refuse such a sweet girl with such a tempting offer, but it still feels like he might sound like a pervert. He decides to shift things and suggests a deal instead. He asks if she would sit on his lap right now. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuewa stands up, walks over, and gently sits on his lap, softly asking if this is all right. Django cracks a smile, finding her so endearingly obedient, a true gem in this big, complicated world. He then asks if it bothers her in the slightest. Yewa admits she feels a touch hesitant, but also surprisingly comfortable. No one has ever embraced her quite like this before. Django then realizes that Yewa must be so deprived of affection, probably due to her family background and their general absence from her life. Django's gaze falls on the keychain around Yuewa's hand, and he asks why she's wearing it like a bracelet. Yuewa shyly confesses that it's the very first time she's ever received a gift from a friend, and she wanted to keep it close. Django is utterly stunned that no one has ever given her a gift until now. Yewa explains her old friends only ever asked her for money, but rarely gave her anything in return. Django's blood boils hearing this, and he passionately tells her that people who just ask for money are not real friends. He sternly warns her never to waste her time on such people again, because they'll only exploit her innocence. Yewa nods understanding, but mentions Yuan once gave her a stack of books and some rather strange movies. She'd followed Zhang Hao's advice, though, and never opened them. Zhang Hao immediately suspects that her classmate could be a total pervert, but he swiftly changes the topic. He tells her the keychain belongs on her backpack, not her wrist. He promises he'll buy her a proper bracelet, one that actually fits her. The break ends, and they both return to class. As Django approaches his desk, he spots something lying next to it. But before he can pick it up, the insufferable class president snatches it first and yells for the whole class to hear. That Django is a total creep who brings adult toys to school. The class erupts in gasps, and Django freezes solid, staring blankly, completely bewildered. It's just another frustrating misunderstanding, added to the ever-growing list of problems that keep giving him endless, throbbing headaches. The class president boldly claims that Zhang Ho has completely ruined the sanctity of the school by bringing filthy toys right into the classroom. And before all this, Zhang Ho was already accused of leading girls on, making them fight over him. All the boys are clearly green with jealousy over Jong Ho. So they viciously spread gossip, saying he's nothing more than a bad personality, hiding cleverly under a handsome face. Jang Ho wonders why his life has suddenly become so rough, that he now has to constantly defend himself against these relentless rumors. He stands up and tells the class president to furiously mind his own business and stop projecting his pathetic insecurities onto him, because he's just overflowing with envy and jealousy. Jang Ho warns that if he pulls a stunt like this again, he'll show him exactly what he learned in martial arts training. The room instantly goes silent, and everyone can tell Jang Ho is absolutely not joking about his anger. The crowd disperses just as Yahello arrives, asking what happened because Jang Ho looks utterly furious. Yilong is irritated as well, wondering who the real culprit behind all this is, while Jong Ho's loyal friends vow to hunt down whoever is behind this nonsense. But Jong Ho tells them to calm down, saying it's really not that big of a deal, and is probably just another simple misunderstanding. Just when Jong Ho thinks everything is finally over, the very next day, he finds the same obnoxious toys in his desk again. He throws them away, but the same thing bizarrely happens. For 4 or 5 agonizing days straight, Jong Ho turns into a simmering mess of anger, wondering why someone is so maliciously determined to ruin his reputation. At recess, Yilong tells Jong Ho that he overheard a few boys talking about him in the hallway. They're saying Jang-go is the one who keeps bringing all these toys to school. Jong Ho insists he genuinely doesn't know what's happening, because every single time he opens his drawer, he finds a brand new toy inside. It has been 5 days, and whoever's behind this is spending a fortune just to completely trash his reputation. Yelong asks what their next move will be. Jong Ho reveals he already has a plan, and it even involves Yahello, because he's going to need her help. A little while later, he calls Yahello over and whispers something important in her ear. Yahello nods, confirming she can have her assistant drop it off at the school. Later that night, Jong Ho, Yahello, and Yelong are running a little undercover project. They're having a sleepover at school, determined to expose the pervert once and for all. Early the next morning, when the building is silent and everyone is still fast asleep, a boy sneaks in a classroom just as he's about to open Jong Ho's drawer. He crosses a laser and triggers an alarm. At that exact moment, Jong Ho snaps a picture of the culprit. It turns out to be Jong, the same guy who picked a fight with Jong Ho, because the girl he likes is interested in Jong Ho, and not him. Jong Ho says that. Jong has been working hard for the last 8 days, wasting money on all those toys just to ruin his name. With a smirk, Jong Ho throws the toy right back at his face, standing tall and utterly victorious. Jong demands to know how Jong Ho found out about him, but Jong Ho only shrugs and says it was all thanks to his high-tech anti-theft systems. With that, he turns to leave, saying they'll meet at the office. Jong shouts at his men not to let Jong Ho get away, and Jong Ho quickly realizes that these thugs are no amateurs. They know how to fight, and he's all alone. Jong orders them to drag Jong Ho to the bathroom and beat him there. The men lunge at him, but Jong Ho fights back hard. He punches one, dodges another attack, and counters again. Still, he can only handle one at a time. A third gangster kicks him, and though Jong Ho blocks his face, the blow knocks him backward, and he tumbles down. That's when Yahello arrives and sees a thug kicking her best friend. Furious, she charges in. The gangster warns her to back off, but she completely ignores him. Jiang Hao tries to stop her before she does something reckless. But it's too late. Yahello unleashes her terrifying rage. She shoves the thug, then kicks him hard in the face, and stomps him down with terrifying, raw strength. She's transformed into a completely different person. The gang panics and desperately tries to flee. But even when one begs for mercy, Yahello shows no signs of stopping. Jiang Hao has to physically restrain her, warning that if she keeps hitting him, things will only get much worse for her. Suddenly, teachers and students rush in, finding Yahello standing over the battered thugs. Jiang Hao knows this looks absolutely terrible for both of them. Later, the school officially announces that Zhang was the one who planted the prohibited items to deliberately ruin Jiang Hao's reputation. The evidence is solid, and Zhang will be severely punished. However, Yahello is also penalized for fighting with her classmates. Jiang Hao, and Yi Long watch as she's escorted out of the school. Jiang Hao wonders if she'll be okay. They hear that she put 2 boys in the hospital, and Jiang Hao admits he has no idea what will happen next. Her tutor and parents are incredibly strict, and she might even be taken back home. Still, he hopes it won't turn into something too serious, and that somehow she'll be all right. It's raining heavily, so Jiang Hao rushes back home. When he arrives, his father hands him a towel, clearly annoyed and worried that his son had to travel in the rain. He scolds him for not calling and warns that he might catch a cold. But Jiang Hao isn't concerned about that right now. He grabs the towel and hurries to his room, leaving his father, wondering why his son is so anxious today. After changing into dry clothes, Jiang Hao instantly calls Yahello. When she picks up, he hears her weak, fragile voice and realizes she's been crying. His worry spikes, and he quickly asks what's wrong and if anyone hurt her. Yahello softly explains that it's very dark where she is. Jiang Hao frowns and asks where exactly she is, because he thought her family had already taken her home. But Yahello tells him that back home, her mother has locked her in confinement. Jiang Hao is stunned such a place even exists. She explains that every time she makes a mistake, her mother punishes her by shutting her in an isolation room so she can reflect on it. Now she has to stay inside for 2 whole days. The room is dark, cold, and frightening. Jiang Hao feels his chest tighten. He says the least he can do is stay up with her, and he asks if she wants to talk about something in particular. Yahello whispers that he will do anything to distract her, but then pleads weakly if he can promise not to hang up tonight. Jiang Hao reassures her. He says they don't have school tomorrow, so he'll keep her company and even tell her about the novel he's been working on. He sniffs, realizing he might have caught a cold himself, but forces a smile and explains that if he goes silent, it only means he's fallen asleep. He tells her not to hang up and to just leave the phone nearby if that happens. He then begins to narrate. His story is called The World of Real Men. In it, men are strong and powerful with abs and muscles, while women take care of the household chores. Men face dangerous jobs, and women admire them. His hero is a reborn immortal cultivator, the strongest man in the world, destined to save it from evil. Along the way, he meets many beautiful, kind, and charming women. Everyone praises him for his unmatched abilities to defeat countless villains. And in Jiang Hao's tale, there are always plenty of villains waiting to be destroyed. Yahello comments that Jiang Hao's story is the exact opposite of their real world. She says it feels unrealistic because men are too weak to carry bricks, while women are stronger, and it's only fair for them to protect men and save the world. The thought is utterly ridiculous, causing Yahello to burst into peals of laughter. Jiang Hao doesn't get upset by her playful teasing. Instead, he simply smiles, listening to her laughter, truly savoring the sound. He calmly states that the world has, in fact, changed. Yuehua, still highly amused, promises that she'll read his novel regardless. She even asks if he can give her a new volume, so she can leave some detailed comments on it. Django agrees, saying that if she truly wants it, he will send it to her the very next day. He then gently asks if she still feels afraid, following up by asking what she enjoys doing in her free time. The night passes swiftly as the two of them continue talking. By the next morning, Jungo wakes up with a pounding head and quickly realizes there's something cool and damp resting on his forehead. He blinks his eyes, open to see Chun sitting beside him, holding a glass of water. She says she came to wake him for breakfast, but noticed he had a fever, so she brought him some medicine. Jungo mutters that he feels incredibly weak, realizing that in this world, his body is truly fragile. Even small strain makes him fall ill. He admits he doesn't have any strength left. Chun leans even closer and says that if he can't eat by himself, then she would just have to feed him directly through her mouth. Jungo's eyes widen in shock as he braces himself, realizing she's about to kiss him. But the kiss never happens because, in reality, Jungo is only dreaming. In a dream, he weakly resists a little, stammering that they are like brother and sister, and they shouldn't be doing such improper things. Even Chun seems confused, asking what is wrong with him, and if he feels so unwell that he needs to see a doctor. That's when Jungo suddenly realizes he has only been talking in his sleep. He can't believe he said such shocking things out loud, especially in front of his sister. Embarrassed, he admits that he needs some help getting up, even though it feels mortifying to be so weak. His face burns bright as he blushes deeply. Chun instantly catches on to his embarrassment. She turns to face him and calmly urges him to eat the porridge now, while it's still warm and comforting, saying it will be good for his stomach. Jong-ho wonders if other sisters care for their brothers with such devotion, but the truth is she's not even his real sister. Yet, she treats him as if he truly were. He finally asks her directly why she's so incredibly kind, because he feels he's just an ordinary brother. Chun simply smiles and sweetly declares he's worth every bit of trouble, and as long as Jong-ho is willing, she'll gladly take care of him for the rest of her life. Then, with a flourish, she asks him to open his mouth wide, so she can feed him by hand. Jong-ho grows flustered, thinking this kind of talk doesn't sound normal between siblings at all. It feels more like a marriage proposal. He quickly snatches the bowl from her hand, saying he'll eat it all by himself. Yet, in his heart, he senses that Chun enjoys putting him in these awkward positions. Maybe he's just overthinking it, but her care feels warmer than a simple sibling bond should. He tells her to go back to her work and not worry about him, because he'll be just fine after some sleep. But Chun insists, stating that since Jong-ho is unwell, she has no mood for anything else, and she'll stay right by his side while he rests. A while later, when Jong-ho finally wakes up, he feels a little better, but he notices Chun is still sitting beside him, quietly engrossed in a book. She carries an aura that always seems to have him under her sway, and Jong-ho internally groans, thinking he'll never be able to sleep with her this close, because his senses are always so sharp around her. Yet, only 5 minutes later, he drifts off to sleep again. When Chun hears his soft, even snoring, she glances over at him and quietly wonders why he was so reluctant earlier, before asking herself if he might actually dislike her. Meanwhile, Nan sits elegantly on her luxurious sofa, lost in thought about Jong-ho and his fiery, untamed spirit, and, of course, about the intense kiss they shared. She remembers how utterly cute he looked when he apologized, and for the first time, he truly thanked her. For someone usually brimming with such confidence and raw arrogance in his bones, he still managed to look almost gentle to her. Django truly is the most unusual guy she's ever encountered. She lights a cigarette, her mind racing, and in that quiet moment, a realization dawns on her. She may have just fallen in love with that boy. Django wakes to the insistent buzzing of his phone and instantly suspects it might be an unknown caller. When he answers, there's only silence. On the other end, he states that if they're not going to speak, he'll just hang up. That's when Nan finally speaks. Django realizes his suspicion was spot on. He asks what's going on, and are you trying to mess with me again? Nan says she just couldn't sleep. Django checks the time. He points out that calling a high school kid at 2 a.m. isn't exactly reasonable. If you're not sleepy, do you want me to sing you a lullaby or tell you a story so you could drift off? Then tells him to watch his tone. But Django shoots back that she's the one asking for manners, while disturbing him at 2 a.m. He asks her directly, what do you want? Nan explains that she heard. He learned all his fighting skills from Yahello. Django immediately asks if she's investigating him again. Nan then says that Yahello is only at an intermediate level, but he should come train with her. She has a team of professional instructors. Django already has a strong foundation, and with the right work, he could easily become world-class. She says no ordinary guy could make a name for himself the way he can, but Django isn't impressed because he remembers how she once asked him to become a star, and now she wants him to turn into some cheap, gory fighter. He knows she's just buying time for her own reasons. So he tells her he has no interest in being brainwashed by her and wants to keep his distance. Plus, he and Yahello train casually after school, and he genuinely enjoys those sessions. He warns her that if she calls him again, he might just have to block her number. Nan quickly pivots, changing the subject, and asks if he's dating anyone. But Jang-ho gives her a sharp retort. She sighs in relief, assuming he and Yahello are only practicing casually. What she doesn't realize yet, however, is just how close Jang-ho and Yahello have grown, and how naturally their friendship continues to deepen. The next morning, Jang-ho wakes up, still wearing his Jang-ho set. He sees a note from his sister, reminding him to wear a coat. That's when he notices Chin has already laid out a separate one for him, just in case he woke up during the night. Jiang-hao thinks Chin treats him like a little kid, but he wouldn't change it for the world. Soon, Chin knocks on his door and enters, asking for his help to pick a dress for her party. She holds out 2 options, but Jiang-hao's attention quickly drifts. His focus isn't on the dresses at all, but on her very revealing night suit, which makes him snap back to reality quickly. They eventually settle on a dress, and Chin happily accepts his choice. As she turns to leave, Jiang-hao spots a tattoo on her lower back. He finds it strange, since Chin never mentioned having one. The next day, Chin bids Jiang-hao farewell, telling him to stay home and rest. Because of his flu, Jiang-hao agrees right away. But when he's alone at home, his thoughts begin to wander. He thinks about his friends and family, and how much he misses his original world, even though this world has been good to him as well. He remembers the promise he made to himself, that he would earn money and then find a way back. But so far, no matter how many things he's tried, he hasn't found a faster way to make money. Then, suddenly, a thought sparks in his mind. If he reports the gangster Lu Shin, he can claim a reward of 50,000 yen. Django makes a beeline for the police station, demanding his reward ASAP. The constable offers him a warm smile, praises his good looks, and confirms she remembers him. But since he's a student, they can't just hand over the money immediately. He'll have to go through a whole mess of procedures, and that could easily take over a month. Django protests, flashing his ID and insisting he's an adult. But the constable firmly insists that rules are rules and must be followed. Utterly frustrated, Django demands to know where he can get paid instantly. The constable hesitates, but explains that to protect the privacy of the bounty poster, she can't reveal their name. Still, she directs him to the Feng Hong group, telling him to discuss it there. Jang Ho knows this is going to be a massive headache, but he reluctantly agrees. Back at the headquarters, they receive a call from the constable, who reports that Jiang Hao came in to collect his reward, and that she sent him directly to Nan's office. Nan grins, remembering how Jiang Hao hung up on her just last night, and now he has no choice but to come crawling back for the money he so desperately needs. Everything is finally going her way. Meanwhile, outside the imposing office, Django feels his pride taking a serious beating. It feels utterly humiliating to come here for money, as if he's begging, and his ego is not having it. He sighs, finally giving in, and asks a passing girl how to reach the top floor, explaining he's here to meet someone. The girl asks Django if he's meeting a relative, or perhaps his father, because she boldly claims to know everyone in the building. What Django doesn't realize is that she's secretly head over heels for him, and just wants to spend more time by his side. She then follows him into the elevator, practically forcing herself along, leaving Django confused and more than a little startled. Django tells her she probably won't know the person he's here to meet, but she stubbornly insists that she knows everyone in the building. Just then, she corners him, immediately launching into a barrage of invasive questions. Her tone shifts rapidly from mere curiosity to brazen compliments about his physique and handsome face. Jang Ho quickly realizes he's being outright harassed, and silently wishes the ground would just swallow him whole. When they finally arrive on the top floor, Jang Ho politely asks her to leave him be, but she suddenly seizes his hand. She passionately declares her belief in love at first sight, swearing she's already fallen head over heels for him. She confidently states she's certain she'll never meet anyone quite like him ever again. Just then, the elevator doors dramatically slide open, revealing Nan, standing there with an absolutely furious glare. The girl's expression freezes solid as Jang Ho calmly greets Nan, and without a moment's hesitation, Nan barks at her employee to get out of the building immediately. She accuses the girl of harassing people during company hours. The girl panics, immediately beginning to beg for mercy, pleading to keep her job. Jang Ho steps in, saying, "Perhaps, Nan, you're being a little too harsh." The girl didn't do anything truly unforgivable, but Nan snaps back, demanding to know if he really wants to defend some random girl he just met. The girl bursts into tears, wailing loudly that once people hear I was fired from this company, she sobs, no one else will ever hire me. That's just how much power Nan wields over the entire market, and has absolutely no patience left for this drama. She abruptly grabs Jang Ho and starts dragging him away from the sobbing girl, who desperately clings to the floor. Jang Ho protests, asking what is wrong with you, but Nan slams the door shut with a bang, trapping him tightly between herself and the door frame. Her eyes burn with an intense fury as she fiercely demands to know how he dares flirt with other girls right in front of her. Jang Ho asks Nan which one of her eyes actually believed I was flirting with that girl, when in reality, it was the complete opposite. I was the one feeling incredibly awkward, being harassed. He explains the girl was just trying to be friendly, even though she used some rather strange words. And she even helped him find his way. Jang Ho pushes Nan gently aside and walks into the office, saying it makes absolutely no sense to fire someone over something so incredibly small. Nan follows and skeptically asks again if the girl was really just guiding him. Jang Ho retorts that she was a tad persistent, but what he talked about is none of Nan's business. He settles onto the sofa, and Nan realizes she's currently at a stalemate. She takes a seat directly opposite him, her tone sharp as she declares that Jang Ho truly knows how to get under her skin. Jang Ho notices that she, too, is sporting black stockings, which happens to be one of his particular weaknesses. He admits to himself that, while her personality might not be the most obedient, her body is perfectly toned, clearly from regular training. But then, another thought crosses his mind. Her dress is so short, and, considering she could get into a fight at any moment, doesn't she worry about accidentally flashing someone and causing a total scene? Then catches his wandering eyes and realizes he's completely checking her out. Jang Ho quickly looks away, but she enjoys it. She leans back, subtly widening her legs just a touch more, and teases him, saying if he wants it so badly, he can have it. She then adds another condition. If Jang Ho really wants that girl's job saved, she has a challenge for him, and declares she'll drop her cigarette with her left hand, and Jang Ho will have to use his right. If he catches it before she does, she'll let the girl keep her job. Jang Ho agrees without hesitation, confident in his lightning-fast reflexes. Nan smirks, realizing she might have just given him exactly what he wanted. She suddenly lets go of the cigarette. Without any countdown, Jang Ho has no time to argue. He leaps forward just as Nan moves, too, and his hand closes around the cigarette. Before she can reach it, he wins. Nan stumbles from a sudden motion and tumbles onto him, and together they collapse onto the sofa. Jang Ho doesn't fully grasp what just happened, but Nan admits defeat, saying he won and she lost. Jang Ho thinks to himself that she seems to know nothing else, apart from finding excuses to touch him. Still, he can't complain because he likes it. His hand instinctively brushes against her thigh, a mix of boldness and a serious lack of self-control, then immediately pushes him back. Her face flushes bright red. She calls him a pervert, demanding he behave himself. She fiercely demands to know how he dares lay a hand on a woman in such a way. Jang Ho tries to brush it off casually, claiming he was only defending himself. He almost forgot something crucial. If Nan had actually slapped him across the head, he might have ended up losing a few teeth. Swiftly, he changes the subject, pointing out he caught the cigarette, so she can't fire the girl. Next, he brazenly tells her to get off his lap. Otherwise, he might actually start believing she actually has a crush on him. Nan retorts that's not the point. The truth, she muses, is he might be the most attractive man she's ever met. She admits she's never come across anyone quite like him before. He feels strong, brave, responsible, and capable, and that's what makes him different. Jang Ho smirks and says if she likes him that much, then she should just hand over the 50,000 so they can both go their separate ways. Then suddenly gets up and rushes toward the bathroom, saying she just needs a moment. Jang Ho thinks she might just need some time to figure out how to regain control. Then his phone buzzes. It's his stepsister, Chin Chin. She asks if he's being a good boy, resting at home, because she called earlier and no one answered. Jang Ho quickly lies, saying he went to Yelong's house to get help with homework, and that he'll be home soon. Chin sounds worried. She reminds him that he's still sick, and tells him to come home as quickly as possible. She adds that she has a work party and will be late. Right now, Chun is standing outside a club. Her friend greets her, and together they walk inside. The friend points at Chun's back and asks what tattoo she has there. Chun smiles and confesses that it's the name of a very important person. She glances at her phone screen, still on the call with Jong Ho. It's clear the name emblazoned on her back belongs to her brother. Meanwhile, Chin remains unaware that her call is still active. Fortunately, Jong Hao can't quite catch the last part about her tattoo, because her surroundings are just too noisy. Yet, he still catches the precise moment when someone questions Chin about her tattoo. Jong Hao slowly lowers the phone and spots the cigarette he's holding. He lights it up, and to his utter surprise, he instantly enjoys the taste. The smoke feels incredibly smooth, and for a moment, he fancies himself tough enough to pull off the look. Then, he finally looks up. Nan steps out of the bathroom, completely transformed. Her stockings are gone, along with most of her previous outfit. Jong Hao instantly realizes she's not one to hold back when it comes to her appearance. She's undeniably bold, strikingly confident, and her beauty is absolutely striking. In fact, she could easily rival his stepsister's charm, both in terms of looks and physique. Nan's eyes immediately fall upon the cigarette in his hand. She frowns and declares children shouldn't smoke, her voice sharp with genuine concern for his health. Jong Hao can clearly see her innate need to control everything has returned. He quickly retorts that he wasn't really smoking, merely watching the flame and savoring the scent of the smoke. Then, with a tilt of his head, he asks why she changed her clothes in the bathroom, and if she did anything else while she was in there, and doesn't deny a thing, only stating that she's just a normal woman, and he needs to stop tempting her over and over again. Otherwise, she might just need to take a lot of cold showers, just to cool herself down. Jong Hao's mind immediately veers into the gutter, wondering if she'd been indulging herself for a moment, all while thinking of him inside that bathroom, and exactly how far her perversion might stretch. He quickly shakes off the thought, muttering that they should just forget everything. He's only here to collect his rightful money. Nan smirks, telling him to forget about the cash. She points at the cigarette and casually states it's worth 60,000. Jong Hao completely freezes. He feels as if the very ground has swallowed him whole. How could a single, solitary cigarette possibly cost 60,000? And was it even properly filled? He convinces himself she's lying to keep the cash. But Nan coolly responds that he can just check the price online. If he doesn't trust her, Jang Ho almost loses his mind. After everything he went through, he ended up with absolutely nothing. All because he was dumb enough to light the cigarette, just to smell it. Then Nan suddenly bursts into laughter. Jang Ho scowls and says it's not funny. She says the cigarette's price is real, but she's not that stingy and will still pay him. She hands him an envelope, and Jang Ho takes it, saying she might be grumpy and controlling, but she is a woman of her word. Jang Ho then reluctantly admits that he might have overreacted a little, but she deserved it for pushing and teasing him so much. With that, he says their past can be erased, and in the future, they should see very little of each other, because that way, she will also become more productive. He then bids her farewell forever, and tells her to take care of herself in the rain, reminding her that he was just cold a while ago. He leaves and thinks about how all fictional bosses are always so possessive, and never know how to talk casually. And he starts to wonder if he actually likes Nan or not. Meanwhile, Nan is on a call with someone who canceled on her. But instead of being upset, she finds it amusing and says she'll catch up to them soon enough. Back at home, Chin Chin sits with her friend, showing her cute pictures of her stepbrother, Jong Ho. She says they've known each other since childhood, and she has taken so many photos of him. But while he wasn't looking or just enjoying himself, that she's built an entire scrapbook, from childhood to adulthood. It almost looks like a shrine album. Chin Chin insists it's normal to collect such pictures of someone as cute as Zhang Hao, and she says there'll definitely be more to come. The best part now is that she doesn't need to take them secretly anymore. She can snap a picture of Zhang Ho anytime, and even ask him to pose for her soon. Zhang Ho arrives, questioning why she's home early, when she claims she had a party to attend. He then spots Chin Chin's guest and greets her. Chin Chin suddenly realizes she's as close to being caught and labeled a stalker, which deep down she totally is. Chin Chin absolutely cannot let Zhang Ho get his hands on that album. But her friend is busy, gushing about how cute and handsome Zhang Ho is. Chin Chin pinches her friend in the stomach, warning her to behave, because otherwise she'll definitely ruin everything. Zhang Ho doesn't notice the sharp look Chin Chin give her friend, and Chin Chin quickly tells Zhang Ho it's no big deal that she and her friend were only looking at a bibliography. She tries to signal her friend to hide the album, and soon her friend gets the message, hides the book, and lies through her teeth. But Zhang Ho is nosy too, and he asks what kind of literature they were looking for, saying he really enjoys reading books. Chin Chin takes a step forward, but trips, falling straight into Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao catches her just in time, and Chin Chin asks why he wasn't resting, and why he's home so late. Zhang Hao lies that he was bored at home, so he went out to get some fresh air, knowing he can't tell her the truth about going to sea. Nanchin. Chin Chin realizes he might be lying, so she asks why he has such a miserable look on his face. She wonders if there are women on the street harassing him, and if he's scared. Zhang Hao says there's no need to worry, because he knows martial arts and can always protect himself. He leads both of them away from their research and heads to his room. Chin Chin's friend asks why she can't let her stepbrother see the album she made for him so lovingly. Chin Chin tells her to stay in her lane and mind her own business, warning her not to even think about Zhang Ho like that, or she'll happily end their friendship. Her friend quickly reassures her, declaring she would never cross that line, assuring Chin Chin she has nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, Zhang Ho sits lost in thought in his room, reflecting on how utterly drained he feels, especially after every meeting with Nan. He happens to glance outside and notices a man intently staring up at their house. He can't help but wonder if he's being stalked again, and this time it feels even worse, as it's undeniably a man. He grimly realizes he's somehow a magnet for stalkers of every gender. He then begins to seriously consider it's probably best to talk to Chin Chin about it. He absolutely doesn't want any trouble to occur, especially with their parents currently away on a business trip. Chin Chin's friend soon takes her leave, and Chin Chin then turns to Zhang Hao, mentioning she has some work to do, and questions why he isn't getting some rest. Zhang Hao informs her he was just upstairs and spotted a ghostly figure outside their house. He cautions her to be careful whenever she goes out, because they can never predict who might be out there stalking people nowadays. Chin Chin merely shrugs, then pats Zhang Hao's head lovingly, telling him she's touched by how much he cares about her. She assures him there's no need to worry, because the man outside is simply one of her many suitors. The very same one who sent her that explicit photo in their private chat the other night, which of course, Zhang Hao had read. Zhang Hao instantly recalls that deranged lunatic and asks if Chin Chin also thinks he's a perverted stalker, because he feels that person is genuinely dangerous. Chin Chin sighs, lamenting there's nothing they can do, and she admits she's equally furious about the whole situation. Zhang Hao earnestly insists he can help with anything she needs. Chin Chin smiles playfully at him, then seizes the opportunity to lean against his shoulder, muttering that she's tired and needs some support. Zhang Hao can't help but think she never, ever misses an opportunity to stay close to him. She then delicately cups his chin, commenting that he looks quite flushed. Zhang Hao immediately recoils, blushing furiously, utterly embarrassed and denying it. Despite the obvious lie, he declares he simply can't stand staying home another day. He just wants to get back to school. Kenjin notices his intense eagerness. He straight up asks if a girlfriend is waiting for him there, perhaps showing him a good time. He teases him for being so incredibly anxious to return. Django quickly denies any affair, insisting he hasn't fallen in love. Xian Xian then hugs him tightly, stating she just wants to ensure everything is all right, and that he isn't lying to his stepsister. She admits it's a genuine concern to have such a handsome stepbrother. She even whispers, wishing he could always be hers, and hers alone, but she says it so quietly that Django doesn't catch it. He asks if she said something, and Chun Chun simply replies, "It's nothing important." She then tells him she'll take him to school the next morning. The next morning, Django drops Chun Chun off. She says she'll stay home today, wishing him good luck at school. Yelong meets him, immediately filling him in. Since Django wasn't there, a lot has happened, concluding that Yu Hua is now being bullied. Django is confused, but Yelong explains people aren't directly blaming him for what happened. They heard some mutant. Students were sent to the hospital, so now everyone thinks Yu Hua is dangerous and might hurt others. They're avoiding her, leaving her feeling utterly isolated. Django knows it's all his fault and says he'll go see her later. He finds Yu Hua in her classroom, and she absolutely lights up when she sees him. He sits beside her, apologizing for getting her into trouble. He then tells her that next time they encounter a situation like that, they need to be more careful, because they've learned their lesson. Yu Hua innocently asks if he's afraid of her too. Django affectionately bites her head and says, "I could never be afraid of someone as obedient as you." This makes Yu Hua incredibly happy. She knows as long as Django is okay with her, everything will be just fine. Soon, classes begin and Django heads out, but not before making plans to grab lunch. Everyone notices Django chatting with Yu Hua, and the rumors start flying. They speculate he must be a truly good friend, because even with her occasional violent tendencies, he still talks to her during breaks. Django devours his lunch like he hasn't eaten in days. Meanwhile, Yu Hua opens her lunchbox, revealing a spread worthy of a Michelin star. She offers some to Django, who immediately starts salivating, imagining what incredible dishes her chefs must be whipping up for her. Every single day while he eats this, Yu Hua then comments on his hands and boldly asks if she can touch them. Django realizes she's incredibly straightforward with her requests and feels a little flustered. He asks if anyone ever taught her to be so direct. Yu Hua shakes her head, saying no one did. She just looked at them and felt like trying. Django thinks for a moment, then, with a smile, offers her his hand. He says it's a good thing she asked him, because if she'd asked Yang Long, he probably would have screamed pervert at her. Jungo remembers that last time. Yuehua had allowed him to touch her legs out of courtesy. Now, as they hold hands, it almost feels like their hands were made to fit together perfectly. Yuehua looks confused, mentioning her classmates call her a prude for never having kissed a boy or held hands, teasing her for missing out. Jungo explains that some people misunderstand, thinking early experiences make them superior or cool. But it's really just vanity. He tells her not to pay attention to their words. Suddenly, Yuehua grows shy, then bluntly asks if he can give her a kiss. Jungo feels a rush of surprise at her audacity. But seeing her innocent, hopeful expression, he realizes that if a kiss will make her happy and less guilty, he wouldn't mind at all. She's such a good girl, and who could possibly resist her? They lean closer together, and Jungo takes the lead. He tells her since it's her very first time, they'll be gentle yet dominant. If she's shy, she can simply close her eyes. He doesn't break the intimate distance between them, and for a moment, the world seems to pause. Zhang Hao, like a master lost in a spell, continues to kiss Yuehua, feeling the warmth and sheer intensity of their connection. Both their hearts beat a frantic rhythm, and every moment feels utterly electric. Suddenly, a knock on the door startles him, but thankfully, Yuehua had locked it beforehand. Outside, a few girls try to enter, looking for lunch, but Zhang Ho feels a wave of relief, knowing Yuehua has protected their privacy and reputation. He comments that Yuehua has finally kissed a guy, and now she can proudly hold her head high, feeling confident in her own skin. Yuehua, still flushed from the kiss, grabs his hand and places it on her chest, asking if she's sick because her heart is racing, and she can feel it pounding in her throat. Zhang Ho panics for a moment, realizing she's made him touch her chest, but he quickly reassures himself that it's just a euphoric reaction. Deep down, he senses that Yuehua truly enjoyed the kiss, and might even like him. Yuehua then asks if they can kiss more often, because she likes the rapid heartbeat and the warm, comforting feeling. Zhang Ho almost stumbles over his thoughts, realizing she might not fully understand that kissing is usually for couples. But he decides he doesn't mind, as long as she asks him first. He promises that in due time, he will teach her everything. For now, they should eat their lunch. Meanwhile, back at her mansion, Yuehua scrolls through the videos Yan sent, expecting excitement, but she feels nothing compared to the thrill of her kiss with Young Ho. She picks up her phone and calls him, remembering his promise to teach her new things. Zhang Hao is about to shower when he answers, asking what she wants, but his mind drifts right back to the kiss, leaving him feeling unusually sensitive. Yewa explains that she watched the video Yin sent, but didn't feel her heart race, wondering if something was wrong with her. Django realizes that Yin tried to show her something impure, trying to corrupt someone as innocent as Yewa, who also lacks some common sense. Yewa blushes, admitting it feels strange to ask him these things, and says she won't bother him again if he doesn't like it. Django reassures her that he's glad she came to him, and not a stranger, and she shouldn't worry, because he doesn't mind discussing these things. However, he needs to shower first. Ihua immediately jumps from her bed, insisting she'll shower too, and suggests they stay online and talk the whole time. While doing so, Zhang Hao agrees, and asks what Yuehua wants to talk about, as he takes off his clothes, thinking about his ABS and how they aren't very visible, because maintaining them is quite a challenge. He also reminds Yuehua to be careful, and not get her phone wet. She puts it on a shelf before undressing, and Zhang Hao blushes, realizing she is alone and naked as well. Yewa starts narrating everything she is doing, explaining how she washes her hair and applies soap on her body. Django follows along and does the same. He comments that the front part of her hair is a bit long and asks if she wants to trim it. He thinks it feels strange talking like this, and that the moment is almost intimate, making him blush slightly. Meanwhile, Chin brings a load of fresh bed sheets into Zhang Hao's room. She hears voices and wonders who he is talking to, and whether he has a girlfriend at school. She finishes the laundry and moves into Django's room to investigate. Chin texts Yellow, asking if many girls like Zhang Hao. Yellow replies that since Zhang Hao is handsome, everyone likes him, but he doesn't have a girlfriend, so she wouldn't have a single thing to worry about. Fully satisfied, Chin finally puts down her phone, and a new thought sparks in her mind. Since Zhang Hao doesn't have a girlfriend, this could be her golden opportunity to make a move. He settles into his bed, patiently waiting for him to finish his shower. During their call, Zhang Hao tells Yuhua that now that he's finished, he'll search online for some erotic reading to send her later, because it's better for her to read something substantial rather than watch short, explicit movies that don't teach kids how to stay safe. When Zhang Hao finally enters his room, he immediately notices someone under his covers. Lifting the sheets, he finds Chun feigning sleep. Zhang Hao, startled, speaks up, asking what Chun is doing in his bed. She puts on an innocent look and replies that she just wanted to ask him to watch a movie, but simply fell asleep while waiting. Zhang Hao, still nervous and blushing fiercely, quickly says he'll get ready soon, and they can always watch the movie downstairs. In a little while, he then frantically searches for some erotic reading online, knowing he really shouldn't be doing this. Zhang Hao makes Yuhua wait, but since it's a very sensitive topic, he tells himself firmly that he might have to prioritize Chun for now instead of Yuhua. He asks Chun what type of movie she wants to watch. She says she doesn't have a specific pick in mind, but is totally down for a horror movie. Zhang Hao tells her he'll take a shower and can wait for her in the living room, while also conveniently turning off the lights to set the perfect mood for their movie night. Sitting in the living room, Zhang Hao muses about how, back in his previous world, when a man and a woman watched a horror movie together, the girl would usually hide in the guy's arms if she got scared. Here, however, it might be the complete opposite, with the boys being the ones seeking comfort in a girl's arms. The thing is, though, he isn't the type to get scared by horror movies, so he'll just wait and watch. Yet the thought of seeking protection from a girl makes him blush profusely. He imagines it would never actually come to pass. Soon, Chin makes her way downstairs, wearing nothing but a simple, old t-shirt. She innocently steps in and asks if he's picked a movie yet. Zhang Hao immediately starts to blush, feeling utterly flustered and overwhelmed by how provocative her simple outfit seems to him. Even Chin notices his reaction and playfully teases him, asking why he's blushing and avoiding her gaze. Zhang Hao insists he's not blushing. He's just a little warm tonight. That's it. But inside, he's absolutely panicking because he doesn't know what might happen if Chin decides to move any closer. Her playful, teasing look makes him instantly nervous. Chin knows the powerful effect she has on Zhang Hao, but she doesn't want to overwhelm him just yet, so she decides to take it easy for now. Besides, during the horror movie, whenever Zhang Hao gets startled, he's going to end up holding her close. And that's precisely her plan. The movie begins. Zhang Hao notices that despite the scary scenes, he does not feel afraid. Chin, however, is genuinely frightened and clings to Zhang Hao's arm. Trembling, Zhang Hao smiles and asks if she's afraid. Chin asks if he thinks she's weak. since a guy like him isn't afraid, even though she's shaking all over. She never planned to embarrass herself like this, but she can't help being genuinely scared. Jiang Hao gently reassures her that it's normal to feel frightened by these ghosts, and she shouldn't feel burdened by it. He doesn't mind being there to support her. Chin Chin feels truly touched by Jiang Hao's kindness and innocence, so she cuddles up to him openly. Jiang Hao's heart begins to beat faster because she's sitting so incredibly close, and he notices her comforting scent. He reminds himself to stay composed and keeps his thoughts strictly appropriate. A sudden memory of his dad scolding him flashes through his mind. He subtly shifts, creating a bit more space for himself. This leaves Chin momentarily bewildered, but he smoothly pivots, changing the subject. As the movie ends, Jong Ho prepares to head to bed, but Chin gently takes his hand and suggests they should go upstairs together. Jong Ho feels a surge of pride and protectiveness, cherishing this newfound closeness with Chin. For the first time, when they reach Chin's room, she doesn't immediately step inside. When Jong Ho asks if something's amiss, she shyly confesses she's scared to sleep by herself. Tonight, Yungo hesitates, concerned that sharing the bed might make sleeping difficult, but he doesn't want to turn her down. Seeing her genuine, anxious expression, he finally agrees, thinking he just can't say no to her face. In bed, Jong Ho lies awake. While Chin explains she saw a scary shadow and got frightened, Jong Ho comforts her, assuring her she can always share her fears with him, and there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Chin feels safe and deeply reassured, hugging him tight and resting her head on his shoulder. Jong Ho feels a warm, intimate sense of closeness, and suddenly realizes his little member is getting way too hard to control. Chin wakes up the next morning, feeling incredibly well-rested and relaxed, thinking how wonderful it was to sleep in Jong Ho's arms. She even imagines that if they had kissed last night, it would have been the absolute cherry on top. When she glances back at Jong Ho, she realizes he looks like a total mummy. She starts to panic, thinking something terrible might have happened to him overnight, because he looks so utterly exhausted. Jong Ho quickly assures her that he's perfectly fine. Chin hugs him, letting his head rest on her chest. She then says she must have fallen asleep in his arms. Jong Ho, however, feels a tad annoyed, because Chin clung to him so tightly. He couldn't get any sleep all night. Chin notices his frustration and suggests that if that's the case, they should definitely avoid watching any more horror movies. She also mentions she'll cook him breakfast to make up for the eventful night before. Jong Ho declares it's time to freshen up, so he heads for a bracing cold shower. Despite nothing happening last night, he still feels surprisingly dirty and hollow. Later, while brushing his teeth, Jong Ho starts receiving texts from Yahello. They're stickers of him. He gets instantly annoyed, thinking Yahello is just being bothersome, and vows to teach him a serious lesson, while simultaneously restoring his pride. Yahello is truly acting like a literal child. As Jong Ho heads downstairs, Chin is already dressed and ready for work. She cheerfully wishes him well for school. Jong Ho then asks what she's so engrossed in. Chin explains she was chatting with a friend when she suddenly received a sticker from him. Jong Ho feels completely flustered, blurting that Yahello clearly has nothing better to do. He warns her not to use the stickers, because he definitely doesn't want any unwanted attention. Chin promises she won't, but internally, she feels a pang of frustration. Why? Because she doesn't want anyone else to see his beauty. She says it so quietly, though, that Zhang Hao can't hear a word. With that, Zhang Hao heads off to school. Soon, he notices a buzz. Everyone seems to be talking about him. They've recognized him from the stickers circulating online, and Zhang Hao quickly realizes that he's become something of a celebrity once more, even without posting anything himself. One girl even boldly approaches him, attempting to flirt and snag an autograph. But Zhang Hao quickly leaves them, declaring he's late for class. In the classroom, he barges through the door, absolutely fuming at Yahello, announcing he's going to kill him. Yet, Yahello seems completely oblivious to his rage. Yahello cheerfully offers that he can totally make a few more stickers if Zhang Hao wants, since he has even more photos. That Zhang Hao never even noticed. Zhang Hao glares fiercely and orders him to delete all of them immediately, proclaiming that a manly man like himself would never allow such images to appear online. Suddenly, Yahello arrives. She wonders if Dronzer is unhappy, declaring she needs to do something about it. Dronzer quickly assures her everything's fine, but then spots her hair, now noticeably shorter. Yahello explains she cut it herself, right after Dronzer had commented on it. Dronzer compliments her new hairstyle, thinking how incredibly well-behaved she is. She doesn't even question his instructions. He gives her. Yahello then whispers she'll take Zhang Hao to her newly discovered secret base, promising a fun, exciting atmosphere. At the old school building, Yahello eagerly leads him, but they soon realize they're not alone. Many other couples are there, cozying up together, and Dronzer quickly realizes he stumbled right into a lover's den. Suddenly, Yahello starts to speak, and Dronzer quickly hushes her, pleading with her to be quiet. But then she playfully licks his hand, and Dronzer realizes that Yahello might be far more mischievous than he thought. Dronzer yanks his hand back in surprise, and Yahello sighs, saying she just thought he'd like it. But before Dronzer can even respond, she suddenly leaps onto him, kissing him and tackling them both to the ground. Dronzer realizes Yahello really likes him a lot. They're roughly the same age, and she behaves so sweetly and obediently. He thinks he could try going out with her and just see how things go. This might also prevent Chin from hitting on him. He kisses her back, but after a while, he gently pushes her away, telling her they actually must breathe while kissing, otherwise they'll both suffocate. Yahello says she's learning, and will keep that in mind next time. Dronzer reminds her they're late for class, and should continue this very important conversation later. Walking back to class, Dronzer holds Yahello's hand. They walk side by side, as he wonders whether to actually go out with her or not. He faces an impossible choice between Chin's mature, captivating charm and Yahello's sweet innocence and unwavering obedience. He's completely torn, and for him, it feels like the end of the world. Meanwhile, over at the Hong Kong headquarters, Nan gets a crucial update from her assistant. Young-ho is secretly photographed, and now his stickers and pictures are exploding online. He's become an international celebrity, again, without even lifting a finger. Nan admits it's not bad. For a man, she's been watching, but she definitely doesn't want all these pictures circulating. She's incredibly possessive. She's worried his normal life might be affected. So she tells her assistant to find a way to scrub these images from the internet. The assistant argues the pictures have gone totally viral, and countless people have downloaded or altered them, making a full erase impossible. Nan gives her a menacing look, and the assistant scrambles out to get it done, then goes online and sees all the pictures, feeling intensely jealous of other girls, looking at Zhang Hao in such a thirsty way. Luckily, The pictures seem to be old, so no new images are currently circulating. Still, she realizes this is completely wrecking her focus. Piles of documents desperately need her attention, but she keeps thinking about Jong-ho all day, completely forgetting her work. She understands that Jong-ho isn't just a crush, but also her rival, and right now, he's winning the war. Suddenly, she remembers that kiss and how soft his lips were. She has to stop herself, knowing she needs to approach this with strategy. Right now, her eyes are on one man only, and she's determined to make Jong-ho hers soon. Jong-ho walks back home when he notices a luxurious car parked right outside his house. And sure enough, it's Ella sitting inside. But Jong-ho is far from happy to see her. He demands to know what she's doing at his house. He reminds her that the last time they spoke, they agreed to forget about each other, so she should just leave him alone. Nan replies that in a perfect world, she would have kept her promise. But what if she simply can't control herself? Jong-ho argues that since she's a wealthy woman, as a business owner and highly trained professional, she should be able to manage her impulses. Nan cuts him off, declaring his photos are plastered all over the internet. Right now, it's impossible for her not to see them, and it drives her absolutely mad that so many women have the audacity to say vulgar things about him online. She then pulls him closer by his thigh and whispers that the man she's set her sights on cannot escape from her so easily. Django realizes he's playing with fire, because if his sister finds out he's with another woman, she will absolutely lose her mind. So he says he's going to leave, but somehow Nan ropes him into sitting in her car. Django pouts and complains that he shouldn't listen to a girl who is so spoiled and controlling. He prefers girls who are obedient. Django feels exhausted by her, because he always has to pay attention to all of her little habits, and sometimes they just overwhelm him. But instead of taking offense, Nan only smiles and coughs, as if laughing at Django's taste. She lights up a cigarette and teases that maybe in his world, women were like that, but in their world, that's definitely not the case. Django realizes he might have gotten caught for a moment. As Nan continues, she says those talentless women don't compare to her, because she has everything: money, status, and skills. She can provide for him, and there's nothing wrong with him being a stay-at-home husband while she takes care of everything. Django gets flustered, because the thought of never working a day in his life sounds tempting, but he doesn't take the bait. He says he should focus on more options, because he might not be available. But Nan leans in, pinching his cheek, her controlling side clearly showing, as she demands to know the name of the girl he likes. She even asks if it's Yahello, the granddaughter of Minty and Hay, because as far as she knows, Yahello is not the type of woman Jong-ho usually describes. Jong-ho immediately orders her not to mess with Yahello, but at the same time, he offers an olive branch, which makes Nan believe he truly likes her. Django starts to panic, afraid his cover is about to be blown, and begs her to calm down, then blushes instead, realizing she has a weakness. Well, he calls her a pet name. Jang-ho tries to downplay it, saying that friends use such names all the time, but Nan is still flustered with that. Jang-ho says they should go eat something, but he is leaving now because he has to go home. As he walks away, he wonders nervously if Nan is going to chase him every day. Suddenly a hooded man approaches Jong-ho and says that he is a friend of Chin-Chin, and asks if Jong-ho can give his stepsister a present. On his behalf, Jang-ho studies the man, thinking he looks familiar, and then it clicks he is the same person who sent unsolicited pictures to Chun-Chun. The other day, Jang-ho confesses that he saw the pictures that the stalker sent to Chun-Chun. He introduces himself and says that if he ever messes with his stepsister, then he's going to mess with him. Zhang Hao warns that if he sees him again, outside their house or trying to stalk Xin, he will call the police with that. Zhang Hao walks away, leaving the stalker frustrated and angry. A man thinks that Zhang Ho is only a student, harmless and easy to ignore. He convinces himself that soon he will make Xin fall in love with him. When Zhang Ho returns home, Xin is practically glowing with happiness. She says that since their parents are not home, she brought food from a fast food place, and they're going to have a lazy dinner. They sit together with hamburgers and fries, enjoying each other's company. Zhang Hao, however, thinks about how difficult it is to stay in line when someone is tempting. With Xin sitting right across from him, he wonders if she's doing all this on purpose, but he has no proof to back it up. Xin then falls quiet, looking a little sad. When Zhang Ho asks her what's wrong, she directly asks if something is bothering him. She knows that he's become quite the internet celebrity. She admits that she saw people looking at his pictures today and even raving about them, and it made her jealous. Zhang Ho quickly tells her that he's absolutely no celebrity, and all the attention only embarrasses him. Xin then explains that fame and popularity aren't good for him. She says that nowadays, people on the internet try to market themselves because it's a huge trend, which is why he should dress more modestly. She even tells him that when he streams, he should cover his arms and back. Yango thinks her words sound a little too possessive, so he starts to panic on the inside. Xin quickly tries to soften it and says she was only joking, but then she admits she's actually scared. She doesn't want Zhang Ho to get into any trouble, and she wants him to be safe. Her insides are screaming because she always knew Zhang Ho was hot, but now that he's becoming a celebrity, more and more people are fascinated by him. She knows many suitors will soon appear, and it's getting harder to keep Zhang Ho to herself. She feels the pressure to act and make him hers. As soon as possible, later that night, she barges into his room and asks if he needs any help. She looks like a complete bombshell in her new outfit, and even Zhang Ho notices it. He hesitates, but then accepts her company. She sits a little distance away, but then says she wants to give him something. Xin hands over her daily salary, around 3,000 yuan, and places it directly in Zhang Ho's hand. Zhang Ho cannot believe it. She earns that much money from the hospital, while he works so hard yet can't even make a quarter of what she earns. In a single day, Chun reveals that, even though she's just a student, she occasionally assists chief surgeons, helps out with minor operations, and earns a fantastic salary. But deep down, she knows the real truth. To get into Zhang Hao's good graces, she needs to ensnare him somehow, and money might just be the key. Xian isn't just any ordinary student. She's truly exceptional, admitted with the highest grades. She followed her mentors on research projects and earned an early chance to begin clinical studies. At the hospital, she's not only capable, but talented beyond measure. With 3 years of real experience already under her belt, she's not the boss, but with her skill and confidence, she certainly feels like she could be. Zhang Hao realizes Chun isn't just beautiful. She's also brilliant. He admits he wishes he could earn money like that someday, so he can help their parents. Hearing this, Chun starts to gush. She hugs him tightly and tells him it's not his job to make sure their parents retire early. Zhang Hao then asks if their parents are still on the business trip. When Chun says they're not coming home for a while, the thought hits him hard. The girl and the boy are home alone for a long time, and Zhang Hao wonders What's going to happen between them? But it's not turning out to be the easy vacation Jiang Hao first imagined, staying alone with Chun Chun and try to control his temptations. Proves to be so incredibly difficult that he often ends up with nosebleeds and can't focus on anything else. After cleaning himself up, he changes his clothes and comes back to his room. Even Chun Chun notices and asks him about it. Then she tells him to change into his pajamas so he can go to bed early. Jiang Hao feels too irritated to say much, but Chun Chun quietly chuckles at his frustration. She thinks he looks absolutely adorable while fighting his temptations. She sits on Jiang Hao's bed, wearing almost nothing, and Jiang Hao realizes something important. Even though they spend almost every hour together, Chin Chin has not grown. Tired of hanging out with him or simply looking at him, he then catches her staring at him again, and Chin Chin takes it as her next chance. She says her shoulders are sore from using the computer all day and asks if he can give her a massage. Django knows it feels like a trap, yet he still cannot stop himself. He begins massaging her back as Chin Chin praises how soft his hands are. Then she offers to take him out since she has free time and tells him he has been a particularly good boy. Django lights up at this and agrees, because he has never gone out alone with Chin Chin before she remembers it too, smiling as she says this will be their first time going on a date. Jiang Hao realizes things might be moving much faster with Chin Chin than he even notices soon enough. It is past 11 and Jiang Hao says it is time to sleep. Kinks in an ODS and says she will go back to her room. But inside she is screaming at herself because what she really wants is to spend more time with Jiang Hao, especially in his room. But right now she does not want to push her luck, so she goes back to her own room. She tells herself she needs to do everything perfectly. For now, she cannot risk another mishap that might cause unnecessary drama between them. Jiang Hao lets out a sigh of relief once she is out of sight. Yet he realizes he is already looking forward to going out with her. Over the weekend, suddenly, his phone starts ringing, and he knows even before checking the screen that it is Nan Jiang. Hao groans and begs her to get a boyfriend and a life, because she keeps harassing him. But Nan answers calmly that she already has a life. And as for boyfriends, she does not like men. Still, she insists that she wants him to keep talking to her. She explains that ever since she became an adult, she has been surrounded by all kinds of men who only ever wanted her for her family's wealth and influence. She had witnessed countless ambitious men claw their way to society's peak, only to expose themselves as greedy parasites, eager to feed off her mother's power. These memories left her utterly disgusted, and she swore she'd keep her distance. But Jiang Hao, he's completely different, unlike any other man. As a child, Nan devoted her life to hard work, dedicating herself entirely to the company, her only reprieve being her stint in the army. Because of this, she never truly learned about men, how to pursue them, or even how to make them happy. Yet, one thing she knows with absolute certainty is this. She has unwavering dedication, and to win Jungo's heart, she is ready to do whatever it takes. Then tell Jiang Hao that, if he desires the stars, then consider them his. She's invested heavily in rocket science, and for her, bringing him stars is far from impossible. Jiang Hao, still utterly bewildered by her words, tells her he doesn't want stars. He just wants her to stop pestering him all day. But her incredible words linger in Jiang Hao's mind. He can't stop thinking about her. And then he realizes she must have been one of those tireless children who never stopped working, even when they were just little kids. One thing is crystal clear, though. He's not afraid of her anymore. That night, Jungo has a vivid dream about his past life. In the dream, young Chin Chin asks him if he has a wife. The next day, Jungo arrives at school. But as usual, he has to inform Chin Chin that he arrived safely. Ever since his stickers exploded in popularity online, he's grown increasingly concerned about his own safety. And Chun Chun has been insisting on picking him up and dropping him off every single day. Suddenly, Yahello appears and warmly greets Jungo, who immediately asks her, "Why are you late again?" Yahello blushes shyly and admits she was lost in her thoughts, still replaying their kiss. She tries to explain she had a strange dream, but Yahello, seizing the moment, takes this as her chance. She gently holds Zhang Hao's finger and innocently asks, since they're all alone, should they just kiss? Zhang Hao, blushing mess, struggles to find the right words to answer, because he finds it so hard to restrain himself in front of such an innocent beauty. He explains again that kissing is something intimate between two people, and it is not allowed in school. Yahello immediately suggests that they can always go back to her house if they want to kiss. Django says they will think about it later and insists they should focus on class right now. But he notices Yahello's expression and realizes she is sad because he turned her down. Django knows she feels disappointed, but in his heart, he also knows that if he gives in too much, he might lose control, while he does not share the same views of chastity as the men in this world. He fears that temptation will overwhelm him, and everything will spiral into chaos. And no one hates that possibility more than him. At the school break, Zhang Ho invites Ailong to go eat with Yahello, as usual. But as soon as he steps out of class, he is stunned. Hundreds of fangirls are waiting for him, screaming for his autograph. He realizes that because of a few emoticons, these girls have gone absolutely wild. Even Yelong looks impressed, watching the crowd and showing Zhang Hao a video compilation that someone posted online. It is filled with pictures of Zhang Hao, and everyone is calling him a unique beauty. And surely enough, in every photo, Zhang Hao looks stunning, but suddenly, Zhang Hao feels a hand on his butt. Shock hits him as he realizes he has just been assaulted, harassed for the first time. Before he can react, someone grabs the girl's arm. It is Yahello, and she is furious. She warns the girl to mind her own business, saying that Zhang Hao does not like being touched like that, and she cannot do it without his permission. The crowd grows silent because everyone knows Yahello has already earned a reputation as the new thug of the school. Zhang Hao tries to diffuse the tension, but the air is thick with unease. That's when the star teacher storms in, absolutely furious, barking orders for everyone to return to their places and stop loitering in the hallway. Students scatter in fear while Zhong and the class president, still seething with bitterness toward Zhang Hao, stand together. The president mutters it's the first time he's ever seen Zhong completely ignored by girls, because they're all chasing Zhang Hao now. Zhong scoffs, claiming this craze will pass, and soon everything will return to normal. He claims he doesn't care, and feels no threat from Zhang Hao whatsoever. Suddenly, someone shouts that a long line of luxury cars has just arrived. In front of the school, rumors spread quickly, saying a wealthy girl has come to pick up her boyfriend. Zhong hears this and freezes, his face twisting with pure jealousy. He mutters over and over that it's fine, reminding himself he's handsome too. Meanwhile, outside the school gates, the rumor proves startlingly true. Nan is indeed waiting in front of Zhang Hao's school. In her luxury car, everyone gathers, eager to see who the mysterious boyfriend is that this wealthy woman has come to pick up. Even Yelong stares, wide-eyed at the impressive line of luxury cars. Zhang Hao tries to brush it off, suggesting they just go grab something to eat. He's tired of all this unwanted attention, and of how he's suddenly become an internet sensation overnight. In his past life, he never liked showing himself half-naked, yet now, he's turned into a celebrity without even trying. Suddenly, his phone buzzes. It's Nan. Zhang Hao answers, sounding utterly worn out, and asks if she really had to come to his school. But Nan only tells him to come outside, so they can eat together. Zhang Hao spots her car right away and refuses, saying he already has plans with his friends. Nan confesses she expected a no at first, so she came prepared. She steps out of the car, and with a snap of her fingers, her servants surround her, laden with trays of food. She just smiles, declaring that since Zhang Hao won't join her, she's brought the meal to him. Zhang Hao practically melts from nervous sweat. He's terrified everyone will think they're an item. Yihuan notices his distress and asks if he's okay, wanting to know who's on the other end of the line. Zhang Hao lies, saying he's just busy, then quickly asks Yelong to keep Yihua company. As he bolts, IHWA watches him go, disappointed again that he's ditched their lunch. Zhang Hao jumps aside to finally get Nan's attention on the phone, and she just laughs at how nervous he sounds. Flustered, he calls her a few petty names he doesn't really mean. Nan replies with innocent charm, saying she thought men liked grand gestures like this. Zhang Hao finally agrees to meet her, but warns her to send the convoy away. He tells her to wait at the side door and not draw any more attention. He threatens that if even a rumor spreads about them, he will never see her again. Nan ends the call, utterly amused, knowing Zhang Hao is even cuter when he's angry. With another snap of her fingers, she orders her staff to pack up and leave soon. Disguised, she waits patiently by the side door. Zhang Hao finally shows up and asks if they are actually going to eat. Nan says yes, she wants to have lunch with him. Zhang Hao replies that they're going to his place today, and she must follow his lead. Nan smiles and agrees. Before long, they're outside a bustling flea market. Nan can't help but openly judge Zhang Hao's choice of food stalls. Zhang Hao counters with a trap. He says he likes this place, and if she doesn't want to eat here, she's free to leave. Deep down, he's secretly hoping she actually will. But Nan is as resilient as ever, and the two of them walk into the restaurant. She takes a long look at the place, then casually sets her credit card on the counter, and casually informs the owner she wants to buy the place. Zhang Hao nearly chokes on his water, absolutely stunned. He quickly begs her to stop right there, and clarifies his stance. She doesn't need to flash her cash like that. He explains that because he's poor, he eats at places like this. If she only wants to flaunt her wealth, then there's no point in eating together. He insists she show a little humility, at least for a while. Nan agrees, but internally, she grumbles about how annoying men can be. Zhang Hao orders a bowl of beef noodles with fried eggs, and Nan scrutinizes the menu. She wonders how noodles could be so incredibly cheap, assuming they must be low quality. Zhang Hao assures her that's completely untrue, stating he's eaten here for years and never once gotten food poisoning, so the food must be perfectly fine. The owner tries to warn Nan to behave herself, but Zhang Hao places an order for her anyway. Nan insists the chef wear gloves and use only fresh ingredients, because she simply doesn't trust her. The chef bristles at this demand, ready to argue and throw hands. But Nan slams a stack of cash on the counter. The chef has no choice but to concede, secretly thinking she'll make a fortune off these two. Yang feels deeply uneasy, wishing Nan had shown a bit more dignity. Nan, however, leans in and playfully pinches his cheek, telling him his attention should always be on her. Jang Ho can't believe Nan is actually jealous of the older women working there. She then asks why he eats at a place like this. Jang Ho replies that this is where ordinary people eat, and they don't get sick from it. He says this is real life. But Nan, with all her surrounding wealth, doesn't fit into it. He admits he doesn't have a Cinderella complex, and that's why they're not a good match. Soon, the chef returns with proper sanitary gear, and Nan beams. Nan declares she has no problem eating in a place like this, mentioning her military service in the army, where she's eaten far worse food on the battlefield. She only feels sorry for Drongo, though. This immediately catches his attention. Nan explains that she doesn't want him eating in places like this, because they're neither clean nor nutritious. Django wonders about her real plan, since she's suddenly so considerate, but then he dismisses the thought. A moment later, Nan asks why he kisses so well, and if he's had practice with other women. Django instantly spits out his soup, shocked she'd bring up something so intimate. During a meal, Nan casually warns that if she ever finds out he's involved with anyone else, she can't promise to stay nice about it. Later that night, Django is still lost in thought about his dinner with Nan. He hangs out with Yahello, who rambles on about lipsticks. Django is tired and says he wants to go home. Yahello clings to him, calling him a party pooper. Then, he says he wants Django to play with his little sister, Sophie. Django remembers Sophie all too well, the clingy girl who wouldn't let go of his leg, even when he tried to push her away. Soon enough, Django and Yahello are in Sophie's room. Django picks up her notebook and freezes in shock and embarrassment. It's a detailed comic book where Sophie has imagined herself and Django in situations that should never happen. Django realizes that this little girl has been fantasizing about him. He confronts Sophie, asking why she drew such things. Sophie quickly lies, saying she has a friend who did it all, and then blamed her. She bursts into tears, begging Django to believe her, claiming she never even dared to read a single page. Django tries to console her and asks if she is sure, because on her computer, he has seen more than 500 gigabytes of questionable material she could have learned from. Sophie, caught again, breaks down crying and blurts out that he is far too skilled for her. Django sighs and tries to calm her down. As his best friend's sister, he feels responsible for setting her straight. So, he announces he's confiscating everything. He then sits her down, explaining that all this stuff belongs to adults, and since she's still a kid, she should focus on her studies. Jang Ho reminds her he prefers a cute, simple Sophie, who's also a good student. So they strike a deal. If Sophie fixes her bad habits and bumps up her grades, he'll grant her any wish she desires. Sophie makes him promise, and Jang Ho readily agrees, though he secretly feels guilty about making a false promise. Sophie instantly vows to be a good student and a better person moving forward. Just then, a call from Chin Chin interrupts Jang Ho. She asks if he's still hanging out at his friend's place, because she's about to head home, and offers him a ride. Jang Ho assures her he can get home on his own, and Chin Chin promptly ends the call. Chin Chin is still in her lab when her friend asks who she was just talking to. But Chin Chin brushes off the question and starts getting dressed to head home. Her friends then invite her to hit up the bar this weekend to meet some handsome guys. But Chin Chin confidently turns them down. She declares she already has a gorgeous man in mind and has a date with him this Saturday at Vandy Plaza. Her friend is absolutely shocked that Chin Chin has been hiding such juicy news and begs her to spill all the details. Chin Chin teases They'll only talk once she has a final update. Her friend playfully teases her, telling her not to do anything too drastic, and reminding her to use protection. What none of them actually realize is that Shin's stalker overhears their entire conversation. He feels utterly betrayed that, after years of devotion and endless effort, Shin still refuses to choose him and wants to see other men instead. Later, Shin finally arrives home and asks where her stepbrother is, but she gets no answer, assuming he's probably streaming. On the other hand, Jong-ho is seriously struggling. He's being cyber-harassed by countless girls, claiming he looks exactly like that viral emoji boy, with identical eyes and hair. Django, however, vehemently denies these rumors, dismissing them as complete nonsense. He points out that if it were true, why would he live stream while meticulously hiding his face? But the girls remain utterly unconvinced and relentlessly bombard him with messages. Django grows increasingly frustrated until Chun suddenly bursts into the room. She abruptly shuts off the computer, putting an end to his misery. Then she leans in close, her voice sharp and menacing, and warns him to stop streaming right now. The next day, Django is at school, still reeling from Shin's reaction to yesterday's chaotic incident. She was furious and squeezed his hands so hard, while desperately telling him to stop streaming. She looked panicked and nearly in tears, as she explained that since he's been recognized, if he streams again, everyone will know who he truly is. She told him she doesn't want him to become famous, because she can't always be by his side. She won't be able to protect him from stalkers, or even dangerous women. Her voice cracked with desperation, as she admitted that what truly terrified her was the thought of him finding someone else, someone who might care for him more than she does. In that moment, she said he would definitely forget her. Yet Django tried to calm her down, explaining that streaming is only temporary, just something he does to pass the time, and that no one else truly matters to him. He promises her that he will never forget her. Django knows that Shin has become increasingly sensitive and possessive over him. Lately, it's as if she wants to track his every single move. Sometimes she even acts like an overbearing mother-in-law, watching him too closely. Soon after, Django receives a notification and sees he's received a hefty amount of money from the previous night stream. He didn't sell any products or even ask for gifts, yet he earned an incredible amount. If this continues, he thinks he'll soon become a millionaire. Django finally realizes the immense power of influence. But deep down, he knows this isn't the life he truly wanted. When he finally arrives at school, he spots a massive crowd of girls waiting for him right at the entrance. Yelong is there too, yelling that Jang Hao now has his own fan club. Jang Hao thinks to himself, these girls must be so jobless to spend all day screaming for me. They beg for a picture, an autograph, or just a moment to be near him. Meanwhile, the class president watches from the sidelines, still seething with jealousy. But he's not completely consumed by it, because he knows that as quickly as someone becomes a web star, just as quickly they can fade into obscurity. Later, in the men's dressing room, Jang Hao is changing when he doesn't realize the class president has hidden a camera inside his shirt to snap secret photos of him. Yelong suddenly enters and bumps into him, accidentally shifting the camera's angle. Then Yelong walks over to Jang Hao and starts raving about his abs, completely unaware of what's going on. The class president, though nervous about being caught, continues trying to snap pictures. But when he checks his gallery, he realizes the angle ruined all of the shots. What he doesn't realize is that Jang Hao and Yelong are now both standing right behind him, waiting for him to turn around and face them. Jang Hao decides to toy with him. He asks for his phone to take a look, and when the class president refuses, Jang Hao snatches it away. He scrolls through the gallery and sees that the boy is even part of his fan support group, yet he still tries to take secret photos of him. Jang Hao smirks and offers to take off his shirt, saying if he wants naked pictures so badly, you should at least let him pose properly. The class president thinks Jang Hao has lost his mind, but Jang Hao hasn't. With a menacing glare, he demands that the pictures be deleted, warning him that he's about to show him how well he can fight. Terrified, the class president bolts out of the room, and even Yelong feels pity for how pathetic he looks. As he makes his getaway, Django then declares he's not afraid of being filmed, because he's got these abs now. If his physique ends up online, it could inspire every guy to hit the gym harder and become as manly as him. But he still doesn't want too much exposure online, which is why he's taking this whole situation very seriously. But Young-ho isn't done with the class president yet. He wants to make it crystal clear that from now on, he should never pull a stunt like that again. That's why he follows him into a dark alleyway. Meanwhile, the president is still fuming, seething about how Jang Hao keeps getting on his last nerve and how he's going to get his revenge. Jang Hao waits for him to turn into the alley so he can jump him and give him a proper warning. But before he can make his move, he witnesses someone grab the president. Right before his very eyes, he dashes toward the goons and realizes they're the same men who once kidnapped him. On Nan's orders, one goon admits Nan sent them, but claims she knows nothing else. He warns Zhang how to act like he saw nothing, and just head home so it doesn't become a bigger problem for him. Zhang Hao can't quite grasp why they're after his class president. He also wonders if Nan has spies inside the school, because otherwise this level of control seems way too much. At Nan's headquarters, she's busy working when Jong Ho calls her, demanding to know if she has his vice president. Nan is surprised he figured it out, but Jong Ho explains that she used the same goons as before. He asks why she kidnapped him. Nan calmly states the president messed with him, so now he has to pay for all of his sins. She tells Jong Ho not to worry about it, since this is her problem, and he should just relax. Jong Ho realizes his suspicions are true. She really does have spies in the school. To protect him and keep an eye on him, he argues that he doesn't need that kind of coddling, because he can take care of himself. But Nan doesn't back down. She declares she doesn't care about his preferences at all, only what's truly best for him. If paying people to spy on him is what it takes, then she'll do it. All he needs to do is be a man, live under her wing, and he'll always stay safe. Jang Ho, utterly exasperated, abruptly ends the call, thinking she has absolutely no common sense. He wonders if the kidnapping is something he should just ignore, or if he should call the police. The next day, while walking through the hallway, he spots the class president, but now the boy acts as if Nan's guards have thoroughly trained him, showing an unusual level of respect toward Zhang Hao. Even Zhang Hao feels uneasy, because it reveals just how much power Nan truly holds. Later, during break, Zhang Hao and Yuehua sit together, eating, when she comments that he looks distracted. Zhang Hao brushes it off, saying he just has a headache. Yuehua gets up and playfully pinches his nose, asking if he feels any better, repeating the same little move Zhang Ho once did for her at the amusement park when she wasn't feeling well. Zhang Ho chuckles at her innocence and pure heart, then lies, saying he does feel better. But Yuehua isn't satisfied. She sits down on his lap and softly says that she wants a hug, That would make her happy. Jang Ho blushes, feeling how perfect they both seem. In that moment, he realizes he wants that hug too. And as they sit there together, he feels a warmth of love he cannot deny. He realizes that, although he has hugged both Chin and Nan, whenever he hugs or leans close to Yahello, he feels completely relaxed. Maybe it's because Chin is practically family, and he doesn't dare to think of her in that way. Nan, on the other hand, is dominant and unpredictable, and Jang Ho fears what might happen if he deepens his bond with her. But with Yahello, everything feels peaceful. He enjoys her gentleness, her scent, and her warmth. Then, Yang osuden linotiches. Yua is now licking his leg, begging him for a kiss, feeling utterly desperate. She then tries to lift his shirt, but using every ounce of his restraint. Jang Ho stops her, asking her not to be impulsive. He doesn't want to start any drama at school, even though deep down he truly wants to be with her. Yua can't believe he's rejecting her. As Jang Ho tells her to calm down, he gently pushes her away and playfully pinches her cheeks. He explains that all these things, and all the scenes she's seen in movies, are things couples do. He tells her they shouldn't cross that line, unless they're truly dating or in love. Yua admits she doesn't even know what love means. So Jang Ho explains that love is when you like someone so much that you want to spend your life with them and would do anything for them. It's when you can't help but smile whenever they're around. He feels this might be too complicated for her, so he shortens it. Love is simply being sincere with another person. He asks if she feels that way for him, because he wants them to be sincere. Whenever they get together, he wants it to be for love, not lust. Yua still doesn't understand much of it. So Jang Ho sighs and tells her that maybe it's too much for her right now. He suggests that instead of watching adult films, she should catch up on teenage romantic dramas. With that, they both return to class. Jang Ho knows Yua well, and he absolutely doesn't want to hurt her or take advantage of her innocence, because if things go wrong between them, he wouldn't be able to protect her, and others would certainly take advantage of her purity. At home, Kenshin asks him to lie down on her bed. Jang Ho feels like he's in heaven, lying on Kenshin's lap, thinking about how incredibly considerate she is. Kenshin suggests that he should stream less, so he can protect himself and not expose so much of his body. For a moment, Jang Ho, she even thinks she might actually believe him, that he's practically stripping for a living. But then she quickly offers to take his measurements, ensuring all his clothes will fit him perfectly from now on. Jang Ho is utterly torn by this idea. All at the same time, as Chun begins taking his measurements, Jang Ho realizes how incredibly close she is, and he can't help but break into a sweat. Even her intoxicating fragrance is overwhelming him. She lifts his shirt for a more precise measurement, and then, oh my, she comments on his abs, admitting she's a little envious of them. Her hand brushes against them, feeling the rock-hard muscles rippling underneath. Jang Ho utterly freaks out because it feels far too bold. Meanwhile, Chun Shin's own thoughts are also racing, because Jang Ho looks almost too hot to handle. She lets her fingers linger near his waistband, almost as if she's about to pull them down. When Jang Ho quietly asks what she's doing, she laughs it off, saying it's just part of the job. She reminds him that she's a doctor, after all, so nothing about the human body is unusual to her. In her world, measurements can truly include everything. Jang Ho is practically dripping with sweat as Chun finally rises from her knees and tells him she was only teasing him. She warns him not to be so casual, however, about showing that side of himself to anyone else. and to protect himself in the future. Then, she simply tells him to sleep. As Chun steps out of the room, she immediately begins to panic because Jang Ho was far too close, and she could hardly control herself. Jang Ho also notices, however, that she might have gotten embarrassed, but to him, she looks incredibly cute when she blushes. Over the weekend, Chun brings him breakfast, excited about the idea of going out together. She says she's going to her room to get ready, and they'll meet up when they're both dressed. Jang Ho thinks to himself, the whole situation feels more and more like a date. Anyone who sees them might take it the wrong way. Deep down, he reminds himself that Chun is like family to him, and he must not let such thoughts take root in his head. 30 minutes later, Chun comes downstairs, and she looks absolutely stunning in her dress. Yango thinks she's even more stunning than any internet celebrity. She blushes at his compliments, and he suddenly feels the urge to change his own clothes. Next to her, he feels utterly plain. At the bustling market, Jang Ho spots Chin's stalker, intently watching them. The man's eyes are glued to her. Chin explains he's completely unhinged, constantly following her, and always trying to force his way into her life. He desperately wants to be her boyfriend, but Chin has rejected him countless times. Now he's just a massive headache. Jang Ho offers to step in. He says if she wants, he can give his stalker a stern warning. The next time he even thinks about getting close, he'll beat him down. The man is clearly causing her immense distress. But Chin tells him to calm down, reminding him they're both colleagues at the same institute. She doesn't want their professional relationship to turn violent. Then an idea sparks in her mind, and she asks Jang Ho for a huge favor. She wants to crush every last shred of hope the stalker has left. So she looks at Jang Ho seriously and asks him to pretend to be her boyfriend for the day. Chin says please, so adorably that Jang Ho can't possibly say no. Jang Ho finally agrees, as long as she doesn't mind, and Chin blushes. Surprised he accepted so quickly, Jang Ho then suggests they head to a fun place. So they make their way to the arcade. Chin immediately exclaims she wants to try and win some teddy bears, and the day unfolds perfectly. They play games, eat ice cream, take pictures, and act like a real couple, thoroughly enjoying each other's company. After a while, Chin suggests they should rest for a bit, but Jang Ho stops her. He notices the stalker is still nearby, watching them, and realizes they need to get even closer. Chin comments that he's known her for years. He still can't quite grasp her true feelings. Jang Ho then muses that perhaps, but the stalker still, that doesn't truly believe they're a couple. Suddenly, Chun steps closer, warning him the stalker is heading their way. They need to act fast. Without a second thought, she presses her lips to Jang Ho's. Shedding Osaidun Kish. Jang Ho is utterly stunned, completely unable to process what just happened. The stalker sees them and immediately bursts into tears, heartbroken and utterly defeated, offended by their public display of affection. He turns and bolts. Shin notices him fleeing and recalls her friend's advice about using protection, which makes her pause. Jang Ho turns to look for the stalker, but he's already vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Chun is completely overwhelmed. This feels like a dream come true. Jang Ho didn't push her away, didn't scold her, and only sports a faint blush. That simple reaction tells her everything she needs to know. He doesn't mind a little affection from her. She feels both incredibly relieved and utterly elated. Chun tries to put on a show, but she gets flustered and apologizes to Zhang Hao for kissing him like that. She explains she just panicked when that stalker was coming right for them and didn't know what else to do. Zhang Hao wants to rein in his initial reaction, as he's tempted to scold her for that bold move. But Zhang Hao quickly claims he's not angry and starts some serious mental gymnastics to justify the fact that she's not actually a blood relative and is, in fact, his step-sibling. But even with all that, he has a moment of hesitation regarding it, then declares it doesn't matter anymore, because as long as she got rid of that harasser, he's glad he was able to help her. Chen Chun, however, clarifies they shouldn't dwell on the whole relation thing, since they're not related by blood or anything. She even points out that in some countries, men can marry their stepsisters without any stigma or judgment around it. She then gushes about how incredibly close they are, how openly they can do everything together, and they're definitely more than just good friends. She then starts playfully teasing him, because she claims he enjoys kissing her too. And Django gets a bit flustered, because why is she asking him this all of a sudden? As a man, he can't possibly be disgusted by it. In fact, he actually liked it. But on the flip side, her mother is married to his father. So, if he gives a positive answer, their relationship could truly progress. But that would also create a huge mess for their family. So, he gives a very diplomatic answer. They're just friends, and they shouldn't do that again. And Chun Chun tries not to feel offended. But she's also happy he isn't entirely disgusted, meaning he's just setting boundaries for the sake of appearances, and isn't truly disgusted by kissing her. So Chun Chun clarifies, they are lovers, and they're going to have a cute couple's day, because that harasser won't give up, and they need to show him they're a proper couple. As well, they both then head out for a good bite. They're both talking, walking hand in hand, when another couple, who look like total addicts, are watching them, confused and a bit angry, because the woman clearly seems to have money, and the guy is handsome as well. The thug then demands their money, and Chen Chen tells them to get away. She reaches into her pocket, where she's hiding her trusty pocket knife, as the guy starts screaming in her face. She knows that if they attack her, she could avoid vital points and quickly incapacitate them, but she fears for Django's safety, because these thugs could seriously harm him. So, she has no other option but to agree to their demands. And then, she throws out money at them and tells them to get lost. But seeing the sheer amount of money she's thrown at them, the thugs just get greedy, thinking she's hiding way more than this. So, they try to extort even more from her. And this time, they threatened him again. They swore to ruin Zhang Hao's face. But Zhang Hao, ever the cool cat, remains unfazed. He warns that threats are useless, and, if they're serious, they should fight him like real men. Chin Chin's mind races, believing he's trying to drag them both into trouble by riling up these thugs. Meanwhile, the entire situation rests on his shoulders, and Chin Chin genuinely fears for Zhang Hao's safety. But then, a startling realization hits her. Zhang Hao is actually winding up for a punch, sending one thug tumbling onto his rear. Zhang Hao smirks, amused, and asks if the other thug wants a beating too. But the other thug just grabs his partner and flees. Zhang Hao then turns to Chin Chin, assuring her he can handle himself just fine. But Chin Chin can't shake a growing worry, because ever since she's known Zhang Hao, he's never been this strong before. It's almost like he's a completely changed man. When Chin Chin and Zhang Hao were kids, they were absolutely inseparable. Even when Zhang Hao initially told Chin Chin he never wanted to see her again, she still couldn't stop watching and observing him. From afar, she was always trailing, practically stalking him from the shadows. When Chin Chin, saw that Zhang Hao started using his QQ account. She immediately friended him, using her burner account, and started doting on him. After working so hard, she finally became the one who captured his attention online. But now, even this isn't enough. Chin reviews her thoughts, noticing Zhang Hao hasn't been online on their QQ chats for a while. He doesn't talk about their parents or her novel, and he started chatting less. He's even gotten into martial arts. Chin wonders if it's just him growing up, or if something bad has happened to him. She's lost in thought when Zhang Hao interrupts her. Chin dismisses her worries and tells him to go relax and take a shower. She then sneaks into his room and fires up his computer, hoping to uncover some incriminating evidence she can then use in her investigation into what truly happened to Django and his drastic personality shift. Her eyes then land on the novel he wrote, a project he never told Chin about. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao is in the shower, reflecting on how long it's been since he last updated his novel, vowing to work on it that very night. On the other hand, Chin is rapidly reading, tearing through all these chapters, but confusion clouds her as she can't grasp why Zhang Hao would ever write such a story. Just then, Django is about to enter his room, but thankfully, Chun has already made her exit, and Django promptly sits down, his creative juices now flowing freely, driven by an intense urge to write. He then notices the icon is already clicked, unable to recall if he was the one who opened it, but he doesn't seem to suspect much, thankfully. Just then, Chin knocks on the door and offers him a glass of milk to help calm his creative juices. Before he can properly start working, she then casually asks what type of story he's writing, but Django instantly tenses and becomes dismissive, realizing his sudden personality change has not escaped Chin's notice, and he's been far too naive in thinking no one would notice. So, it's better if Chin doesn't read it. But no, Chin catches on to this, asking if he's writing something very explicit that she shouldn't read, which is simply absurd, since they practically have no secrets. Chin then admits that he's become a bit stranger ever since he started martial arts, and has been showing some weird behaviors. Zhang Hao asks in disbelief if they truly knew each other since childhood. Xian explains they even went to the same kindergarten, back when they were just kids, and her voice softens as she admits how much it hurts that he doesn't remember her. Zhang Hao nervously tries to cover it up, now fully realizing the shared past. This is precisely why she was so strict with him, especially when they first met. Now, she must truly believe he's forgotten her, and that thought alone must be crushing her. But he can't possibly tell her the full truth. If he reveals he was reincarnated because of the blood moon, things will only get impossibly complicated. Who even knows how she'd react? After all, he is technically just a replacement for her real stepbrother. So, Zhang Hao decides to be honest. In his own unique way, he tells her that sometimes he dreams of a little girl with fear in her eyes and a heart pounding with panic. He adds that people at school often pick on him, and every single time they do, he feels an urgent need to grow stronger and protect himself. That's why he learned martial arts. He then admits that the only reason he found the courage to face those thugs was because she was right there with him. Sometimes her presence gave him incredible strength, because deep down he just knows Chin would never let anything bad happen to him. His heartfelt words hit Chin straight in the heart. Without a second thought, she pulls him into a tight hug, promising that as long as she's alive, no one will ever hurt him again. But in Zhang Hao's mind, this is partly a strategy. He knows that showing a bit of vulnerability always melts her heart. Chen Shun, however, doesn't suspect a thing. She looks at him with such pity, thinking her poor stepbrother must have buried their childhood memories deep down, due to trauma or suppressed pain. She silently vows to make it all up to him for all the hardships he's endured. Then, her tone suddenly shifts entirely. She says she's still upset he put himself in danger, so she's going to punish him. Before Jiang Hao can even react, she lifts his shirt and starts tickling him mercilessly until he's laughing so hard that tears are rolling down his cheeks. When they finally stop, both of them are breathless, lying side by side on the bed. Chen Chen looks at him softly, and then she pleads, "You better never scare her like that again." Her eyes trace down to his neck as she leans in even closer, reminding him they'd promised each other a date. And this day isn't over yet. They're still lovers, after all. Zhang Hao nearly chokes on his breath, trying to explain that their date should be over by now. But Chin Chin just smiles playfully and says, "They've already kissed once, so what's the harm in doing it again?" Zhang Hao freezes instantly, realizing his absolute worst fear might be coming true. Chin Chin's feelings for him are much deeper than they should be. They lean in closer, their lips only inches apart, when suddenly, Zhang Hao's father's voice booms through the house, announcing that they're finally home. Chin Chin jumps up in a frantic panic, stammering that their parents were but supposed to be gone for another day. Zhang Hao is just as utterly disappointed, but they both quickly pull away as she scrambles to leave. Zhang Hao tells her to rush to her room before anyone sees her face, because she's blushing far too hard. She nods, then disappears quickly out the door. The truth is, his mother left him when he was very young, and his father buried himself in his work, leaving Zhang Hao utterly alone most of the time. That's why he was sent to daycare, and it was there in that very kindergarten where he once met a lonely little girl. That lonely girl was, of course, Chin Chin, even though Chin Chin had looked at Zhang Hao in a peculiar way. Back then, when little Zhang Hao had innocently asked her to come play with him and his friends and try to introduce himself, she simply ignored him and walked away, leaving the poor boy utterly confused. Now, years later, she blushes just thinking about it now, because her little plan had actually worked. Zhang Hao hadn't pushed her away. In fact, it might even mean that he likes her back. She feels absolutely over the moon just imagining it, because she is completely, utterly in love with that boy. On the other hand, Zhang Hao has come to a stark realization that Chin Chin loves him just as much. And if their parents hadn't burst in at that exact moment, they probably would have completely crossed the line. He knows Chun Chun is kind, considerate, sensible, and incredibly dependable. And deep down, he knows he likes her too, because every time she's around, his heart starts absolutely racing, and his face flushes as red as a tomato. That can only mean one thing. They're in love, but then he suddenly gets frustrated, thinking how he used to dream of dating a gorgeous girl like her. And now that they actually love each other, he's worrying about how society would react to their relationship. A while later, Chun Chun and Zhang Ho are having dinner with their family. Their parents ask if Chun Chun has been a good older step-sibling and taken care of Zhang Ho. Chun Chun teases him with a smile, saying that he's grown so much, that now he's the one taking care of her instead. Zhang Ho laughs, and for a moment, it feels like the two of them are in their own little world, completely in sync and vibing together. Then, Zhang Ho stands up and says he's going to a friend's house and won't be back for a while. After he leaves, Jongho's father looks at Chun and asks why she seems to be in such a cheerful mood. Tonight, Chun replies honestly, saying that she has finally found her happiness. Out on the street, Jongho keeps thinking about how Chun didn't say a word or stop him when he mentioned going out. Usually, she's strict and a little possessive, so her silence feels incredibly strange. Then suddenly, he sees Yahello standing in front of him, smiling brightly. She says she came all the way there just to pick him up. Jongho looks at her surprised and asks if they weren't supposed to meet at her house. Instead, Yahello giggles and says she missed him, so she wanted to see him sooner. That way, they could have more time together. Jongho can't help but think that Yahello might not be as innocent as she seems, but he agrees to go with her to her mansion anyway. When they arrive, Jongho looks around, and he can't help but think just how luxurious her life must be. Then, Yahello turns to him with a playful smile and tells him her parents aren't home tonight. It's just the two of them, and they can play with whatever he wants. She's down for anything, Jongho. Jongho can't believe Yahello's house has its own pool. But then again, he should have expected it. After all, she lives in a multi-billion-dollar mansion. Yahello excitedly tells him she also wants to show him her arsenal of weapons. But her brother once told her that boys might not be into those things. That's when Jongho realizes it must be the same armory he saw last time. He was here. When he mentions he didn't bring a swimsuit, Yahello smiles and says her butler already prepared a few options for him. So, Jongho suggests they have a swimming competition. Whoever finishes the freestyle lap first wins, and the loser will treat the winner for a whole week. Yahello grins and agrees, and the two of them head off to change. Inside the changing room, Jongho faces a new problem. Back in his own world, he could just wear a pair of simple swimming trunks. But here, people would probably call him cheap for showing too much skin. He looks through the wardrobe, only to realize that every swimsuit is meant for women. There isn't a single men's swimsuit in sight, and there's no way he's putting on a girl's outfit. Cursing his luck, Jongho keeps searching until he spots another set hidden in the locker. It looks simple and has no open points, so he decides to wear it. Something small falls out of the suit, but he doesn't pay attention and tosses it aside. Well, he finally puts on the swimsuit. It fits perfectly, hugging his body like a glove. When Jongho walks out, Yahello's eyes widen, and she compliments him on how good he looks. Jongho feels his face heat up, but also can't help noticing how beautiful she looks too. They both step up to the pool and lay down the rules again. They have to swim to the other side, and the loser has to treat the winner for a whole week. They both take their marks. A quick countdown, then they plunge into the pool together. Django moves with incredible speed and skill, slicing through the water like a seasoned pro, but then, completely out of nowhere, he hears the instructor scream, "Yahello is drowning." Django's heart plummets. He scans the pool and sees bubbles rising from where she disappeared. Then, the horrifying truth hits him. Yahello doesn't even know how to swim. Yahello is hacking and coughing, gasping for air after her terrifying near drowning. As Django and her servant frantically rush to her side, asking if she's all right, Django just can't believe that. Despite living in such a massive mansion, with a pool this huge, she doesn't know how to swim. If she had only told him earlier, they never would have competed in such a dangerous game. She almost lost her life. Yahello attempts to defend herself, saying that she had watched other people swim and thought she could do it too. But Jongho is definitely not amused. He scolds her sternly, declaring she truly lacks common sense when it comes to her own safety. Yuehua weakly apologizes, her voice barely a whisper. But before she can finish, she notices something utterly strange. Even her servant starts shouting about Django's attire. Confused, Django looks down, and then it hits him. His skin-tight swimsuit is clinging to his form, leaving absolutely nothing to the imagination. Poor Yuehua's face immediately flames bright red, and she nearly has a nosebleed from the utterly mortifying sight. Mortified, Django quickly grabs a robe to cover himself, his face burning with intense embarrassment. He checks to make sure Yuehua is okay, but his mind keeps replaying that mortifying moment that he practically flashed her. Attempting to change the topic, Yuehua suddenly perks up and says, "There are even more fun places in the mansion to explore, like the grooming room," and she's eager to show him around. Django, still visibly worried about her, asks her to take a moment to rest. But Yuehua shakes her head, adamantly insisting. She says he so rarely visits her home, so she wants to make the absolute most of their time together. Jongho senses something more profound in her tone, and questions why she's acting so strangely. After hesitating just a moment, Yuehua softly confides that lately he hasn't been having lunch with her or walking home together after school. She asks if he's angry with her, because his behavior feels so different, so unlike him, not like the Jongho she knows. Jongho tries to brush it off, telling her she's simply overthinking things. But deep down, he knows the painful truth. Nan's chilling threat still hangs over him like a dark storm cloud. She's controlling and dangerous, and Jongho fears that if he gets too close to Yuehua, Nan might hurt her, but he can't tell Yuehua that truth. So, he simply explains that he's dealing with a few personal problems right now, and promises that once things calm down, they'll definitely spend more time together. Yuehua looks deeply worried and asks if someone is bothering him, because her family can easily intervene if needed. But Jongho firmly refuses any help. He insists it's his problem, not hers, and he wants to protect her as much as he possibly can. He gently tells her to spend more time with their other friend for now. His words sting, cutting deep. Yuehua's eyes instantly well up, because she genuinely wants to help him. She tells him again that as long as they're together, she's willing to do anything for him, anything at all. But Jongho keeps refusing. Even though he's polite in his refusal, she feels the sharp sting of rejection deep in her heart. Tears roll down her cheeks as she sobs, saying that she desperately wants to be part of his life and stay with him forever. Jongho is stunned, completely unsure how to respond, and all he can manage is an apology. Yuehua can't believe he still doesn't understand what she truly means. With her heart shattered, she turns away and walks off, leaving Jongho standing there, confused and utterly speechless. Jongho is still reeling from confusion when Yuehua and the butler suddenly arrive, interrupting his call. The butler asks if Yuehua is causing any trouble, and Jongho quickly replies that she is not. The butler explains that he'd overheard their conversation earlier. He adds that Yuehua can be a little temperamental sometimes, but Zhang shouldn't take it to heart. Zhang insists it's not her fault, and that he's also to blame. His intention was to distance himself from her for a good reason, but he can't understand why she seems so hurt. It's true he's been a little inconsiderate, but he never meant for it to sound like he wanted to end their friendship completely. The butler sighs and tells him that Yuehua thinks very highly of him. Every time she comes home, she talks about Zhang and how much she enjoys eating, exercising, and studying with him. He explains that it's rare to see Yuehua smile so genuinely, especially after years of pretending to be happy around fake friends. So if Zhang Hao suddenly pulls away, she'll automatically think something bad has happened. She'll shut down and believe that her world is falling apart. That's why distancing herself from him is the last thing she would ever want to do. The butler then asks if Yuehua ever mentioned anything about being blackmailed by her classmates in the past. This question immediately catches Zhang Hao's attention because he remembers Yuehua once mentioning that her old friends used to take money from her, but she never told him the full story. The butler continues, explaining that Yuehua's classmates found out she came from a wealthy family, so they started demanding money from her. Yuehua, being innocent, thought it was normal and never resisted. But as time passed, their greed grew stronger. They began mistreating her, until one day she came home bruised and crying. Her family was horrified to see her like that. Her mother, furious, went to the school the next day, found the responsible students, and made both them and their parents apologize. It was a public humiliation for them, right in front of everyone. But the damage was already irreparable. From that day forward, Yuehua became the subject of both endless gossip and stunned awe. No one dared to get close to her, leaving her utterly isolated. The butler explains that now, as she's finally opening up and making new friends, she must be absolutely terrified of losing them all again. And that's precisely why she's so afraid. The butler then apologizes for speaking so openly, but Zhang Hao simply shakes his head, declaring he doesn't blame Yuehua for a single thing. He admits that he cares for her very deeply, so much that his only wish was to shield her from any harm. What he didn't realize, however, was that Yuehua harbored so many deep insecurities and fears, all because of her past. Zhang Hao then declares he needs to go see her immediately. The butler simply nods and informs him Yuehua should be in her room. As Zhang Hao steps into her room, he discovers Yuehua standing silently before the expansive windows, lost in contemplation of the beautiful scenery. The soft glow of the setting sun reflects gently against her face, making her appear fragile, yet so distant, as if utterly lost in her own thoughts. But Yuehua, sensing his presence, softly says she enjoys watching the sky. From this very spot, her father, Lane, had departed on a business trip, and she pictures him soaring through that very same sky. Any connection, no matter how small, brings her a sense of comfort. She says she's waiting for him to come back, hoping it will be soon. Zhang Hao quickly realizes that Yuehua's pain runs far deeper than he had ever imagined. He gently brings up that the butler shared details about her past he had never known. He assures her there's no need to worry, that they are truly good friends, and he would never leave her so easily. Yuehua knows this, saying, "I know that," yet her voice trembles as she asks if he's been avoiding her because he's in. There's some kind of danger, and Zhang Hao hesitates, then finally admits an unseen force is keeping them apart. She tells him that this is precisely why she's determined to help him. She isn't afraid of getting involved, even if it means following him wherever his path may lead. She doesn't want to have regrets again, like those she carried from her past. Yuehua recalls how she once gave a bracelet to a girl she believed was her true friend. But when the bullies saw her giving away something, they demanded gifts of their own. But when Yuehua refused, they turned on her, just as they were about to hurt her. Her mother burst onto the scene, scolding the other girl harshly. Yuehua tried to stop her, knowing it would only escalate the situation. But one stern look from her mother silenced her. After that, everyone at school began avoiding her, leaving her isolated once more. Now looking at Zhang Hao, Yuehua says that he is her best friend. and if it meant protecting him, she would face a dungeon over and over again. Without hesitation, Jang Ho is deeply moved by her heartfelt words, touched by the depth of her unwavering care for him. He tells her that it's not fair to make her worry so much, but right now, things are too intricate for him to accept her help. For a while, they might have to act distant at school, not just from each other, but from everyone else. Still, he promises her that as compensation. He'll come visit her house whenever he can, so she won't be lonely. Yuhua stares at him in disbelief, her eyes softening. She cannot believe anyone could be this kind and thoughtful toward her. Jang Ho smiles and adds that, since there's always so much to do in her house, they can spend time together there. He can even teach her how to swim, and she can teach him military boxing. As Jang Ho talks, Yuhua suddenly steps forward and throws her arms around him, holding him tightly. She whispers, "Thank you," over and over again, her voice breaking. Yang all freezes, startled by her fragile warmth in his arms. He doesn't realize it, but in that moment, he's healed a deep wound inside her. After years of crushing rejection and profound loneliness, Yuhua finally feels truly seen, and because of his kindness, she finds herself falling for him even deeper, then stands amidst a ruined city, her body bloodied and completely broken. She had fought hard and incredibly bravely, but now her time is finally over. She looks down, spotting the deep wound in her abdomen. As she takes her very final breath, her eyes suddenly flutter open, and she realizes it was all just another nightmare. Gasping softly, she sits up and calls for her assistant, asking what time it is. When the assistant replies that it's already 11, then realizes she's overslept again. She sighs, utterly frustrated. Lately, she's been having serious trouble sleeping, and even her assistant is starting to worry. The assistant gently asks if she should book a doctor's appointment, but Nan quickly brushes it off and decides to head straight to work instead. As she gets ready, Nan asks how the Blood Moon investigation is going, but when her assistant admits there's been zero progress, Nan just shakes her head. Another day, another disappointment. She slips into her work clothes, preparing for what already feels like another long, dull day. Yet, as she looks in the mirror, her mind drifts far elsewhere. She can't stop thinking about Jang Ho, wondering what he might be doing at this very moment. Meanwhile, Jang Ho is spending his morning with Yuhua, and they're as close as ever. Yuhua giggles and says that they're going to be best friends, forever and ever. Yungo smiles nervously, unsure if she really means just friends, or something more. Then, without warning, Yuhua blushes, and shyly says that she wants a kiss from him. Jang Ho freezes, his face instantly turning red. He lets out a nervous laugh, telling her that she shouldn't say things like that inside her house, because someone might overhear. Before Yuhua can reply, Jang Ho's phone suddenly starts ringing. The sound makes him jump a little, and when he checks the screen, his expression utterly drops. It's Nan. He hesitates, then finally answers. Sounding a bit tense, Nan immediately demands his location. Jang Ho honestly replies that he's at a friend's house, but Nan's tone sharpens instantly as she orders him to come to her place. Yang Ho awkwardly tries to decline, claiming he's tied up right now. The two quickly launch into an argument, their voices rising, until Nan coldly threatens him. If he doesn't come, she'll personally visit his parents herself and bring them some gifts. Yang all panics. He knows Nan well enough to realize she's absolutely not bluffing. She's capable of anything extreme. In a shaky voice, he desperately begs her not to cause trouble. Nan softens just a little, then says that if he truly doesn't want that to happen, he'd better step outside the mansion right now, because she's waiting right by the front door. Zhang Hao's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. Before he can even react, the butler rushes into the room, looking utterly alarmed. He reports that a large group has gathered outside, claiming they're here to take Zhang Hao home. Zhang Ho and Yuehua simply stare at each other, utterly confused and completely helpless, realizing that whatever is about to unfold is completely, irrevocably out of their control. Nan's black-tie guards are stationed everywhere, their imposing presence filling the air with tension. Simultaneously, Yuehua stands her ground, backed by her entire household staff, including her loyal butler and security team. And right in the middle of this escalating chaos is Zhang Ho, trapped helplessly between the two of them, silently wondering how on earth he ended up in this ridiculous situation. Yuehua steps forward and tells Zhang Ho not to be afraid of a bully like Nan, because she is going to protect him. Zhang Hao, however, can't help but feel incredibly uneasy. Yuehua's fierce defense of him is both flattering and utterly terrifying, especially since Nan, who already acts possessive toward him, is watching every single move. Even Nan finds the scene amusing, smirking at the idea that a little girl like Yuehua, with just a few years of combat training, thinks she can possibly fight someone like her. Yuehua instantly snaps back with an insult of her own. Her voice cuts sharp, but before things can escalate any further, Zhang Hao's frustration boils over, and he raises his voice. He sees clearly, if he doesn't intervene right now, these two women will absolutely tear each other apart. He takes a steadying breath, turning to Nan first, telling her that if she truly wants him to come along, she needs to drop the aggressive act. Next, he pivots, addressing Yuehua, explaining that his meetings with Nan are just a few quick ones, and everything is completely fine. He assures her he's perfectly capable of handling himself. But Yuehua absolutely refuses to listen. Her stubbornness, however, completely takes over. As she declares, Nan looks far too unfriendly for her liking, and she's taking absolutely no risks, especially when it comes to Zhang Hao's safety. Zhang Hao nervously glances at the butler, hoping he'll step in and calm Yuehua down. But even the usually stoic butler looks absolutely furious. Nan's guards have brazenly parked their sleek black cars right in front of his house, effectively blocking the entire entrance. And honestly, that's enough to make anyone lose their temper. Nan, clearly growing impatient, glares daggers at Zhang Hao, and once again orders him to get into her car. But before he can even utter a response, Yuehua abruptly jumps in front of him, shouting at Nan, demanding she stop talking to her boy in such a tone. Zhang Gao, sans signe immédiat danger, panique. Realizing Yuehua is about to do something incredibly reckless, he quickly tries to intervene to stop her, telling her to stop, insisting that it's not the end of the world if she just lets this go. But Nan, always unervingly calm under pressure, effortlessly blocks Yuehua's sudden attack with just one hand. Then, as Nan raises her leg to strike back, Yuehua barely dodges the fierce blow by a hair's breadth. Nan's powerful kick slams into the ground instead, cracking the concrete beneath her feet with terrifying raw power. Both Yuehua and Zhang Hao freeze completely in shock. Neither of them expected Nan's strength to be this terrifying. Nan stands tall, her eyes cold as ice, and says that, while she might not have been the one to start this fight, she'll absolutely gladly finish it if she has to. The tension hanging in the air is absolutely electric. That's when the butler, acutely sensing the danger, steps forward and firmly demands Yuhua to stand down. Though his voice trembles ever so slightly, he reveals the woman standing before them is no ordinary human to him. To him, Nan looks like a demon unleashed. Inside the car, Jong-ho sits silently, anger simmering beneath his calm expression. He turns away from Nan, his voice sharp, demanding to know what she really wants from him. But Nan, completely unfazed, tells him they're going to talk. Once they reach her house, Jong-ho clenches his jaw, unable to hold back his irritation. He accuses her of fighting in front of his friend's house. For no reason, Nan immediately defends herself, saying Yuhua was the one who attacked her first. Jong-ho rolls his eyes and fires back that she has a terrible temper and no sense of control. He adds that if she keeps acting like this, she'll end up in the news someday, because if it hadn't been for the police showing up, she might have done something truly outrageous. To a high school student, Nan glances at him with a hint of guilt and says it all happened because of him. She claims that he's the one who keeps seeing other women, and if he had just stayed home, she wouldn't have lost her temper. Jong-ho cannot believe what he's hearing. She confesses that she becomes irrational whenever he's involved, and that only makes him more frustrated. He tells her that he's not one of the usual men she surrounds herself with. He's different. That's when Nan turns to him and says something that catches him completely off guard. She has never been with a man before. Jong-ho stares at her in disbelief. He finds it impossible to accept, considering Nan is a powerful and stunning CEO who must have men chasing her every single day. But something in her tone makes him hesitate. Maybe she's telling the truth? The thought stuns him, and he realizes that the more time he spends with her, the more complicated everything becomes. When they arrive at her house, Jong-ho tries to keep his distance, wary and on edge. The very moment he sits down, Nan sharply asks if he's having an affair with Yuhua. Jong-ho quickly denies it, flustered, and demands what she truly wants from him. Nan leans closer, her eyes narrowing as she questions why he told everyone she was threatening him, when she was only trying to talk. Jong-ho reminds her, his voice sharp, that she was the one who said she'd visit his parents. And to him, that sounded very much like a threat. Nan calmly replies, a knowing smirk on her face, that visiting parents is simply part of the process. When one intends to make a marriage proposal, Jong-ho jumps back in shock, utterly stunned, staring at her as if she's completely lost her mind. He shouts that this is absolutely ridiculous, since he hasn't even agreed to anything yet. But Nan only smirks and states he won't find anyone better than her. She insists she's the absolute best person for him, and even says he's just so cute. He makes her want to threaten him even more. Saying there are plenty of other men in the world, and she could have anyone she wants. Besides, he adds emphatically, they wouldn't make a good couple anyway, because he doesn't like aggressive women like her. Nan falls silent for a moment, her gaze fixed, her fierce expression softening in genuine surprise. She admits that maybe he's right, that perhaps someone has been living a parallel life. According to her, Jong-ho realizes she's hinting at the blood moon, and quickly stands up, desperate to end the conversation. But before he can even walk away, Nan grabs his arm, pulls him close with force, and whispers in his ear that she's been researching the blood moon for a very long time. Jong-ho freezes, feeling her breath ghosting against his skin, and despite his confusion, he feels an unexpected rush of warmth. He tries to step back, insisting she can't do that, but in his panic, he bumps hard into a nearby table. A ceramic dish tumbles to the ground and shatters into 1,000 pieces. Nan sighs looking down at the broken mess, and casually mentions she actually enjoyed the dish. Django gulps nervously, asking about its price, then coolly raises 2 fingers into the air. Django's eyes nearly pop out of his head as he blurts out that 2 million is absolutely insane for a single dish, but when she calmly corrects him, revealing it was actually worth 200 million, Django feels his knees instantly buckle. He nearly collapses right there on the spot, convinced his soul just fled his body. Nan extends her leg toward Django, her voice calm yet utterly commanding, ordering him to look at her foot. Django immediately refuses, turning his face away in sheer frustration. His patience is wearing dangerously thin, and this time he feels his very soul being squeezed right out of his body. Nan sighs, telling him if he won't obey, he has 2 choices: either pay her back or become her personal man. Either way, she declares it a win-win situation for her. Since she also feels responsible for the mishap, she'll be generous, she says, only charging him 100 million instead of the full 200. She even gives him a generous 10 months to repay it. Until then, she boldly declares, his body belongs to her in every possible sense. Django nearly chokes on his own breath. He knows he can't afford 10 million a month, but becoming Nan's personal servant for that price is just as dreadful. Nan steps closer, teasingly asking if he's really sure he can't pay. But then, something clicks in Django's mind. He straightens up and tells her he'll find a way to pay her. Every last cent. Nan smiles, clearly pleased, thinking to herself that her man is tougher than she initially thought. Later that evening, when Django returns home, he finds Chin Chin anxiously waiting for him. She looks incredibly relieved the moment she sees him. When Django asks why she's still awake, she shyly admits she just wanted to see him, because it always makes her feel better. She notices the paper bag in his hand and asks what's inside. Django quickly says, it's just a broken bowl his friend gave him. Inside, Zhang Hao hesitates for a moment before asking how much money she had stashed in her bank account. Qian Qian raises an eyebrow, casually stating she has around 3 to 4 million. But she's visibly irritated that he's prying into her personal savings. Then, realizing he might be in some sort of financial trouble, she panics and rushes to grab her credit card. But Zhang Ho stops her, assuring her he doesn't need her money. He was just curious. Deep down, though, he's screaming inside. Even Qian Qian's entire savings wouldn't cover a fraction of his debt to Nan. Meanwhile, Qian Qian feels touched, thinking her stepbrother must care deeply for her. If he refuses her help, she feels proud that he doesn't rely on her financially, even though a part of her secretly wishes he did. Later that night, Zhang Ho decides to go live on his streaming channel. He figures that streaming might be the best way to earn fast money, but his daily earnings have been flat lately, so he needs something new to boost his income. He calls his manager to brainstorm ideas. The manager tells him that some of his followers have been asking him to remove his mask on camera and are even promising to send large donations. If he does, Zhang Ho feels tempted for a moment, imagining the easy money, but then his manager warns him not to do it yet. They need to pick the right time for the reveal, so it can bring him more views and even more profit. Zhang Ho agrees, saying that makes sense, but he still needs fresh content for tonight. He asks his viewers for ideas during the live stream. Some people in the chat want him to dance, while others suggest he wear fewer clothes. Zhang Ho laughs, calling them little perverts, and says he can't fulfill every one of their crazy requests. Then he pauses, thinking out loud that maybe he could sing tonight. Instead, he isn't bad at it. In fact, in his previous life, he used to be pretty good, so he gives it a shot. As soon as he starts singing, the chat explodes with excitement. His viewers absolutely love his voice. The comments section explodes with compliments and gifts, and several devoted fans even send him generous donations. For the first time in what feels like ages, Dronzer feels like something is finally going right for him. Though, judging by the suggestive song requests that immediately start pouring in, his audience seems a little too enthusiastic. For their own good, if you catch my drift. Dronzer scrolls nervously through the song requests, humming softly to himself, until he clicks on one title and instantly freezes up. He reads the lyrics and nearly drops his phone in shock. The song is way too suggestive for his broadcast. His chat immediately floods with laughing emojis, and he quickly realizes his viewers have gone completely wild tonight. Freaking out internally, he mutters that he really needs to hire new moderators, because everyone's getting a little too freaky with him, and this just doesn't cut it anymore. Trying desperately to keep his cool, he tells the audience there's no way he can sing that song, but he'll pick something else instead, and still try his absolute best for those gifts. He takes a deep, steadying breath and starts singing a romantic ballad instead. His voice softens, becoming smooth and utterly emotional, and the comment section explodes with heart emojis. Everyone goes absolutely crazy over how his angelic voice perfectly matches his handsome face. Viewers start showering him with gifts, yachts, roses, even entire castles. And Dronzer just sits there, confused but utterly amazed. He can't believe how incredibly generous his fans are. Or maybe he just seriously underestimated how powerful his charm truly is. 3 hours practically fly by before he even realizes how late it's gotten. He finally waves goodbye, thanking absolutely everyone, and promising his loyal viewers that tomorrow's broadcast will have even more song requests. If they keep tuning in after ending the stream, he takes off his mask, exhausted but utterly satisfied. He mumbles that if it weren't for Chin Chin getting angry at him for staying up too late, he'd probably keep streaming all night long. When he checks his stats, he's absolutely stunned. He earned more in one single night of singing than he ever did playing games. Even after taxes, he's left with a staggering 50,000. Even then, that's nowhere near enough to cover 10 million a month. Just as he's calculating how many lifetimes it would take to pay him back, his phone rings. It's her. Yahello groans, picking up the call and asking if she's calling to pressure him about the debt again. But Nan surprises him. In her calm, teasing voice, she says she just wants a selfie of him. Yahello blinks, completely thrown off. He nervously jokes that maybe she should ask her father for that kind of thing, and doesn't find it funny. Her tone turns sharp as she reminds him that she's the one who financed the money. He owes, so he better not make her angry. Yahello realizes he's cornered and needs to think fast. When an idea sparks, he tells her that each photo will cost her 5 million and gives her 30 seconds to decide. He grins, thinking he's finally found a loophole. He's not selling himself, just his pictures. To his surprise, Nin doesn't hesitate. She smirks and counters that she'll pay only 1 million per photo. Yahello instantly agrees, deciding that 1 million is still better than nothing. He snaps a cute, slightly mischievous photo and sends it to her, proud of himself for being clever enough to turn the tables. Then, while looking at the transaction total, he suddenly realizes something. If Nan's willing to pay for pictures, maybe you walk it up too. Yahello texts Kadokwi, asking if she can lend him a few million. Yuiwa, ever the spoiled heiress, immediately checks her drawer, but finds she doesn't have enough cash. She calls her butler over and asks for a card, saying she needs a few million for something important. The butler nearly faints when he hears the amount. He reminds her that her mother doesn't want her to develop wasteful habits, which is why her withdrawal limit is only 100,000. If she needs more, he says she'll have to call her mother directly. Without a second thought, Yahello tells him to make the call, stating clearly that Zhang Hao desperately needs the money for a business venture. The butler's face drains of all color. He knows if Yahello's mother gets wind of this, that she's lending money to some boy, there will be utter chaos. So, he decides to play it smart. Later, he returns and tells Yahello that her mother flat out refused to approve the transfer, saying she can only lend small amount for now. Yahello sighs, clearly crestfallen, and says she only has about 500,000 to spare. Zhang Hao tries not to show it, but he's dead serious and states that amount barely scratches the surface of his staggering 10 million monthly debt. He leans back, clutching his head, realizing he's utterly doomed, because no amount of live streaming or selfies will save him from Nan's impossible bill. The next day, Zhang Hao sits around, racking his brain for ways to earn 10 million per month. For now, he can only continue living the same life as before. Just like in his photos, he realizes that today is yet another day. He has to work tirelessly, like a slave, just to make money. The first 2 days of his singing went incredibly well, but the audience now seems to crave something new every single time. So, he decides to call his manager to see if she has any brilliant suggestions. When he calls Song, she frowns slightly at her star's question, but Zhang Hao goes straight to the point and asks if she has any ideas for fresh new content. Something cute, or maybe something fun, that could earn him some serious money. Song says his earnings from the other day were quite impressive, but if he still wants to try something different, there's a new game that's been released recently. Zhang Hao looks at the game and notices it's already incredibly popular, with several streamers already mastering it. But it's quite challenging to learn. Because it's a competitive shooter, he grins and says he'll test it out during the day. Meanwhile, Song could try to get him more ads, or promote him on the live front pages. Song readily agrees, saying his popularity has already absolutely exploded after just 2 singing sessions. So, if he performs tonight, she'll guarantee him a spot on the front page. Our boy knows this, so he confidently launches the game. He quickly realizes it's a shooter-style game, something he's incredibly familiar with. He grinds through the entire afternoon, honing his skills until he feels absolutely ready. And when it's finally time to broadcast, Zhang Hao greets everyone with vibrant excitement, announcing he'll be playing a brand new game tonight. Some fans are visibly disappointed, hoping to hear him sing once more. But Zhang Hao doesn't mind one bit. He wants to try something new to keep his viewers entertained. As he begins playing, it's immediately clear he's a natural. Just like everyone expected, hours pass, and his electrifying gameplay draws an enormous audience. However, some viewers immediately start accusing him of cheating, claiming his moves look far too perfect. Zhang Hao feels a surge of annoyance, because every single time he performs well, people question if it's even him playing. So, he turns on his camera, still wearing his mask, proving he's truly the one behind screen. Meanwhile, across town, Chun Chun is casually watching his stream from her bed. She smiles softly, absolutely amazed at her stepbrother's skyrocketing popularity. After a short while, she gets up, knocks, and walks right into his room, asking if he's hungry and wants some noodles. She affectionately pats his head, fully aware he's doing just fine, despite his ghost persona, and tells him that after he eats, he should rest up because it's getting quite late. The stream chat immediately explodes with comments, finding their interaction both adorable and a little bit strange. Some wonder why Chin Chin is living with Zhang Hao, while others playfully tease them about being such a close pair. Zhang Hao blushes crimson in embarrassment, trying desperately to focus on his game, as everyone comments on their relationship. But Chin Chin just grins, enjoying the moment, and even teases the viewers back, asking them playfully, "Do you guys think the two of us make a good couple?" Chin Chin leans in impossibly close, her eyes sparkling with mischief, and teases if they're really talking about forbidden love between them. To her, it's all just a calculated move in her game. Every word, every glance, meticulously crafted to take him one step further. Every moment she spends with Jungo. Then, with a sly smile, she tells him to cut the live stream. He should head back to bed early. She purrs, because she'll be waiting for him there. The chat instantly explodes, the audience erupting in cheers and teasing, convinced Jungo's luck is about to change. Jungo, on the other hand, is utterly mortified. His face flushes crimson as the comments grow dirtier. And before things spiral completely out of hand, or before the stream is flagged, he swiftly cuts the broadcast. He leans back, his eyes scanning the traffic numbers. The viewership is solid, but it's still not enough. Making money this way is anything but easy, and exhaustion starts to truly sink in. But then, he glances over at Chin Chin, and his heart skips a beat. She's there, waiting for him on his bed, looking so calm, so breathtakingly beautiful, that he almost forgets to breathe. When she softly says she's ready to give him a massage, Jungo nearly has a heart attack. He'd been so engrossed in his work that he hadn't even noticed what she was wearing. And suddenly, every thought in his head short-circuits. He stammers, mumbling that it feels a bit inappropriate, and it makes him incredibly nervous. But Chin Chin just smiles, telling him not to be shy, promising him it'll be nice. Jungo, flustered and unsure, takes a few hesitant steps toward her, and even she seems surprised by how suddenly willing he looks. Her cheeks flush, but her playful grin remains. She gently pushes him down onto the bed and tells him to just relax, that she'll take care of everything. A few minutes later, Jungo realizes she's actually massaging his back. Confusion washes over his face, making him reel. He honestly thought she was implying something else entirely. Chin Chin giggles playfully, teasing him now, wondering exactly what kind of thoughts he's been having. Jang Ho, desperate to conceal his embarrassment, asks if she isn't cold wearing something so revealing. Chin Chin continues her massage with a soft, teasing tone, admitting she loves dresses like this. And if Jang Ho likes them too, even better. That's a bonus. Jang Ho confesses that he does, though he nervously adds that he's worried he won't be able to control himself. Chin Chin laughs, then gently says she was actually afraid he'd be uncomfortable with her presence. Her voice softens as she sits down beside him, suddenly becoming thoughtful. She explains there's a reason she acts the way she does, and it's tied to something from her past. There's a barrier in her heart when it comes to him, one she hasn't found the words to explain just yet. She promises that when the time is truly right, she'll tell him absolutely everything. Until then, she just asks him to be patient with her and all her little quirks. For now, she has a plan in mind. She wants to take things one step at a time, steadily closing the distance between them until she's truly sure of what she feels. The very next morning, Jang Ho wakes up to the sudden sound of a notification. Still groggy, He blinks at the bright light from his phone and suddenly realizes he must have fallen asleep during Chin Chin's massage. Last night, he opens his messages and freezes. It's Nan. She writes that if he can't handle the pressure anymore, he can always come crawling back to her. Become her obedient man. Jang Ho glares at the screen, a furious spark of defiance in his eyes. That's never going to happen. He'd rather die than ever become someone's trophy husband. At school, Jang Ho sings softly, his voice absolutely filled with sorrow, as if his heart has just been utterly broken. His classmates can feel the raw sadness in every single note, and the girls immediately start whispering, wondering what on earth could have happened to make him look so utterly lost. Before anyone can even ask, Yahello interrupts him with her usual boundless energy. Django's eyes widen at the sheer size of her backpack. He playfully teases her, asking why it's so unbelievably huge. But when she unzips it, his jaw practically hits the floor. Inside, he finds piles upon piles of glittering jewelry. Each piece sparkles brilliantly under the light. Yahello proudly explains that even though it might not be worth millions, her grandmother insisted it's all incredibly valuable, especially the ring crafted from real diamonds and gold. Zhang Hao's soul practically jumps out of his body. He stares at her, utterly dumbfounded, asking if she actually went behind her family's back to bring him all this. He tells her flat out that it's not right, and she absolutely needs to go home and ask for permission, because if anyone ever finds out, he's the one who'll be in deep trouble. Yahello's bright smile falters as she nervously asks if he's angry with her. She insists she only wanted to help him. Django quickly reassures her that he's not angry, just worried. He thanks her, but explains he doesn't want her making such a huge mistake. Because of him, if she truly wants to help, he suggests she could introduce him to someone in her family who knows a thing or two about antique appraisal. Yahello takes that advice to heart, nodding earnestly and promising she'll handle everything. Just a few days later, Zhang Hao finds himself standing inside an antique shop, ready to meet Aunt Yang Fan, one of Yahello's trusted family friends. The moment he steps inside, everyone stares, as if he just walked out of a storybook. The receptionist quietly whispers that Aunt Yang Fan is the one in charge. Django politely approaches her, explaining that he desperately needs her help identifying an ancient bowl. Aunt Yang Fan immediately recognizes him as Yahello's friend, which instantly piques her curiosity. Django explains the matter is quite serious and asks if they can move to a private room. Aunt Yang Fan agrees and calls over her apprentice, a sharp young woman named Mu Hong, who is also part of the second generation of collectors. Mu Hong takes one look at the bowl fragments and immediately insists they move to the back room to examine them properly. When Django carefully unwraps the broken pieces, Aunt Yang Fan nearly collapses. She instantly recognizes the immense value of what she's looking at. It's the Imperial Bowl, the very one that auctioned for 200 million yuan. The design, unmistakably authentic, and the craftsmanship, simply perfect. Zhang Hao stands there, absolutely stunned, as he mutters to himself that his luck truly couldn't be worse. Mu Hong, still amazed, says she never expected the mysterious buyer from the auction to be such a handsome young man. Zhang Hao quickly explains he's not the buyer. His friend is. Then he asks if there's any way the bowl can be repaired. Aunt Yang Fan sighs, saying it's possible, but it will take a very long time. And even after restoration, its value will drop significantly. Mu Hong steps forward with a bright smile and hands him her business card. She says, their shop guarantees the absolute best restoration work, and tells him not to worry. Before leaving, she boldly adds that he should join her for lunch sometime. Jiang Hao takes the card with a polite smile. Already thinking ahead, Jiang Hao then heads for lunch, where he waits for Mu Hong to arrive. When she walks in, he immediately notices she's changed her clothes, looking a little too prepared for whatever she has planned. They walk together toward the restaurant table, and as they approach the counter, the receptionist smiles brightly and announces there's a 50% discount for couples. The receptionist even winks at Mu Hong, clearly in on the setup. That's when it all clicks for Jiang Hao. This entire situation was planned from the start. He realizes that Mu Hong deliberately arranged everything to make it look like a date, and he's anything but amused. Everyone around them starts whispering about the girl walking with a quiet, handsome man, and soon the whole place is buzzing with envy. Even Mu Hong notices the stares, her face turning a little red from the attention. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao looks utterly mortified to be walking arm in arm with her. Sadly, there's no easy escape from this situation, and he knows he just has to grit his teeth and bear it for now. What Jiang Hao doesn't realize is that a rough-looking girl is watching them closely. From a distance, her eyes filled with suspicion. Mu Hong quickly apologizes, explaining she had no idea they'd attract so much attention, and that she only did it to snag a couple's discount. Jiang Hao shrugs it off, saying it's not a big deal, and decides to cut straight to the chase. He then asks how much he can get for the broken plate, and the girl casually tells him that it could easily fetch millions. The last time it sold for such a hefty price, she says, was when someone brazenly stole it. Their conversation takes a sudden, sharp turn when the same thug-looking girl dramatically barges in. Her name? Mu Qingyun, and she's actually Mu Hong's sister. Without a moment's hesitation, she starts brazenly flirting with Jiang Hao, teasing her sister for hoarding such a cute boy, all to herself, and declaring that she should learn to share. Mu Hong immediately stands up for Jiang Hao, demanding to know what her sister is even doing there. But King Yin completely ignores her and continues to eye Jiang Hao up and down, musing that she could probably sell him for a fortune before she can even finish her scandalous sentence. Mu Hong lands a hard slap across her face and furiously tells her to shut up. Jiang Hao feels utterly mortified. Everywhere he goes, girls are always duking it out over him, and now it's happening all over again. He's starting to think that even leaving the house was a monumentally terrible idea. King Yin, however, doesn't take that slap lightly at all. Furious, she orders her minions to attack her sister. Jiang Hao watches the chaos unfold, utterly confused about how a seemingly friendly meeting suddenly spiraled into an all-out brawl. But then, when he realizes that these two are actually sisters, he's absolutely shell-shocked. He knows he absolutely needs Mu Hong's help to sell that broken plate, so he finally intervenes, telling King Yin to stop assaulting her sister. King Yin does not take kindly to orders, especially not from a man. She imperiously tells Jiang Hao to stay out of it. But Jiang Hao already knows. This fight is utterly unavoidable. He strikes with lightning speed, delivering a devastating kick that drops King Yin. In mere seconds, he wipes out the entire group of thugs, leaving them all sprawled on the floor. He turns to Mu Hong, urging her that they need to run, because it's no longer safe here. But she shakes her head, explaining her sister has deep ties with the mafia, meaning Jiang Hao is the one who really needs to run before things escalate even further. She promises she'll take care of the rest. Jiang Hao, desperate to avoid any more drama. So he decides to listen. He finally hails a taxi, thinking he's safe at last. But what Jong-ho doesn't know is this crucial detail. King Yun's gang members are already hot on his trail, planning something far more dangerous, his kidnapping. Soon enough, Jong-ho is bound and gagged in a dark basement, while the ruthless head of the gang pays one of her men handsomely for his capture. Jong-ho looks almost eerily bored, staring blankly at the floor, until a sharp, cunning woman saunters toward him, with a cigarette dangling from her lips. She has the hardened look of someone who's spent her entire life in the streets, confident, dangerous, and sporting a smug grin. She boasts that with her immense wealth, she can always surround herself with handsome boys like him, and even better, she can profit off them. Her minion cackles, adding, "They should raise the price for this beautiful cat, because the lady who desires him will definitely pay even more." They're both referring to Nan, the woman who's clearly taken quite a liking to Jong-ho. Jong-ho, however, remains remarkably calm and states he has no reason to mess with them. They should just let him go already. He's not here for revenge or to cause trouble. But the gang leader just smirks, claiming it's her job to make money this way. Suddenly, Jong-ho realizes these are the very same thugs from the gang he fought earlier. The thought strikes him instantly, and he knows he needs an escape plan before things get worse. The leader walks closer and says she can offer him a deal. If he agrees to be her man, Jong-ho bursts out laughing right in her face. He tells her he's not into strong women, then adds with a teasing smirk that he actually does like strong women. But before she can claim him as hers, he needs to test her first to see just how strong she really is. The men behind her laugh, enjoying the tension building in the room, and suggest they should fight him to test his skills. Even the leader looks thrilled by the idea, clearly not one to back down from challenge. Meanwhile, Nan's assistant updates her that everyone is in position and waiting for a signal. Nan listens calmly, a confident smile crossing her face. She declares they will barge in the moment she gives the word, because she's ready to save her little man. Back in the basement, Jong-ho faces off against the gang members. The fight turns into a 2-on-1 match, then a 1-on-1, and he stands his ground without hesitation. He studies their movements, quick and focused, realizing that there are far more of them than he thought. The best way to survive, he decides, is to use their ignorance of his strength to his advantage, catch them off guard, and take them down before they realize what he's truly capable of. The gang leader sneers at Jong-ho and asks if he's ready to lose. Then she lunges at him with full force. But Jong-ho dodges her attack at the last second and bolts across the room. Everyone assumes he's scrambling to find a weapon, and they're absolutely right. In the very next moment, Jong-ho snatches a metal rod and hurls it straight at the gang leader. She dodges it with ease, a smirk playing on her lips, as she taunts that he's got some cute little tricks up his sleeve. She just laughs it off, confident that her street fighting skills will overpower him. But what she doesn't realize is that Jong-ho has already moved in, impossibly close, in a literal blink. He swings the metal rod again, landing a devastating blow against her hands. She grits her teeth, absolutely furious, and kicks at him. Jong-ho stumbles back a few steps, realizing he's managed to make her truly angry. Now, the whole room goes quiet for a beat, as everyone begins to understand that Jong-ho isn't just some pretty-faced model. He actually knows how to fight. The gang members start to panic and shout for him to surrender, saying they don't want to damage him and disappoint the buyer. Django smirks and tells them to let him go, promising to spare their lives if they cooperate. But they just laugh in his face, too arrogant to take him seriously. Django shakes his head, saying they leave him no choice, and invites them all to attack. Meanwhile, Muhong is tied up in another room, bruised and utterly exhausted. After being beaten by her sister and her gang, she tries to reason with them, saying that Django must have powerful connections if he's carrying something as valuable as that plate. But her sister and her friends refuse to believe her. They mock her, saying she's only acting proud, because their men are already dealing with Django. As they speak, at that very moment, Xingyang pushes open the door, and what she sees freezes her in place. Something truly terrible has happened. Qin Fong opens the door, just in time to see the absolute chaos inside. Django stands tall in the middle of the room, his clothes torn and his face smudged. But he looks every bit like a hero. Surrounding him, every last gang member lies utterly defeated on the ground. She can barely process the incredible scene unfolding before her. Just then, another door dramatically bursts open. Nan storms in, flanked by her formidable men. Her sharp heels echo menacingly against the polished floor. The nervous gang leader instantly turns deathly pale, as Nan's powerful voice commands the entire room. She fiercely demands to know how anyone could possibly dare to kidnap her man. Nan surveys the wreckage, clearly impressed by the chaos, and a faint, knowing smile plays on her lips. She subtly compliments Zhang Ho, declaring she always knew her man could handle any situation. But then, her gaze fixates on something disturbingly familiar. The shattered remains of the $200 million antique. Realization dawns on her, and her smile instantly vanishes. She deliberately walks closer to Qin Fong, her expression now chillingly cold and perfectly controlled, and informs her that both the man and that priceless antique unequivocally belong to her. Everyone knows perfectly well what fate awaits those who dare mess with Nan's possessions. Qin Fong immediately drops to her knees, bowing her head low. Trembling, she desperately pleads for forgiveness, claiming ignorance, but Nan simply shakes her head firmly. She declares that begging will be utterly useless now. Qin Fong had kidnapped the future head of the V family, and there's absolutely no coming back from such an act. Nan coolly announces that her family will seize control of all the shops currently under Qin Fong's command. She will personally ensure her family removes her from her position, strips her inheritance, and cuts her off completely. Only then, perhaps, will Nan's fury finally subside. Qin Fong's eyes widen, filled with pure panic. She screams, demanding to know if Nan truly intends to hand everything over to Mu Hong, her weak and utterly fragile sister. She insists that Mu Hong deserves absolutely nothing, and if Nan truly wishes to humiliate her, she might as well just kill her on the spot. While they're arguing, Zhang Ho catches a slight movement behind them. One of the defeated gangsters is slowly, stealthily getting up. But before he can even react, it suddenly becomes terrifyingly clear this is merely a distraction. Qin Fong abruptly whips a knife from her sleeve and lunges directly at Nan. Everything happens in a blinding flash. Another gang member, one who had remained silent all this time, he lunges forward, stopping her mid-attack. With one swift motion, he knocks her down and mercilessly snaps her neck. Before anyone can even breathe, the room plunges into a stunned silence and doesn't even flinch. She ignores the lifeless body at her feet and walks straight to Zhang. She looks at him with a mix of amusement and pride, saying she didn't think He could take on a whole group of women. By himself. Zhang Hao exhales, still tense from the fight. He admits he's taking back what he said before. He admits now that she really seems like someone who's made her success through truly ruthless means. Now he understands she orchestrated everything, not just for the kidnapping, but to claim Mu's family wealth for herself. He says he was just a pawn in her bigger plan, then looks slightly annoyed, asking if he really thinks she's that kind of person. Zhang Hao meets her gaze and says that they haven't known each other long enough for him to fully trust her. Nan's irritation turns into a sly smile. She steps closer, her tone playful but sharp. She tells him that maybe it's time they fix that problem, and the best way to start is by spending more time together. Zhang Hao realizes his plan has completely backfired. He takes a step back and warns Nin not to come any closer, because he's holding a weapon, but Nin only smirks. She knows he'll never actually hit her. Without hesitation, she charges toward him. Zhang Hao panics, gripping the metal rod tighter, and swings it toward her face. But in a blur, Nan punches the rod mid-swing. It bends instantly, and Zhang Hao stares at it in shock, his face pale as he wonders if she's even human. Nan straightens up, calm and confident, and tells Zhang Hao to come with her. Zhang Hao stammers, trying to find an excuse, but all he can ask is why she's so angry. He knows he can't win against her, and it's smarter not to provoke her further. He tries to reason with her, saying he's absolutely exhausted from fighting, and just wants to catch a taxi home. He wants to rest and meet another day, but Nin doesn't even pretend to consider it. She says she'll give him a much more comfortable ride instead. Zhang Hao continues to resist, but Nan has absolutely no patience for it. She effortlessly lifts him up onto her shoulder, as if he weighs nothing, patting his back and telling him to relax like a good boy. Completely humiliated, Zhang Hao can only sigh as she carries him outside and loads him into her private helicopter. She tells her secretary to clean up the scene, then takes off, leaving chaos in her wake. Zhang Hao sits there fuming, feeling more like luggage than a man. But when he looks down from the sky, his anger fades. He sees Mu Hong's face below, full of grief. Her sister has just died right in front of her, and the image hits him hard. He turns to Nan and asks how she can live with someone's death on her hands. Nan glances at him and says coldly that Qin Yun attacked her first, and she only acted in self-defense. Zhang Hao doesn't believe her, not even a little. She notices the disbelief on his face and explains that those gang members were dangerous. They had harassed him again and again, and if she hadn't stopped them now, they would have gone further, until it was too late to fix. At least this way, she says, people will learn not to mess with him, especially the ones who try to hurt him for money or lust. Besides, she reminds him that gang had already been involved in kidnapping students and selling them off. They only got what they deserved. Zhang Hao still looks at her unimpressed and tells her not to talk like she's innocent. You kidnap me all the time, too, he retorts, then laughs softly and says, that only happens because he never answers her calls, so she's forced to take special measures. Zhang Hao sighs and asks her if she can ever act normal. Just once, then finally softens. Her tone drops as she asks if Kim Yun truly was such a terrible person to him, because if that were the case, then Nan, too, must be a bad person in his eyes. For a moment, her voice trembles, and Jungo feels a sharp sting of guilt. He truly doesn't want to hurt her feelings. He admits that she's not a bad person after all. She saved him more than once, in fact. Nan smiles at that, her usual arrogance, melting into something surprisingly tender. Her cheeks flush, and she leans in closer, until her breath brushes his skin. She teases him, whispering that he must have double standards, then lightly licks his earlobe, making Jungo freeze before he can protest, or even conjure another clever remark. She kisses him deep, slow, and full of fire. Jungo's thoughts blur completely. The helicopter lands soon after, then carries him into her house, and sets him down gently on her bed, telling him not to move. Nan stands in front of Jungo, and the poor boy fears she's going to eat him alive. He begs her not to do it, but Nan is so hot and bothered that she loses all control and throws all reason aside. She attacks Jungo with a rush of passion, while Jungo, caught completely off guard, reminds her that she's saved his life so many times, and now he needs to repay her somehow. He argues that he's already let her kiss him, far more than she ever should have. But Nan insists that a kiss isn't enough. She says she needs to feel more of him, more of his warmth, more of his flesh. She leans in and starts licking his neck, thinking that finally her time has come. Meanwhile, Jungo stands frozen, half embarrassed and half intrigued. He tries to stop her, but Nan pauses only for a moment. Then she teases him, saying that his body reacts just like her operators. Jungo turns red with embarrassment, because even though he's protesting, his body is clearly moving to Nan's rhythm. Nan whispers that he should just be with her, because she can satisfy him in every way, mentally, physically, and even financially. And Jang-ho hesitates, if only for a moment. The thought tempts him far more than he'd ever admit. Meanwhile, Yahello gets a frantic call from her aunt, the very one who runs the antique shop. Her aunt reveals that Nan has taken Jang-ho, and Yahello does not like the sound of that, not one bit. She instantly orders her butler to gather everyone, declaring she has something critically urgent to do, and someone incredibly important to rescue. Back with Jang-ho, he attempts to regain control of the escalating situation. He lays out his terms for Nan. If she truly wants to go out with him, she'll have to agree to one simple, crucial request. Nan just smiles, confidently agreeing. Jang-ho then explains his peculiar condition. All she has to do is simply sit on his lap, lean gently against his shoulder, and stay in that position for just 3 minutes. During that time, he promises not to do anything else. He simply wants her to sit quietly, like a good girl, then raises an eyebrow, utterly confused, remarking it sounds like something he would do, and she just can't see the point. But Jang-ho insists it's a non-negotiable condition, and she'd better do it if she truly wants to please him. Then realizes she's dealing with a truly sly fox. But before she can even think, she gives in and finds herself sitting on his lap. Her face flushes red, her voice softens, and though shy, she actually seems to enjoy it. Jang-ho is genuinely surprised. He never expected her to actually obey. He was sure she'd refuse, or worse, mock him. Nan, trying desperately to hide her blush, declares it's only for a few minutes, and she can totally handle that. Jang-ho sits still, thinking the moment feels oddly nice, but even so, it still doesn't compare to when Yahello sat on his lap. Then, without warning, Nan's assistant bursts into the room, utterly panicked, shouting that something's terribly wrong with the entrance. The moment she fully grasps what's happening, her glasses almost slide right off, and her mind utterly freezes in shock. Nan immediately explodes at her, furious, yelling, seething, how dare she barge in during such a private moment? And before the 3 minutes can even pass, Nan completely loses her cool. Nan takes in her secretary's news, already sensing her secretary has made a huge blunder. The poor secretary immediately apologizes, begging for forgiveness. But Nan just sighs, rubbing her temple as a headache begins to throb. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao is deep in thought, recalling how, in his previous life, his company's CEO was also a total workaholic. She was always locked away in her office, constantly chasing perfection. The resemblance between that woman and Nan feels almost eerily similar in this life. Nan is no different. She leans back in her chair and demands, "What was so urgent that you absolutely had to barge in?" The secretary nervously replies that a girl from the Min family is at the door and is demanding to see Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's eyes go wide. He can't believe Yahello is actually here. But Nan frowns, clearly unamused, stating it's completely unnecessary information, and that her secretary should have been smart enough to handle the situation on her own. The secretary hesitates, explaining that, since Yahello is the granddaughter of General Min, she thought it was crucial to report. Nan's patience finally snaps. She fires the secretary right then and there, declaring she's no longer fit to work for her. Then she sharply adds, "That girl's grandfather retired from the military ages ago, so there are no soldiers to fear." Nan turns to Zhang Hao, telling him to come with her, to find out what Yahello wants. Zhang Hao can tell Nan is absolutely furious, and he starts to worry. He knows that when Yahello and Nan are together, it always spells disaster. As they head toward the entrance, he feels like he's walking straight into another nightmare. Outside, Yahello is already creating a huge scene. She's standing right at the door, shouting for everyone to release Zhang Hao immediately, or she'll call the police. When Zhang Hao steps forward and asks what in the world she's doing there, Yahello replies with utterly innocent sincerity, declaring she's here to save him. Her words deeply touch Zhang Hao's heart. He's moved by Yahello's profound concern for him. But Nan rolls her eyes, scoffing at the nonsense. With chilling indifference, she states that were it not for her powerful mafia connections, Zhang Hao would already be a gang's captive. She adamantly insists that Yahello is the true threat to his safety. Then, she boldly declares that from now on, if Zhang Hao wishes to master martial arts, he will train exclusively with her, and Yahello must keep her distance. Zhang Hao attempts to defuse the escalating tension. He tells Yahello to disregard Nan's harsh words, then turns to scold Nan himself for practically incinerating Yahello with her glare. But alas, it's far too late. Yahello is absolutely seething. She rips off her jacket, challenging Nan to a brawl, asking if Nan truly believes she's so formidable. Nan smirks, readily accepting the challenge, declaring it's time to finish their unfinished fight. The tension skyrockets until Zhang Hao abruptly interrupts, exasperated, telling them they can fight all they wish. Because he's going home, that snaps Nan back to reality. She sprints after him, insisting she'll come along. Soon, the two are back to bickering nonstop, arguing over who gets to take Zhang Hao home. Zhang Hao finally declares he doesn't need Nan's help. He's already called an Uber. And besides, being around her, that feels like being stuck in a mosh pit every minute. He just wants to go home, he grumbles, and earn money from his broadcasts. Yahello cheekily sticks out her tongue at Nan, like a mischievous child, driving Nan absolutely mad. Nan orders her bodyguards to halt the car immediately. She then throws a massive pile of cash at the driver, announcing she's buying his taxi. Then she leaps into the driver's seat and declares this car is far more private, and she will be taking Zhang Hao home. Zhang Hao slumps back, utterly bewildered, thinking Nan might just be the most impossible woman on earth. Back at home, Chen waits for Zhang Hao on his bed, teasing him, asking what he's staring at so intently. So seriously when she's right here, looking so hot. Zhang Hao quickly blurts out it's nothing, claiming he's simply sketching out a mind map. He's feigning casualness, but in truth, he's secretly on his phone, chatting with Nan, who's still furious and won't leave him alone. Just a few hours earlier, when she dropped him off at his place, Nan had sternly warned him not to forget the ball, and demanded he return it to her. As soon as he'd fixed it, Zhang Hao then asked if she was also forgiving the whopping $100 million debt he owed her, and Nan had declared she'd forget about it, even if her entire family crumbled. Zhang Hao thought that was a bit extreme, while Yue Hua, sitting in the back seat, had grown visibly uncomfortable. She asked Nan to stop the car so she could get out, but Nan had coldly replied that Yue Hua didn't live in that area at all, and that she dropped Zhang Ho off at the station. Instead, Zhang Ho realized that once they were both out of sight, the problem would no longer be his to deal with. Which brings us to the present moment. Now, Nan is texting Zhang Ho again, telling him not to overwork himself, because she'll definitely help him. But Zhang Ho replies that he plans to pay her back as soon as humanly possible. Just then, Yue Hua texts him that she's arrived home safely. Jung replies that they should keep their distance for a while, and the next time they meet, he'll treat her to a fantastic meal. Once all this chaos finally ends, Zhang Ho lets out a long, weary sigh of relief. It has been a wild day. He was kidnapped, fought a gang, and somehow got a massive debt erased. Now, he finally feels free from the heavy burdens on his shoulders. But as soon as he relaxes, another weight literally lands right on him. When he looks up, he sees Qian, her large chest pressing against him, as she leans over and offers to give him a massage. Before he can even respond, she starts kneading his shoulders, softly scolding him for working too hard, just to make money. Zhang Hao groans, half from pure bliss, half from sheer exhaustion. He savors Chin's incredibly soothing massage, realizing just how lucky he is to have her. But just then, their mother's voice rings out, calling Chin. Chin waves goodbye to Django and makes her way to her mother's room, where she finds Mom flipping through a pile of books, her brow furrowed with each new page. One by one, the books thud onto the table. To Chin's horror, they're all romance novels, focused on two women falling in love. Panicking, she lunges forward and hides them, insisting her mother shouldn't get the wrong idea. She quickly explains the books belong to a friend, who enjoys teasing her relentlessly, and must have hidden them here as a prank. Her mother narrows her eyes, suspicious, and asks if Chin might actually be one of those girls. Chin immediately denies it, stammering that she's not that kind of person. But before she can say more, something tumbles out of one of the books. A pair of women's underwear. Her mother's face turns crimson with rage. Within a second, she smacks Chin on the head and warns her to find a boyfriend quickly, or face her full wrath. When her mother finally leaves, Chin exhales deeply, clutching her head but smiling to herself. Everything went exactly as planned. Her mother's suspicions are now blazing, stronger than ever, which means her secret love for Django will stay hidden. No one will ever suspect a thing. And with her mother distracted, Chin can move forward with her next step, toward Django, without anyone standing in her way. The next day at school, chaos follows. Django the moment he steps through the gate. A crowd of excited fans rushes toward him, shouting his name, and snapping pictures like he's a celebrity. Django looks completely drained, as he tries to escape the group of obsessed girls, chasing him down the hall. A few of his die-hard fans stand guard near the door, proudly declaring that they will protect him from the rest. But Zhang Hao knows the harsh truth. He's not safe from these girls either. Just then, Yelong bursts in with a huge grin, saying he's glad Zhang Hao is finally back. Zhang Hao laughs it off, saying it's not that dramatic, since he only took a single day off. Yelong instantly tells him not to slack off, because he's such a good student. He was actually worried that Zhang Hao was sick. He even says he was planning to visit Zhang Hao's house to check on him. Zhang Hao quickly explains that he just got into a bad fight and needed a day to rest and heal. What he doesn't mention, however, is that he also had to deal with a mischievous family member at home who gave him quite a hard time. With all her teasing and playful tricks, Zhang Hao almost lost his mind, trying to keep it together. But a part of him secretly enjoyed staying home that much. Yelong notices Zhang Hao's strange expression and asks what he's thinking about. Zhang Hao just smiles and says he remembered something good. Yelong quickly changes the topic and praises Zhang Hao for his gaming skills, saying his recent broadcasts have been amazing. Zhang Hao looks surprised and asks if Yelong actually watches his streams, because he thought streaming wasn't really his thing. Yelong proudly says that he even told Yuehua about it. When they both turn to look at her, Yuehua appears completely exhausted, with heavy, dark circles under her eyes. Zhang Hao asks why she didn't sleep last night, and Yuehua admits honestly that she stayed up watching all his past live streams and totally lost track of time. Both Zhang Hao and Yelong are stunned. Zhang Hao tells her that she shouldn't stay up like that again and insists she should go rest. But Yuehua only smiles and says she wanted to learn everything about him, and it was totally worth it. Zhang Hao sighs, clearly worried about her. Then, as always, Yelong wraps his arm around Zhang Hao in a friendly hug, saying how proud he is. Yuehua joins in a hug too, making Zhang Hao feel both awkward and amused at the same time. Later that day, the trio strolls along, chatting casually when Yelong suddenly remembers they need to grab swimsuits for their upcoming swimming lessons. Zhang Hao immediately groans, already knowing Yelong will undoubtedly pick something ridiculous, something that'll make him look way too girly. Determined not to let his best friend ruin his image, Zhang Hao declares he's coming along to help choose something decent. He turns to Yuehua and tells her to go home and get some rest. But Yuehua shakes her head and says she already caught up on sleep during class, so she's totally fine to go shopping too. That's when Zhang Hao remembers Yuehua still doesn't know how to swim. When he asks her about it, she admits she's tried several times, but always ends up swallowing too much water. Zhang Hao laughs softly and promises he'll teach her to swim every Friday. From now on, Yuehua blushes but nods happily, and with that, the three of them head off to the shopping center together. Meanwhile, across town, Chin Chin sits in a cozy coffee shop, waiting with her usual calm smile. A tall and handsome man walks in, full of charm and confidence. He greets her cheerfully and introduces himself as her date. Liang Xianxian kicks off the conversation by bragging that the price of a boyfriend in his city usually ranges from 50,000 to 100,000, then adds that if Chin Chin wants to have children someday, there's nothing better than hiring a housekeeper and a nanny. He proudly adds he doesn't do much work himself. Chin Chin listens half-heartedly, tuning in and out, as he prattles on about his ridiculous demands. In her mind, she's thinking how utterly exhausting blind dates can be, and how she'd rather be anywhere else. Her phone buzzes with a text from Zhang Hao, saying he's at the mall buying swimsuits. Chin Chin immediately replies, promising she'll pick him up if it gets too late. The truth is, she only wants to be with Zhang Hao, not this self-absorbed guy sitting right in front of her, demanding all the attention. She glances at Xian, clearly bored out of her mind, and casually asks what his special talent is. Xian smirks, declaring his beauty is his talent. Chun Chun can't help but let out a small laugh, completely unable to take him seriously. She thinks back to how, when she once asked Zhang how the same question, he answered with such confidence and sincerity that she truly saw him as a mature man. Compared to that, the guy sitting in front of her feels utterly childish and shallow. Her mother, however, doesn't see Zhang how the same way she does. Her mom just wants her to date anyone who comes along, completely disregarding her feelings. Chun Chun forces a polite smile and says she'll try to meet every single demand he listed. But deep down, she knows there's zero connection between them. He's here, she's here, but her heart is somewhere else entirely. Meanwhile, at the mall, Zhang Hao is right about one thing. Yelong is trying on the most ridiculous swimsuit imaginable, something so flashy and feminine that Zhang Hao can barely keep a straight face. He realizes it's a good thing he came along, or his best friend's fashion disaster would have been. Truly tragic. Just then, Yuan Yuan walks in, her eyes lighting up as she compliments Yelong's body. Yelong instantly panics, telling her to keep her perverted eyes away from him. Yuan Yuan laughs, saying she needs to buy swimsuits, too, and offers to help. Both of them pick something that flatters their bodies, while showing just enough skin to tease. In truth, she's being her usual self. Try to get a good peek at both of them in skimpy outfits. And both, Zhang Hao and Yelong, can feel her shameless intentions. Yelong looks stressed, convinced that Yuan Yuan is about to steal what's left of their dignity. He quickly suggests they should all split up, find their own swimsuits separately, and meet up later. Yuan Yuan sighs in disappointment. She then realizes she didn't snap a single photo of either Zhang Hao or Yelong in their swimsuits. But then, Yuehua approaches her, asking Yuan Yuan for help finding a nice swimsuit for herself. Yuan Yuan's face lights up once more, as she eagerly asks what Yuehua is looking for. While they browse, Yuan Yuan asks if Yuehua has been using the social techniques she taught her to make new friends. Yuehua smiles, saying she has, and they've been working out quite well. The two girls share a friendly hug, showing just how close they've become, even though Yuan Yuan's influence has started to corrupt Yuehua's once innocent mind. After a moment, Yuan Yuan asks if there's anything else Yuehua wants to share. Yuehua hesitates, her cheeks turning slightly pink, and then finally admits in a soft voice, "I like Zhang Hao." Meanwhile, Zhang Hao suddenly realizes he's left Yuehua alone with Yuan Yuan. The pervert panic hits him, and he rushes to do something about it. But before he can even move, his eyes catch sight of Yuan Yuan, wearing a surprisingly thin swimsuit. Yuan Yuan shamelessly shows off her body, and Zhang Hao feels embarrassed and stressed. He wonders, are all the girls in class dressed like this these days? Then, he starts worrying whether Yuan Yuan chose a swimsuit for Yuehua. If she did, he thinks they're both doomed, because Yuehua will never say no to her. When Yuan Yuan admits that's exactly what happened, Zhang Hao immediately demands to know where Yuehua is. Yuan Yuan innocently points out that she's just trying on some clothes. They walk toward the changing room, and Zhang Hao asks Yuehua if she's okay. Yuehua hides behind a curtain, shy and embarrassed, saying she's fine, though she's always thought swimsuits are a bit weird. She doesn't understand why she has to wear stockings with her swimsuit. Yuan Yuan, however, launches into a full explanation, saying that stockings are a normal garment for women, to keep warm, but a recent study shows that men really love women in stockings. Jiang Hao instantly proves the theory right, because he does find Manhwa in white stockings. Appealing Yuan uses this to her advantage, pairing a black swimsuit with the stockings to showcase Yuehwa's cuteness, while making it enticing to everyone else. Yuehwa blushes, feeling embarrassed, but when she steps out of the dry room, she looks like an absolute bombshell. Every boy there stares with their mouths wide open. Yuan beams with pride at her girl, and pulls out another very skimpy undergarment, telling Manhwa to try it on. Before Yuehwa can hesitate, Jiang Hao snatches it from Yuan's hand, declaring it a disgrace and saying, Yuehwa will never wear something like that. He feels stressed, because with all the girls dressed like this, he doesn't know where to look or how to focus. He quickly changes the subject, saying they should keep looking or risk being late for dinner. Meanwhile, Yuan, Jiang Hao, and Yilong bicker back and forth, and Yuehwa watches from a distance. She thinks about how, just a few minutes ago, Yuan confessed she has feelings for Jiang Hao, and plans to confess fully soon. Yuehwa knows Jiang Hao will probably reject her, but she believes Yuan needs to express her heart, or she'll regret it for the rest of high school. At the same time, Yuehwa realizes she needs to do something about her own crush before it's too late, just like she promised. Yuan finally faces her feelings for Jiang Hao. She admits that she fell in love with him the moment she first saw him, and now practically begs him to give her a chance, even though she insists she doesn't deserve him. Her voice shakes as she says she may not be perfect, but she's willing to try her best to become someone worthy of him. Jiang Hao listens quietly, almost bored, thinking she probably called him here just to get all this off her chest, like ripping off a bandage, quick and painful. He gives it to her straight, that they're never going to be an item. He's just not into all this emotional drama. When Yuan thinks his rejection is incredibly blunt, because he doesn't even pause to think it over. But Jiang Hao explains that it's not her fault at all. He's convinced it's him. Short-term pain is always better than long-term heartbreak. Still, he tries to soften the blow by suggesting they can totally stay good friends if she's willing. That's when Anan realizes she's been completely played. As Jiang Hao returns to class, a pang of guilt creeps in. He feels bad about making a girl cry because of him. Then, Yelong shyly walks up to him, and Jiang Hao asks him what's going on. Yelong reveals someone's invited him to the Grove Sanctuary today. Jiang Hao immediately suspects a setup, or a fight, so he decides to tag along. But Yelong quickly clarifies he's actually meeting a girl who's been writing him love letters for years, and now she finally wants to meet him in person. Jiang Hao is totally baffled. He thinks it must be yet another confession day, since everyone seems to be confessing their feelings lately. He even worries that Yellow might be getting harassed by some weirdo. But when he sees Yelong's dreamy expression, he realizes his friend is already in deep, deep trouble. Yelong keeps gushing about how this girl has been sending him letters for years and thinks maybe he should give her a chance. Jiang Hao agrees to go with him, but only to keep a watchful eye on things. Soon enough, Jiang Hao, Yehua, and Yilong are hiding behind a pole, spying on the girl who's been writing all those secret letters. She seems completely obsessed. It's unsettling. And Jiang Hao starts to worry this might go south fast. Yilong asks why Yuehua is even there, and Jiang Hao replies that since she's a girl, if the other girl crosses the line, Yuehua can step in. Yilong nods and says he's going to reject the girl right away. But when he finally walks up to her, he runs away instead, completely full of nerves. Meanwhile, Yuehua quietly asks Jiang Hao, what does it truly mean to like someone? Jiang Hao replies that it really depends on the person. But for him, it's when someone lingers in your heart, even when you desperately wish you could forget them. If you simply can't let them go, that's what liking is. Yuehua listens intently, almost confessing her own feelings for Jiang Hao. When something utterly unexpected happens, they look up to see that very girl, suddenly confessing her love to Yilong. And then she kisses him. Jiang Hao and Yilong both freeze, utterly shocked and disgusted. Yilong shoves her away and accidentally hits her face. His mouth drops open as he panics, realizing he just slapped a girl. He stumbles back into Jiang Hao's arms, wailing that his first kiss was just stolen. The girl falls to her knees, apologizing profusely and claiming she lost control. She just couldn't hold back her feelings. She begs for another chance, but Yilong firmly refuses. He doesn't believe in second chances and tells her to get lost. Later, Yilong drowns his misery in drinks, shouting that all women are trash. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao tries to calm him down. Jiang Hao keeps taking away the bottle, telling him to stop talking nonsense and drink water instead. Yilong insists he's not drunk, then turns to Yuehua, blaming her for not saving him from that humiliating kiss. He cries again, clutching his chest and lamenting his purity is gone forever. And Jiang Hao realizes his friend has officially lost it. Yuehua sighs, saying they're both too drunk to go home. Their parents will absolutely lose it if they see them like this. So, she offers for them to stay at her place for the night, until they sober up. Jiang Hao turns to Qin Qin, confused, and asks what she's even doing there. Qin Qin looks tense, and admits she was worried about him. So worried, it felt like she might die if she didn't check on him. Jiang Hao sighs, saying he's not a child, and can take care of himself. But as he speaks, he notices Yilong acting strangely quiet and distant. Jiang Hao raises a brow, but decides to head for class. Anyway, here comes Qin Qin, still casting uneasy glances at Yuehua, and asks again who this girl beside him is, since she's never seen her around before. Jiang Hao introduces Yuehua in a calm tone. Qin Qin smiles sweetly, but it's a smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. She sweetly explains she's Jiang Hao's stepsister, her tone practically dripping with hidden intent. Realizing how important Qin Qin is to Jiang Hao, Yuehua steps forward politely, introducing herself simply as one of Jiang Hao's close friends. She says they spend a lot of time together, her voice soft but unwavering. Qin Qin maintains her pleasant expression, but inside, she's fuming. She can tell, instantly, that Yuehua is in love with Jiang Hao, and that thought makes her blood absolutely boil. Determined to make her point, Qin Qin moves close, maybe a little too close, and wraps her arms around Jiang Hao. He freezes as she leans in, whispering softly in his ear that they'll talk in his room tonight. Yuehua's expression completely changes. She burns with jealousy, her heart twisting, as she watches Qin Qin's little display unfold. Jiang Hao, thoroughly embarrassed, tells Qin Qin she doesn't need to whisper that out in public, which, naturally, only makes things even more awkward. Qin Qin smirks and steps away, satisfied for now, leaving Jiang Hao and Yuehua standing there speechless. As she walks off, she thinks to herself that time is definitely running out. If she doesn't make a move soon, someone else might just steal Jiang Hao away later in the day. Jiang Hao finally can't take the palpable tension anymore. He looks at both of his friends and asks what's wrong with you two. They were fine just this morning, but now they both look like they've seen ghosts. Yahello is the first to speak, admitting that ever since he saw Qin Qin, He's been feeling incredibly uneasy. Jang Hao's eyes widen as it suddenly clicks for him. Yahello might actually like Chin Chin. He's completely at a loss for words. He quickly turns to Yahello, asking why she looks so down. Yahello hesitates, then quietly confesses her jealousy. Jang Hao is taken aback as she explains that, even though he and Chun Chun are step-siblings, they're far too close, and that makes her uncomfortable. She adds that they live together and share so much time together. She wishes she could be the one doing that. Jang Hao awkwardly laughs, trying to lighten the mood. But then Yahello joins in, saying he wants to live with Chun Chin too, which just makes things worse. Jang Hao quickly changes the topic before it gets out of hand. That evening, Jang Hao returns home, utterly exhausted. He calls out for his family, but the house is silent. He decides he'll make up for yesterday's chaos by doing a long live stream tonight, since he stayed over at Yahello's and missed his usual schedule. But just as he sets up his gear, he hears a piercing scream from upstairs. His stomach drops. The screams are coming from Chun Chen's room. He rushes over and freezes in shock. Inside, Chun Chen's mother is lashing her with a belt, shouting that she's going to kill her. Jang Hao is absolutely horrified as he asks his mother, "What are you doing to poor Chin Chun, who is now crying in pain?" He steps in between them, saying that she can talk to him if she wants, but she should not hurt Chin Chin so brutally like this. His mother, however, is furious and tells him to stay out of it, because today is Chun Chen's last day. In this world, Jang Hao doesn't know what to say, but soon their fight ends. Chun Chun lies on her bed, clearly in pain and suffering. Jang Hao sits beside her, gently applying bandages and telling her to be patient with him. Chun Chun apologizes for being such a hassle, since she cannot apply all the medicine herself. Jang Hao tells her it's not a problem, but confesses he feels a little shy, given the extensive skin he needs to tend to. Still, as he gazes at the brutal punishment she endured, he realizes their mother's actions went horrifyingly too far. Shin Shin's body is absolutely covered in bruises, along with painful, festering infections. And Dronzer feels a deep, agonizing ache in his chest. Seeing her in such a state, he finally asks, what could have possibly made their mother so furious? Secretly, he's wondering if it has anything to do with their earlier kiss. But that's not the reason at all. Chin Chin takes a shaky, deep breath and confesses she's a lesbian. She tells him she's always only liked girls, never boys. In fact, she grew up hating boys, but didn't want to seem different or strange. So she forced herself to try and like them. That's why she had tried so hard to get closer to him, desperately hoping she could somehow change. But the painful truth is she cannot. She is a lesbian, and she can't help who she is. Django lets out a slow, desperate sigh, feeling a confusing mix of relief and sadness. Relief because he finally understands her, and sadness because it undeniably means she doesn't actually like him the way he likes her. Chin Chan says she absolutely hates being this way and desperately wishes she could just be normal. Jang Hao gently sits beside her, telling her he completely understands where she's coming from. She asks him to keep this profound secret strictly between them, fearing it's too shameful for anyone else to know. Django promises he won't tell a single soul, but he also knows he cannot simply let Chin Chin stay trapped in this agonizing self-blame. He desperately wants to help her somehow, so he immediately searches online for stories from people who have gone through the same struggles. You find a few forum posts where girls claim they started living with a guy and over time slowly developed feelings for men. Some even claim they ended up becoming straight again. After developing a deep, trusting bond with someone, Django reads this, and a new idea begins to form in his mind. Maybe breaking down her emotional wall with consistent affection could help Chin too. He firmly believes if anyone could help her see the better, warmer side of men, it's him. So he walks to her room to talk things over with her. Upon entering, he finds Chin in an even worse state. She's sitting there, cursing herself relentlessly, with tears streaming down her face. And Jongho's heart aches for her even more deeply. He shows her the online post he discovered. Chin glances at it, admitting it just might work, but she's adamant no one else can ever know her secret. She claims there's no one she trusts enough for such a thing. Then, a mix of jest and pain in her voice, she tells Jongho he should just leave, before she spreads her disease to him as well. But Jongho, with his incredibly kind heart, resolves to help her no matter the cost. He then tells Chin he'll be the one to do it, and she stares at him in utter shock, though also overflowing with gratitude. She can't believe anyone would make such a profound sacrifice for her. Jongho then lightly pinches her cheek, trying to coax a smile, and says they can take it slow, since they've already shared hugs and even kisses. He gently places his hand over hers and asks if she feels anything at all. Then he gently pushes her back onto the bed and asks again if she's feeling anything now. Chin, now blushing and perspiring, looks away, attempting to lie, claiming she doesn't feel a thing, not at all. But her visibly trembling voice betrays the truth that something inside her definitely does react. Chin insists it all feels completely pointless, and falsely claims she feels absolutely nothing, not even from a handsome man like him. Yongo realizes her condition is far more serious than he first thought, and suspects the issue might be deeply psychological. Meanwhile, Chin is absolutely panicking internally, because Jongho actually took the initiative, and he looked incredibly adorable when he was on top of her just now. Jongho calmly states he's heading back to his room, and that she should change and come find him later. He promises he'll do absolutely anything he can to help her feel completely comfortable. As expected, Jongho is in his room, frantically searching for ideas, when a mischievous voice teases that he should try wearing something much sexier, perhaps even lingerie. There's no way he could wear something like that, even if it kills him. So, he settles on a short-sleeved outfit. He thinks to himself, black and white are colors women usually like, and wearing them might just excite a girl, maybe even as much as high stockings do. He hopes his chosen outfit for the night actually works. Soon he's lying on his bed, when Shun softly calls his name. He opens his eyes and sees her standing there in a red sleeping suit. Looking like a goddess, he's a little startled, but Chin quickly hushes him, reminding him her parents are sleeping nearby. Jang Hao can't help but think she must be some kind of ninja, because she entered without making a single sound. They lie down together, and Jang Hao says they'll cuddle first, and sleep as usual. Chin blushes as she looks at him. In the faint moonlight, she can barely see his face. But even so, his clothes look really good on him, which makes her heart race. Still, she forces herself to stay calm. She takes a deep breath and shifts into what she calls her wise mode, trying to stay composed as they lie so close. Jong Hao quietly asks if she feels disgusted and tells her to be honest, because he needs to understand what's happening and figure out what to do next. Chin admits she feels something like butterflies, but it's fine because he's adorable, and the way he's doing so much for her warms her heart. She pulls him closer again and tells him that if he feels uncomfortable, he can move away. But Jong Hao refuses because he likes being near her too. He thinks Chin Chin is so kind that even now, she's still thinking about him. Gently, he starts to caress her back, and their mouths grow impossibly close. Chin Chin didn't expect Jang Hao to be so cooperative with her little plan, but now he seems completely lost in the moment. She smells faintly cool, and he's been holding himself back for a long time because he doesn't want to ruin what they have. But the temptation feels so strong now. The tension is almost unbearable. He softly suggests she try holding his hands and arms, because girls apparently like that. He then tells her he'll pull down his sleeves, and Chin Chin nearly loses her cool. Her breath hitches as she stares at his arms, struggling to conceal her eagerness, because she's absolutely going to touch them. Chin Chin knows this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and she's not letting this opportunity slip away. She reaches out and touches Jong Ho's arms, and his hand, thinking what a time to be alive. The feeling sends a thrilling rush through her, and for a moment, everything feels absolutely blissful. But then Jong Ho gently breaks the spell, cautioning her not to get too overwhelmed. He notices her fingers trembling, worried she might actually feel uncomfortable with the whole situation. Chin Chin insists she's fine. She argues that since Jong Ho has gone to such great lengths for her, she can't back out now. Besides, this feels too good to be true. She even jokes that it's making her nose bleed, quickly turning away to hide it, trying to play it cool. She admits that she still struggles, being this close to a guy. To calm herself down, she does her little yoga trick again, taking slow breaths and trying to steady her thoughts. Jong Ho quietly reaches out and touches her arm, his voice soft as he asks if she wants to kiss him. The last kiss they shared was sudden and awkward, but this time feels different. Chin Chin pauses, realizing this might actually be a good idea. Her eyes well up as she laughs through her tears, thinking he's making such a sweet sacrifice for her future. Even with her crocodile tears, she can't help but smile. Jong Ho says it's going to be a pleasure to kiss her, and Chin Chin completely loses her mind. Her mind explodes, and she can't think straight. The idea that Jong Ho actually wants to kiss her sends her into an absolute frenzy. Without a second thought, she leans in and kisses him with such intensity that even Jong Ho freezes for a moment, completely caught off guard. That's when it hits him. Oh, she really messed up. She realizes she couldn't hold back for even a single second. And now, her emotions have completely swept her away. Chin Chin pulls back, gasping as she tries to catch her breath. Awkwardly, she mumbles, "Maybe we should do a little preparation." First, pretending to calm herself down. So Jang Ho just sits there, stunned and still trying to process what just happened. He hopes she doesn't see him as some kind of stand-in for anyone else. But Chin Chin is clearly flustered and burning up inside. She has no idea what to do with herself, so she blurts out that she'll take the lead this time. Then, before he can even respond, she leans in again and kisses him. What starts as a simple, innocent kiss between two people who like each other quickly spirals into a full-blown make-out session. Neither of them can stop. They've both dreamed about this moment, more times than they can admit. When Chin Chin finally pulls away breathless, she accidentally says a girl's name, leaving Jong Ho completely stunned. Jong Ho starts to ask who that girl's name was, but before he can finish, Chin Chin leans in and kisses him again, cutting off his breath completely. This time, though, Jong Hao's mind begins to drift. He notices how tense Chin Chin feels, more than before. and he realizes her thoughts are somewhere else. She's thinking about something, or someone other than him. Still, it's a passionate moment, and even though his thoughts are spinning, he can't deny it's a good make-out session. When she finally pulls away, he's gasping for air, dazed and breathless. Shin tries to play it off, saying that it was a little awkward, but still manageable. Zhang Hao, still confused, asks again whose name she mentioned earlier, and if she's still thinking about another woman. Shin quickly responds that if she had been thinking of another girl, it'd have been weird not to, but her tone immediately betrays her lie. Zhang Hao can tell, so he asks, "Is that really the girl's name you like?" In that instant, it's as if her nose grows longer, just like Pinocchio's, revealing her secret without a single word. Zhang Hao suddenly feels a pang of guilt. He starts blaming himself, thinking he hadn't done enough, and that maybe he'd disappointed her. But Chun moves impossibly close again, her voice soft and caring, telling him to go to sleep. He has another long day of school and work ahead. Zhang Hao hesitates for a moment, then quietly asks if she truly likes women. That question makes her freeze for a second, almost as if he touched a hidden nerve. Then she smiles faintly and says she would never lie to him. If she ever did, she adds teasingly, she'd accept the punishment of being his slave forever. She wraps her arms around him, whispering for him to sleep, and Zhang Hao finally relaxes. That night, he drifts off, feeling like the happiest man in the entire world. The next morning, while Zhang Hao is still asleep, Chin gently strokes his face. Her expression softens with guilt. She didn't mean to lie to him, but the truth is, she's afraid he'll hate her if he knows everything. She wishes she could be honest, but the memories of the past and the weight of their current situation keep her trapped. She can't open up, so she convinces herself to twist things, just enough to keep him close. She promises in her heart that she'll be twice as kind to him in the future, so that one day he might forgive her. At school, Zhang Hao wakes up feeling utterly exhausted, still worn out from the night before. His body feels like it desperately needs a break. What he doesn't realize, though, is that just by showing up for swim class, he's turned into the center of attention. A group of girls nearby can't stop watching him, whispering and staring at his body. Meanwhile, his friend Yi stands right beside him. He looks incredibly self-conscious and shy. Django just laughs and tells him to stop worrying and just own it. But then he notices something odd. His fan club has gathered right behind him. They're cheering and catcalling, and Xiao Ho absolutely hates it. Being ogled like this makes him incredibly uncomfortable, and he can't believe how incredibly loud they're being. Who would want to be harassed outside a swimming pool? Honestly, it's enough to make him seriously consider switching classes. He'd switch them all together, even, he suggests, they should pretend to have terrible stomach problems and sneak out, but Django shakes his head. He absolutely refuses to do that. He still has a promise to keep with Yahello, to help her learn how to swim. That matters more than anything to him, even if it means enduring all this unwanted attention. As he walks to the other side of the pool, Yahello is already waiting for him. She's clearly attempting her own unique swimming technique, but Django can tell it's completely wrong. He warns her that if she keeps doing it her way, she's just going to end up drowning again. So, he tells her they need to warm up first. Before starting any real practice, they begin some light exercises, and as she stretches, Django accidentally takes a quick glance at her. His heart skips a beat. She looks so beautiful. He can't help but feel incredibly flustered. He silently thanks his lucky stars that she didn't wear the other swimsuit, because if she had, he wouldn't even have been able to look her in the eyes. As if she could read his thoughts, Yoa suddenly asks if he really wanted her to buy that incredibly revealing swimsuit. Django freezes, completely thrown off. He can't believe how accurately she guessed what he was thinking. Before he can even respond, Yoa steps even closer, so close that her breath brushes against his ear. She whispers that if he truly wants to see it, he can come to her house, and she'll wear it just for him. The way she says it sounds like an invitation for something much, much more. And Young-ho immediately starts to blush. He tries to play it cool, saying he did promise to teach her how to swim, and if that means extra lessons at her house. He's definitely not turning down that offer. But then, he quickly catches himself, shaking off the thought, as they both start focusing on their lesson. Yoa is supposed to take it slow and just get used to the water, but Jong-ho wants her to go one step at a time. However, Yoa is bold and jumps straight in without hesitation. A second later, she goes under and starts to drown. Jang-ho dives in after her and pulls her out of the pool. Now she's standing in front of him, dripping wet and trembling from the cold and fear. Her body is shaking so much that he feels his heart tighten. With worry, he gently tells her to take deep breaths. Try to calm her down. Yoa's eyes are wide and frightened, and then she pleads with him to hug her, saying she just needs some warmth. Jang-ho can't believe how terrified she looks. It's the first time he's ever seen her like this. Yoa then confesses, her voice trembling, that when she was little, she used to sneak out of her room at night. One day, she fell into a pool in her backyard and nearly drowned. If it hadn't been for the people who saved her, she would have died. Ever since then, she's been afraid of water. Jang-ho finally understands, and his heart softens. He feels like she really needs comfort, so he agrees to hug her. But before he can even move, Yoa throws her arms around him, so tightly that he can barely breathe. He feels his body stiffen under the pressure. And to make things worse, he notices other people staring, panicking. Jang-ho tells the instructor that Yoa has a cramp, so no one gets the wrong idea. The teacher nods and lets them move to a more private spot. Later in the locker room, Yoa is calmer, but still shaken. Jang-ho asks if she's feeling better, and she nods slowly. She confesses she still absolutely loathes pools and feels terrible for letting him down. Jang-ho shakes his head, insisting she shouldn't blame herself. He admits he pushed her to face her fear way too fast, so to make it up to her, he offers a massage to help her relax. As he begins, Yuhua looks away, her cheeks flushing bright pink. She murmurs that it actually feels pretty good, but then adds a little too quietly that she doesn't want him to focus on her legs. She wants him to massage somewhere else, closer to her neck. Jang-ho freezes as realization dawns, his face burning crimson. He suddenly yells in disbelief, wondering where his sweet, innocent friend just vanished to. Yango practically begs Yuehua not to think anything dirty, because he just wants to give her a simple leg massage. But Yuehua refuses, shaking her head. Jang-ho tries to defend himself, saying she can't ask for things like that, and definitely shouldn't say them out loud. In broad daylight, when Yuehua innocently asks why, Jang-ho gets flustered and blurts out that it's wrong. He claims only couples do that kind of thing, and even they keep it a secret. He insists it's inappropriate to ask a classmate for something like that, especially with teachers and others around. He warns her that, if she doesn't want people labeling her, she should be careful about what she says. And where she says it, he tries to soften his tone, realizing he might have been too harsh. But it's too late. Yuehua is already upset, her eyes welling up with tears. Yango panics, worried everyone will assume he broke her heart. or did something terrible. But before he can say anything more, Yahello wipes her tears and confesses that she doesn't mind being a little perverted. Her blunt honesty shocks Jang Ho so much that, for a moment, his mind goes completely blank. He thinks to himself that if they weren't in public, he would have definitely scolded her for saying something so bold. Django tries to reason with her, explaining that she clearly doesn't grasp just how creepy perverts can be. But Yahello couldn't care less. She just wants her massage, and swimming holds absolutely no interest for her. Yahello quickly starts acting like a spoiled brat. So Django decides to strike a deal. He promises that once she masters swimming, he'll grant her any wish she desires, as long as it's nothing too outrageous. Yahello immediately agrees without hesitation, and that's when Django finally realizes she's far cleverer than her looks suggest. She truly is a spoiled, rich girl who always knows how to get her way. Meanwhile, at the Feng Hong Group headquarters, Nin is absolutely swamped with work. Her dark circles are prominent, and her desk is a total mess. She stayed up all night poring over Django's pictures, and now she's paying the hefty price. For the first time ever, she's falling behind schedule, because she simply can't get him out of her head. Her temptation only grows stronger, until she finally gives into it, picking up her phone again and staring blankly, lost in thoughts of their passionate kiss. At the same time, someone steps into a nearby elevator, casually chatting with an employee. The woman is openly flirty, playfully teasing him as they talk. Meanwhile, Nin is completely out of it, daydreaming about Django with a dazed look on her face. She's so utterly distracted that she doesn't even notice when a woman, who looks eerily similar to her, suddenly snatches the phone right out of her hands. The woman then comments on the kind of boys her daughter seems to be into. Nan's eyes widen in pure shock, and she instantly snatches her phone back, demanding to know what her mother is doing there. Her mother gives her a sly smile and says she only wanted to see what kind of man her daughter is chasing these days, then asks her to introduce this new boy type. Nan, clearly embarrassed, immediately tells her mother to stay away from him. Her mother crosses her arms, feigning offense, and asks if Nan really thinks she'd go after the same men. Her daughter likes him, though she claims it's just a little curiosity, nothing more than that. Nan quickly shuts down the conversation, asking her mother to leave. Her mother agrees, but gently scolds her, telling her not to sleep at her desk next time, or she'll catch a cold. As she leaves the office, she glances back at her daughter and shakes her head. Deep down, she knows Nin has fallen hard, and in her eyes, being lovesick is nothing but a dangerous weakness. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, a sad-looking woman sits alone in a quiet cafe. Django happens to walk by and instantly recognizes her. She's Nan's former assistant. Shocked, he realizes her suspension still hasn't ended. He remembers how strict Nan was the last time she disciplined her, and it makes him feel terrible. Out of concern, he walks up and starts a conversation. The assistant looks surprised to see him, but Django smiles kindly and mentions how he found out that she and Nan once served as soldiers under Yahello's grandmother. The assistant nods, saying it's true, but adds that it's touching to see Nin has confided in Django. She admits Nin never opens up to anyone. Django quickly shakes his head, saying that's not exactly true. He claims Nan's just a good stalker, and he only pretends to act interested. Well, he's actually not. He laughs awkwardly and says he doesn't even understand what she sees in him because she used to despise men. Yet now she's obsessed with him. The assistant sighs and explains that Nin doesn't hate men for being men. She despises them for being weak. Her father was a quiet, obedient man who always followed Nan's mother's lead. But when her mother left for the city, Nan's father grew sick and eventually died alone in the hospital. Even on his deathbed, her mother never returned to see him. When he passed away, Nan blamed his weakness, not her mother's coldness. She convinced herself that men are dependent creatures who always end up clinging to women. This belief truly hardened her heart. But the assistant reassures Jong-ho, telling him he's different. He's strong, both physically and mentally. Someone who can actually handle a woman like Nan. Yang listens in silence. A sinking feeling hits him as he realizes that without even meaning to, he's become the man of Nan's dreams. He jokes that perhaps, that maybe he should start acting weak and clingy, just to scare her off. The assistant chuckles softly. Dot but warns him that he could also just agree to go out with Nan. She assures him Nan would never mistreat him. She's actually very sentimental, you know. She even hired her retired comrades to work for her. Nan pays them more than anyone else in the industry. She spoils the people she truly cares about. But Jang-ho shakes his head again, saying she's too bossy for him. He's not the type who can handle being ordered around. He's still explaining himself when a voice suddenly interrupts their conversation. It's Nan's mother. She walks right up to them, saying she'll take it from here, that she's got this little interview covered. Both Jang-ho and the assistant stare in confusion. But as the older woman greets him with a charming but intimidating smile, without wasting time, Nan's mother immediately uses her influence to clear out the cafe. She wants privacy. Once the doors are shut, she looks Jong-ho up and down and smirks, commenting that her daughter's type. That seems to have changed, because he's got a pretty face and a nice body. She even asks how long they've been dating. Jang-ho, completely startled, denies it right away, but she only laughs and calls him a womanizer, saying he probably has multiple women chasing after him. Jang-ho, trying to stay calm, asks why she's looking for him. The mother says she wants to have a private talk. That's somewhere quieter. The assistant immediately steps in. Sensing danger, she lies, saying Nan already arranged a meeting with Jong-ho, and that she's here to take him there herself. She tells Nan's mother that she can discuss business directly with her daughter instead. Nan's mother, however, narrows her eyes. She's clearly not buying it. With one sharp snap of her fingers, she summons the assistant closer. The poor woman falters, yet obeys. The instant she's within arm's reach, Nan's mother delivers a punch so devastating, she collapses. She's completely unconscious. Jong-ho's mouth goes dry. He clamps his lips shut, terrified that he might be next. Nan's mother smirks, utterly pleased with herself, and subtly flexes her hand, remarking it's good to know she still has her strength. Then she turns to Jong-ho and orders him to follow. And he realizes, once again, he's gotten himself into deep trouble. Inside the private room, Mrs. Wei meticulously studies Jong-ho. She remarks on his surprising calm for someone his age, because most high schoolers will be panicking. In a situation like this, Jang-ho is no ordinary student, and she can tell. Jang-ho smiles faintly and says he's seen his share of strange situations ever since he got involved with Nan. Inside, though, he's tense. He knows that Mrs. Wei used to be a gang leader, and if he's not strategic with his words, things could turn ugly fast. Mrs. Wei leans back and muses that she actually likes that, and didn't fall for someone delicate or weak. But she notices that Jong-ho doesn't seem particularly fond of her daughter, and bluntly asks why. He doesn't want to be part of their family. Jong-ho keeps his tone polite, yet vague, giving an answer that neither confirms. nor denies any relationship with Nan. Then, he states that if she has no other important questions, he really should get going, as his family doesn't allow him to stay out. Too late. Mrs. Wei smirks, noting that since he's in such a hurry, she'll get straight to the point. She actually wants to make a deal with him, something only he can do. She explains that she's noticed Nan's obsession with him, and that Nan would never reject any suggestion that he makes. Django blinks, completely caught off guard, unsure where this conversation is going. Mrs. Wei then continues, saying that she wants him to invite Nan on a trip. She'll give him the address, and once he gets Nan there, her men will capture her. Django will then receive a massive sum of money, enough to move abroad with his family and live a truly luxurious life. Django can hardly believe his ears. Nan's own mother wants him to betray her. He argues that Nan is her daughter, and no mother should ever plan something so cruel. But Mrs. Wei replies, her voice icy cold, that this has nothing to do with family. She wants control over the company again. Between her and Nan, there are no mother-daughter feelings left. They are rivals, fierce competitors for the family's throne. Django insists that perhaps it's time for her to stop. Nan deserves to be the head of the corporation because she's strong and incredibly capable. Under her leadership, the business is stable and truly thriving. But Mrs. Wei laughs softly, asserting that it's not about money. It's about power, the kind that comes with the crown. She then adds that, since Django doesn't even like Nan that much, he might as well take her offer and get rid of her. Once and for all, Django goes quiet for a moment, pretending to think, but deep inside, he knows he could never do something like that. Even if he accepted the money, he wouldn't be able to live with himself. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Nan's assistant is chained to a chair. She's bruised and tired, but she's a trained soldier, and her body can handle pain. When she realizes she absolutely must warn Nan, she activates her emergency communication bracelet to send a distress signal. Nan receives the message and instantly understands that her mother has gone completely out of control. Without a moment's hesitation, she orders her staff to prepare the car. She's not wasting a single second, but this time, she's the one doing the rescuing. Back in their private room, Zhang Ho tries to play peacemaker. He calmly explains that Nan has powerful allies supporting her, and kidnapping her won't be easy. He insists that no matter what grudges they hold, it's better for the family to sit down and resolve their issues like normal people, rather than destroy each other. Deep down, he's begging the universe not to drag him into this mess again. All he wants is peace, but peace clearly wants nothing to do with him. Mrs. Wei's expression darkens. She calls Nan ungrateful, claiming she has never appreciated her. She rants that Nan is still angry about her father's death, and any chance of peace between them died long ago. She spits bitterly that if she had known Nan would turn out like this, she would never have given birth to her. Zhang Ho watches her, utterly disgusted. He thinks she's a terrible adult, someone who can't take responsibility for her own actions. He tells her to calm down, because she's talking nonsense. It's not Nan's fault. Her anger is justified. If it weren't for her mother's neglect, Nan's father might still be alive. He tells her to face her mistakes and apologize to Nan. From what he's seen, Nan might actually forgive her if she tries to make things right. He reminds her that family is supposed to live in harmony, not in war. Mrs. Wei narrows her eyes, realizing Zhang Ho is trying to protect Nan. She laughs, thinking he must really care for her. She says she declared war on Nan the moment she struck her secretary. And since the secretary still hasn't been reinstated, that war continues. She tells Jong-ho he can hold the girl for a few days, while he lures Nan into her trap. All he has to do is take the money and disappear. He'll never have to work again. Jong-ho immediately refuses Mrs. Wei stares at him for a moment, before letting out a sinister laugh. She slowly stands, her expression turning ice cold. Then, in a chilling tone, she warns that if he doesn't accept her deal, both he and his family will become her hostages and live entirely at her mercy. Jang Hao's anger flares as he demands to know if she really thinks she has the right to threaten him or his family. He stands up, declaring he is leaving now, and warns that if she tries to stop him, he will defend himself. He reminds her that it is entirely her fault for not bringing an escort. Mrs. Wei actually enjoys hearing that kind of confidence from a man and teases him, asking if he really has the courage to use force on her. Jiang Hao coldly tells her to find out for herself. Meanwhile, Nan and her men arrive at the cafe. As she orders Mrs. Wei's bodyguards to move aside, her secretary spots her and rushes forward, panicking. She screams that both of them are inside a room together. Nan stays calm and tells her men to untie the secretary. She says she will go in alone and that they should wait outside until she gives the signal. She storms toward the bathroom, shouting and cursing her mother under her breath. When she gets closer, she hears strange noises from inside. It's Jong-ho's voice. He sounds upset, asking if all of this was just a test and if Mrs. Wei was only pretending. Nan freezes outside the door and leans in, trying to catch every word inside. Mrs. Wei calmly explains that people who approach her daughter usually have bad intentions. Since Nan is deeply in love with him, she only wanted to see what kind of man he really was. Django sounds frustrated as he asks if Nan even knew her mother was here, and if she had actually touched him. Mrs. Wei answers quietly that Nan has no idea. She says Nan would probably be furious. If Nan ever found out her mother pulled a stunt like this, she'd flip. She sighs, admitting her daughter has always hated it when she meddles in her affairs. But here's the kicker. This is the first time Nan has truly fallen for anyone, and she was just too curious to stay away. Mrs. Wei then concedes that Jiang Hao is quite impressive, saying Nan clearly has excellent taste in men. She smiles and then slyly adds that there's something else she needs to ask him. Jiang Hao listens, wary but undeniably curious. Mrs. Wei then explains that Nan's birthday is just around the corner, and she wants him to give Nan a gift on her behalf. She reveals Nan would never accept it if it came directly from her. Jiang Hao feels a surge of annoyance, thinking if only she'd started with this, they could have avoided all this pointless drama and had a real conversation. He asks her why, if she cared so deeply about her family. She wasn't like this before. Mrs. Wei lowers her head, finally ready to confess the truth. Back in her day, so many things were decided by the elders. Their family was enormous, she explains, and always focused on preserving its legacy. But after Nan was born, her father fell gravely ill, and they couldn't have any more children. That's when Nan's grandmother began pressuring her to find a new partner for the sake of the family's future. She resisted, but the arguments turned incredibly ugly. In the end, her own husband chose to support his mother instead, saying he could endure his wife being with another man if it meant protecting the family line. But for Mrs. Wei, that was too much. It felt like an ultimate betrayal of her love. So she left. She chose to live a comfortable, carefree life, pretending she'd escaped all her problems. Years passed before she finally realized that Nan had already grown up without her. Now, all she wants is her daughter's forgiveness and trust. and she hopes Jiang Hao can help her achieve that. Jiang Hao quietly shakes his head, a firm expression on his face. He apologizes, saying that's one favor he absolutely cannot do. If Mrs. Wei truly wants to make amends, she has to do it herself. No one can ever replace a mother's love, and no gift passed through someone else will ever heal the wounds of childhood. With that, Jiang Hao strides out of the room, but as he steps into the hallway, he freezes. Nan is standing there, just a few feet away, as if on cue. Jiang Hao is riding with Nan, and asks if she truly did her best. She replies that she did, then softly apologizes. She reminds him that she had warned him this might happen, yet he still went and risked his life. Jiang Hao asks if she plans to talk to her mother, but Nan says nothing will change. Their relationship is already over, and now they're just strangers. Besides, she asks what he would do if her mother suddenly came to see him. Jiang Hao realizes she might have a point, and thinks about how nothing like this happens to him, because his own mother left when he was a child, and he has never forgiven her. And then asks if he is happy with his new family, and even with his new stepsister. Jiang Hao replies that he is, then smiles faintly and says she was thinking they could all move in with her. It would be easier for her to protect him if they lived together. Besides, her family would not be able to manipulate her through him in the future. Jiang Hao thinks she is moving too fast and asks why they should live with her. Nan answers matter-of-factly that he is her man, so they should live together. That confuses Jiang Hao, because he doesn't remember agreeing to be her man. But Nan insists that one way or another, they're going to be together. This starts to get on Jiang Hao's nerves. But before he can argue, Nan suddenly slams on the brakes, and the car screeches to a stop. Jiang Hao shouts, asking what she's doing, then takes a deep breath and starts talking, finally letting everything out. She says her father chose to settle, instead of facing his feelings, and her mother chose to run away, instead of confronting hers. She vows she won't repeat her parents' mistakes. She then cups Jiang Hao's chin, her voice low but firm, declaring that he is hers. She proclaims she'll never give him to anyone else, and will relentlessly pursue him until he accepts her. Jiang Hao thinks her words sound a little extreme, but when she runs her finger across his lips, he freezes under her unwavering gaze. He feels her eyes holding him captive, and when he finally snaps out of his daze, he tells her to slow down and not push herself so hard. Then he reminds her to focus on the road, because they're still driving on the highway. Then glances at him, and quietly asks if they should head back to her place. Jiang Hao groans and shows her the middle finger, telling her to just take him home. He pulls out his phone and sees that Chun-Chin is calling. Jiang Hao hesitates, then answers. Chun-Chin's worried voice comes through, asking where he is since it's late and he's not home. Jiang Hao quickly lies, saying he's at Yi's house and will be back soon, then glances at him suspiciously as he hangs up. Jiang Hao turns to her and tells her to take him home immediately. Nan smirks, saying he's become quite good at manipulating people. Jiang Hao replies he learned that trick from her. For some reason, that catches Nan's attention, and she remarks that Chun-Chin seems very interested in him. Jiang Hao quickly explains it's only because they live in the same house. But Nan doesn't like that answer, thinking it's never that simple, especially when two attractive people live together. Soon enough, Jiang Hao finally arrives home. Chun-Chin greets him at the door just like always. Jiang Hao apologizes, claiming he lost track of time. But Chun-Chin isn't in the mood for excuses. She looks him straight in the eyes and asks why he lied to her. Jiang Hao tries desperately to hold himself together, thinking he might still get out of this if he lies. But Chinchin has already done her research. She calmly reveals that she called Yi a long time ago, and he told her Jongho had left a while ago. Jongho freezes, consumed bipanyets. He's wondering when she started, digging so deep into his life. Kenshin takes a deep breath and confesses she's not Zhanghao's mother. She explains she's always felt so lonely, with their mom constantly working overtime, and only felt less alone when Zhanghao was around. She admits she truly sees him as her favorite person in the whole world. But now, it feels like she's been too sentimental, too attached, while Zhanghao never shared the same feelings. From now on, she says she needs to step back, stay within her limits, stop meddling in his life. Even after saying all that, Chin can barely hold it together. Her voice shakes and tears well up in her eyes. Zhanghao can't stand seeing her like that. Panic sets in, and he quickly reaches for her hand, begging her to wait and let him explain. But instead of telling the truth, he lies again, claiming he went to dinner with a friend, and didn't tell her, because he was afraid she would worry. He adds that the person was just a casual friend, and if he had told her it was a woman, she would have been worried sick. His voice turns weak as he apologizes, but Chin doesn't want to hear it. She turns around and says it's a price he has to pay. For a while, Zhanghao feels crushed. He can't bear this rejection. He falls to his knees, thinking Chin is utterly disappointed in him. She has always been kind and caring, and now he has let her down. He curses his life, wishing he could take everything back. On the other hand, Chin tries to keep her calm, but inside, she's panicking too. She feels torn because she's glad Zhanghao came clean, but she's terrified that he might get angry and stop talking to her forever. She gives herself a quiet pep talk, trying to sound confident even when her heart is racing. She reminds herself that she needs to show some restraint, to act like she knows what she's doing, because deep down, she knows Jongho feels something for her. She can't just act like a foolish girl all the time, but the guilt eats at her. She drops to her knees, realizing she slapped his hand away earlier, and that might have been too harsh. Her mind starts to drift toward the woman Zhanghao had dinner with. She needs to know who she is. Later that night, when everyone is asleep, Chin sneaks to the laundry hamper and picks up Zhanghao's Zhanghao. She smells it carefully and her heart sinks. The perfume on his clothes is the same scent as the garments she burned last night. When she smells another girl's perfume on him again, her suspicions only grow stronger. She wonders if that's the woman, and she decides this will be her next target for now. The next morning, Zhanghao yawns as he gets ready. Apparently, the family is going to pick up their older aunt, and Zhanghao's cousin Zhanghao's father calls him a lazy kid who sleeps on his belly all day. But Zhanghao defends himself, saying he's just tired. Chin adds that he can sleep in the car if he wants, but there's a sharp edge to her voice. That makes Zhanghao nervous. He still needs to sort things out with her. As he gets into the car, Zhangho thinks about his cousin and aunt. He remembers his cousin as a handsome guy and a good friend. He misses him and feels a bit excited to see how he is in this world. But suddenly Zhangho's father slows down and asks who the girl staring at them is. They all turn their heads and see Yahello standing in the driveway, her eyes fixed right on Zhanghao. Zhanghao's father asks who that girl is, and Zhanghao quickly says she's just his classmate and nothing else. And he turns to Yahello and asks what she's doing there. Yahello, unaware of how awkward the situation is, says she came to ask if he wants to go together to see a painting. That's when Zhangho's parents realize Yahello isn't just any classmate. He's a suitor, and audacious enough to just show up at their house uninvited. Chin is absolutely seething, not liking this one bit. Zhang Haosan bravely decides to introduce Yuehua to his family. And when Yuehua fully grasps the gravity of this moment, she gracefully bows before them. All her years of rigorous training come rushing back to her. Her manners are utterly flawless, her tone incredibly graceful, and her entire presence is undeniably refined. Even Zhang Haosan's parents can't help but notice her impeccable politeness. Yuehua recalls the butler's manual, which explicitly states, if she wants to truly win a good man, she absolutely must make a stellar impression on his family. But the one person who doesn't immediately recognize her is Qin Qin. She locks eyes with Yuehua and demands if she truly wants to date Zhang Hao. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuehua declares she does like him. Zhang Hao freezes. Everyone is utterly shocked, except Qin Qin. She's practically itching to scold and utterly crush Yuehua on the spot. But Zhang Hao's father dramatically steps in first, lecturing Zhang Hao about not falling in love at such a young age. Zhang Hao quickly defends himself, insisting it's not what it looks like at all. Yuehua was homeschooled before ever joining a real school, so she hadn't had much contact with other people. She's often awkward and struggles with her words. When he noticed her struggles, he helped her learn how to talk to others. Now, she's simply a good friend. But his dad is absolutely not buying it, thinking to himself, Zhang Hao is treating him like some clueless fool who can't read a simple situation right in front of him. Still, he manages to smile at Yuehua and tells her it's fine if she's interested in Zhang Hao, but she absolutely shouldn't try to pursue him. Zhang Hao quickly blurts out that relatives are coming over, and they'll simply talk later. He desperately urges his dad to go back to their original plan, but Yuehua just stands there quietly, wishing he would just fall in love already. Zhang Hao's mother then chimes in, saying Yuehua can fall in love, just absolutely not with Zhang Hao. Poor Zhang Hao can't take it anymore. He's practically losing his mind because the entire situation is completely spinning out of his control. Qin Qin steps in, asking everyone to calm down. She suggests they all go pick up their aunt, while she takes Yuehua back home. Zhang Hao's parents almost agree to her plan, but then his mother suddenly hesitates. A thought sparks in her mind. She suddenly remembers Qin Qin's preference for girls, and when she looks back again, she sees Qin Qin standing a little too close to Yuehua. What she doesn't realize is that Qin Qin's intentions are entirely different. She merely wants to question Yuehua, to find out if she's the one Zhang Hao's been secretly dining with. Qin Qin's mother completely misunderstands and believes Qin Qin is simply trying to flirt with another girl. Yuehua isn't exactly innocent either. She looks right back at Qin Qin and subtly licks her lips, hinting they still have each other and can talk and fall in love freely. Qin Qin's mother immediately yanks her daughter away, practically dragging her off in a panic, and sternly tells her to behave and control herself. Zhang Hao decides that's enough embarrassment for one day. He tells Yuehua to come back later and go home for now. Yuehua bows once again, all polite and graceful, and everyone agrees she's quite cute, but unusually formal. Qin Qin, however, can't stop thinking about something else entirely. The distinctive scent she smelled on Zhang Hao earlier wasn't Yuehua's at all. That means another woman might be involved, a mystery woman, and she needs to have a serious talk with him very soon. Meanwhile, at the station, Zhang Hao's father greets his sister and her son. Zhang Hao looks at his cousin, the so-called femboy of the family, and can't help but secretly think how much he misses the dashing man his cousin used to be. Once the whole family returns home, their aunt looks around the room and beams brightly, saying how incredibly good Zhang Hao looks. She teases playfully, that there must be plenty of girls absolutely drooling over him. By now, Zhang Hao's mother laughs, saying that one girl even showed up at their house earlier, but then left soon after. The whole room instantly fills with lively chatter, and the atmosphere feels wonderfully light. Their aunt then comments that Chin has grown into such a cute woman too, and wonders how many admirers she must have herself. Zhang Hao's mother smirks, unable to resist teasing her daughter. Qian glares at her mother, clearly annoyed by the playful jab, while her mother insists she should at least blush a little when someone calls her pretty. Django gets up, declaring he's off to help his dad with the cooking. Deep down, he knows his father doesn't have many years left, and he just wants to spend time with him. He also hopes to see his aunt and cousin again. But before he can leave, Chun interrupts his thoughts, complimenting how much Django has grown and how incredibly handsome he's become. He jokes that the two of them will be picking up girls together thanks to their dazzling good looks. Django doesn't like this at all, but it's obvious they've both changed a lot over the years. Trying to avoid the awkward conversation, Django asks if he should stay with the women instead, maybe helping out his mother and sisters. Chun quickly waves the idea away, saying that they only talk about boring adult stuff like money and men, and he has absolutely no interest in that. When Django suggests they could at least help his father with the food, Chun panics and abruptly stops him. He says there's an important lesson Django needs to understand about being a handsome man. He claims a handsome man should only do handsome things. He warns Django not to ruin his soft, smooth hands by cooking. If he really wants to marry rich and live an easy life, he should stay far away from the steam of the kitchen. Django sighs and says he'll only help if his father asks. But Chun isn't done yet. He insists they go hang out in Django's room instead. Once they're there, Chun looks around and chuckles. He says the room is cute, but too plain. Not at all like a young man's space. He jokes that with a room like this, Django will never get a girlfriend. Then, out of nowhere, he asks if Django likes someone or has a girl in mind. Django quickly denies it. That's when Chun starts bragging, claiming his girlfriend totally bought him his outfit. That's when Zhang Hao realizes, right then and there, that his cousin is a grade A gold digger, that with absolutely no morals to speak of. Chun then asks if Chun has been treating him well, and if she's currently dating anyone. Zhang Hao confirms that Chun treats him well, but she's currently single, despite plenty of guys chasing after her. He even spills that she ran into a stalker just a few days back. Chun just chuckles and retorts, "Our mom is always bragging about Chun, that how she's a famous genius in the medical field." Then he adds, if I were in Zhang Hao's shoes, that I'd totally have a massive crush on her too. Zhang Hao's internal alarm bells instantly blare. He thinks, wait, Chun already has a girlfriend. Shouldn't he be focused on her? Now, instead of saying stuff like this, but Chun just smirks, openly admitting he has needs. And doesn't want to limit himself to just one person. Just then, the door creaks open, and Chin steps inside, announcing that lunch is ready. You both should come down to eat, she calls. Chun instantly snaps into his good boy persona, smiling politely, and Zhang Hao, can hardly believe how quickly his cousin can manipulate people. As they head out, Chin gently stops Zhang Hao for a moment. Her tone softens, as she admits her attitude hasn't been the best lately, and suggests they talk privately later, to sort things out. Zhang Hao agrees, and they both make their way to the table. Lunch passes quietly. Zhang Hao barely touches his food. Chin notices, but wisely says nothing. Just as Jang Hao finishes his meal, but his phone suddenly starts buzzing. He excuses himself and picks up the call. It's the receptionist from the art shop. The one who took his broken bowl in for repair. Jang Hao asks about the repair cost. But the receptionist tells him that it's already been paid for by his girlfriend. And she even left a note. Jang Hao freezes. He's utterly bewildered because now, he doesn't even know which one of his many girlfriends actually footed the bill. This time, Jang Hao realizes he absolutely needs to get to the bottom of this. He decides to just up and leave immediately. Chin Chin feels a pang of hurt because they were supposed to hash things out right after lunch, but she quickly pulls herself together and exercises some self-control. She refuses to control Jong Ho like she used to. She just gently tells him to come back soon, so the family won't have to worry about him. Jong Ho feels a wave of gratitude that she didn't blow up over such a tiny thing, and leaves with a much lighter heart. Meanwhile, Chun Chun, still lounging at the table, keeps the conversation flowing. He comments on how incredibly kind and considerate Chin Chin is for worrying about her brother so much. Chin Chin calmly replies that she worries about all her family members, not just Jong Ho. But Chin Chin keeps talking, saying that since Jong Ho is so incredibly handsome, she really ought to be careful, letting both guys and girls talk to him. Chin Chin shoots him a sharp look and tells him to just shut his trap because she has everything completely under control. Over at the repair shop, Jong Ho picks up the repaired bowl from the receptionist. She smiles, handing him a small note, saying a girl had already paid for the repairs, and left a message asking him to visit her later. Jong Ho instantly recognizes the handwriting. It's Nan. Without wasting a single moment, he snatches the package and heads straight for the Fong Home headquarters, where she works. When he walks in without knocking, Nan looks up, a frown on her face, teasing him about his complete lack of manners. Jong Ho retorts that if she doesn't want him around, he can just leave, but Nan won't let him off that easily. She tells him to hold on, saying they'll grab dinner together once she finishes up her work. Jong Ho sighs and pulls out the package, explaining that since the bowl is now repaired, the cost should be deducted from the total amount. They discuss to get a better overall price. He plans to auction it off later on, then looks at him and says if the bowl is fixed, he should just hand it over to her, so they can finally move past this. Yang Hao hesitates, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. He realizes that with Nan, things always go her way. And frankly, he's just sick of it. It always ends the same way, wearing him down completely. He tells her that since she's acting strange yet again, he'll just sell the bowl. Nan suddenly steps closer, her expression completely unreadable. She snatches the bowl straight from his hand, and without a single word, hurls it into the trash bin. Jang Ho freezes for a moment, absolutely stunned. His mind goes blank, then the full horror hits him all at once. He remembers everything he went through to fix it, the people he met, the favors he owed, and the money he spent, all for nothing. He rushes toward the bin, desperation in his eyes, his voice cracking as he cries out, practically begging for it back. His heart aches at the sight of something so precious and so incredibly expensive, ruined in an instant. But Nan doesn't even flinch. She tells him, coldly, that a broken bowl isn't worth that much, and that she simply doesn't care about money. Before Jang Ho can even react, she grabs his wrist. Her grip is unnervingly tight. Then a sharp, sickening sound, a crack that makes his blood run cold. Pain shoots up his arm, and he realizes, in utter disbelief, that his hand might actually be broken. Jang Ho remembers in that agonizing moment He is no longer in his previous world. In this one, men are far, far more fragile, and his own weak body reacts too easily to even a simple touch. Nan looks genuinely sorry, a hint of sadness in her eyes, as she carefully examines his wrist. She says there's no real harm to his joints or tendons, only a light sprain, but she insists a doctor should still check it out. Jiang Hao feels strangely touched by her unexpected concern. Then, try to lighten the mood. He asks if it's the right time to ask if Nan is really a retired soldier. He wonders aloud how her skin can still look so incredibly smooth. Nan smiles faintly, a hint of amusement, and confirms that she truly was a soldier. She had even fought on the battlefield, where she almost died once. She looks at him seriously and says, if he's really interested, he can ask her anything. She'll tell him everything, but only if he stays the night with her. Jiang Ho instantly feels that she is crossing the line again and changes his mind, just as he is about to go, then asks him to stay for dinner. Jiang Ho mutters that she is stubborn and spoiled, as ever, and only smirks, and says that she read the novel he wrote, and that the world he described felt so real to her that she has to talk about it with him. Her words make Jiang Ho nervous, because it sounds like she might have figured something out about him, but at the same time, he is curious to know what she has discovered. About the Red Moon, he sits down, pretending to talk casually about his novel, while his stomach growls from hunger. He has not eaten since morning, because he was too anxious around Chin Chin. Then looks at him and finds him both cute and arrogant. As he impatiently waits for the food, she suddenly asks what would take for him to spend the night with her. Jiang Hao, startled, asks her not to be so persistent, then stretches her legs and tells him to look into her eyes. When he says things like that, since she has already caught him checking her out, Jiang Hao tries to lie, saying he was only admiring how expensive her clothes looked, but it is an obvious excuse, then takes her chance and sits right on his lap. Jiang Hao freezes and asks her to behave herself, but Nan replies softly that since he is destined to be hers, there is no reason for her to show restraint. Poor boy is confused and nervous, not sure what is happening to him. He wants to push her away, but at the same time the warmth of her body on his lap feels too good to resist. He blushes without meaning to, and Nan notices that she does not like losing control. Jiang Hao warns her that if she keeps teasing him, he will give her a good spanking. He tries to push her off, but she barely moves. Feels like pushing against a wall. His body is still weak, and Nan calmly tells him to slow down, because his wrist is still injured. Django grinds his teeth, a fierce resolve burning within him, feeling a sudden surge of strength erupt deep within him. Then, with one swift, decisive motion, he manages to push her down, ending up pinned right on top of her. For a beat, the very air between them shifts, thick with unspoken tension. Nan gazes into his eyes, feeling a powerful, undeniable force, something she can't quite name, yet completely enthralling. She whispers a revelation dawning in her mind that it must be connected to the mysterious blood moon, the very phenomenon she's been intensely studying, and that she desperately wants to share its secrets with him. Back at the residence, Chun Chun is sprawled out lazily, yawning wide and doing absolutely nothing productive. He can't help but wonder why Chun Chun seems utterly uninterested in him, because, in his own mind, of course, he only wants to have a little bit of playful fun with her. But then, a sudden movement. He spots Yuehua standing just outside the house, and instantly his entire demeanor perks right up. He believes he's finally found a truly worthy opponent, and feels incredibly lucky because he's seen two stunning beauties, all in one glorious day. He cheerfully greets Chin Chin as she passes by him. She simply sidesteps him, continuing on her way, completely, utterly ignoring his very existence. Chin Chin stands there, utterly dumbfounded and awkward, and wonders if maybe he smells absolutely terrible, or if he said something horribly wrong just now. Zhang Hao's parents suddenly arrive at the doorstep, asking Chin Chin what on earth he's doing outside. Then, their eyes fall upon Yahello, standing there too. Zhang Hao's father's expression immediately sours with annoyance, and he scolds Yahello for loitering around their house again, instead of finding her own place to be. But Yahello remains as impeccably polite as ever, and bows her head ever so slightly, completely surprising both of them with her unexpected calmness. She then gracefully hands them a small bag, explaining it's a small token of appreciation for the family, and that there's a separate, special one just for Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's father lets out a weary, exasperated sigh, and tells her bluntly that she should just give up already, and stop relentlessly chasing after Zhang Hao. He states firmly, his voice unwavering, he will never allow his son to fall in love, not while he's still attending high school. Even Zhang Hao's mother looks a little sympathetic towards Yahello, gently warning her not to needlessly waste her money like this. Chun Chin watches, completely caught off guard. He simply cannot believe what he's hearing. The thought that such a beautiful girl is actually pursuing Zhang Hao completely sends him reeling. But Yahello softly defends her stance, explaining that she doesn't actually want to fall in love with Zhang Hao. She only wishes to remain by his side, to be his lifelong, steadfast companion. Her words, however, clearly don't sit well with Zhang Hao's parents. They exchange pointed looks, thinking she sounds absolutely shameless for stating that so boldly, yet still seeing her desperate earnestness. Zhang Hao's father hesitates for a moment, his gaze drifting back to the gift bag. Unsure what to do, Zhang Hao's mother, however, maintains her cool composure. She offers Yahello a polite but unyielding smile, then firmly asks her to keep her distance from Zhang Hao, stating it would simply be better for everyone involved. Chun Chin quietly observes this entire scene unfold and begins to scheme in his head. He thinks if he plays his cards just right, he could use this entire situation to gain control over Yahello, perhaps even making her fall for him instead. But before he can even make a move, Yahello shocks everyone once again. She looks Zhang Hao's mother directly in the eye and declares with calm determination that she absolutely will not leave Zhang Hao alone. She insists he is an incredibly important person to her, and she wants to stay by his side in any way she can for the rest of his life. Her words completely silence everyone, and for a moment, even Chin Chin is genuinely impressed by her courage. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao and Nan are together, and Zhang Hao finally asks her about her near-death experience. Nan's expression softens as she begins to explain. She recounts that during one of her missions, she was gravely wounded and truly thought her life was drawing to an end. Just as her vision began to blur and fade, she saw something extraordinary appear in the sky. A mesmerizing blood-red moon, glowing brighter than anything she had ever witnessed. Then everything went black, and she fell into a deep, endless slumber. When she finally woke up, she was alive again, miraculously healed. Ever since that day, she's firmly believed it was the mystical power of that blood moon that saved her. Zhang Hao listens carefully, but he can't shake his skepticism. He thinks perhaps it was merely an illusion, caused by the trauma from her injuries. But Nan shakes her head, insisting that's impossible, because her wound had been fatal, far beyond what any normal medicine could ever heal. She explains that ever since that day, she's been obsessively studying this strange phenomenon and has recently seen the blood moon appear once more. Her voice lowers as she locks eyes with Zhang Hao and says the night she witnessed it for the second time was the very same night he appeared in this world, and then explains that after she started feeling a little suspicious, she began observing Zhang Hao's behavior closely. Soon, she noticed that something about him felt completely, utterly different compared to the information she had before. The blood moon's appearance, his actions, his words, even the way he looked at the world seemed unusual. Then, after reading the world he described in his novel, then realized something truly chilling. The world in his story was eerily, disturbingly similar to the one she had seen in her own dreams. That was when she became absolutely convinced that he and the blood moon shared a mysterious connection. Zhang Hao sits frozen, realizing that this smart, beautiful woman genuinely trusts him, perhaps more than anyone else ever has. Then suddenly stands up and walks directly toward him, her eyes sharp but calm. Zhang Hao blinks, completely confused as she starts unbuttoning her shirt, making him shriek in pure panic, but then only lifts her top slightly, revealing a small part of her stomach. Her tone is deadly serious as she explains that she once had a fatal wound there, but now it's completely healed, without leaving even a trace of scar. She tells him that she was the only survivor in a mission where everyone else died, and that she's been trying to uncover the truth ever since. What she wants now is to know more about the world he came from. Django realizes he can't keep living a lie any longer. He takes a beat, gathering his thoughts, then declares he'll finally tell her the truth, but only if she agrees to a few strict conditions. He explains he will help her out, but only when he decides he's free, meaning she can't just summon him at her beck and call. He also sternly warns her not to contact his family, or ever use him for her research without explicit permission. Nan listens quietly, then sighs, a slight smile playing on her lips, commenting that his conditions sound a tad dramatic. But she agrees. With that settled, Django takes a deep breath and finally confesses everything. He reveals he indeed hails from another world entirely, and after witnessing the eerie blood moon, everything around him irrevocably changed. When he finally woke up, he found himself in a completely alien world, a world where everyone was strangely feminine and delicate. And that's exactly where his wild story began. Meanwhile, back at home, Django's father is still mulling over Yahello and her surprising stubbornness. He notices the backpack she was carrying earlier and how her clothes were sticking to her in the oppressive heat. She must have been standing outside for ages. Feeling a pang of guilt, he assures her none of them harbor bad intentions toward her at all, and that she truly can be friends with Django if she wants to. He gently tells her to head home now, because it's getting late and her family might be worried. But Yahello shakes her head stubbornly, declaring she still wants to come inside and play with Django. When she learns he isn't home, she hands over the gift bag once more, bows politely, and quietly takes her leave. Django's parents exchange a knowing look, fully realizing just how persistent and determined that rich girl truly is. When they head inside and finally open the gift, their eyes widen in shock. Inside the bag are stunning pieces of expensive-looking jewelry that sparkle brilliantly under the light. Chin Chun, however, looks utterly annoyed, unable to stand the fact that such a cute and elegant girl is chasing after Django, and not him. Django's mother examines the jewelry very carefully, remarking that it all looks surprisingly real. Right then, Chun walks in, demanding to know what all the fuss is about. When she spots the jewelry spread across the table, she arches a brow, asking who gifted them such a lavish display. Jiang Hao's mother quickly replies, "It was Yu Huihua." Chun scoffs immediately, declaring the jewelry looks completely fake, and that Yu Huihua's feelings must be just as phony as her gifts. Chun frowns and picks up a sapphire ring from the sparkling pile. Her eyes narrow for a moment before her entire expression completely changes. She instantly recognizes the ring. It's a legendary national treasure, one that doesn't even have a market price. If it ever did, it would be worth tens of millions. Everyone freezes in shock. The entire room goes utterly silent as they slowly realize they just called such priceless jewelry fake, simply because they were poor and couldn't fathom owning anything so valuable. Jiang Hao finally lays everything out, saying that his real name is Jiang Hao, but he does not belong to this world. Nan listens in stunned silence as the truth finally sinks in. She realizes that parallel universes and alternate spaces are real. Her mind races with endless possibilities, while Jiang Hao continues explaining that in his world, things are very different. Over there, men actively chase after women. Nan, curious and amused, asks if men even go as far as showing off their chests to attract lovers. Jiang Hao awkwardly admits that yes, it's quite normal, in fact. He says he's just an ordinary guy. Ignoring the part about him leaving, she leans forward and mischievously asks him to take off his shirt to prove what he just said. Jiang Hao blinks, completely thrown off, but tries to explain that back home, men often took off their shirts shamelessly, especially after a fight or when it was hot. Just hearing that makes Nan blush deeply. She has never heard something like this before, at least not in real life. She's only ever seen it in questionable corners of the internet. But now, curiosity completely overwhelms her. She urges him again, demanding proof. Django looks visibly nervous, scratching the back of his neck. Still, he slowly starts unbuttoning his shirt as he notices the hungry glint in Nan's eyes. It suddenly hits him that he's walked right into her trap. He feels utterly embarrassed, yet he can't back out now. As the shirt finally comes off, a powerful wave of awkwardness rushes through him. He suddenly remembers the Moon Blood Goddess's dire warning. If he fails to become a real man, he'll be completely assimilated into this world. That chilling thought makes him pause, wondering if he's already starting to change. Meanwhile, Nin is completely mesmerized. She's never seen anything remotely like this before, and can't help but stare. Her face visibly heats up as she murmurs that the men of his world truly are incredible. But even for her, she finally asks him to put his shirt back on, because she honestly cannot take it anymore. Django hurriedly does as he's told, feeling like he's lost so much today. His composure, his dignity, maybe even his sanity. Then finally clears her throat and declares that from now on, they'll work as partners. She agrees to all of his terms and conditions. Django sighs in relief, adding that he'll be busy for a while and has things he needs to handle. Then give him a teasing look and still invites him to stay the night. But Django instantly refuses, saying not even if she paid him would he do that. Meanwhile, back at home, Chin is sitting quietly, examining the sapphire ring again. The brilliant glow of it reflects in her eyes, as she suddenly realizes just how easily Yuehua can give something so rare and expensive to Django. A potent wave of jealousy runs through her. She simply can't compete with Yuehua's immense wealth. But then a sly thought forms in her mind. If she plays her cards right, she can use this gold digger gemstone to her advantage. She'll make sure Django stays hers, no matter what. When Django arrives back home, his father, immediately, he starts scolding him for staying out. Way too late. He then demands to know why Manhwa sent them such extravagant gifts. After a quick check, they discover nearly 80 of the diamonds are genuine and incredibly valuable. They simply cannot accept them. Jiang Hao's eyes widen in utter shock, thinking Yahello must have gone completely insane to give him something so pricey. Meanwhile, Chin comments on how rich, beautiful, and attractive Yahello is, emphasizing again how unbelievably wealthy she seems. Jiang Hao's father quickly scolds him again, warning him not to get involved with anyone. Just because they're rich, not even in friendship, Jiang Hao insists there are no romantic feelings between him and Yahello, and that they're just good friends. Meanwhile, Chun, who hasn't received a single gift from Yahello, feels absolutely miserable. If she had given him such expensive jewelry, he would be the happiest person alive. Jealousy eats at him, as he wonders why Yahello favors Jiang Hao and not him. And a sneaky plan forms in his mind. He vows to win Yahello over and become rich through her. And if that fails, he can always turn to Chin, who he thinks is even hotter than Yahello. After all, he's surrounded by beautiful women everywhere. All he needs to do is rely on his so-called power of seduction. Later that evening, Yahello arrives at Jiang Hao's house, and Jiang Hao immediately asks her to take back the gifts, because they're far too expensive, and his family simply cannot accept them. Chin now feels like it's his moment to shine. Apparently, the first rule of being a charming man is to act weak, and close the distance between himself and the stronger woman. The second rule is to make small, lasting impressions, so he quickly starts trying to build a connection with Yahello. The third rule is to create physical contact, so he conveniently pretends to stumble. He expected Yahello to catch him with elegant grace. But Yahello, oh dear, who, let's be real, lacks a single graceful bone in her body, kicks him away with surprising force. Then, with an innocent look, she asks if he's okay, even pointing out that he just tripped over nothing. Django feels a wave of pure embarrassment, begging her to stop kicking his poor cousin. Meanwhile, Chun is utterly humiliated, as his entire seduction plan spectacularly falls apart. Yahello then pivots to Django and asks if he dislikes the gift she generously brought. Django's parents quickly jump in to explain that the gifts are simply far too expensive, and it just wouldn't be right to accept them. Django gently adds that he doesn't need gifts to prove their true friendship, and the family tries to politely decline her kindness. But Yahello, predictably, takes it completely the wrong way. She thinks everyone suddenly hates her now, and even Django doesn't like her anymore. That's when Django's parents suddenly realize they've made a grave, serious mistake. Chun, ever the opportunist, steps in again, declaring that since Django and Yahello are just friends, there's absolutely no reason for anyone to dislike her. In fact, if Yahello stays friends with Django, Chin will be absolutely thrilled to have her around. Of course, Chin's real, devious motive is actually to ensure Yahello doesn't dare make a move on Django, keeping him entirely to herself, while subtly neutralizing the romantic threat. She then offers to take Yahello home, but before she can, her mother sharply interrupts, insisting that she'll take her home instead. The mother, it turns out, knows her daughter a little too well, and suspects that Chin's interest in girls might not be entirely an act after all. Chin-Chin's face drops as she realizes that her little strategy of acting like a lesbian might actually be backfiring spectacularly. Inside the car, the situation gets undeniably awkward, all thanks to the mother's lingering suspicion. Chin-Chin's sister is specifically asked to sit in the front seat, leaving Chun-Chun and Clark alone together in the back. Chun-Chun, always the opportunist, tries one last time to impress Yuehua, suggesting they connect on social media right away, because he apparently wants to buy some jewelry. Jang Ho quickly swoops in to defend her, explaining that Yuehua leads a busy life and can't just mingle with random people. Chun-Chun ends up mortified once more. Then, Jang Ho, completely oblivious to how it looks, keeps his arm wrapped around Yuehua. This immediately catches Chun-Chen's eye. She quickly warns him not to get too close, using the excuse that the car is just too small. But Jang Ho totally misreads her tone, believing she's jealous about how close he and Yuehua are sitting. Jang Ho now thinks his sister must have fallen head over heels for Yuehua, which totally explains her strange behavior, because when it comes to Yuehua, she possesses a charm that captivates both men and women. That's why Jang Ho decides he needs to work extra hard over the next few days, so he can treat Chun-Chen's condition and help her return to normal. The next morning, Chun-Chen calls him down for breakfast. When he comes downstairs, he asks where their parents are. Chun-Chen replies that they stayed over at their cousin's house and left early in the morning. Jang Ho realizes this means they're completely alone, making it the perfect chance to carry out his plan. To help her, he walks closer to her and suddenly wraps his arms around her from behind. Chun-Chun freezes, her face turning crimson. She doesn't understand what's happening. Jang Ho quietly says that he lied to her before, and he is truly sorry for it. Chun-Chun, who had been planning to make up with Jang Ho after breakfast, is completely caught off guard by his sudden affection. His touch feels warm and comforting, and her heart starts to race. To her, it feels like the best morning she's ever had. She smiles shyly and says that what happened before was sad, but it's all in the past now. They should focus on the future instead. From now on, she says, they need to be honest with each other. Jang Ho agrees, but deep inside, he still hides something from her. The thought brings him a small wave of guilt, so he promises himself that once everything is solved, he's about to tell her the truth. The two of them finally reconcile, and Jang Ho seizes the moment to ask, "Have you fallen for Yuehua?" Chin-Chin looks absolutely shocked, and a little disgusted he'd even think that. Then she suddenly bursts out laughing, telling Jang Ho he shouldn't bring Yuehua home again, because she just can't control herself around her. She reminds him he was the one who wanted her steered in the right direction. Yuehua nods and says it's time for their special training. Chun-Chun blushes instantly, her heart racing because she knows what that means, and she can't help but feel utterly excited. They head into Jang Ho's room, and for a long while, they stay incredibly close. The air between them grows warm, and Chun-Chun feels like she's living out a dream she's always secretly harbored. She can hardly believe it's actually happening. For her, it's a moment she's imagined her entire life, and now it feels almost unreal. Meanwhile, far from their intimate setting, the secretary visits the old kindergarten, where Jang Ho and Chin-Chin once studied. She greets the teacher politely and asks for details about the two of them. When they were children, the teacher hesitates, but eventually opens an old, dusty envelope filled with old records and photos. The moment she does, her expression completely changes. Her hands tremble slightly, and a wave of pure dread washes over her. The secretary watches quietly and then finally says that she's looking for something very specific, something highly unusual, about a girl who once attended this school. She asks, how could a young girl have had the power to blackmail a teacher into covering up for her? The teacher's face goes utterly pale as the horrifying truth from the past starts to resurface. The teacher used to see Chun-Chen's face in her worst nightmares, and now those nightmares are chillingly coming true. She trembles, asking the secretary how she found out all about this. The secretary simply replies that it's not her concern. She just wants to know what really happened back then. The teacher takes a shaky breath and says she'll never forget Chin-Chin for as long as she lives. Years ago, she was the teacher on duty when it all went down. She was the one who interrogated little Chien-Chien, begging her to tell her where she'd taken Zhang Hao the previous day and what she'd done to him. But Chien-Chien was a strange child. She listened quietly and then lied, saying they just played together all day, even asking if Zhang Hao was all right. The teacher tried to argue back, saying Zhang Hao could never be fine. After what had happened, Chin-Chin had taken him without permission. She had kidnapped him, and she had put his life in danger. All for a game. The teacher lost her patience and threatened to call Chin-Chin's mother. She said Chin-Chin was too unstable and too dangerous to stay in their kindergarten. That's when Chin-Chin, still calm, said something that made the teacher freeze. Little Chin-Chin told her it wasn't smart to snitch, because in the end, it was the teacher's fault too. He reminded her she was the one in charge that day, and if she hadn't been so careless, Zhang Hao would never have been kidnapped. If anyone found out the truth, the teacher would lose her job and reputation. Chin-Chin said if she wanted to expose her, she was welcome to do so, but she'd be going down with her. The teacher realized the terrifying truth in Chin-Chin's words and started to panic. Chin-Chin smiled and said she would keep quiet about everything as long as the teacher did the same. All she had to do was keep Chin-Chin's secret, that she took Zhang Hao outside, because if one truth came out, the other would too. The secretary listens carefully and then asks if the teacher ever healed from that incident or from the threat. The teacher shakes her head and says that it didn't end there. Even after Chin-Chin's threat, she contacted the girl's house and tried to report her. But things didn't go as she expected. The family told her that Chin-Chin wouldn't return to the daycare and that they were moving away. After that, Chin-Chin stopped coming to the kindergarten, and the whole matter was swept under the rug. But the teacher says it never truly felt resolved. The secretary then asks if she has any idea what happened to the boy while he was kidnapped. The teacher says she doesn't know the full story, but she heard from other students that Chin-Chin used to treat Zhang Hao like her personal toy. She sighs and says that looking at them now, it almost feels like those stories came true. Zhang Hao and Chin-Chin are together again, and no one realizes the manipulation behind their relationship. Meanwhile, Chin-Chin is lost in her own thoughts, completely unaware of the dark conversation. About her past, she is on cloud 9, feeling closer to Zhang Hao than ever before. She had once believed that Zhang Hao would prefer a strong woman, but now she realizes he likes being the one in control. She gazes at him with admiration and affection, her heart full smiling softly. She says that he is simply the most amazing person she has ever met in her life. Django feels that he might be having a moment with Chin-Chin, so he asks her if she wants to continue their training. Chin-Chin tilts her head in confusion and asks what he means. Gang Hao says that she needs to get more comfortable with a man's touch, and if she keeps trying and doesn't give up, one day she will be able to accept herself completely. He is determined to be there for her no matter what. Chin Chin can feel that. He's trying to stay calm on the outside, but deep down, he is just as passionate about her as she is about him. Chun Chun blushes and softly says that he can do whatever he wants with her, and she won't complain. Zhang Hao starts to sweat, feeling both nervous and excited, and slowly she begins to shed her jacket. The air around them thickens with anticipation, as they lose themselves moment after breathtaking moment, completely forgetting time, utterly absorbed in one another. Breathless, their hearts hammer a frantic rhythm. Unable to resist, Zhang Hao sheds his own shirt, and Chun Chun nearly explodes with shyness. Her face flaming red, she gazes up at him. She can't believe he's taken the initiative yet again, doing something so daring and utterly unexpected. To her, this feels like a dream vividly brought to life. Every single part of her intricate plan has unfolded perfectly. She grins slyly, realizing all her meticulous effort and the years of training him since childhood was absolutely not in vain. She recalls that one time she even kidnapped him, just to teach him a thing or two, and now it has finally paid off beautifully. Her ultimate goal was to sculpt him into a playful man, someone who would chase her relentlessly, a charming husband and doting father on the surface, but also passionate and daring. Behind closed doors, to her, it's absolutely perfect. Now, there's just one final step, to be completely vulnerable with him. Zhang Hao continues to deepen their intimate moment. But this time, Chin Chin finds herself growing a little nervous. She worries they might be crossing too many lines, and far too quickly. Zhang Hao, on the other hand, feels he simply can't hold himself back any longer. Ever since he returned to this world, he has yearned for a woman's touch, and now he finally has it. He tells Chun Chun that this is precisely how she'll overcome her fear of the opposite gender. Chun Chin's heart races, torn between overwhelming fear and raw desire. She feels happy, yet simultaneously, she realizes things are swiftly slipping out of her control. Zhang Hao gently soothes her fears, and in that moment, Chun Chun truly understands that for once, she's no longer the one in control of anything. She begins to wonder if Zhang Hao is already this intense as a young man. What will happen when he matures into a proper adult and becomes her husband? The very thought makes her blush and worry that her body might never get any rest again. She even finds herself musing about what kind of doctor she'd need to see when Django finally wears her out completely. Meanwhile, Django finds Emma utterly adorable. She's both scared and deeply embarrassed, and he never imagined that women in this world could possess such a shy, hidden side. He offers a faint smile, muttering that there's no time to dwell on the past. But just as he's about to continue speaking, a searing pain shoots through his stomach. Emma immediately asks what's wrong, but Django starts to look incredibly pale and unwell. Then she realizes it must be due to a hormonal shift, and quickly does the mental math, recalling that she thought it would happen at the end of the month. Not now. That's when Django suddenly understands that, in this world, men, not women, experience menstruation here, and he certainly didn't expect the pain to be this agonizing. Emma rushes to his side, telling him to stay put while she fetches him some water. Later, she feels completely stressed, reflecting on how nearly they'd crossed a line, and that she had utterly forgotten. It was already the end of the month for Django, but one thing becomes undeniably clear to her. Django definitely harbors deeper feelings for her than he admits. That powerful realization fills her with courage. She resolves that, no matter what happens, she will confess everything to him soon, even if it risks their entire relationship. She can't keep her true feelings hidden any longer. She lovingly makes breakfast for him and advises him to eat something warm to help him feel better. Django gradually begins to recover, though he still doesn't feel his absolute best. He asks Emma if she has any medicine for the pain, since she's a doctor. Emma confirms medicine can help, but warns it might still have side effects. Still, she clarifies that it's actually a good sign, as this process aids in regulating his hormones and releases built-up stress from his body. Once it's over, he'll feel much more balanced and calm. She then kindly offers to give him a gentle massage to help alleviate the discomfort. Emma gently begins to massage his stomach, telling him to relax as she puts on some quiet, soothing music. This peaceful atmosphere makes him feel safe and utterly content, something he hasn't felt in a very long time. As he listens to the soothing music and feels Emma's gentle touch, a realization hits him. He no longer wants to go back to his original world. Instead, he wants to stay right here with her. The mere thought of leaving and returning to a world where Emma doesn't exist feels utterly unbearable. Meanwhile, Nan is seething in her office as she pores over the old kindergarten files of both Zhang Hao and Emma. She knows something is profoundly wrong with Emma, but she needs more evidence before making a move. Her secretary asks what their next step should be, or if they should just invite Emma directly. Nan takes a deep, resolute breath, knowing she's about to break her promise to Zhang Hao, and declares that, even though he asked her not to contact him, she has no choice but to do it. On the other hand, Qinxin gazes at Zhang Ho's peaceful sleeping face, thinking he looks absolutely adorable. Just then his phone starts buzzing loudly. She quickly silences it, relieved she caught in time. If it had buzzed any longer, Zhang Ho would have surely woken up. She sighs, realizing her carelessness, and vows to be more cautious next time. As she picks up his phone to clear the notifications, a mysterious message flashes across the screen. It's from an unknown number, and shockingly, it includes her own kindergarten file. It's an invitation to meet the sender. Qinxin freezes, her mind racing. Someone is investigating her, and that is absolutely not good. She looks back at Zhang Ho's serene face, leans down and presses a soft kiss on his cheek, whispering in her heart that she will do anything and everything to make sure he always stays hers. Meanwhile, Nan sits patiently in a quiet restaurant, waiting for Qinxin to arrive. When Qinxin walks in, she wastes no time. Her first question is blunt and direct. She asks if Nan is the one investigating her. Nan remains perfectly calm, her tone light, as if it's no big deal. But Qinxin is already totally on edge. She demands to know who Nan really is. Nan replies without a moment's hesitation, declaring she likes Zhang Hao, and that Qinxin should just leave him be. Qinxin almost lets out a laugh, pretending to find the whole situation amusing. She always knew a day like this would eventually come, because Zhang Ho is tall, kind, and handsome. Of course, many girls would be after him. She shrugs, calling herself just another normal admirer. Nothing special. Then she smirks, teasing that Nan should be the one to back off, because Zhang Ho clearly likes someone else. Nan doesn't flinch. Instead, she calmly takes out a neat stack of photographs and lays them carefully on the table. Her voice remains icy cool as she asks what Zhang Ho would think if he found out these pictures existed. The photos show Chun watching Zhang Ho for years, following him, keeping track of his every move. But Chun remains completely unfazed. Her expression remains steady. She asks if Nin truly thinks she can threaten her. With just these, she states Jong Ho will believe her no matter what, because if she tells him she was protecting him, he will believe it. Nan clenches her jaw, saying she's the one who has protected Jong Ho. Since childhood, not Chin Chin. She insists she cares about him for who he truly is, not his looks, and that is why he can only belong to her. She accuses Nan of trying to twist the truth, to make Chin Chin look bad. She even points out that if Nan could dig up this kind of information so easily, she must be rich and powerful. Chin Chin's voice turns sharp as she says, and can use all her money to make others bow. But not Jong Ho. He's a man of strong morals and a good heart, which is exactly why Nan is drawn to him. She calls it nothing more than spoiled stubbornness, from a rich girl who simply can't stand rejection. Then she adds that it's just too bad, because Jong Ho truly likes her, not Nan. The tension between them thickens. Nan claps slowly, her smile cold. She says Chun Chin really is someone capable of blackmailing a teacher, even at just 7 years old. And then she introduces herself as the CEO of Fong Hong. That name hits Chun Xin like a ton of bricks. And for a moment, fear flashes in her eyes. Nan calmly sets down her coffee cup and says she promised Zhang how she'd never hurt his family. But if Chun Xin crosses that line, she won't see her as family anymore, and she'll make her regret it. As she stands up to leave, Nan adds one last thing, saying, Chin Chin talks so confidently about liking Jong Ho, but she wonders if Chin Chin has noticed that Jong Ho isn't the same person he was back in kindergarten. Those words strike a nerve. Chin Chin's smile fades as confusion mixes with anger. Something about that sentence doesn't sit right with her. Deep down, she feels a spark of suspicion growing. She starts wondering if the Jong Ho she's been with all this time is truly the same one she's known her whole life. Back at home, Jong Ho wakes up from his nap and sees Chin Chin sitting by her computer. When she notices him stirring, she walks over with a warm smile and hands him a hot water bag for his cramps. But then, in her usual teasing way, she drops a small bomb. She says that while he was asleep, she read his novel, and the world he wrote about feels oddly real. Her tone softens, and she says, it almost sounds as if Jong Ho actually came from that other world. Chin Chin comments on how vivid Jong Ho's imagination must be to write something like that. But Jong Ho quickly tries to argue, saying it's nothing special, and that he writes rather recklessly. Chin Chin laughs and says she didn't expect him to like girls so much, since the protagonist of his book seems to be surrounded by them. And she teasingly asks if he got so lonely that he imagined a girl to take care of him. They start talking more about it, and Shun takes it a step further. She even offers to take him to a psychiatrist if he ever feels overwhelmingly lonely. She then hands him a hot pad once more, insisting he takes proper care of himself. Then, completely out of the blue, she pulls him into a tight embrace, telling him that if he ever feels uncomfortable or has something heavy weighing on his mind, he should always confide in her. She promises she'll always stand by his side. The very next day, Jong Ho is still reeling from their odd conversation and Chin Chin's peculiar behavior. While having lunch with Yahello, she surprises him by presenting a toy she crafted just for him, Yang Gozmai's, and asks if she's kept all her previous jewelry safe. And Yahello nods, confirming she has. Then, she opens a lunchbox overflowing with food and proudly declares she's brought a whole buffet just for him. Jang Ho can't help but chuckle, telling her to calm down and relax, that she doesn't have to act perfectly all the time, or try so hard to impress him. but Yuewa earnestly insists that she just wants to be there for him in any way she possibly can. Jang Ho gently explains that sharing small things, like toys, is perfectly fine, but giving jewelry can be a little too much, and even controversial. Yuewa frowns, saying she only wanted to show her kindness. She then asks if she somehow made his family hate her even more. Jang Ho smiles softly and tells her she's adorable, and that's not quite how people work. He explains that she needs to observe how others behave, and then decide how she should respond. Yuewa admits she's never really talked to many people before, and whenever she does, she just wants to make them happy. Jang Ho reassures her, saying he's always happy when he's with her. Still, Yuewa can't stop worrying that Jang Ho's family might dislike her. Jang Ho sighs and tells her that they don't hate her. They just don't want the two of them to fall in love too soon. But then, Yuewa starts thinking about how Chun-Chin treated her, and says that Chin-Chin seems to be the one who doesn't like her very much. She admits she felt hostility from her, as if Chin-Chin wants to keep her away from Jang Ho. Jang Ho realizes Yuewa is feeling insecure, and stands up, telling her not to force anyone to like her. He reminds her that she's Yuewa, the granddaughter and heir of a powerful family, and that she's amazing just the way she is. Yuewa smiles, and suddenly mentions that she's learned how to swim. Jang Ho grins and says they should celebrate that, and an exciting idea sparks in his mind. He tells her they're going to have some serious fun that weekend. When the weekend arrives, Jang Ho waits for her, and is utterly taken aback when he sees how beautifully she's dressed, almost as if they're going on a proper date. Yuewa blushes and shyly takes out a small diary, titled Things to Do for a Great Date with Jang Ho. Yango realizes she's been preparing for this for a long time. He didn't even think something like that existed. But when Yuewa opens it, the first item says they should go to the cinema. She proudly shows him the tickets she already bought, saying she's been planning this for weeks. It's their first date, and she wants to make him the happiest guy in the world. Jang Ho smiles warmly, takes her hand, and tells her he'll always be happy as long as she is. With that, they hold hands and walk together toward the movie theater. Yuewa looks a little uneasy as they step into the crowded movie theater, and Jang Ho immediately notices. He leans toward her and asks what's wrong. She hesitates for a moment, then admits that there are a lot of people around, and asks if everyone eats popcorn while watching movies. Yango chuckles and tells her that of course they can, as long as they're not too loud. They find their seats, and Yuewa quietly looks around, amazed by the huge screen, and all the people laughing and talking. Jang Ho watches her for a moment, and realizes Yuewa must be accustomed to watching movies in the privacy of her luxurious home. He's absolutely certain, knowing Nin owns a private airport, it wouldn't be a shock if Yuewa had her own personal theater too. Just as the lights dim, Django's phone starts buzzing. He glances at the screen, seeing Nan's name. Yuewa looks at him, softly asking if he's busy. Django thinks for a second, but decides this is Yuewa's special day, something she's long anticipated. So he ends the call and puts his phone away, choosing to give her his undivided attention. The movie begins, and they sit quietly at first. Django soon realizes it's another typical romantic film, the kind he usually finds incredibly boring. He didn't expect Yuewa to pick something like this, since she's always been into action, soldiers and guns. But before he can complain, he feels her hand gently touch his. He turns to her, whispering, asking if she needs something. Yuewa blushes slightly, leaning close to his ear, whispering that the guide she read said, couples can hold hands during a movie, and afterward, they can even share a kiss. Django blinks in surprise, realizing once again that Yewa has her own unique way of doing things. She looks serious, though, and softly says that they haven't kissed in a very long time. Django sighs, trying to keep things under control, and explains that kissing is something people do when they really like someone. It's also something that usually happens between married couples. Yewa looks straight at him and replies that if marriage is what it takes to get a kiss, then maybe they should just get married. Django is completely thrown off. He tells her she's depending on him too much, but Yewa shakes her head and flips open her little guidebook, pointing to a line that says, "Girls should be more dominant." Before Django can react, she leans forward and tries to kiss him. He instantly panics and frantically whispers they're still in a movie theater. But Yewa doesn't stop, climbing right onto his lap, looking him intently in the eyes, and confesses that she genuinely likes him. Then she starts kissing his neck, and Jong-ho feels his mind begin to blur, his heart racing as he fights desperately to hold himself back. He knows this is wrong, but he can't deny he's secretly enjoying the intimacy. When the movie ends, they quietly walk out of the theater, the air between them thick with unspoken tension. Yuehua, unfazed, happily pulls out her little guide again, flipping through the next page as if nothing at all had happened. Jong-ho, however, looks utterly frustrated. He sharply tells her that from now on, she needs to stop following that guide and listen to him, and only him. Jong-ho is still a bit curious, so he asks to take a look at Yuehua's diary. The moment he opens it, he realizes it's an absolute mess. She's been getting her romantic advice from all the absolutely wrong places. Jong-ho sighs, rubbing his forehead, and gently scolds her, telling her she should do anything, but absolutely not follow these ridiculous lessons, because none of this is acceptable at all. Yuehua looks a little embarrassed, but admits she just wants to be with him, and that he can ask her to do anything he wants. Jong-ho realizes that for her own sake, he needs to show her what a real date should feel like. So, he confiscates her diary and promises to personally teach her the meaning of genuine happiness himself. To start, he takes her to a video game cyber cafe. Yuehua looks utterly lost the moment they step inside, her eyes darting wildly between the flashing screens and loud players. Jong-ho can't help but laugh a little and asks if she's ever been to a place like this before. Yuehua shakes her head and says her family doesn't allow it. Jong-ho just grins and tells her this will be their little secret. If anyone ever finds out, he'll be the one in trouble for bringing her there. He then asks her to pick her character avatar, explaining that, even though she grew up with such strict rules and her formal education, she really needs to learn how to loosen up sometimes. He reminds her she's already incredibly smart, well-mannered, and from a good family. But what he truly wants for her is genuine happiness. So, he starts teaching her how to play. He shows her exactly how to aim and shoot. Within just a few minutes, Yuehua completely gets the hang of it, and Jong-ho can't help but grin. He quickly realizes she's a lightning-fast learner, and that her deep love for action, movies, and weapons gives her a natural, sharp instinct. For games like this, she's incredibly focused, fiercely competitive, and surprisingly good. When their time runs out, Yuehua pouts instantly, saying she desperately wants to play more. But Jong-ho tells her they shouldn't get totally addicted. It's time for them to move on. They step out into the bright sunlight, still chatting excitedly about the experience. Jong-ho admits that even though he has a computer at home, going to a cyber cafe feels completely different. It's more nostalgic and strangely comforting. Yuehua nods in agreement, clearly thrilled by their day so far. Suddenly, her phone starts ringing. She picks it up, listens for a moment, and then hangs up. Zhang Hao asks if she needs to head home, but Yuhua shakes her head and says she wants to spend the entire day with him. Zhang Hao smiles at her fierce determination, and they continue their incredible day together. Their next stop? The arcade. They play all kinds of games, laughing and cheering for each other like excited kids. After a while, they leave the arcade and stroll casually through the mall, still buzzing with excitement. Yuhua looks around happily and says she wants to take a ton of pictures to capture every single moment of their amazing day together. Zhang Hao smiles softly and tells her it doesn't really matter because they'll have plenty more fun dates exactly like this in the future. Just as he says that, a sleek black car suddenly pulls up right beside them. Zhang Hao's heart skips a beat, thinking it might be Nan. But when the door opens, he quickly realizes it's not her, but Yuhua's butler, who steps out, offering a slight bow, before announcing that Yuhua's father has returned. He adds that her father not only wishes to see Yuhua, but also specifically wants to meet Zhang Hao. Meanwhile, shifting perspectives, Yuhua's father is deep in thought, reviewing everything. He's learned about her friendship with Zhang Hao so far. He vividly recalls Zhang Hao asking Yuhua for money, not long after they first met, and the amount requested wasn't small either. On top of that, Zhang Hao frequently gets into fights, and has even become a minor internet sensation. And now, Yuhua has actually brought him home. The whole situation feels strange, yet undeniably exciting. And Yuhua's father is incredibly curious to finally meet the man who's been spending so much time with his daughter. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao is incredibly nervous and a bit scared. He wonders what exactly Yuhua's father wants with him today. The entire situation feels incredibly tense. So much so that he almost feels like he's being kidnapped. In his mind, it even feels like everyone might accuse him of abducting a lady from a noble, powerful family. The butler, noticing his palpable anxiety, tells him to relax, assuring him that his master is a decent man who doesn't typically mock others. When Zhang Hao finally enters the grand room, he sees Yuhua's father, sitting imposingly at the head of the table. They exchange polite greetings, and Zhang Hao immediately notices that Yuhua's father looks remarkably like her. Yuhua's father starts by asking Yuhua if she had fun that day, then tells her to go change, because she looks a little disheveled. After she leaves the room, Zhang Hao feels a strange heaviness in the air, as if something ominous is about to happen. Yuhua's father begins to eat, and says that Yuhua always talks about how Zhang Hao takes such good care of her. He adds that, as her father, he wants to thank him for that. Zhang Hao says it's no big deal, but he notices the man doesn't even look at him while speaking. Something about his tone feels chillingly cold and distant, as if he didn't already detest him. Suddenly, Yuhua's father drops the polite facade. He bluntly states, if Zhang Hao truly desires to be close to Yuhua, he should just name his price, to stay away from her completely. Zhang Hao is stunned, yet not entirely surprised. It feels like a typical tired cliché. He insists they're just friends, but Yuhua's father remains unconvinced and upset, pointing out Yuhua skipped a family dinner just to go on a date with him. Zhang Hao's heart sinks. He had no idea. He quickly apologizes, explaining Yuhua never mentioned the dinner. Yuhua's father sighs, claiming he doesn't blame him. In fact, he should thank him. Then, he slides a credit card across the polished table. Zhang Hao is instantly deeply offended. He tells him he's misunderstanding everything, that he and Yuhua are just good friends. But Yuhua's father insists again, dismissively. which only fuels Zhang Hao's anger. He declares he feels utterly insulted because if it weren't for the fact he's Yue's father, he would have punched him. Zhang Hao takes a steadying breath, standing his ground. He states Yue's father has it all wrong. When he first met Yue, she was a quiet, shy girl who seemed utterly disconnected from the world. After spending time with her, he realized she's actually very kind and gentle, but simply doesn't know how to express herself. He explains he became friends with her out of genuine kindness, and because she treats people with sincerity, not because of her money. He admits he understands the vast difference between their worlds, but what he truly wants is to be there for Yue whenever she needs him. That, he says, is what real friendship means. He tells Yue's father to take back the credit card because it's an insult to him and to their friendship. And Yue's father seems genuinely impressed by his words and even offers a faint smile. He says that being young and passionate is fine. Then, half-jokingly, he asks if Zhang Hao is selling his body ever since Yue brought him home, and it makes Zhang Hao visibly bristle. He points out that he should really trust Yue more, because she's far stronger than he truly realizes. Yue's father gives a soft laugh and admits that perhaps his words were a bit harsh. He even admits that Zhang Hao seems like a nice boy, and actually quite attractive. And soon, the two begin to converse much more comfortably. By the time their conversation ends, Yue's father makes one last point, that he wants Zhang Hao to stay good friends with Yue. When it's time for him to depart, Yue's father and Zhang Hao walk together to the gate. He tells Zhang Hao that perhaps one day they should have lunch together again, and that he's incredibly proud of Yue for finding such a wonderful friend. But right before they part ways, Yue's father turns to him once more, quite serious, and notably, right in front of his daughter, declares he wants to make one thing crystal clear. He emphatically repeats himself, that Zhang Hao and Yue are to remain strictly friends, and they must never, ever date each other, a declaration that visibly upsets Yue. Zhang Hao doesn't say much in the moment, but promises he'll absolutely restrain himself. Some time passes, and then Yue's father casually mentions he'll be leaving for a whole month, and quietly instructs the butler to keep a close eye on Zhang Hao. During his absence, the moment he departs, Yveva instantly turns to Chonko and asks if her father's behavior made him uncomfortable. Zhang Hao simply smiles and assures her that it's really no problem at all. It only shows just how much her father truly cares for her. And it's quite heartwarming to see that kind of love. But then, he quickly checks his phone and sees a flurry of missed calls from home. Upon Zhang Hao's return home, he finds Chin Chin sitting alone, just drinking. She looks utterly tired, disheveled, and, more than anything, deeply disappointed. Zhang Hao walks over, asking softly what's wrong. Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately demands why he didn't answer her calls. She then complains that he's always coming home late, and it makes her incredibly worried about him. Zhang Hao realizes he's totally messed up again. He quickly apologizes, explaining he just didn't hear his phone. He gently urges her to stop drinking and get some rest. But for some strange reason, Chun Chun is in an unusually good mood tonight. She tells him there's no need to apologize, saying it's perfectly normal for someone his age to hang out with classmates and friends. But if he's truly sorry, he should spend the entire day with her tomorrow. Zhang Hao agrees, saying that he only needs to talk to the streaming platform about work in the morning. After that, he'll be all hers. Chun Chun smiles, saying she has a bit of work too. But after that, they can spend the day together, relaxing and having fun. Zhang Hao then tells her to wash up and says she can give him a massage later. As he walks away, Chun-Shin has a quiet realization. First it was Nan, and now Yahello. And both of them are slowly trying to steal Jang Hao away from her. She decides she needs to make Jang Hao someone who belongs only to her, and she needs to do it soon. The next day, Jang Hao has a meeting with his manager, Song. She clearly has a soft spot for him, though she hides it behind her professional tone. She tells him that his fan base is growing incredibly fast, and it's time to protect those numbers. She presents a plan, explaining that they want to make a short video about Pure Land and promote it through various streamers. If he agrees, he will need to wear a very revealing outfit for the photo shoot. Jang Hao immediately refuses, saying he's not showing off his body just for more views. Song smiles and says there's a second option. He could do a photo shoot in a King Arthur cosplay, wearing full armor. When Jang Hao looks at the reference photo, he actually likes it. The armor looks powerful and fits his tough image perfectly. So he agrees. The only issue is that the photo shoot will happen after they eat, which catches Jang Hao off guard. It almost feels like he just agreed to a date with Song, still disguised as his regular job. Giving credit where it's due, Song leads him to the photo shoot. Everything about it is perfectly professional. Jang Hao dons shining armor from head to toe, striking impressive poses on the beach. The wind whips, and curious onlookers stop to watch, and he quickly becomes the undeniable center of attention. Cameras click nonstop, and the crowd absolutely adores him. Meanwhile, in a high-stakes corporate meeting elsewhere, a young woman is delivering a crucial presentation. She enthusiastically explains how the very beach, where the photo shoot is currently underway, has become a magnet for cosplayers and foreign tourists. She passionately explains that it's a phenomenal opportunity for development and major investment. She instructs the drone operator to capture a closer shot, to reveal some exclusive live footage. But as the drone flies disturbingly close, Jang Hao, with a sharp glance, notices it and definitely doesn't appreciate being filmed without permission. He snatches his prop sword and hurls it directly at the drone, sending it crashing spectacularly into the sand. The presentation ends in an absolute, awkward silence. The presenter panics, visibly shaken, apologizing profusely and promising to uncover the culprit. Suddenly, a commanding voice fills the entire room. It's Nan, sitting coolly at the head of the table, coldly tells her that if she ever pulls a stunt like that again, she'll be instantly fired. Everyone in the room falls silent. It turns out that Nan's company is hosting this entire crucial meeting. They're planning to invest billions of dollars into developing this promising new beach area. Jang Hao finally comes home, still in his full costume, feeling utterly and completely worn out. It turns out that posing for a photo shoot is far more exhausting than it looks. Just as he's about to finally sit down, the doorbell rings. He assumes it's Chin Chin, thinking she must have forgotten her key. But when he opens the door, it's Nan, and she looks incredibly annoyed, especially because he accidentally calls her by another girl's name. Before he can explain, she suddenly hugs him tightly, declaring that if he doesn't answer his phone next time, she'll just show up at his door again. Jang Hao awkwardly tries to calm her down. They settle down together in the living room. Nan firmly insists that, since their relationship has now turned professional, they absolutely need to trust each other and answer all their calls. Of course, she still secretly intends to keep tabs on him and maintain control. Yang Go nervously nods and says he'll contribute more and be a much better part of a research team. He even offers to make her some tea, but Nan completely ignores him and instead starts teasing him mercilessly about his cosplay outfit, saying it suits him far too well for someone who claims to be working. Yungo sighs dramatically and asks if she really just came all this way to scold him. Deep down, he thinks about how ironic it is that Nan was the very person who pushed him into becoming a celebrity, and now she can't even handle the small amount of fame he's gained. He tries to explain that, in his world, men are strong, dignified, and true to their word. He insists he's absolutely not selling his body. He's just doing cosplay. But Nan, thoroughly enjoying pushing his buttons, grabs him by the collar and reminds him that he still owes her for the drone he destroyed. Jang Ho immediately realizes his luck has completely run out. Of course, it would be her drone. He quickly offers to pay, asking how much it costs. But Nan smirks cunningly and says she has a much better payment plan in mind. Before he can even react, she jumps on him and passionately starts kissing him. Nan whispers that his outfit is what's really turning her on, and Jung Ho teases back, saying that in his world, she'd look absolutely perfect wearing cat ears and a maid costume. Nan laughs playfully and says that if he really wants to see her in that outfit, maybe he should be the one to dress her himself. Jang Ho, eager to play along, pulls her onto his lap. Nan realizes that Jang Ho is becoming bolder and so much more confident, and she absolutely loves it. He tries to lift her, but she's much stronger than she looks, and he struggles hilariously under her weight, then bursts out laughing and decides to finally let him go, realizing she's been a tad rough on him. Jang Ho curses under his breath at his own weakness, only to find themselves kissing once more. The palpable tension between them, practically igniting the room for a solid half hour. When the storm finally passes, Jang Ho lies there, utterly disoriented, and asks what she actually came there to discuss. Nan's expression immediately turns serious, as she reveals she wanted to discuss the blood moon. She explains the blood moon appears irregularly, but before the last appearance, there was a lunar eclipse. Jang Ho just shrugs, remarking that lunar eclipses occur every 14 months and aren't always visible everywhere. So it's nothing special. But Nan shakes her head, insisting that this one was different. Normally, eclipses occur on the 15th or 16th day of the lunar calendar, but this specific one occurred on the first day. A lunar eclipse during a new moon is almost unheard of. She continues, explaining that the same rare phenomenon occurred again, precisely when Jang Ho arrived in this world. There was also a nationwide magnetic disturbance, though its strength varied across regions. According to her meticulous research, the critical point of that disturbance was half a month before she first encountered the blood moon. That means that there was another lunar eclipse during the new moon, and something about that specific event could be directly connected to Jang Ho's arrival. Jang Ho begins to furiously piece it all together, realizing there might be a direct link between these two strange phenomena and a transfer of his very soul to this world. They continue their intense discussion, completely absorbed in unraveling the mystery, when suddenly Chin Chin's voice loudly echoes through the house. She loudly announces that she's home. Jang Ho freezes solid, sheer panic rushing through him, as he realizes there's still another girl in his house. Chin Chin drops her bag of groceries, staring at Jang Ho with wide, shocked eyes. She looks utterly stunned, but not because there's another girl in the house. No, she's stunned because Jang Ho is standing there in an unbelievably, adorably cute costume. For a moment, it feels like she's completely hallucinating. Her legs feel weak, as she asks why he's dressed like that. Jang Ho quickly explains it was his agent's idea, hoping to build a small fan base. Chin realizes Yango truly works hard to keep himself in shape, and she can't help but think he looks adorable with his blonde hair. Jang Ho then says he's going to take a shower, and Chin instantly offers him a massage. Afterward, Yango laughs and says he might actually need her help, since the outfit's too tight to take off alone. So, you should come to my room. Chin agrees right away, clearly way too eager. They start talking about how cosplaying can be a bit embarrassing, and when Chin hurries, Jang Ho tells her to slow down, because they have plenty of time. In his head, he's desperately hoping Dan takes this chance to sneak out of the house. His whole body is soaked with sweat, and his shirt sticks to his back. Chin's eyes follow him closely, thinking he looks incredibly handsome like this. She teases that he smells nice, and that the light fragrance suits him. Then, smiling, she says that if she keeps seeing him in cute outfits like this, it might just make her straight again. Jang Ho chuckles and says maybe that's the goal, promising he'll do it again. He adds that he plans to buy more cosplay costumes, and even wear them during live broadcasts. Chin loves the idea, and insists she'll choose the next one for him. After that, Jang Ho heads to the shower, while Chin daydreams about all the uniforms she wants him to wear. She's even secretly brought a flower for him to put in the bathroom. Jang Ho keeps thinking about cosplay, and how odd this whole situation feels. But when he turns, he freezes. Dan is sitting on his bathtub, shocked. He asks why she didn't leave. Jang Ho frowns and asks what's wrong with her. But before she can speak, he hears Chin's footsteps approaching. Thinking on his feet, he blurts out that he just slipped on the marble, hurting himself just a little. But it's nothing serious. Jang Ho turns back to Nan, clearly frustrated, ordering her to leave before his stepsister walks in. Nan glares, retorting that she never promised to go. Jang Ho sighs, asking what's gotten into her this time, but she seems distracted. Then she quietly asks how men in his world can stand so close to a woman when they're shirtless. Jang Ho fires back that it's easy, because women here don't sneak into bathrooms like creeps, then rolls her eyes, muttering that Chin must have some wild fantasies, wanting him to dress up in all these different costumes. She calls it a dangerous game. Jang Ho snaps at her for eavesdropping again, but Nan just smirks. She warns him that Chin might not be as innocent as she appears. If Chin ever finds out he's not her real brother, she might lose her mind. Jang Ho tells her not to worry about it, just as Chin calls from outside, announcing that the milk is ready and she'll give him a massage. After Nan's face twists in blatant jealousy, Jang Ho insists she leave the house and stop meddling with his family. Nan, clearly unhappy, steps toward the window and declares she knows Chin is up to something bad. For now, she needs to stay quiet and gather proof, so Young Hao will finally see the truth. With a sharp look, she climbs out the window, saying, "I'll meet you at noon." Before leaving, she adds that she can handle his domestic matters anytime, and that soon she will expose Chin for who she truly is. As promised, Jang Ho visits Nan at her family's house, and is utterly surprised to see she's not only a master in the office, but also in the kitchen. He decides to help, rolling up his sleeves, and commenting on how skilled she looks with a knife. Nan smiles, saying she wasn't born doing this, and teasingly asks if it isn't normal for girls to cook. In his world, Jang Ho gets a little nervous, and confesses it might come as a surprise. But guys in his world actually cook too. He adds he's not exactly delicate, just someone who's lived solo for years. When he tries to take over the wok, he quickly realizes the heat is way too high. Out of pure instinct, he moves closer to Nan, as if seeking protection, then awkwardly steps back, totally embarrassed. He laughs it off, claiming it's been ages since he last cooked, and he's a little rusty. Though, the truth is, he'd never cooked before, and always relied on takeout, thanks to his overworked life. Nan gets a little bossy and tells him to sit down. Instead of messing with her cooking, Jang Hao quietly obeys, watching her move with such confidence and grace. He never imagined someone as dominant as Nan could have such a nurturing side. When she finally sets the dishes on the table, he's stunned. The meal looks like something straight out of a five-star restaurant. He takes a bite and feels the flavor melt in his mouth. It's absolutely delicious. Nan smirks and asks if her cooking is better than Chin Chin's. Jang Hao quickly says there's no comparison, because Chin Chin is family. Nan's expression changes as she asks how he really feels about Chin Chin. Jang Hao replies honestly, saying Chin Chin is the best girl he's ever met, that she treats him so well, and he's happy to be her stepbrother. Nan frowns and points out that a good stepsister doesn't use her identity to get too close to someone. Jiang Hao sighs and tells her not to spread such rumors. Women here, he explains, worry too much about reputation. He adds that Nan is always suspicious of others and needs to relax sometimes. He insists that he really likes Chin Chin. Nan looks at him carefully and asks if he truly means that. Shang Ho nods firmly, saying he does. Nan sits quietly for a moment, realizing that Shun Xin has already gotten deep into his heart. She forces a smile, urging him to eat. Jang Hao thanks her for the meal and firmly reiterates, do not contact his family. Nan's smile falters. She knows Jang Hao possesses a kind heart, treating Chun Shun like a true family member. But Nan also knows Chun Chin sees him as much more than that. A mere toy she can't control. Determined to prove her suspicions, Nan begins gathering crucial evidence to reveal Chun Chin's true nature to Jang Hao. Later, Nan's secretary arrives, armed with vital new information. She reports that they followed a lead, connected to a daycare, where they made an unusual discovery. After a deeper investigation, it was revealed that the parents involved were mysteriously orchestrated together, and it appears Chin Shun was the one who orchestrated it all. Nan listens intently as the secretary explains that Chun Shun has been manipulating situations for years, utilizing others to get closer to Jang Hao. She's been relentlessly persistent ever since they were kids. Nan clenches her fists and mutters that someone like Chun Shun has no right to stay by Jang Hao's side. After Jang Hao leaves, Nan makes another call to her secretary. She asks about the progress on the report, connecting Chun Shun to the manipulation of Jang Hao's father and her own mother's arranged meeting. The secretary replies that the report is nearly finished. Nan leans back, a confident glint dancing in her eyes. She knows she's getting closer to striking Chun Shun, where it truly hurts. Soon, she plans to make Chun Shun pay for crossing the line. Meanwhile, back at home, Chun Shun decides it's time to come clean to Jang Hao. Once and for all, Chun Shun is in a cheerful mood, arranging flowers around the living room. The soft scent fills the air, and she hums softly to herself, enjoying the calm of the afternoon. When Jang Hao returns home earlier than usual, she smiles and greets him warmly. She explains that their mother isn't home yet, so she wanted to come back early to tidy up the place. But her smile fades when she realizes Jang Hao isn't alone. Standing right beside him is Yahello. She looks shy, yet utterly composed. Yahello politely greets Chin Chin with a deep bow, clearly trying to show her respect. Zhang Hao immediately tells her not to do that again, saying it's a little embarrassing and far too formal between classmates. Chin Chin forces a small, strained laugh, but her stomach twists. She wasn't expecting guests, especially not Yahello. Trying to stay composed, she asks Zhang Ho why he didn't tell her he was bringing someone over. Zhang Ho quickly apologizes, promising he'll let her know in advance next time. He then quietly leans closer and reminds her that Yahello has social difficulties, that she usually spends all her time at home studying, and that he only brought her here to help her relax and see something new. Yahello quietly changes into indoor shoes and tells Zhang Ho she's ready. Chin Chin watches the exchange carefully. She notices how naturally Yahello speaks to Zhang Hao and how comfortable they seem around each other. It feels too close, almost unsettling. She tells herself that they probably just trust each other, but something about it feels off. Zhang Ho then leads Yahello toward his room so they can talk. Chin Chin forces a smile, saying she'll prepare food for everyone. As she turns toward the kitchen, her expression hardens. She tries to convince herself it's fine, but deep down she feels an unfamiliar sting of jealousy. Zhang Ho asks Yahello what she wants to do, but Yahello is far too distracted by the fact that she's sitting in his room. She can't stop talking about it, and her excitement fills the air. Yang feels embarrassed, watching how thrilled she is over something so simple. He tries to calm her down and says that if she really wants to, she can learn a few things about how. He keeps his room organized. That suggestion makes Yahello light up even more curious. She goes straight to his drawer to see what kind of organization he's talking about. But before Zhang Ho can stop her, she pulls out a ridiculously cartoonish pair of boxers, holding them up and innocently asking what they are. Just then, right at that exact moment, Chun Chin walks into the room. The timing, naturally, couldn't be worse. Chun Chin's expression utterly freezes over. It's crystal clear she doesn't like what she sees. Zhang Hao instantly starts frantically begging her not to misunderstand the situation. But the tension is already impossibly thick. They all sit down together in incredibly awkward silence. Chin Chin breaks it, stating that the facts are as plain as day. The girl walked into their house and immediately started touching Zhang Hao's clothes, especially his private ones. Zhang Hao tries again, attempting to explain that Yahello isn't being inappropriate. She just completely lacks common sense about personal space. Chun Chin studies Yahello for a moment, and slowly she starts to believe him. The girl really doesn't seem to have any hidden intentions. She's too naive, too open, and too clueless to be scheming. Still, Chin Chin doesn't like how close they've become. She decides it's time for Zhang Hao to spend less time with her, trying to play nice. Chun Chin invites Yahello to her own room, saying she can show her a few more things about proper organization. Yahello smiles, thinking Chun Chin is being friendly. But Zhang Hao doesn't like this at all. The very idea of Chun Chin, who might have her own confusing feelings, hanging out alone with his female friend, just feels wrong. He steps in and insists that Yahello shouldn't bother Chin Chin, pulling her gently back to his side. He even jokes that Chin Chin might teach her the wrong kind of things. Chin Chin doesn't appreciate that at all. She snaps back that girls should spend time with girls and not rely on boys for everything. The air between them grows incredibly heavy. They both start arguing fiercely over who gets to protect Yahello, and before anyone can make sense of it, emotions flare. Chun Chin leans forward and suddenly kisses Zhang Hao right on the mouth. The whole thing happens so fast that Yahello caught right in the middle of it all. She has absolutely no idea what's going on. She's practically crushed between their bodies, struggling to even breathe properly. And soon, she starts to panic. When Chin finally leans back, she's totally flustered and apologetic. Then, in a trembling voice, she confesses that she had lied to him. Soon, Yahello's taxi arrives, and it's raining outside. They both bid farewell under the gloomy, gray sky. Zhang Hao, still clearly nervous, asks again if Yahello saw anything at all. But the poor girl looks completely dazed. She got so suffocated earlier that she can't even recall what happened. She just lets out an awkward laugh, saying she remembers absolutely nothing. Zhang Hao forces a laugh too, pretending everything is fine, but his mind is clearly miles away. When Yahello finally leaves, she quietly takes out the keychain, the one she once gave to Zhang Hao. Looking at it, she realizes something strange, almost painfully clear. Zhang Hao might actually have feelings for Chin. Zhang Hao turns back toward the house and sees Chin standing on the front porch. The rain falls steadily between them, heavy and constant. His heart beats faster as he remembers what she had just confessed to him. Moments ago, Chin looks at him and confesses that she had lied before about being a lesbian. Her voice shakes a little, but her words are steady. Zhang Hao asks if her whole story about her orientation was a lie from the very beginning. Chin nods, saying yes. It was. She's sorry, but not entirely sorry, because that lie brought them closer than ever before. Zhang Hao stands there, utterly stunned. He can't quite believe what she's saying, and yet, a part of him already knew it. Chin takes a small step forward, her hair wet from the rain, and starts confessing how much she truly likes him. She explains that her mother would have never approved of their relationship, so she faked being gay, hoping to divert her mother's attention. Zhang Hao thinks this whole plan sounds utterly insane, but before he can even utter a word, Chin's desperation only intensifies. She steps out fully into the pouring rain, leaving her umbrella and shoes behind. She continues talking, her voice trembling but brimming with raw emotion. She admits she knows it's a crazy plan, but she's even crazier about Zhang Hao. She doesn't want to lose him again, not after everything. Zhang Hao tries to calm her down, telling her she'll catch a cold if she keeps standing out in the rain like this. But his curiosity quickly takes over, and he asks what she meant by lose each other again. He wonders if she's referring to that one incident in kindergarten. Chin looks at him with soft, teary eyes and says he must not remember it. But for her, it was a moment that changed everything. It was deeply painful, something that has stayed with her all these years. She promises that she's willing to do anything now, just to stay by his side. She tells him she wants to make it up to him, that she wants to spend the rest of her life with him. She reveals she's been following him secretly since elementary school, always watching over him from afar. The rain continues to pour as they talk. Chin is about to finally confess her love for Zhang Hao, when suddenly someone interrupts them. Nan appears, stepping out from the shadows, her voice sharp and steady. She declares that everything she told Zhang Hao earlier is true. She insists that Zhang Hao only thinks of Chun as family, but the truth is far from that. She accuses Chun of being a manipulator, who has been lying to him from the very start. She urges Zhang Hao to come with her, so she can show him what's really going on. Chun immediately steps in front of Zhang Hao, shouting at Nan to leave their house. Her voice breaks with emotion as she tells her to stop spreading lies. She insists that she can protect Zhang Hao and that he shouldn't heed Nan's venomous words. Zhang Hao stands between them, silent for a moment, torn between confusion and guilt. He then gently passes Chin the umbrella, asking her to head back inside and wait for him. He promises her that once he gets the answers he needs, he'll return and give her his final decision on everything.